Any boast you make can come true as long as you pay the tax. What would you most like to boast about? You were just bragging to your coworkers about owning an apartment in Beijing's Third Ring Road when a virtual interface popped up in front of you. Host strong desire detected. The boast and tax system has been successfully bound. As long as the tax is paid, the boast can be realized. Holy shit, is this for real? You can pay tax on a boast, and after paying, the boast actually comes true? You stare at the virtual panel before you in utter shock. Detected that the host has boasted about owning an apartment in North Third Ring Road. Pay 6,800 renminbi now to obtain Unit 301, Building 11, Shuimu Qingqing. Holy shit, is this for real? This so-called boast tax? No, the boast taxation system is incredible. Just pay a little over 6,000 in tax, and you get an 80-plus square meter apartment in Shuimu Qingqing, probably a 2-bedroom, right? What's there to hesitate about? An apartment in North Third Ring Road is top tier. Pay. Take my money. Immediately, your phone received a notification for a 6,800 deduction and an unfamiliar incoming call. Hello, is this Mr. Lee? You left your apartment keys with us. Could you come pick them up? What? Apartment keys? You sat up abruptly. Where? Mr. Lee, you must be joking. This is the property management office of Shuimu Qingqing. What? Shuimu Qingqing? You froze. Could the system actually work? Overwhelmed with excitement, you didn't even think about going to work and immediately took the subway to Shuimu Qingqing. At the community property office, you actually received a set of keys. You then jogged all the way to Building 11, Unit 3, Apartment 301, inserted the key into the security door's lock, gave it a gentle twist, and sure enough, it opened. The apartment indeed has 2 bedrooms and a living room, with an excellent layout and orientation, fully furnished with top-brand appliances and furniture. Could this apartment really be mine? What about the property deed? The moment this thought crossed your mind, you spotted a red real estate ownership certificate on the coffee table in the living room. Opening it, you saw your name clearly listed as the owner. You were overjoyed. This was truly a windfall. No more living in that shabby rented room. The bragging tax system is indeed useful. 6,800 yuan isn't even enough to cover the rent for this apartment. And as long as I get one more apartment and rent one out, a flood of rental income will start pouring in immediately. It's practically like getting something for nothing. Suddenly, it dawns on you that you could easily brag about owning several more apartments. Wouldn't that be even more amazing? You immediately clear your throat and declare, I don't just own one apartment in the capital, I own many. Ding. Detected that the host is boasting. Pay 6,000 yuan now to obtain Unit 202, Building 7, Yushuiyuan. Would you like to pay the boasting tax? You hesitated slightly. Your total assets amounted to just 6,450 yuan. After paying this 6,000 yuan tax, you'd be left with only 450 yuan, truly penniless. But as long as you could rent out that apartment, there was nothing to fear. After clicking the confirmation button without hesitation, you waited for the property management office of Yushuiyuan to call you. After waiting a few minutes, the call didn't come from the property management staff but from the security guard. Old Dong, you left your house key at the security booth last time. Come get it as soon as possible. It's been so long. If you don't pick it up soon, I'll just move into your place myself. You quickly replied, I'm on my way. Don't worry, sir. I'll be there right away. You took the subway back to Yushui Garden near the North 4th Ring Road, found the security guard Old Dong, and successfully retrieved your house key. Stepping into the school district apartment, you find it fully furnished with brand new eco-friendly decorations and top-tier appliances, ready for immediate move-in. But you have no intention of living here. It needs to be rented out as soon as possible. Right now, you only have a little over 400 yuan to your name. Just as you're about to post the rental listing online, your phone rings. A glance at the caller ID shows it's your department director, Zhao Jitong. Damn it, it's already 10:30. You're definitely late by now. Hey, where are you, kid? You're in no mood to work now and immediately start making up excuses. Oh, right, brother Zhao, my parents suddenly came to the capital. I meant to ask for leave, but I got so flustered I forgot. Listen, the quarterly review is coming up. You better step up your game, or if you end up getting cut for being at the bottom, don't blame me. Startled, you quickly reply, Got it, brother Zhao. I'll definitely work harder. After hanging up the phone, you quickly opened your phone and posted the rental listing online, hoping to rent out the apartment as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, within 10 minutes, the phone rang again, and the voice on the other end sounded like a woman. Hello, is this Mr. Lee? Yes, that's me. I see you have an apartment in Yushuiyuan for rent. Is that correct? Yes. Are you interested in renting it? Yes. I'm urgently looking for a school district apartment near Capital Number 2 High School. You must rent it to me. You listed it online for $15,000 a month. I didn't expect this woman to even return the price, not even look at the house, directly want to rent. Li Tianyu wondered if his price tag was still a bit low. However, right now, Li Tianyu was also in a hurry to rent it out, so he didn't want to back out and promised the woman in one breath that he would come to see the house tomorrow. The next day happened to be Sunday. Li Tianyu didn't have to go to work, so he simply stayed at the Royal Water Garden. His appointment with the woman was at 9 in the morning. Li Tianyu woke up at 8 o'clock and went to the breakfast stand in front of the neighborhood to eat breakfast. After wolfing down what was on the table, Li Tianyu shouted, "Boss, settle the bill. 1 drawer of buns, 1 donut, 1 bowl of wontons, and 1 bowl of tofu brain, for a total of 19 soft dollars. Boss, that's too expensive. Young man, I'm a conscientious price. If you think it's too expensive, you're not making enough money." Li Tianyu became angry and slammed $20 on the table. "No need to look for it." At that moment, a laugh came over. "Ha ha ha. This kid can really act." Li Tianyu turned his head to see that there was a young man sitting over there, and there was a woman sitting next to that man. The key is that the woman Li Tianyu also recognized, actually is a colleague in the company Gao Ping. Li Tianyu, what a coincidence. Gao Ping pursed her lips and said, "What? You live over here too?" Li Tianyu was stunned and didn't know how to answer. He didn't live over here but had a house here. "I don't think so. This side is basically the school district of the second middle school of the empire. The rent is especially high." The man said. This man is Gao Ping's boyfriend, named Tian Chao, working in a nearby financial company, belonging to the high-paid people. It's no wonder he said what he did. How can someone who earns an expensive $19 afford to rent a schoolhouse over here? Chapter 5. $370,000. Who says I can't afford to rent? I'm telling you, I have a house here. Gao Ping asked in surprise. A house? You mean you bought a house over here? That's for sure. I thought you said your house was in the 3rd ring? This is the 4th ring. Li Tianyu really had no way to explain. Could he say that he had blown 2 bulls and both came true? Tian Chao's expression was rather odd. Whether it's the 3rd ring or a house over here, the price of the house has to be 80,000. Not just anyone can afford it. That's true, honey. We'll be able to afford it later, right? That's for sure. And I guarantee that in less than 3 years, I'll be able to save enough for a down payment on a house. It's a house within the 5th ring road. Gao Ping emphasized. Yes, we must buy a house within the 5th ring road. Li Tianyu was helpless and cursed in his heart. Show love, die fast. Now even if he said he had 2 houses, the 2 of them wouldn't believe him. Li Tianyu, I think you should just die to Lu Manchi. Gao Ping twisted her head and said to Li Tianyu. A girl like her, she definitely needs to find one with a car and a house, or at least an imperial capital account. What do you think you have now? Don't waste your efforts. The music suddenly started. Flowers in my heart. I want to take you home to that late-night bar. Who cares if it's true or not? Li Tianyu hurriedly took out his cell phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? Yes. I'm right in front of the neighborhood. You're here already? Oh, it's by car. Is it the black Audi? Saying that, Li Tianyu waved his hand towards a black Audi parked on the street. From the car came 2 people, both women, one in her 30s or 40s, very pretty and well-maintained. The other was a small girl who appeared to be a high school student. She was very tall in her teens, with a melon face and willowy eyebrows, and was a beauty at first glance. These 2 people look a little imaginative, a mother and daughter. The mother's name is LV Xiangyan. The daughter's name is Ku Tongxin. Hello? It's Mr. Li, isn't it? Lu Xiangyan asked. It's me. You're the ones who want to see the house, right? LV Xiangyan took the initiative to shake hands with Li Tianyu. Yes, I am not hiding from you. We are looking for a long time to find the school district room in the 2nd middle school of the Imperial City, which is about to start the school year. Cannot be rented at all. I am going to despair. I did not think that yesterday in the internet to see your house. Gao Ping and Tian Chao's eyes widened in surprise when they heard the conversation between these 2. Tian Chao asked in a low voice, Did I hear it right? Why is this woman looking for this kid to look at houses? Gao Ping shook his head. It can't be that he's telling the truth, can it? He really has a house here. No way, he's just a beggar. How can he afford a house? At this time, I only heard Lu Xiangyan ask again, How is the house? If it's not renovated. Don't worry. It's finally decorated and fully furnished. That's great, and we don't want to be too much trouble. So come on. I'll show you guys right away. Saying that under the dumbfounded gaze of Gao Ping and Tian Chao, Li Tianyu greeted the beautiful mother and daughter and entered the Royal Water Garden neighborhood. It shouldn't be, Gao Ping really can't believe it. How could Li Tianyu would really have a house in the imperial capital, and it's still this kind of expensive school district house? By the way, could he be a real estate agent? Tian Chao said and added, the part-time kind. It's not likely. It's still possible. Gao Ping is an employee of the administration department in the company and has access to the specific salaries of all employees and knows more about Li Tianyu's. Li Tianyu's salary in the current imperial city is not really high, 10,000 at the beginning, every month after deducting the 5 insurance and 1 gold, at most in the hands of $8,000 only. At this level of pay, it would be too normal to go out and get a part-time job. Thinking about this, Gao Ping's heart was much more comfortable. On the other hand, when Li Tianyu opened the door of the room and invited LV Xiangyan and Ku Tongxin to enter the house, the exquisite decoration of the house brightened the eyes of the mother and son. Louis Xiangyan's family situation also fits the house perfectly. Imperial capital account, family wealth. In the imperial capital have real estate how much 4 or 5 sets, which there is a set or villa. LV Xiangyan is looking for a house that is preferably turnkey and clean. And this house of Li Tianyu's was completely beyond her needs. So she signed a rental contract with Li Tianyu right away. Ku Tongxin is now going to be a sophomore, having transferred from another high school, and the contract was signed for 2 years at once. Li Tianyu's bank card immediately received a hit of 370,000 soft dollars. After everything was arranged, Li Tianyu was happy to take his leave. At this moment, Ku Tongxin sweetly said to Li Tianyu, "Thank you, uncle." Li Tianyu looked at this little beauty. "You're welcome. If there's anything you need to do, you can always find me to solve it." "Good. Then I'll trouble you," Lu Xiangyan said back. After coming out of the Royal Water Court neighborhood, Li Tianyu was finally relieved. What's the saying? If you have money in your pocket, you won't panic. Now, let alone having a $19 breakfast, even if it was $199, he, Li Tianyu, would not move his face a bit. Chapter 6. I'm finally rich. There's money. I'm finally rich. More than 300,000 soft currency was never a small amount for Li Tianyu. It could be said to be a huge sum of money. Most importantly, he now has a 2-bedroom house to call his own, and it's in a prime location like the North 3rd Ring Road. Li Tianyu returned to the Waterwood Castle house and suddenly thought, why don't you rent out this house as well, so that you can get hundreds of thousands of dollars of rent again? I am so stupid. People are poor and short. With this bragging tax system, Li Tianyu can continue to buy real estate. He now has over $300,000 on his bank card, so he should be able to pay the taxes on a house no matter how expensive it is. Said to do, Li Tianyu first bought another set of Waterwood Green City house, so close, convenient to bring people to see the house. Then, Li Tianyu looked at a 4-room house in the North 2nd Ring Road. This quadrangle is awesome, just a few hundred meters away from both Beihai Park and Gongwangfu. The area of this quadrangle was also not small. It was about 400 square meters, and it was estimated that it used to be the mansion of a certain imperial official. Of course, the taxes to be paid on this fourplex are a barrage of $45,000. If it was before, Li Tianyu would have said, robbing money, but not anymore. Master is not bad. Li Tianyu did not hesitate to click on the Pay Tax button, but an error message popped up. System alert, the amount of tax payment has reached the upper limit and the tax payment cannot be completed. It was then that Li Tianyu remembered that the maximum amount of money he could pay in taxes per day was only 10,000 soft currency. But this set of courtyard house is to pay more than $40,000 in taxes. That is to say that Li Tianyu simply cannot succeed in tax. System, what's going on? I can't buy anything over $10,000. Correctly, it's the tax amount. The system actually responded. I know, so I can't pay higher taxes? Host, you need to upgrade yourself. Grade? Li Tianyu immediately opened the system panel. Name Tianyu Li. Rank, Rookie. Existing wealth, 360,000 yen. Daily tax amount, 10,000 soft yen. Order center, click and enter. Task panel, click and enter. Li Tianyu then noticed that his rank was now Rookie. System alert, to move up from Rookie to the next level, you need to have a wealth of $10 million. Li Tianyu secretly cursed several expletives. So shameless. $10 million, that's a robbery. There's only $360,000 in the account now. When will we make enough for $10 million? But it can't be helped, the system says so. Li Tianyu thought about it. Buying a house and renting it out should make money quickly. By the way, Li Tianyu suddenly thought if the sale of 2 houses, then it will not be able to quickly put together enough 10 million. System tip: the sale of property obtained by relying on the system is prohibited. Well, there's no way to exploit this obvious loophole, only to make an honest buck. Suddenly, the call came in. Li Tianyu looked at the caller ID. It was Oh My Uncle calling. Wu Mingjie is Li Tianyu's college classmate, and the two are pretty close buddies. Wu Mingjie was a local and naturally kept in touch with Li Tianyu, who stayed in the imperial capital and went out to have fun together from time to time. Tianyu, have you been busy lately? Busy? You're busy my ass. I still don't know you. You just know how to fool around all day. Wu Mingjie laughed and scolded. Cut the crap. What do you boys want with me? Good thing. I don't have anything to do today. Let's go for a drink at the usual place. I don't care. But will the one in your family be happy about it? She's gone home for the day and can't control me. Li Tianyu found it strange that Wu Mingjie's girlfriend, Zhang Lan, was also a local, but seldom went home. The reason is to keep a close watch on Oumyung Chul 24 hours a day. This matter is generally heard by people do not believe, but it did happen. Li Tianyu was really admired at that time. Later, after the relationship with Zhang Lan was established, Wu Mingjie was able to slightly tighten his heart, at least not so blatant. It's Sunday, and Zhang Lan logically shouldn't be home at this time unless… What? Did you two fight again? Hey, don't mention it. We'll talk about it when we meet. Sure enough, Wu Mingjie is looking for Li Tianyu just to drink booze. Chapter 7: How to Talk to a Beautiful Woman. The old place Wu Mingjie was talking about was actually near the two's alma mater. It was a barbecue restaurant, but it was fantastically tasty, perhaps the best tasting one in all of Imperial. Li Tianyu took a car and arrived here, and as soon as he entered, the owner greeted him cordially. Yo, come on, your friend arrived long ago. Okay? Or upstairs? Yeah, upstairs. The owner had long since gotten acquainted with Li Tianyu and the others, and would usually give them a discount. Li Qian-wu went up to the 2nd floor and found Oumyung Chul in a familiar location. Don't be polite, be strong. Wu Mingjie said happily. My treat today. That's a must. I haven't had meat in a long time. Look at you. The two of them actually ordered a bunch of kebabs and a dozen beers, which a waiter carried up to them in no time. With a clink, the two men clinked glasses and drank. Tetsuko, you don't get a few chicks either. What's the point of these 2 old men eating? Off, who asked you to eat? I was looking for you to come over for a drink. Wu Mingjie laughed and scolded. What's wrong with you? Going to drink here and have a fight with Zhang Lan? Wu Mingjie picked up a meat skewer and jerked it to the end. It's not like it's happened once or twice. Aren't you too good as hell? What's going on? Hey, it's hard to tell. It's not because of her family. Wu Mingjie went to meet Zhang Lan's parents yesterday, but got into another load of trouble. This is not surprising, although Wu Mingjie's family situation is good, even in the imperial capital is considered a small rich family, but compared to Zhang Lan's family, it is a small thing. Although Zhang Lan's parents agreed to Wu Mingjie dating Zhang Lan, but also very reluctant. Every time they meet, inevitably in the words filled with contempt and disdain. This made Oumyung Chul very uncomfortable, so he went back yesterday and complained to Bu Ran a few times. Zhang Lan is also a violent temper, so she had a big fight with Wu Mingjie and then went home in anger. Her mom also said something about the car I drive being too low-end. Wu Mingjie couldn't help but launch into a whine. I just don't get it. Does everyone still have to drive a luxury car to make it work? The point is that my Passat isn't bad either. A luxury car? That demanding? Yeah, from the sound of it, it would have to be $500,000 and up to be worthy of her daughter. Li Tianyu heard the heart is really not taste. Their own, not to mention $500,000 up the car. Even 100,000 cars do not have a Wu Mingjie's matter. Li Tianyu cannot persuade. He cannot say, you two are not suitable, hurry to break up. Such words. Drink, drink. The two men had another toast. Tianyu, you haven't gotten a girlfriend lately? I'm either working overtime at the office, sleeping in my bed, or spending time on my commute. How am I going to have time to find a girlfriend? You kid is more and more living back. When you went to college was also considered to read a lot of women. How come once you graduated you became an ascetic monk? In the long run, will not be suffocated. As he said that, Wu Mingjie even showed a bad smile on his face. Li Tianyu was just about to speak when he was attracted to a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman had just walked up from downstairs and happened to find a seat near Li Tianyu and Wu Mingzhi. This girl was totally Li Tianyu's type. Long hair guarding the shoulders, tall figure. I estimate has about 1 meter 6'8". Face looks also very pure. Seems to be a college student. Wu Mingzhi also saw the beauty and smiled, whispering, Tianyu, this girl is not bad. Do you want to take it? Li Tianyu hesitated for a few seconds and shook his head. Forget it. She couldn't have come by herself. She might have a boyfriend. So what if you have a boyfriend? Even if you have a husband, you can still go up and grab him. Wu Mingzhi is still so uncouth. Are you going or not? I'm telling you, if you're not going, I'm going. Okay, I'll go. Li Tianyu thought to himself that it is not just to pick up a girl, what is the big deal? Although Li Tianyu's level of picking up girls was not as good as Wu Mingzhi's, it wasn't too bad either, and he had had a few girlfriends in college. Only after stepping into society, Li Tianyu's success rate in picking up girls fell off a cliff. This can only be attributed to the fact that girls are more realistic after work and are not really easy to handle without real money. Li Tianyu thought as he sat down across from the long-haired girl. The face feels even more delicate when you look at it this close. Hey, beautiful alone? No, I'm waiting for a friend, the girl said faintly. It's kind of boring to sit around and wait. Why don't we talk? No, I don't get bored sitting by myself. Seeing that this beauty's face was a bit cold, Li Tianyu wasn't discouraged. Beauty, it looks like it's your first time here. I'm particularly familiar with this store. I can introduce you to some delicious food. Okay then, you name it, what's good? Li Tianyu's spirit lifted. As long as this girl was willing to talk to him, it meant there was a chance. Let me tell you, the lamb kebabs and lamb tenders here are really well grilled, and the flavor is that great, but that's not the most recommended. What's that? Hearing Li Tianyu say this, the beauty was a bit curious. Chapter 8. Those teachers are much prettier than you. This beauty was named Chen Onlu, very young, just graduated more than 2 years ago, working in a very famous advertising agency in the imperial capital, a visual designer. Chen Onlu had heard from her colleagues that the flavor of this barbecue restaurant was quite outstanding. So she asked a good girlfriend to come over to try it. The best roasted one over here is the lamb loin and the other is the lamb treasure. Li Tianyu, while talking, the corner of the mouth are going to flow out of saliva. I personally love to eat sheep waist, that is called a charred outside and tender inside. A bite down, that feeling is like eating iced cake. The whole taste buds are exploded. No, it's like 10,000 sheep running in your mouth you can experience. Chen Onlu's face instantly reddened. It was called a delicate. By the way, I'll tell you what, there are others besides those two. Okay. I don't want to know, just hurry up. My friends will be here soon. Is your friend a man? Or a woman? This has nothing to do with you. Li Tianyu was stunned and immediately asked again. What sign are you? Why did your attitude become so fast? Chen Onlu glared fiercely at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. Beauty? Do you have a boyfriend? There. Chen Onlu answered in a muffled voice. Li Tianyu laughed. I've studied face reading, and after my observation, guess what? What? With your flickering eyes and subtle expression, you're obviously lying. Chen Onlu heard. Then speechless, this man in the nonsense, what Li Tianyu still wanted to add more fuel to the fire and hit the soul. But the sound of high heels sounded behind him, and when he turned around, it was another beautiful woman. Jai, sit over here. Chen Onlu hurriedly greeted that beautiful woman and sat down. This was her best friend Lin Jai, who she was waiting for. Lin Jai looked at Li Tianyu and revealed a strange expression. Who is this? Don't recognize. Lin Jai understood as soon as she took a look at Chen Onlu's expression. Hey, you've got your eye on my Angelou, don't you? It doesn't matter if you look at it or not. It's always okay to eat and chat together and make friends, right? Li Tianyu also asked back unwillingly. No, my family Onlu is in such a good condition. You have to be careful about making friends of the opposite sex. At least they have to be of a certain financial basis. How do you know I don't have the finances? Heh. So tell me, what's your financial base? How much do you make a month? Li Tianyu was angry in his heart and said offhandedly, I have 3 suites in the imperial capital. Does that count as having a financial foundation? Lin Jai and Chen Onlu revealed a look of surprise upon hearing this. To have 3 suites in the imperial capital is a great fortune. Even if it is a house in the suburbs, it can be worth a few $1 million. However, The two beauties didn't really believe it and just thought that Li Tianyu was bragging. It's fine if you really have 3 sweets, just in case you believe it. If you guys don't believe me, turn around and I can take you to my house to take a look. Li Tianyu added, the two beauties. Otherwise, let's add a WeChat. It's convenient to contact. Lin Jiai suddenly said, do you have an AV in your cell phone? Li Tianyu thought he heard wrong. AV? What kind of AV? It's the kind you boys really like to watch. Li Tianyu was happy. So you're a fellow traveler? Of course I am. Do you want to see it? Fine. Then go back to watching these teachers perform and just leave us alone. Okay? Li Tianyu didn't expect to be disliked and immediately retaliated. Che, who cares about flirting with you guys? Those teachers are much better looking than you guys. Lin Jiai's face changed. You. Seeing the good in the world, Li Tianyu immediately got up and returned to his seat. This time, Wu Mingzhi was so happy that Li Tianyu couldn't wait to give him 2 slaps. Come on. It's not the first time. Come on. Keep drinking. The two of them weren't paying attention to the two beauties, and while they were gossiping in the south of the world, they were eating meat and drinking wine in large mouthfuls. The food was almost gone and there were quite a few kebabs left on the table. At this time, Li Tianyu had an idea and picked up a few skewers and walked over to Chen Anlu and Lin Jiai. Why are you here again? Chen Anlu said with a frown. This kind of skewer. It's a specialty here. It's definitely not available anywhere else. You guys have to try it. When Li Tianyu finished speaking, he didn't wait for the beauties to respond and walked back. Chen Anlu hesitated and picked up a skewer to look at it. Not to mention, I really haven't seen this before and I don't know what it is. Then she couldn't resist taking a bite. Hey, Don. Tu, Lin Jiai wanted to stop it. But didn't he have time? Chen Anlu had long bitten down. Ah! Only a shriek could be heard, and what Lin Jiai had bitten down on exploded with a large amount of juice, which even sprayed onto Lin Jiai's face. What is this? Lin Jiai wiped the juice on her face with a paper towel while complaining. Aya, you're so stupid. It's a cow's eye. You can't bite it like that. Bull. Eyes. Evil. Chen Anlu hurriedly spat out everything in her mouth, only to hear the sound of laughter not far away. Chen Anlu turned his head to look. It is really Li Tianyu and Wu Mingzhi are holding their heads and laughing. This guy is so bad. So bad. Chen Anlu glared angrily at Li Tianyu, but the other party threw a big, shameless smile. Men are really no good, Chen Anlu said angrily. If you don't like men, why don't we make it work? Chen Anlu glared at Lin Jialu. Come on. As if you like women. By the way, aren't you on a blind date next weekend? Who's the other person? How should I know? You think I want to go? I'm just going over there to casually deal with it. Maybe it's a high roller. Che, you think high rollers are all over the streets? Chen Anlu words, the mysterious blind date, do not hold much hope. Chapter 9. It's just a car. It's true that Li Tianyu has 3 houses, but by the next day, Li Tianyu still has to go to work. At least for now, Li Tianyu has no reason to quit naked. The time is not right. He was a little worried that if he resigned today, the system would reclaim the house tomorrow. That would be like losing a lot of money. There is no specific work in the planning department today, and the planners, including Li Tianyu, are generally paddling. Li Tianyu felt that it was also very wonderful to spend the day leisurely like this. Who knows that just after the afternoon, a dozen people in the planning department were pulled into a meeting by the director Zhao Jitong. Really annoying. Li Tianyu cursed. The thing he hated the most was meetings. However, as soon as Li Tianyu entered the conference room, he was immediately happy that Lu Manqi was actually there. Strange, Lu Manqi is from the administration department. Why would she attend the meeting with the planning? Recently, the company is going to participate in the 7th Imperial Capital Science and Technology Expo. I think everyone should know about it. Zhao Jitong slowly said. The company's leaders also discussed the matter and decided that the administration department would take the lead, and then a few people would be drawn from each department to set up the venue. As soon as Li Tianyu heard that he had to help set up the venue, he mentally flinched. His life creed is see the benefits on, see the difficult to let, such as setting up the venue, so troublesome things, really do not want to do. Only to hear Zhao Jitong ask, okay, planners, are there any who have volunteered and grossed out? The conference room was quiet for a moment. All of these people have the same faith as Li Tianyu, and the thief is afraid of trouble. Okay, since no one wants to go, I'll just designate it. Li Tianyu hurriedly lowered his head and recited, can't see me, 100 times. Li Tianyu, you go. At this time, Li Tianyu was reading to the 101st time and did not hear it for a while. Li Tianyu, where is everyone? The colleague next to him toppled Li Tianyu, who then reacted. In. You cooperate well with the administrative department. Don't be lazy. Hearing Zhao Jitong's words, Li Tianyu was completely confused. How come it's me? Nonsense, it's you. Zhao Jitong said decisively. Li Tianyu, stay here and have a meeting with the people from the administration department. The rest of you adjourn. Can't be helped. Since I've already stepped on it, whether it's a or a landmine, I have to put up with it. It was good that Lu Manqi was also there, so Li Tianyu could still look at beautiful women to pass the time. In fact, there are not many people in the administration department who are actually involved in setting up the venue. In addition to Lu Manqi, there was Zhang Chongfang, the head of the administration department, and Feng Yang, another male colleague from the administration department. During this meeting, Li Tianyu played with his cell phone the entire time and didn't listen much to what was said specifically. Anyway, it is the Ministry of Administration to take the lead, turn back to what people let do what to do. There is no need to waste words with these people. Half an hour later, the discussion was finally over. I only heard Zhang Chongfang say, "That's fine, Manqi, Feng Yang, you guys and this Li Tianyu from the planning department, go to the venue in a while and take a look at the situation over there." Lu Manqi and Feng Yang hurriedly agreed. Zhang Chongfang said to Li Tianyu again, "Li Tianyu, is there a problem?" "Okay, no problem." Li Tianyu raised his head and answered. Zhang Chongfang was a busy man and rushed away after saying that, leaving Li Tianyu and the other three in the conference room. "Manqi, then let's pack up and get moving," Feng Yang said with a smile. Lu Manqi said, "Okay. How are we going to get there? Take a taxi?" "No, I have a car. Just take my car." Lu Manqi nodded and glanced at Li Tianyu. "Then you should come along too." "Good. Then I'm welcome." Li Tianyu just stood up, but heard Feng Yang said in a conspiratorial manner, "Is your planning salary that low?" The planning department, in addition to the director, does not even have a drive to work but also mix too much. Li Tianyu is also not a light. Immediately sneered back, "Che, you drive a broken car is great? Now buy a car is not much money. Our planning department people do not drive. That is for green travel in order to protect the environment. Then you have a high awareness. Do you understand?" "Hee, that's fine. You continue traveling green," Feng Yang said, and said to Lu Manqi, "Manqi, let's both go first. This isn't very good. There's nothing wrong with that. He wants to pretend to be an environmentalist. Let him." With that, Feng Yang pulled Lu Manqi away. It seems that Feng Yang also has a bad idea about Lu Manqi. What the hell? Not just a car. Wait for me. Li Tianyu thought of something, then changed his words. "It's just a luxury car. I can easily have it." Next, Li Tianyu immediately opened the system interface and quickly clicked on Order Center. At a glance, Li Tianyu was delighted. Sure enough, the list came up with a variety of cars. Buying a car in the Empire isn't just about money these days, it's also about the license plate. Nowadays, the chances of winning the lottery are lower than buying a lottery ticket. Did the system even manage to get the Tudor license plate? Chapter 10. Driving a luxury car to beat the clock. Li Tianyu doesn't care. First, get a car to have a good time. Vehicle name, Audi Q5L. Vehicle type, SUV. Tax amount, 2,000 soft sister currency. Vehicle name, Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Vehicle type, sedan. Tax amount 2500 soft sister currency. Vehicle name, BMW 7 Series. Vehicle type, S sedan. Tax amount, 3,000 soft sister currency. Vehicle name, Porsche Cayenne. Vehicle type, SUV. Tax amount 3500 soft sister currency. Li Tianyu looked at the four cars and chose the Porsche Cayenne without hesitation. The maximum amount of nano that you have to pay for this car, though, comes to 3,500 soft dollars. That's almost as much as you can buy a house in the Imperial City, but compared to the actual price of the car, it's like giving it away for nothing. And he, Li Tianyu, is at least a man with more than $300,000 in savings now. A few $1,000s is nothing. When Li Tianyu had successfully paid his taxes, he sat in the conference room and waited. It was also unknown in what way the car keys of this luxury car would be handed over to Li Tianyu's hands. Not long after, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. A glance at the caller ID showed that it was a local cell phone number in the imperial capital. Li Tianyu pressed the answer button. "Hello? Is this Mr. Li?" "It's me." "Hello. I am the sales of Porsche Wagwong Building 4S store, Wang Feng. The formalities of the car you ordered have been completed. You can take it away. Li Tianyu immediately asked, is it that Porsche Cayenne? Yes. When do you see a convenient time to pick up the car? The Wayfarer building is very close by, just a few minutes walk away. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu packed up his things and went to the Porsche Wagwong Building 4S store, and then found the sales Wang Feng who called him again. Wang Feng pointed to a car in the parking lot and said, Mr. Li, this is the one. It's ing beautiful. With its sky blue body and stylish, classic, and elegant big-toed shape. It is definitely a Porsche Cayenne that is not a real Porsche. Li Tianyu took a look, and actually the license plate has been on, and it is still an imperial license plate. This is your formalities. Wang Feng said with a smile. We have arranged a car pickup ceremony for you. The car pickup ceremony is to get a little red flower and take a picture. It doesn't do much good. No, I'm in a hurry. Looking at Li Tianyu, it was as if he would lose several $1 million if he delayed for a minute. Wang Feng hurriedly took Li Tianyu to familiarize himself with some of the operations of the Porsche Cayenne. Speaking of which, Li Tianyu had taken his driver's license a long time ago and drove a lot in his hometown, so he wasn't really a novice. When he drove on the road, he realized that a luxury car is a luxury car, it's too damn good to drive. The steering is soft and responsive, and the chassis filtration is moderately soft and hard. So when you sit inside the car, you can't hear anything outside. What's that called? Right? Full of class. And the system to Li Tianyu arranged the car is not what low-profile beggar version of the model, but definitely a small 2 million top version, proper 2.9T turbo engine power bar. Li Tianyu ran down the road as if he was scattering, almost forgetting about the main event. Luckily, there was no traffic jam, so Li Tianyu arrived at the venue, parked his car in the open parking lot, and walked in. The show should be starting in a few days, and the venue is now filled with staff from various companies setting up the grounds. Li Tianyu's company is called Cloud Light Technology. He searched for half a day, finally found the company's premises. At this time, Lu Manqi and Feng Yang were communicating with the employees of the venue decoration company they worked with. Li Tianyu walked over and also listened for a while. What was said was basically some details, such as this side should put a flower basket, that side put a light tube or something. A few people discussed the round and dispersed for the time being. Seeing that he couldn't help much, Li Tianyu bought a tube of Coke over at the vending machine and sat down on the side of the card seat to drink it leisurely. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang came over not long after. Li Tianyu, how did you get here? Lu Manqi asked curiously. Feng Yang sneered. He must be taking the subway. A taxi can't be used for so long. This belongs to the field official work. The company can give reimbursement for the taxi fare. You just need to keep the taxi ticket.
Liu Manqi kinli raminda Li Tianyu.
Li Tianyu responded lightly. It's okay. I drove here. Drive? You? Lu Manqi and Feng Yang were stunned when they heard this. Didn't Li Tianyu not have a car? Whose car did he drive? This guy can't be bragging, right? That's right. The poorer you are, the more you like to brag. Feng Yang thought of this and was just about to make a sarcastic remark when he saw the people from the exhibition company coming over. The person's name is Zhao Xiaolei, a woman, who is the person in charge of the convention company sent to follow up on this project. Let me give you a suggestion. Sister Zhang, go ahead. Lu Manqi answered. You'd better have a big piece in the center of this site, so you can attract more visitors. Big stuff? What's a big piece? Feng Yang asked. Zhao Xiaolei pondered for a moment and said, like a luxury car. No, a supercar or something like that. Chapter 11. Supercars naturally are expensive. Supercar? Zhao Xiaolei said. Right now, although the venue design is not a problem, but the lack of riotous points, supercars are the most eye-catching. To the middle of the venue, that effect is absolutely good. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang couldn't help but look at each other. How can a supercar be so easy to find? There are a number of rental companies that rent out supercars, but they need to be vetted for qualifications, and with the show starting soon, it's questionable whether you'll be able to make it. But Lu Manqi did want to get this done, so she said, then, Sister Zhang, we will ask the leader. If the leader agrees, we will go to look for it. Okay. Then you guys go ahead. After saying that, Zhao Xiaolei left. What to do? Call Sister Zhang. Lu Manqi asked as she looked towards Feng Yang, unintentionally completely ignoring Li Tianyu's presence. It was no wonder. Li Tianyu had always been like a jerk and couldn't be relied on at all. So naturally, he didn't care if he had an opinion or not. Okay. Let's ask Sister Zhang what she means first.
Feng Yang responded.
Sister Zhang was naturally Zhang Changfang, the head of the administration department. Lu Manqi called Zhang Changfang. Zhang Changfang on the other end of the phone is also very difficult. After all, rent supercar is still quite troublesome. The rent is good. The key is that time is too tight. Now go to find a rental company. I'm afraid that it's too late. But in the end, Zhang Changfang said that she would ask the company's senior management again to see if anyone could borrow a supercar to fill up the scene. Zhang Changfang also said to prepare for both and think of other ways to do it, and whether there are any big-ticket items other than the supercar. After the call, Lu Manqi was also in quite a difficult situation. Where's the option other than a supercar? You can't get a couple of young models to dance, can you? Feng Yang, don't you have many ways? Ask those friends of yours if there are any that can contribute a supercar. Feng Yang was a bit helpless. Even if I have more ways, I don't have any friends who can drive a supercar. That thing is a luxury item. Ordinary people can't afford it. At that moment, Lu Manqi noticed Li Tianyu. By the way, Li Tianyu, do you have any way to borrow a supercar? Feng Yang hemmed and hawed. Him? You have even less to count on. Lu Manqi didn't say anything. She just asked casually and really didn't expect Li Tianyu to help. A supercar, that should be fine. Hearing Li Tianyu's words, the other two didn't react for a moment. Ha! You can borrow a supercar? Lu Manqi asked in surprise. Li Tianyu smiled slightly and said in an affirmative tone, It's okay. Feng Yang cannot believe it at all. This kid, not to mention borrowing, have not seen with their own eyes or two words. Do you? You know what a supercar is? Nonsense. Do you really think my brother has lived in vain? Feng Yang still thought that Li Tianyu was bragging. Okay then, what kind of car can you borrow? Then you can leave it. I'm going to make a phone call. Saying that, Li Tianyu also stopped paying attention to Feng Yang and stood up to leave. Looking at Li Tianyu's back, Feng Yang once again revealed a cold smile. Really can pretend. Can he really borrow a supercar? Lu Manqi looked worried. You really believe this kid just think bragging is not tax? He can borrow a cherry QQ is good. Oh! For Li Tianyu bragging, Lu Manqi is not surprised. A few days ago he did not say that he wants to buy a house in the third ring of the empire. Feng Yang was actually right. Li Tianyu was indeed bragging. It was just that he needed to be taxed. Li Tianyu went to a corner where no one was, then opened the system interface, and saw a variety of supercars in the order center. Vehicle name, Porsche 911. Vehicle type, supercar. Tax amount, 4,000 soft sister currency. Vehicle name, Ferrari 458. Vehicle type, supercar. Tax amount, 4,500 soft sister currency. Vehicle name, Pagani Windchild. Vehicle type, supercar. Tax amount, 6,500 soft sister currency. Vehicle name, Bugatti Veyron. Vehicle type, supercar. Taxable amount, 12,000 yen soft money. When Li Tianyu took a look at the list, he finally put his heart down. Originally, he was worried that these supercars would be highly taxed. The daily tax limit is only $10,000, and I've just used 3,500, leaving only a 6,500 limit. The good thing is that there are cheaper supercars like Ferrari and Porsche, both of which have slightly lower-end supercars. The Pagani Windjammer is subject to a tax of 6,500 soft dollars, which rounds up to $10,000. Li Tianyu bit his teeth and chose this Pagani Windjammer. The second credo of Li Tianyu's life is to pretend to be a critic, and to do so thoroughly. Naturally, I boasted in front of those two that it would be as expensive as possible to get it. You can't be petty about this kind of face. Chapter 12: A Sensation. A $20 million supercar. Li Tianyu paid nearly 10,000 soft dollars in taxes and then walked back. At this time, Lu Manqi and Feng Yang seemed to be bored and were both looking at their cell phones. Seeing that Li Tianyu had returned, Feng Yang came to his senses. Heh, Li Tianyu, did you borrow the supercar yet? Li Tianyu didn't pay attention to Feng Yang and sat down by himself. Seeing that Lu Manqi was also curious, Li Tianyu smiled and said, Pretty girl, don't worry. Leaving it to me is definitely no problem. Really borrowed? Feng Yang laughed out loud. Li Tianyu, how long are you going to pretend? Li Tianyu was lazy and didn't even look at Feng Yang.
Feng Yang frowned, obviously angry.
Li Tianyu, we're all adults. If you don't want to help us, just say so and we'll react with Director Zhao. Director Zhao was Zhao Shoutong, the director of the planning department and Li Tianyu's immediate leader. Feng Yang was clearly threatening Li Tianyu. If Li Tianyu was reacted to the boss of the planning department by the employees of the administration department because of his work attitude, then it would be a big problem. It was possible that Zhao Jitong would consider firing Li Tianyu. But now Li Tianyu wasn't afraid at all. It's the same old saying, money in your pocket, don't panic when things go wrong. Even if Li Tianyu is unemployed, he can still live on the rent, and he will live very elegantly. The big deal is to rent out a few more houses. Lu Manqi advised. Forget it, Feng Yang. It's not easy for everyone. Seeing that Li Tianyu still didn't respond, Feng Yang thought that he that was afraid. So he revealed a smug look. Li Tianyu, let me tell you, don't you take people for cuties. If you have friends who can drive sports cars, can you be a crappy planner in a company? You'd be in heaven already. If this was in the past, if someone had said this kind of thing to Li Tianyu, he would have blown up long ago. But now, for some reason, the heart is at peace. In retrospect, this may be equivalent to the calm demeanor that is exclusive to the rich. At that moment, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. Li Tianyu immediately pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this Mr. Li? A strange woman's voice came from over there. It's me. Your order in the Pagani Windjammer is available in the Imperial City. Where will it be delivered to you? Buying a supercar really does come with supercar-level service and a personalized delivery to the buyer's door. Li Tianyu immediately responded. Send it to the Imperial Capital Northern Engineering Exhibition Hall. Yes, it's on its way to you right away, so please keep the phone open. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and his expression became more calm. This made both Lu Manqi and Feng Yang a bit puzzled. Who called? Lu Manqi couldn't help but ask. The car will be delivered soon. A car? A supercar? Li Tianyu nodded. Lu Manqi glanced at Feng Yang, who also had a dumbfounded look on his face. Did this Li Tianyu really borrow a supercar? Or is this guy trying to brag until he dies? But what's the point of doing that if it's bragging and will soon be exposed? Feng Yang thought about it and remained firm in his opinion. It's impossible. It is really a big star in the cowhide world. It is really not until the Yellow River not to hit the south wall. I did not expect that there is such a strange person as Li Tianyu in the company. I'd like to see what kind of supercar you can borrow.
Feng Yang sneered.
Lu Manqi did not want to make the atmosphere too stagnant, so she said, Li Tianyu, even if you can't borrow, it doesn't matter. I thought about it. Maybe we can rent a Transformers or Gundam or some other model to put in the middle. Li Tianyu shook his head. The effect is there, but it's not as eye-catching as a supercar, and I've already gotten the supercar. It'll be here in a while. Lu Manqi let out an oh sound, thinking that this guy is really screwed up. Give him a step down, he does not even go down. Anyway, having done her best, Lu Manqi naturally stopped talking. If Li Tianyu really made a joke, it would be his own fault. After a few minutes, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang again. He answered the phone, said a few yes, and got up to leave. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang exchanged a glance. Both could see the strong emotion of doubt in the other's eyes. What did Li Tianyu do? Is it hard to believe that a supercar was actually delivered? Feng Yang shook his head. No, it is not that he underestimated Li Tianyu. The most this guy can do is to get a few $100,000 of car. What kind of BMW, Mercedes, Audi posing here is of no use. It will still make people laugh to death. Just then, a clamor could be heard coming from the arena, and many people ran towards the door. What's going on? Zhou Mengji asked. Feng Yang shook his head. Just heard someone over there shouting. Look! It's so beautiful. Yeah, what kind of car is this? It looks so weird. Weird? Don't be corny. This is a supercar. See that logo? Pagani. What's the name of this model? The other immediately responded. It's a Windjammer. Isn't it? I've seen it in car magazines. Yeah. Pagani Windjammer. Like $20 million. $20 million. Which company is so generous? A $20 million supercar is here for show. Chapter 13. Who is this guy? The chatter over there, Lu Manqi and Feng Yang heard it clearly. Lu Manqi couldn't sit still any longer and headed that way. I'll go take a look. Feng Yang was first stunned, then also stood up and followed. Without taking a few steps, he saw the crowd in front of him, which was watching something, suddenly part a crack, and the sound of a large displacement engine suddenly became clear. Just a low-slung car, slowly approaching. It was obvious that it was an ING supercar. The car was black and white, exaggerated but aesthetically pleasing and sci-fi, like a small alien spaceship. Taking another look into the driver's compartment, a handsome man in a suit was driving the supercar, and Li Tianyu was actually sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Lu Manchi's eyes widened, her face in complete disbelief. As for Feng Yang, he couldn't help but say, several times in a row, how could he not want to understand how Li Tianyu managed to get a supercar? Moreover, a look at the supercar styling will tell you that this is not a Porsche 911 kind of cheap. It is a real 10 million level of high-level supercars. The Pagani Windjammer drove up to the edge of Cloudlight Technologies' grounds, and when the doors opened, it caused another stir. For a top-class supercar, the eagle wing doors are almost a status symbol. Li Tianyu stepped down from the car barn and saw Zhao Xiaolei, the person in charge of setting up the venue. Li Tianyu walked over and said to Zhao Xiaolei, the supercar is here. Where's the right place to put it? Just put it in the center and tell him to drive to the center. Zhao Xiaolei is also considered to be a knowledgeable person, but she did not expect this company is so generous, actually got a so high-grade supercar. He saw Li Tianyu directing the handsome man inside to drive the handsome supercar to the center of the booth. Sure enough, this Cloudlight Technologies booth immediately became different, the batch grid steeply elevated by at least 5 or 6 levels. Even the employees of other companies in the neighborhood put down what they were doing and ran over to have a good time. When it comes to supercars, it's not uncommon to see them on the streets of the Imperial City, but there aren't many opportunities to see them so close up, unless it's at an auto show. Lu Manchi walked over and asked in a low voice, Li Tianyu, this car is very expensive, right? Who did you borrow it from? Li Tianyu would like to say that it is his own car, but they certainly did not believe so he casually said, I found a friend to help. He is engaged in supercar rental. Lu Manchi came to a sudden realization that Li Tianyu's explanation like this was completely acceptable. Then let's be careful. Don't cut into the bodywork and cause trouble for your friend. Well, just be careful. Li Tianyu responded indifferently, thinking that he was only spending $10,000 anyway, so it was like giving it for nothing. Hearing the conversation between the two, Feng Yang came over again. What Originally your friend is leasing supercars No wonder. Lu Manchi glared at Feng Yang. Cut the crap. The other person, Li Tianyu, was a big help. Although Feng Yang was unconvinced, he could only idle his mouth resentfully. After solving such a big problem, Lu Manchi was much more comfortable in her heart and her attitude towards Li Tianyu became better and better. By the way, how much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I'll call Sister Zhang in a while and apply for funding. Li Tianyu was stunned. Just now he was so focused on being cool that he hadn't thought about collecting rent. Of course, the company's money, it's not worth it. That's a good one. My friend and I are buddies. Just watch what you want. That's fine. I'll try to apply for as many as I can. By now, it was already time to leave work. One advantage of going out to the field for Li Tianyu is that he doesn't have to work overtime. Feng Yang was made quite faceless by Li Tianyu, so he had even less good looks and said to Lu Manchi, Manchi, let's go. I'll send you home. Lu Manchi hesitated. No, I'll just take the subway back myself. Then I'll walk you to the subway station. Lu Manchi nodded, then said to Li Tianyu, then we'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Li Tianyu took the lead and left earlier. Feng Yang and Lu Manchi followed close behind. The two of them soon realized that Li Tianyu was also heading towards the open parking lot. By the way, Li Tianyu said he drove here too. Lu Manchi whispered, go, follow and see what he's driving. This is not good. It's okay. Let's just take a look and go. Lu Manchi didn't insist anymore. In fact, she was also curious about what kind of car Li Tianyu was driving. It didn't take long to see Li Tianyu walk up to a sky blue SUV. That car was very nice. It looked like a new car by the shiny paint and the bright shiny wheels. On top of that, that car is obviously a luxury car. Feng Yang's two eyes stared round and said incredulously, Pow, Porsche Cayenne? This is Li Tianyu's car. Lu Manchi was also very shocked. She was aware of Li Tianyu's salary level, and it was impossible for him to afford this kind of luxury car. And even if the company's middle and senior leaders with higher salaries have at most $400,000 to $500,000 of ordinary luxury cars, there are not really many top luxury cars like Porsche. Only to see Li Tianyu directly pull open the door of the Porsche Cayenne and drive away nimbly. This leaves no room for disbelief on the part of the two. Chapter 14. Cousin is a little devil. Is Li Tianyu an invisible rich kid? That can't be right. Never saw him drive to and from work before today. Feng Yang suddenly revealed an expression of sudden realization. Could this car also be borrowed by Li Tianyu from that friend of his? That's possible. Since that friend of Li Tianyu's was able to rent a supercar, A luxury car like a Porsche Cayenne was even more out of the question. It's nice to have a friend who can rent a luxury car. Lu Manchi couldn't help but think so. The fact that Li Tianyu had rented a luxury car with a single phone call was widely spread in the company the next day. Many of the colleagues in the planning department ran over to Li Tianyu to get to the bottom of the matter. But where would Li Tianyu tell the truth while pretending to criticize? He fooled around in 2 or 3 sentences. However, that Pagani windjammer wasn't something Li Tianyu gave for nothing. Lu Manchi was really helpful and applied directly for a daily rental of 15,000 yuan. The show was going to be open for a week. Counting the 2 days of preparation, that's 9 days, and Tenny Li got $135,000 for the supercar rental. In addition, Li Tianyu took the time to Waterwood Castle in the neighborhood of another set of houses listed on the internet, and it did not take long. There are several people called, said to look at the house. First come, first served?
Bull.
Li Tianyu is not a cutie pie. Of course, whoever pays more gets it. In the end, the rent for that little 115 square feet 3-bedroom apartment in Waterwood Castle amounted to 16,000 soft dollars per month. That tenant was quite generous and paid 3 years' rent straight away. In this way, Li Tianyu's savings added nearly $600,000. With the previous 300,000 or so, that's about to loom as $1 million in savings. Where has Li Tianyu seen such a large sum of money? So happy that he did not sleep all night. When he got up late the next day, Li Tianyu simply sent a WeChat to Zhao Jitong to ask for a vacation. I didn't expect Zhao Jitong to be surprisingly good at talking, directly giving his approval and letting Li Tianyu have a good rest. Zhao Jitong's superintendent, whether the brain was kicked by the deception or the door was pinched violently, the attitude change is also too powerful. However, in retrospect, it was estimated that it was because Li Tianyu had solved the matter of renting a supercar, so it made Zhao Jitong look good and naturally took good care of Li Tianyu. Anyway, this is a good thing. Li Tianyu bought a bunch of snacks, so he stayed at home leisurely and ate and drank well. Soon, though, his happy time was over. A phone call came over. Li Tianyu looked at it. It showed the word, devil. Li Tianyu felt a headache. Why this guy? But no matter how reluctant, Li Tianyu cannot help. Devil is after all a relative. Cannot ignore ah. Li Tianyu pressed the answer button. A crisp voice came from the other side of the phone. Brother, what's gotten into you? What how? I've been in the Empire for over a month. Why haven't you contacted me either? Li Tianyu's head hurt even more. You just enrolled in school? You're still adjusting? What's the point of me contacting you? You're making it up. You just don't like me anymore. I felt strange to say that, and Li Tianyu really didn't know how to respond. Devil is actually the nickname Li Tianyu gave his cousin Tang Rou. The reason why she was called a devil was because this cousin was not an oil lamp and had taken pleasure in bullying Li Tianyu since she was a child. It could be said that Tang Rou was not soft at all, and her happiness was completely based on Li Tianyu's pain. Originally, Li Tianyu hadn't seen Tang Rou for 2 or 3 years since he had been working. But something horrible happened. Tang Rou actually got into the Imperial People's University this year and has been enrolled for over a month now. Li Tianyu really didn't want to provoke this little devil, so he had been dragging his feet on contacting her. Who knew that Tang Rou could not help but come to the door? Brother, don't you know how painful it is for me to live as a little girl, unfamiliar with the imperial capital? Once Li Tianyu heard it, Tang Rou had made some sense. He was slightly negligent. No matter how powerful the devil is, she's still just a little girl. Why don't you say anything? Guilty? Huh? Embarrassed, right? Are you blushing from ignoring me? Brother, I'm telling you, if you don't take care of me again, you're the most heartless man in the whole world. Tang Rou began to show her devilish nature. Turn around and I'll tell my great aunt that you don't take care of me at all. You didn't even ask. Don't. Li Tianyu had no choice but to say, tell you what, I'll pick you up in a while, and I'll treat you to a big meal. Okay. Then I'll wait for you and you hurry over. I say, Auntie, don't you have class this afternoon?
Ah, no.
You hurry up. Call me when you get there. After saying that, Tang Rou hung up the phone. Li Tianyu had no choice but to get dressed and bring his transportation card. A transportation card? Li Tianyu couldn't wait to slap himself. I also have a car. Still take the subway bus is not too. Chapter 15. A cousin who's a bit of a plagiarist. The Imperial People's University is not too far from the Waterwood Castle neighborhood, driving about half an hour or so. When he reached the entrance of the university, Li Tianyu hesitated and simply drove into the campus. After finding a nearby place to park his car, Li Tianyu called Tang Rou. Hey, Tang Roa, I'm here. Brother, you come to? Third teaching building 103. Li Tianyu was stunned. I don't recognize it. It's better for you to come out. I'm just at the main gate by the avenue. I can't. I still have a few things to finish organizing. So come over and wait for me for a while. There was no way around it, so Li Tianyu had to agree. After finding a few students and asking around, I finally found the third teaching building. Having said that, it's a great atmosphere for a college campus, no less. What's more, youthful beauties can be found everywhere. Li Tianyu was a bit puzzled. Where the hell did all these beautiful women go after graduation? When Li Tianyu walked into classroom 103, he was seeing a girl sitting on a chair, writing something carefully. The girl heard the commotion, looked up and stood up happily. Brother, you're finally here. This girl was indeed Tang Ro, as fake as it gets. But this girl has changed in more ways than usual. She used to have short hair, but now it's a shawl. Not only that, in Li Tianyu's impression, Tang Ro had always been crazy and pudgy, more naughty than a boy, but now, how she looked, she was a clean and tidy girl. The most important point is that Tang Ro has actually turned into a big beauty now. Li Tianyu for a time some looked dumbfounded, really female big 18 change, also just 2 or 3 years did not see much actually change so big. This level of prettiness was nothing like Tang Ro's mother. That is, Li Tianyu's old aunt Ah. By the way, Li Tianyu then remembered that Tang Ro's father wasn't the old aunt's original partner. They were a restructured family. In other words, Li Tianyu didn't actually have any blood relationship with Tang Ro. Who knew that in this moment of stupefaction? Tang Ro ran over and pulled Li Tianyu over, sitting next to her. Just give me a minute. I'll be right there. Oh, what are you getting? So busy. It's not even about the student council. These forms have to be sorted out right away. What? You joined the student council so soon? Aha! Tang Ro nodded as she organized the forms. I thought you said you were having a miserable time being out of your element. Yeah. I've been exploited by the president all day. Do you think I've had a miserable time? Li Tianyu was helpless. This girl Tang Ro was too smart-mouthed. She simply couldn't say anything about her. Tang Ro slapped the thick stack of forms together. There. Done. Okay. Then let's go eat a big meal. Brother, what am I going to treat me to? It's been such a long time since I've seen you. Don't just perfume me. Li Tianyu was just about to speak when the classroom door opened again and a male student came in. Zoe, are you done? I can help you. The student who came in looked up and saw that besides Tang Ro, there was another man, and immediately his face changed. Zoe, who is this? Li Tianyu thought to himself, this flunky is interested in Tang Ro, isn't he? Is this cousin that attractive? She's just enrolled in her first year of college. Just as he was thinking this, Li Tianyu felt his arm tighten, and Tang Ro actually wrapped her arms around him. For your information, this is my boyfriend. Ugh. Li Tianyu was a bit flustered for a moment. This cousin was up to something? What? Boyfriend? The boy showed an incredulous expression. No way. I've already asked around. You don't have a boyfriend at all. What are you talking about? It's not like everyone knows if I have a boyfriend or not. Zoe, listen to me. It doesn't matter even if you have a boyfriend. As long as you're not married, then I still have a chance. Li Tianyu heard, stunned. Did not expect this world shameless people or quite a lot of people. This is what he also said a few days ago. Well, this male student's name was Lu Jigang, a junior at the Imperial People's University, and also an officer of the student union. Lu Jigang is considered a campus-rich second generation, but this guy has a high vision. The general school flower is really difficult to enter his eyes. As soon as Tang Ro just showed her face in the student union, Lu Jigang was shocked into a heavenly beauty and launched a powerful pursuit attack on her, which could even be described as stalking already. But Tang Ro had always been oblivious to suitors with such good conditions. Now, I don't know where to organize a boyfriend, which cannot let Lu Jigang fire. Lu Jigang wasn't stupid. He reckoned that this boyfriend was Tang Ro moving in for a show. Are you really his boyfriend? Since Li Tianyu had been pushed out by his cousin, he couldn't turn back on the battlefield. So he could only respond with a stiff upper lip. So what if it's yes? Okay. What house are you in? Which class? Li Tianyu was also angered by Lu Jigang's attitude. Heh, you're not a police officer. What's the point of asking so clearly? Tang Ro really disliked the two for not having enough fire, and exaggeratedly shook Li Tianyu's arm. Honey, let's go, let's eat. Chapter 16. You robbed a bank. This girl is crazy. She even called out the name, husband. Lu Jigang really got even more fired up, his eyes glaring. Luckily, his self-control was pretty good, so at least there wasn't any roughhousing or spewing of profanity. Xiao Ro, I'll take you to dinner. I know one of the best, no, the most upscale restaurant in the Imperial City, and it's not far from the school. Not interested. Tang Ro said decisively. I've already made a date with my boyfriend. Li Tianyu wrapped an arm around Tang Ro's waist. Let's go. Let's eat. Aha. When Li Tianyu passed by Lu Jigang, he even pushed him aside with his shoulder. The two then walked out of the classroom and out of the building. Lu Jigang was stunned for a moment, apparently still refusing to give up. This kid also learned to be smart and ran to Tang Ro. Xiao Ro, why don't the three of us go together? I have a car. It's convenient to go anywhere. Tang Ro was just about to speak, but Li Tianyu grabbed the lead. No need. I have a car too. You have a car too? Not to mention Lu Jigang. Even Tang Ro was stunned, glancing at her cousin with wide eyes, thinking that this cousin couldn't be bragging, right? Although Tang Ro hadn't seen Li Tianyu for a long time, she was still able to know about him from her mom and dad. Li Tianyu can only be regarded as an ordinary small white-collar worker in the imperial capital. The surface is glamorous, but in fact, the days are also tight. A salary of a little over $10,000 a month is not rich in the imperial capital. Living in a modest rental house outside the 5th Ring Road, I have to walk 10 minutes to the subway station every day, and then take the subway for about an hour to get to the company where I work. And the imperial capital has long been limited to license plates for several years. Like Li Tianyu, such a situation is simply impossible to get a lottery number. Even if you have enough money, there is no way to really go to buy a car. But this was good, Li Tianyu saying this could indeed get rid of Lu Jigang's pestering. Okay then, I'll give you a ride. Lu Jigang just wanted to see what kind of car Li Tianyu was driving. The car can show a person's economic strength. If Li Tianyu's car belongs to the massive economic type, then Lu Jigang is very confident that this guy kill, from his hands back to Tang Ro. Seeing that Lu Jigang was still not leaving, Tang Ro was a bit flustered and whispered to Li Tianyu, "What should we do? He wants to keep following. He's going to reveal himself. Showing up? Show what? You're still pretending. Where are you going to get a car? This well." Li Tianyu felt interesting, so he took a step. "Don't worry. Won't let you lose face." "Huh? You really have one, don't you?" "Borrowed it." Li Tianyu smiled without saying a word and led Tang Ro to the parking lot on campus before walking next to a blue SUV. "Why don't you leave?" Tang Ro asked in a small voice again. "Arrived. Arrived." Tang Ro took a closer look at the blue SUV and couldn't help but stick out her finger. "Are you kidding? I've seen this car before. It's a Porsche, right? It's quite expensive." Li Tianyu smiled as he opened the passenger seat door and said, "Please get in." Tang Ro had been completely stunned at the sight, and only after several seconds did she wobble into the car. Looking not far away again, Lu Jigang was completely dumbfounded. "Really fake? This is a Porsche Cayenne, ah, look at this configuration. Is the top of the line, 1,800,000 or so carat." Only to see Li Tianyu getting into the driver's seat, handsomely closing the car door, opening the window and waving at Lu Jigang. "Buddy, thanks for seeing us off, we're off." Li Tianyu started his car, leaving behind 2 streams of exhaust, and left the campus of the Imperial People's University. "Brother, did you rob a bank? I'll be damned. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Can't you remember me kindly?" "Then what's with this car?" Tang Ro looked at the car's exquisite and unimaginable interior and said, "This car must be worth a lot of money. It's okay. Not too expensive." "Not really expensive? Who are you kidding? Don't think I don't know how much this car is worth. Do you really have that much money for it?" Li Tianyu thought to himself, "It really isn't expensive. It's only a few $1,000s. But he didn't say it out loud. He just tried to muddle through with a snort. "Che, you're underestimating your brother me too much. You who? Call you fat and you're gasping." Li Tianyu hurriedly changed the topic. "So you called me over here so that I can play your boyfriend? What it's just coincidence. Lu Jigang guy always pestering me not to let go. Nasty. I just concentrated on the wisdom to think of this idea, may be able to completely cut off his thoughts. Concentrated raw intelligence? How old did you say you were to come up with that? Che, isn't that how it's done in TV shows?" Li Tianyu extended a thumbs up to his cousin. "You're really good. You can learn everything. Enough of this nonsense. What exactly are you treating your lovely cousin to? We'll see when we get there. It's definitely to your taste." Half an hour later, Li Tianyu brought Tang Ro into a very famous buffet seafood restaurant in the imperial capital Seafire. Tang Ro took a look at the price list laid out on the front counter of the restaurant and revealed a surprised expression. $866 per person? Brother, you're going to treat me to such an expensive buffet. Chapter 17, Brother. Nonsense, didn't you say so? I haven't seen you for so long. How can I treat you to a good meal? Tang Ro gave a thumbs up towards Li Tianyu. Brother, this time your lovely cousin has to give you a nod. Then I won't be polite. Turn around and let me know when you can't even eat instant noodles. I'll definitely give you full relief. It was actually Li Tianyu's first time coming to eat this stuff. More than 800 per person seafood buffet. For the general working class, our price is not cheap. Before Li Tianyu just heard of the Seafire seafood restaurant. Cannot afford to go eat a meal. Now it's different, after all. Li Tianyu is a man who has 1 million soft currency deposits, and it doesn't hurt at all to spend a small $2,000 on a meal. Having said that, it's not bad for an 800-plus seafood buffet, and you can find just about any seafood you can think of and have seen on TV. Things like Australian lobster, king crab, elephant mussels, Arctic shells, and the like, all can be found. Best of all, it's all unlimited. Li Tianyu and Tang Ro got high this time and walked out of the restaurant with their stomachs slipping round. Then, Li Tianyu drove Tang Ro back to school again. Brother, you're too generous now. Do you have a girlfriend now? Why don't I be your girlfriend? Cut the crap and hurry back. Li Tianyu screwed Tang Ro's face and said, Call me again if anything happens.
No.
I have to call you for nothing and I'll tweet you. After saying that, Tang Ro waved her hand and bounced into the school gates like a little girl. Li Tianyu sighed, thinking that his peaceful days would come to an end when this little devil arrived in the imperial capital. After returning home, Li Tianyu received a WeChat from Tang Ro. Thanks for the hospitality, big guy. Li Tianyu was just about to say something back when a call came in. A look at the caller ID, it's Mom Yitsuaping calling. It's true that we've just sent away a little devil and here comes a big one. Li Tianyu had to press the answer button. Li Tianyu, Mom, what's up? Yitsuaping, it's not a big deal. Mom is just asking you, how are you getting ready? Li Chanhua, what's ready for? Yitsuaping, you are trying to piss off Mom, aren't you? What day of the week is tomorrow? Li Tianyu, Sunday, where's this going? Suddenly, Li Tianyu finally remembered that he had a blind date to deal with on Sunday. Li Tianyu, I know, Mom. It's just a blind date. What do I need to prepare for this? Yitsuaping, son, I'm telling you, this girl is good. You'd better seize the opportunity for me. Well, I know, I will work hard, okay? Dear old Mom. Alas, there is a phone call in. It is our leader. I hang up first. Li Tianyu hung up the phone. Thinking whether the girl is good or not, he has to see it first. The next morning, Chun Onlu drove on the northern 4th Ring Road of the imperial capital. Today Chun Onlu is going on a blind date with a boy named Li Tianyu, who was introduced to her by her second aunt. Chun Onlu didn't want to go. She graduated a few years ago, not at all in a hurry to find a partner, but the second aunt urged her to make a trip, so she could only give in. Anyway, it is just a blind date, see a side on the pull down. Chun Faru did not expect the other side is a rich handsome. The place to meet with the other party was in a Western restaurant on the 4th floor of the Huaxia Mall in the North 4th Ring Road. Chan Onlu drove into the underground parking lot of Huaxia Mall when a call came in. Chun Onlu held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up her cell phone with the other. Just as she tried to glance at the caller ID, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye. Chun Onlu was startled and reflexively stepped heavily on the brake.
Ouch, Mama.
Chun Onlu thought to herself that she was finished. She had bumped into someone this time. She hurriedly turned off the car and pushed the door to get out of the car. And sure enough, she saw that a man was on the ground, one hand still covering his waist. Are you okay? Chun Onlu hurriedly walked forward, squatted down, and checked the man's injuries. Ugh. Sis, can you drive and watch out for people? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Nonsense. You still want to run people over on purpose? Ha! It's you? The two actually shouted in unison. You're stalking me? Chun Onlu exclaimed as she pointed at the other party. This other party is, of course, Li Tianyu. He also just drove here, parked his car and walked towards the elevator while looking at his phone, not expecting to be hit by this female driver. Who would have thought that the wrongdoers would be narrow, and that the female driver would actually be the beautiful woman that she had messed with at the barbecue a few days ago. Big sister, it's not that I'm stalking you. It's that you bumped into me. Alas, you're too ruthless. How big a grudge is this? Not me. After all, Chun On Lu was the party that hit the person, and also knew that it was not justified, but still helped Li Tianyu up. Are you going to be okay? Why don't I take you to the hospital? No need, no need. Li Tianyu took a closer look at Chun On Lu. I didn't expect you to be so childish. Chun On Lu's face changed. What do you mean? Likes to wear polka dot panties. Chapter 18, What to Eat, Whatever You Want. You. Chun On Lu was angry and anxious, itching to fling Li Tianyu. Not only is this guy bad, but he's also a pervert. It turned out that when Chun On Lu crouched down just now, Li Tianyu caught a glimpse of the bottom of her skirt. Li Tianyu took advantage and the pain in his body immediately disappeared. All right, I won't tease you. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Hey, you. Chun On Lu thought about it and didn't know what to say, but seeing that Li Tianyu didn't look like he was in trouble, he simply didn't care about him. Really out of the blue, Chun On Lu thought to herself that this has not even begun to matchmaking, and met the bogeyman. The luck is also too bad. Chun On Lu returned to the car and parked it in the nearest parking space. Only then did she pick up her cell phone and take a look at it. It turned out to be her best friend Lin Jai calling. It was assumed that Lin Jai wanted to ask her how her blind date went. Chun On Lu was also too lazy to return, and directly went up the elevator in the basement to the 4th floor. After entering that Western restaurant, Chun On Lu casually found a seat and sat down. It's not yet time for lunch, and there aren't many people in this Western restaurant. Chun On Lu looked around and there didn't seem to be anyone who looked like a blind date. Just then, a person sat down across from Chun On Lu. Hi, again. Chun On Lu took a look. It was that annoying guy again. And you said you weren't following me. What the hell do you want? Chun On Lu asked with a frown. Don't tease. I don't get paid to follow you. As soon as Li Tianyu entered the restaurant just now, he happened to see Chun On Lu. And anyway, it wasn't time for the appointment yet, so he thought of teasing her first. Chun On Lu asked again. Then what are you doing here? I'm meeting someone. Why? You got a date too. Don't mind you. Just get out of the way. Che, just get out of the way. You think I want to see you all the time? It's not because you're always in front of my eyes. After saying that, Li Tianyu stood up, gave Chun On Lu a "you're weak" gesture, and went to find other seats. By this time, it had already reached the time agreed upon for the blind date, and Chun On Lu's cell phone rang. At first glance, it was an unfamiliar number. Chun On Lu knew that it was a blind date, that is, Li Tianyu called. By this point, she was feeling a little nervous inside, with a slight hint of anticipation. Chun On Lu thought, if it is a high-flying handsome, then we can still get to know each other in case we can achieve a little beautiful. At that moment, a male voice came over the phone. Hey, hello, this is Li Tianyu. Hi, I'm Angela Chun. For some reason, Chun On Lu felt that this voice was somewhat familiar, but for a moment, she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. Have you gotten to the restaurant yet? Here we are. I'm in the 5th bay on the left-hand side of the door as soon as you enter, on the side with the floor-to-ceiling windows. Okay, I'll get you. After hanging up the phone, Chun On Lu sat down and waited for the hero to show up. But after a few seconds, that annoying man walked over again, then stood next to him and kept staring at Chun On Lu. Of course Chun On Lu was not happy and frowned. What's wrong with you? Still pestering me? Li Tianyu was also helpless and asked weakly, Are you Chun On Lu? Huh? How do you know? Heh, that's interesting. Saying that, Li Tianyu greatly grinned and resumed his seat across from Chun On Lu. Chun On Lu finally understood, her pretty eyes glaring round. No, it can't be. You're Li Tianyu. As in fake. Chun On Lu rubbed her somewhat painful temples, really unable to accept such a fact. Auntie had sworn that the boy she was going to meet was very good, tall, handsome, and had a stable job. Of course, Chun On Lu doesn't really believe in it, but a blind date can't be as bad as this, right? Li Tianyu, however, still laughed. We're quite destined to meet before the blind date. That's not exactly an acquaintance, thank you. What does that count for? Harassment. You're talking out of your ass. Li Tianyu said here and pushed the menu on the table to Chun On Lu. What happened before? It's my fault. In fact, I was just joking. Today I'll treat you. You can order whatever you want. Chun On Lu actually wanted to say bye-bye to Li Tianyu immediately, but thought that he had driven here with great difficulty, and it would be too much of a loss to leave right away. Might as well slaughter him right here and make this guy suffer a bit too. So, okay. I can order whatever you say? Li Tianyu smiled without saying anything and made a gesture of, do as you wish. To be honest, Li Tianyu's behavior like this was quite a bit of a high-flying flavor. But Chun Onlu also knew that this guy was definitely pretending to be a critic. Waiter order. Chun Onlu beckoned and a waiter came over. What can I get you, ma'am? Well, wait a moment, I'll take a look. Chun Onlu looked through the menu while saying, Caesar salad, Jack Daniel's wine-marinated salmon, New Zealand lamb chops, to be cooked 7 minutes, and onion pork tenderloin, excellent lobster soup. By the way, what kind of lobster was used for this one? Miss, the lobster used is Caribbean shoalwater bay lobster. Flown in and very fresh. That's fine, make that too. Okay. Chapter 19. Nasty Colleagues. Chun Onlu was determined to cure Li Tianyu, so he specialized in picking expensive orders. While ordering, he also secretly checked Li Tianyu's face. To her slight surprise, Li Tianyu actually kept his face unchanged. Still pretending, okay? Then let you pretend to the end. Chun Onlu murmured. What? Nothing? A French foie gras? Yes. And a bottle of Tuscan red. High vintage. That's all. Chun Onlu felt that the point was almost over. After all, Li Tianyu was introduced by her second aunt as a blind date. She could not do too much. And frankly speaking, although Li Tianyu outside, but also did not do anything excessive things, and Chun Onlu also knocked him down, people did not say anything. But even so, what Chun Onlu ordered had to be around $2,000 or $3,000. In her anticipation, this was enough to make Li Tianyu's flesh hurt for a while. Li Tianyu, you're okay with me ordering these, right? Li Tianyu, however, still shook his head. It's okay. I said you can order whatever you want. Chun Onlu was stunned, thinking that this guy wouldn't be trying to cheat at the checkout, right? Although Chun Onlu's salary is not low, but the monthly expenses are also high. And to spend thousands because of a completely inadequate blind date like Li Qianwu, that's kind of a bummer. Li Tianyu seemed to have read Chun Onlu's mind, crossed his legs and said, Don't worry, I won't renege on the bill, and I brought enough money. Are you kidding me? Li Tianyu is a man with $1 million in savings plus 3 sweets. A meal can eat him poor? Well, I didn't think you had it in you. Why not? It's not like I got this meal for nothing. Ugh? What do you mean? Li Qianwu smiled and said, Consider this as payment for you? You! Chun Onlu was so infuriated that she almost spat out blood, thinking that rotten people were just rotten people. Too much. Never be in the company of such people. Chun Onlu was just about to leave in anger when she heard someone behind her calling her name. Hi Lulu. What a coincidence. You're actually eating here too. Chun Onlu turned around to see that it was actually a colleague, Ding Xiangping, as well as a rather handsome-looking man wearing Armani casual wear. Chun Onlu thought, today's luck is really bad to home. Do not want to meet all the people met. There's a saying that beautiful women are born enemies of each other. The relationship between Chun Onlu and Ding Xiangping is a perfect example. In the company, Ding Xiangping on the surface to Chun Onlu peacefully, but behind the scenes, but everything wants to compete with her. Very often, even Ding Xiangping would say something bad about Chun Onlu behind her back. Every time I think of this, Chun Onlu will be angry, but on the surface cannot lose the style. Yes, what a coincidence. Chun Onlu could only smile in response. Ding Xiangping pointed at the handsome man beside her. Right, Lulu? Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Peng Guangyi. Hello, Chun Onlu said with a smile, but in her heart, she was secretly slandering. Okay, I know you hurry to take this handsome boyfriend of yours to go. Since we ran into each other, can we sit here? Can ah. Chun Onlu was really going crazy. Just now Li Tianyu was enough to give her a headache. But now there was another Ding Xiangping. Once Ding Xiangping came, Chun Onlu couldn't even walk. Lulu, why don't you introduce us? Who is this handsome guy? This question made Chun Onlu momentarily speechless. If she told the truth that Li Tianyu was a blind date, then she would definitely be caught by Ding Xiangping. And Chun Onlu guaranteed that tomorrow the whole company would know that she, Chun Onlu, had gone on a blind date and wouldn't be a big laughingstock. She Chun Onlu at least is a beautiful girl, actually reduced to rely on people to introduce objects. What is that called? Just as Chun Onlu hesitated, Li Tianyu spoke up. I'm her boyfriend, Li Tianyu. Chun Onlu was stunned when she heard it, thinking that this kid's ability to make up his own mind was too big. Ding Xiangping covered her mouth in exaggeration. Alas, Lulu, so you have a boyfriend? I thought you were single. Oh, we just started dating. Li Tianyu, right? Quickly tell me how you chased Lulu? Let me tell you, a beautiful woman like Lulu is very hard to chase. It's nothing really, if I have to say it. Li Tianyu glanced at Chen Anlu and his smile became even more intense. Actually, we fell in love at first sight. Thumbs up. Chen Anlu was originally drinking water, and when she heard Li Tianyu's words, she almost sprayed all the water out. Wow, love at first sight. That's so romantic. It's getting rare nowadays like yours. How? Li Tianyu asked curiously. This society is very realistic nowadays. If you don't give something, what girl will be willing to follow you? Upon hearing this, Chen Anlu revealed a bitter smile, thinking that Ding Xiaoping had indeed started again. Chapter 20. A designer bag that costs tens of dollars. Li Tianyu, however, put on a curious expression. How so? Ding Xiaoping glanced at Chen Anlu and looked quite pleased with herself. Take me for example, when Guangyi chased after me, that was no small amount of effort. Oh? What has it all taken? That's a lot of things like car pickup and delivery, ordering a cup of coffee every day, and giving me little surprises on holidays. Is that all? Look at you, of course it's more than that. Ding Xiaoping ruffled her hair, revealing the beautiful pearl earrings, and pointed to the bracelet on her wrist. See, this is what Guangyi gave me. The 2 pieces of jewelry she had looked quite fancy, and she didn't know what brand they were. Ding Xiaoping took her bag to the table again. And this one, Guangyi just gave it to me. LV's new limited edition handbag. Right, Lulu? Guess how much this bag costs? Chen Anlu really do not want to answer, but in order not to lose face, only reluctantly said, this bag, more than 10,000. It's a limited edition, how can it be over $10,000? It's more than $18,000. Isn't that right, Guangyi? Peng Guangyi hurriedly nodded. Yes, 18,800. 18,018. Isn't that more than 10,000? Li Tianyu couldn't help but say. Hearing Li Tianyu's words, Ding Xiaoping was not happy. Ugh. See how easy you say that. Do you think the bag isn't too expensive? It's okay. It's not exactly cheap. Ding Xiaoping frowned, thinking what is the origin of this Chen Anlu's boyfriend? Enough to be able to pretend have to straighten him out. Lulu, your boyfriend is pretty good. Isn't he? What kind of work does he do? Chen Anlu can be worried. How does she know what Li Tianyu does, before she has time to ask? Li Tianyu, however, answered directly, getting kicked. I mean I'm in IT. That makes a lot of money, doesn't it? Not bad. Chen Anlu's most worried about things still happened. This Ding Xiaoping's climbing heart is not the general heavy. Definitely want Li Tianyu to get to the bottom of it. Chen Anlu also knows that Li Tianyu is at most an ordinary white-collar worker, and his salary is truly not high. If this continued, even if he didn't reveal himself, he would be ridiculed by Chen Anlu. Ding Xiaoping turned her head to look at Chen Anlu. Of course she could see that the other party's expression was a bit unnatural. Lulu, has your boyfriend ever given you anything? Sent. What have you given away? Let's see what you've got. Chen Anlu reluctantly smiled and waved her hand. But I didn't bring it with me. It's all just trinkets. Ding Xiaoping was not willing to give up. You didn't bring any of them? Right? Chen Anlu's face was red, obviously a little angry. This Ding Xiaoping was really too much. At this time, he only heard Li Tianyu faintly say, Lulu, have you forgotten? I said I would give you a gift. Huh? Giving me a gift? Ugh. How could you even forget that? Isn't today the anniversary of our meeting? Ding Xiaoping observed Chen Anlu's expression again and felt that something wasn't right. So she asked, then what kind of gift are you going to give Lulu? Also the bag. That makes me even more curious. What bag are you giving away? Can you show it to Hiroyuki and I and turn around and ask him to send it to me as well? In fact, Ding Xiaoping do not believe that Li Tianyu will give Chen Anlu what decent bag it, estimated that the most is $1,000 or $2,000 of the big road goods, or even a few $100s of high imitation bags are possible. Ding Xiaoping asked this question, also deliberately trying to embarrass Chen Anlu and her boyfriend. It just feels good to step on people. Who made Chen Anlu always put on an air of innocence in the company. I only heard Li Jie-woo say slowly, don't worry. I'll bring the bag over in a moment, so you'll know when you look at it. Chen Anlu heard, completely flustered. She is not to understand what Li Tianyu in the end in the whole moth. The two of them had just met normally, so how could they have any kind of anniversary of meeting each other? Moreover, Li Tianyu still wants to send her a bag. That is basically a weasel to the chicken to pay tribute to the new year, no good intentions. If Li Tianyu gave Chun Anlu a broken bag, then she would lose a lot of this face. The more Chun Anlu thought about it, the more anxious she became, and hurriedly gave Li Tianyu a wink, but the latter acted as if he didn't see it at all. In fact, Li Tianyu was currently browsing the system interface. Item name: new ladies color blocking shoulder bag. Item brand: Louis Vuitton. Item color: brown. Tax amount: $75 soft money. Item name: new early spring boit chapeau canvas round cake women's bag. Item brand: Louis Vuitton. Item color: brown. Tax amount: 59 yuan soft sister currency. Item name: mini 19 flap cross-body bag. Item brand: Hermes. Item color: black. Tax amount: $245 soft sister currency. Item name: new cowhide snake head buckle chain shoulder crossbody bag. Item brand: Vulgari. Item color: green. Taxable amount: 136 yuan soft sister currency. Chapter 21. Where can I find a boyfriend like this? Li Tianyu didn't have time to look around much, and he didn't really know much about women's bags, so he just chose the one that paid the most expensive tax. The more expensive the tax you pay, the better anyway, and it's so cheap, only a couple dozen dollars for the cheap ones and just over 200 for the most expensive ones. This is cheaper than buying a fake bag. What's left to give up? Li Tianyu decisively handed over 245 soft sister coins. Bought a Hermes black satchel. At this moment, Ding Xiangping turned her head to Chen Anlu and said, "Lulu, are you looking forward to your boyfriend's gift?" Period. Kinda looking forward to it. Chen Anlu finally knew what it was like to be mute and unable to speak of the pain. All she could do now was to pray that this guy Li Tianyu didn't go too far. Suddenly, the music started. Flowers in my heart. I want to take you home to that late-night bar. Who cares if it's true or not? It was Li Tianyu's cell phone ringing, and he immediately picked it up. Ding Xiangping and Peng Guangyi all revealed disdainful smiles. "Lulu, your boyfriend's cell phone ringtone is quite grounded, haha." Chen Anlu, needless to say, has long been blushing. This Li Tianyu is also too vulgar. It is really a disgrace. "Hello. Yes, this is Li Tianyu. Which one of you?" "Oh yes. I ordered a package from you." "Yes. I'm in the Jillian's West on the 4th floor. So send it right over, please." Li Tianyu's words took the other three by surprise. Ding Xiangping thought to herself, did this kid really buy a bag? And it's still a home delivery kind of thing? Chen Anlu's heart, on the other hand, was confused as hell. These behaviors of Li Tianyu were too odd for her to understand. Did Li Tianyu really buy her a gift beforehand? But does it have to be? It's just a normal blind date. And if you bought a gift, why didn't you just bring it here instead of having someone come and deliver it? Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Western restaurant. It was a woman in a suit and uniform with a bag in her hand. "Excuse me, which one is Mr. Li Tianyu?" the woman asked. Li Tianyu held up his hand. "Here it is." The woman walked over, then respectfully handed the bag in her hands to Li Tianyu's hands with both hands. "The items you ordered are here for you to check." Li Tianyu opened the bag and glanced at it slightly. "Okay, no problem. Okay. Then feel free to call us if anything happens." After that, the uniformed woman left. Taking another look at Ding Xiangping, his face was filled with astonishment. She had heard the word Hermes clearly. No way, this guy really bought a Hermes bag for Chen Anlu? That's a lot of money to spend. Isn't it? You know, Hermes bags are the top luxury in the women's bag world, and any one of them starts at over $10,000. "Lulu." Li Tianyu affectionately pushed the bag to Chen Anlu's side. "I don't know what color you like, so I just picked a popular color. See if you like it." Chen Anlu snapped out of her shock like a dream. As a young girl, she certainly knew the value of the Hermes brand. Why did Li Tianyu buy such an expensive bag? Is it really for her, Chen Anlu? However, Chen Anlu was still a bit skeptical of Li Tianyu's motives. It wouldn't be a lousy bag packed in here, right? So, apprehensively, she took the bag inside and uncovered the unopened white dust bag. From inside, he pulled out a small black bag. Chen Anlu and Ding Xiangping's eyes lit up, all showing their female instincts. As the saying goes, if you haven't nailed a woman, it's because you didn't send her a bag. And if you still haven't nailed it even after you've sent a bag, it's because you didn't send a good enough bag. Hermes, really? Chen Anlu touched the logo metal ornaments on the black bag, exquisite, and then carefully looked at the zipper head, but also completely flooded with the flavor of luxury. Although she was no expert in identifying the authenticity of big brands, this kind of workmanship was 80% certain to be the real thing. Ding Xiangping was greedy just looking at it, and had long since lost the air of despising people just now. Can I take a look? Could be. Chun Anlu handed the Hermes bag to Ding Xiangping. Ding Xiangping looked at it and couldn't help but scream. This is, God, the latest model of the flap crossbody bag. Counter price is more than 80,000 yuan it. When Chun Anlu heard this, her eyes were even more glazed over. Over 80,000? Li Tianyu would send an 80,000 plus bag to a blind date he hasn't even met yet? This is more than a pipe dream. In fact, Li Tianyu didn't know how much the bag cost, nothing more than it cost him more than 200 tax dollars. Is this really for me? That's for sure. I just picked one at random. I didn't know if you'd like it. This batch is loaded well. Ding Xiangping had been completely unable to stay. Originally she wanted to show off her boyfriend, but now it's not enough that she's eaten a large amount of dog food, and she's been slapped a few times. More than 80,000 yuan of bags said to give away. This kind of boyfriend is also too much to be coveted. Chapter 22. This guy's a little weird. At this time, the things that Chun Anlu had ordered were brought up one after another by the waiters. Ding Xiangping took the opportunity to say, "You guys eat first, we won't be the light bulb." With that, Ding Xiangping pulled her boyfriend Peng Guangyi out of the restaurant. "Aren't we going to have lunch here?" Peng Guangyi asked. "What's there to eat? It's so embarrassing. There's no point in eating." With that, Ding Xiangping sped up, leaving Peng Guangyi behind by a large margin. "Hey, wait for me." On the other side, Li Tianyu sat opposite Chun Anlu. At this time Chun Anlu was really a bit uncomfortable, but she wouldn't be naive enough to think that this bag was really for her. "Here's the bag back. Thanks for taking the heat off me." Saying that, Chun Anlu pushed the bag to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows. "What are you talking about? How can you get back what you gave away?" Chun Anlu was stunned. "You really want to send me? Nonsense. Why else would I have nothing better to do than buy a woman's bag? But this bag is expensive." "It's expensive, but it's also very inviting." Chun Anlu cried out in her heart. Although Chun Anlu's income is not low, she only has 1 or 2 designer bags, and none of them are worth more than $10,000. It's really impossible for her to spend $80,000 on a Hermes bag. I only heard Li Tianyu laugh. "If you're embarrassed, why don't you trade something with me?" "What is it?" "Stay with me for a few nights," said Li Tianyu, lowering his voice. You asshole, I don't want this bag." "Just kidding, what's your hurry?" Seeing that Li Tianyu's expression was indeed joking, Chun Anlu subsided. "Hungry, eat, eat, eat." Li Tianyu didn't mention the matter of the bag again, picked up the knife and fork and started to eat the high-end Western food on the table. "Hey, are you really going to give it to me? Let me make it clear to you. Taking this bag doesn't mean that the two of us will develop in the future." Li Tianyu waved his hand. I know. Chun Anlu now finally believed that Li Tianyu was really going to give her the bag. Mutterings flooded through her. "This doesn't make sense. Auntie Tu clearly said that Li Tianyu was just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could he be so generous? Can't it be that this guy is an invisible rich man, and the situation is not even clear to the second aunt? Moreover, last time Li Tianyu did say that he had 3 suites in the imperial capital. Could it also be true?" But after thinking about it, Chun Anlu still couldn't accept such an expensive gift. As the saying goes, eating people's mouths is soft, taking people's hands is short, and she, Chun Anlu, is not the kind of girl who can rely on a bag. But then again, if Li Qianwu's finances were really strong, then it would really be possible to get a little bit of a place. After a meal, the atmosphere was a little better than Chun Anlu had imagined at first, and Li Tianyu didn't say anything out of the ordinary again. After finishing his meal, Li Tianyu shouted in a very domineering manner, "Waiter, check out. I'll settle the bill after all. I ordered it all." Chun Anlu said shyly. Finding that Chun Anlu's attitude actually had a 180-degree change, Li Tianyu couldn't help but float a bit and said a bunch of pretty words. "What are you talking about? It's only natural for a man to buy dinner. When I say this meal is on me, it's on me, you're welcome. By the way, have you eaten yet? Want to order a couple more?" Li Tianyu's words made Chun Anlu directly dizzy from the conversation. Then Li Tianyu handsomely tapped his bank card to the waiter and settled the bill sharply. That stance is like a landlord with a mine in his house. This blind date went surprisingly well afterward, except for a bit of awkwardness at the beginning. The two sides also added each other's WeChat. When it was time to say goodbye, Chun Onlu called out to Li Tianyu. You can have this bag back. It's too expensive for me to take. Li Tianyu was stunned. You don't want it? It's useless for me to take it back. No one else to deliver? No. If you don't like it, throw it in the trash. After saying that, Li Tianyu waved his hand and left, leaving Chun Onlu messy in the wind. An $80,000 bag, thrown in the trash. This guy can really talk. Chun Onlu of course couldn't throw it in the garbage can and only brought it back. After returning home, Chen Onlu's second aunt called to inquire about the results of the blind date. I think it can only be described as okay. Yo, you can still only say it's okay. You've never been introduced to someone this high before. Second aunt, you're still talking. The information you've inquired about is not correct at all. What's not right? He has 3 suites in the imperial capital and is exceptionally rich. He gave me a bag of over $80,000 as soon as we met. Huh? Are you talking about Li Tianyu? Yeah, it's Li Tianyu. Are you kidding me? How can his family afford to buy him a house in the imperial city? Could have been earned by Li Tianyu himself. That's even more unlikely. A few days ago I also inquired. Li Tianyu's salary is just a little over 10,000. In the imperial city to pay back the monthly payments are waste of energy. But that's what he said. And he couldn't have given me an $80,000 bag if he didn't have any money. Could he? Chapter 23. Mom, I didn't do anything illegal. Is this kid Li Yuyu lying to you? Don't you know yet? We are next to Chu Yuan here. Chu Yuan is a town that specializes in all grades of fake handbags, including general imitation bags and high imitation bags. Especially those high imitation, the similarity can even reach 90%. Even many treasure experts will hit the eye. Second auntie, do you mean to say that the bag he gave me is fake? I'm just guessing. I'll inquire with Li Tianyu's mom later. And don't wrongly accuse anyone else. Hanging up the phone, Chun Onlu was a little speechless. Once again took out that Hermes bag to drink. How to see cannot be seen as a fake. Perhaps it might be true that Li Tianyu had been wrongly accused. Chun Onlu thought so. To say the least, Li Tianyu's mother Yi Tsueping and Chan Onlu's second aunt Zhou Min is also considered a good girlfriend, which is why I thought of letting Li Tianyu and Chan Onlu suitable for a marriage. Originally, both sides did not hold much hope. After all, Chan Onlu's conditions are superior. Not only is a graduate of a prestigious school, but also the income is not low. More crucially, Chun Onlu was still a few years younger than Li Tianyu, quite young, and there seemed to be no need to rush to find a date. Who the two talked down worked well. Zhou Min thought it was strange that Li Tianyu, whom she knew, was not a particularly outstanding boy. So how did he bring down Chun Onlu? It was only after this question that I realized that Li Tianyu had bragged well. However, in order to be on the safe side, Zhou Min still approached Yi Tsueping to ascertain whether Li Tianyu had 3 sets of houses in the imperial city or not. No, not to mention 3 sets, even if there is 1 set, it is not considered that he, Li Tianyu, is bragging. On the other hand, Li Tianyu did have his heart set on Chun Onlu. After all, the girl had the body and the looks, and was his cup of tea in terms of appearance. Who knows that when she tweets her again, Chun Onlu's replies are always salty. This depressed Li Tianyu to the core. This girl is so ungrateful. She ate his food and took his things. Not only did she not even let her hand touch them, but why did she have such a bad attitude? However, Li Tianyu quickly put this behind him. After all, his assets were increasing all the time. In the last few days, T.Y. Li got 3 more suites by way of taxes. The first one was in the East 3rd Ring Road, right near the China World Trade Center, 98 square meters, and taxed close to 10,000 to get it. The place where this house is located is the prime location in the gold of the imperial capital, so it is not at all worrying to rent, and the rent is thief high. The second one is in the North 5th Ring Road, which is the lot near Zhongguancun, a 3-bedroom house of 150 square meters. It's close to the suburbs, but it's highly sought after, and many yards tend to rent it out quickly at a high price. The third is in the North 4th Ring Road, a small 3-bedroom apartment of 115 square meters, just over 100 meters away from the subway station on Line 10. The first 2 houses Li Tianyu rented out at about 1,000 below market price. The condition was to pay a year's rent at a time, and he actually obtained another $1 million out of rent at once. Now Li Tianyu's assets had reached 1,800,000 soft currency. The third house has just been posted online and 3 people have called to see it, so apparently it will soon be rented out and collected. Li Tianyu looked at the deposit figures on his bank account with joy. But there was still a considerable gap between the upgrade conditions of $10 million. No matter anyway, as long as there was money to spend, a car to drive, and a house to live in, Li Tianyu felt like he was living a godly life. The only thing missing is women, but with money, I'm sure that's not too hard to get. If Chun Anlu can't do it, then there are other girls. For example, Lu Manchi. Her recent attitude towards Li Tianyu was still quite gentle. Just then, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. Look at the caller ID, it is the mother Yi Tsueping called. Li Tianyu answered the phone. Hey mom, why do you miss me again? Yi Tsueping. Thinking, you child net shame to mom. Li Tianyu. How am I humiliated? Yi Tsueping. Last time I asked you to go on a blind date, you were bragging with that girl, right? Li Tianyu. Bragging? No. Yi Tsueping. Don't think I don't know. You told people that you have 3 suites in the imperial capital. And you also gave them a bag of 80,000 yuan. Good boy, your mouth is getting bigger and bigger. Li Tianyu also has no way to explain, to tell the truth. Moms certainly do not believe, so also can only make up lies. Mom, I don't just have 3 houses here. I have many. I'm in a business partnership. The houses are my partners. I'll just contribute. Don't worry about it. I didn't quit my old job. I'm not that stupid to wait until I make a lot of money. Oh, I told you, it's not anything illegal. It's just collecting houses and renting them out. Yeah, you're gonna have to say it's okay to be a second landlord. Li Tianyu said half a day and finally convinced Yi Tsueping that he had not broken the law. Yi Tsueping added, I don't care what you're doing outside. Isn't it time for you to go home and take a look? Yeah, no problem. I'll go back and check it out this weekend if nothing else comes up. Chapter 24. This guy's rich. On Saturday, Li Tianyu asked his leader, Zhao Jitong, for a vacation, saying that he had urgent business to go home. Due to Li Tianyu's recent general performance, Zhao Jitong did not say anything and approved the leave very quickly. Li Tianyu's old home was in Yenyun City near the imperial capital. Although Yenyun City is a domestic fame, but the scale is a third-tier city only talk about not developed. In the past, Li Tianyu used to return to Yenyun City by train or long-distance bus. But now it was different, he could drive home. Li Tianyu traveled all the way on the highway and arrived at Yenyun City in more than 2 hours, which felt too good. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu's mother, Yi Tsueping, had nothing to do. So she went downstairs and went to the bottom of the building to cool off while waiting for her son to come back. At this time, another middle-aged woman came out from the door of the building, and it was Wang Feng who lived on the first floor. Wang Feng loves small talk and immediately came up to climb into the conversation. Tsueping, is your family Tianyu coming back today? Yeah, it should be here in a while. Yi Tsueping responded with a smile. By the way, didn't it have to be 4 or 5 years since Tianyu stayed in the imperial capital after graduation? Pretty much. Wang Feng revealed a curious expression. Then how much can he earn in a month? This? I'm not sure exactly, 10,000 or so points. It's only over $10,000, huh? I've heard that if you don't make $20,000 to $30,000 a month in the imperial capital, it's impossible to live. Yi Tsueping was speechless for a moment. What this Wang Feng said was also too exaggerated. There are so many people in the empire, how can they all make $20,000 or $30,000? Are they all starving? But Yi Tsueping couldn't be hard with Wang Feng. That would only make the other party talk more. Who knew that even if Yi Tsueping didn't say anything, Wang Feng couldn't stop. I don't think it's really necessary for Tianyu to stay in the imperial capital. He doesn't earn much and is under a lot of pressure. Look at my family Shaoyang, it's quite good to stay at home, the work is easy, and you can earn $5,000 or $6,000 a month, which isn't a small amount of money. I'm telling you, making $5,000 or $6,000 at home is the equivalent of making $20,000 or $30,000 in the imperial city. The more Yi Tsueping heard, the more uncomfortable she became. It was true that Li Tianyu wasn't very good. But you couldn't compare him to Wu Shaoliang, the son of Wang Feng's family. Could you? Wu Shaoliang is about the same age as Li Tianyu, graduated from college. Not that he does not want to go to the imperial capital to work, but he simply cannot find a decent job. And as far as Yi Tsueping knows, Wu Shaoliang also simply can't earn $5,000 or $6,000, usually just $3,000 a month. But there was one thing that Yi Tsueping did agree with: if Li Tianyu honestly worked at home, it would be really good. In just such a moment of concentration, Wang Feng asked again, by the way, Tianyu drove back? No, by train, he didn't buy a car. Right, your family Tianyu didn't buy a car. I forgot. Yi Tsueping secretly slandered, what are you pretending? You are deliberately saying this, right? However, leaving aside the issue of the imperial capital needing to shake the license plate for the moment, it was also true that Li Tianyu did not have the ability to buy a car right now. This couldn't help but make Yi Tsuaping a little helpless. Just then, the sound of a car engine came from far away. Then a sky-blue automobile drove slowly by. Yi Tsuaping and Wang Feng didn't know what kind of car it was, but they could basically tell how good or bad a car was. Wang Feng couldn't help but marvel. This car looks quite advanced. I guess it has to be worth a lot of money. Strange, whose car is this? I don't think we've seen this car in our neighborhood before. Could it be outside coming in to visit family? Yi Tsuaping was angry in her heart, and she was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Feng, thinking what's it got to do with you? Anyway, it is not to visit your family. Of course, it couldn't have been to Yi Tsuaping's house. Her family really didn't have such rich relatives. Unexpectedly, the blue luxury car actually got closer and closer, when it really stopped near the two of Yi Tsuaping and Wang Feng. Then the car door was pushed open as the two men stared in disbelief. A man stepped out of the driver's seat. Ha! When she saw the visitor clearly, Yi Tsuaping couldn't help but let out a gasp. It turned out that the one who came down from that luxury car was no other than her family's son, Li Tianyu. When Wang Feng saw it, he was even more surprised and opened his mouth so wide that he could even stuff an egg into it. Even though Li Tianyu hadn't come back for a long time, she could still recognize him. How is that possible? How could Li Qianwu drive a car home? And the car he drove was such a dirt-cheap car. A series of questions surfaced one after another in Wang Feng's mind, circling constantly. Can't it be that this Li Tianyu kid has gotten rich in the imperial capital? It doesn't make sense. If he really did well in the imperial city, his mom would still be showing off in the neighborhood every day, only to see Li Tianyu walking this way while shouting, "Mom, why are you here? Did you miss your son so much that you came down here specifically to greet him?" Yi Tsuaping came back to her senses, glanced at the dumbfounded Wang Feng, and was secretly pleased. "Don't talk poorly to me. How did you drive home today? Isn't that why you buy a car to drive it?" Only then did Li Tianyu see Wang Feng. "Yo, Auntie Wang, you're out for a stroll?" "Ah? Yeah, I'll just wander around." Chapter 25. Is this a return home? Wang Feng responded casually, but in her heart, how she thought about it felt wrong. "Tianyu, you bought a car too? When did you buy it? This car looks quite impressive. What brand of car is it? By the way, now I heard that it's hard to get license plates in the imperial city. How did you get them?" Li Tianyu was also considered a human savant and could guess Wang Feng's thoughts from her expression. So he began to pretend to take a step off. "Hey, yeah, I just bought the car, it hasn't been that long. And it's mostly just the license plate that's been dragging it out so long. A business partner of mine had a hard time getting me a license plate. It was pretty hard." When Wang Feng heard this, she was even more surprised. "What? You don't work anymore? Partnered with someone to do business?" No, I didn't quit my job. I'm working on a side business with someone. Auntie Wang, no more chatting. Bye-bye. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he pulled his mother, Yi Tsuaping, and hurried into the unit building. Wang Feng stood downstairs for a long time, as if she had been slapped several times on her face. Her face was hot and painful. How can this son of the Li family suddenly have success? It does not make sense. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu entered his house, picked up an apple from the fruit plate, and sat down on his butt on the sofa to nibble on it. From the kitchen came the voice of his father, Li Guohua. "Is Tianyu back? Dad, what are you cooking? It's all your favorite food anyway." Yi Tsuaping couldn't wait to ask, "Tianyu, did you buy the car you're driving?" "Yeah, I bought it. How about that? It looks awesome, doesn't it?" Yi Tsuaping pondered for a while. "Bah! Stinking virtue. Still want to cheat your mom? Last time you said you were doing business with someone. Is this car owned by the company?" Li Tianyu sighed. "Fine, whatever you say. What kind of car?" "Xiaoyu, you drove back, right? Dad, I'll let you see my car later. It's so damn cool. It made Annie Wang downstairs look stupid. Don't be poor. If you have a car, then it's just the right time to pick up your sister. She's at the flat with something." "Okay, I'll get it." Li Tianyu finished nibbling on the apple and moved off. Li Tianyu's sister, Li, is already married and is currently working in an architectural design company in Yenyun City, but is currently only a temporary worker and has not been regularized. The work is busy, the pay is low, and sometimes you have to go over to help people work overtime on weekends. Li Tianyu drove not long to the sister's company downstairs. At this time Li is still busy. See, Li Tianyu came in, cannot help but a little strange. What brings you here? I drove to pick you up. You bought a car? That's for sure. Don't be ridiculous. It must be a borrowed car, right? I'm the one who bought it. It's not easy for me to earn some money to buy a car, so don't nag me. However, looking at the expression on his parents' faces, they still weren't very convinced. So Li Tianyu was a bit helpless. Li still had a bit of work left to finish, so she told Li Tianyu to sit next to her and wait for a while. It didn't take long for two people to come in. Both were women, one older, named Lu Rong, probably in her 40s. The other was about the same age as Li, named Gao Qinyu, about 30 years old. Lu Rong is the department director and Li's immediate supervisor. Gao Qinyu is in a similar situation as Li and also belongs to the temporary workers. However, Gao Qinyu's mind is active, skillful, means very good at flattering superiors, so do less work, but often praised. No, right now, Gao Qinyu had been circling around Lu Rong, booing and slipping, constantly refreshing her presence. It's like these people are everywhere. Lu Rong just sat down. Gao Qinyu will quickly put his table box of tea, offer over. Sister Lu, this is what my husband brought back from his business trip. Fine Junshan silver needle, try it. Yo, that's really nice of you. Lu Rong's favorite tea. Received this box of tea, naturally overjoyed. Li Tianyu took a look. His old sister was still stifling her work, obviously wasted labor. At this time, Lu Rong opened her mouth again. Qinyu and Shaoli, I tell you recently there will be a few transfer places in the company. You work harder at work. Don't make any mistakes. I will try to fight for you later. Li then looked up. I know, I'll work hard. Gao Qinyu, on the other hand, smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Lu, for the mention. When Li Tianyu heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head. You could tell the highs and lows from these words. Older sister Li obviously a little flummoxed tendency. Certainly cannot do Gao Qinyu, completely act as cannon fodder life. Gao Qinyu, by the way, Sister Lu, I heard that your daughter is learning piano? Lu Rong, yes, almost every day to go to class. She is quite interested in playing the piano. Of course we support it. After all, playing the piano both develops temperament, and later on it will help in further education. Gao Qinyu glanced at Li intentionally or unintentionally, and then said to Lu Rong, Sister Lu, as soon as you said this, I remembered. I know a particularly good piano teacher who has studied abroad. I can introduce you to her, and her tuition there is not too high. Chapter 26. What an asshole. Lu Rong. Hee, that's really great. Turn around and give me that piano teacher's cell phone number. I'll take the time to contact her. Gao Qinyu. Alas, Sister Lu, no need for you to personally contact. Turn back when you have time. I arrange a meal, we sit together, what is it all clear? Of course Lu Rong knew that Gao Qinyu was trying to flatter herself, but her heart was still very flattered. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Gao Qinyu revealed a smug smile. The architectural design company called Junwan was not a state-owned enterprise, but it had the appropriate background, so the transfer quota was quite tight. Although Lu Rong said that there were a few spots for transferring, but each department couldn't possibly share one. It would be nice for one of Li and Gao Qinyu to have a successful turnaround. Li's work ability is very strong. In this regard, Gao Qinyu cannot catch up, and she is also lazy to chase. Gao Qinyu is also aware of her own strengths. That is, good at human relations. You know that's a big advantage in today's domestic society. A box of Junshan silver needles and a piano teacher were enough for Lu Rong to use the spot on Gao Qinyu. Li's heart is also very twisted, seeing that Gao Qinyu is pleasing Director Lu. But Li cannot do anything. Li belongs to the practical type. The character is relatively straight, simply will not play heart and mind, engage in office politics. Lu Rong admonished Li and Gao Qinyu a few more times, and then went to the meeting. The higher the seat, the more meetings you have to drive. It's the same everywhere. Gao Qinyu said, Shaoli, hurry up on your side. You're done with that diagram, so I can proceed on my side. Got it. I'll have it done in about 20 minutes. That's fine. I have to watch a movie with my boyfriend this afternoon. Li didn't say anything and sped up. The two collaborated in an assembly line-like fashion, with Li making the drawings and Gao Qinyu coming up with a plan, so Gao Qinyu was always a step behind in finishing, which often made her quite vocal. But there was nothing she could do about it. The job of making diagrams was something only Li could do now. I'm going to the restroom. When Li finished, she got up and left. Gao Qinyu skimmed her lips. Lazy donkey on a mill. Lots of. The voice was not loud, but Li Tianyu heard it and held back, finally holding back. To be honest, if it is not concerned about the sister's side, fighting in the company's bad influence, Li Tianyu has long gone over to scold Gao Chenyu. Bored out of his mind, he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and walked down the aisle to take a few puffs. Li Tianyu would smoke, but not much, only a few puffs when he was upset. After 2 minutes of smoking, Li Tianyu walked back. At that moment, he stood in the doorway, but noticed something strange. Gao Chenyu is in front of her sister Li Li's computer. Sneaking around doing something, Li Tianyu was just about to raise his voice to question, when he saw Gao Chenyu springing back to her workstation. Gao Chenyu didn't see Li Tianyu come in, so Li Tianyu didn't say anything. What is this woman up to? Li Tianyu muttered in his heart. A few minutes later, Lily returned. When she sat down at her workstation and took a look, she murmured in confusion, "Huh, why is my computer off?" Gao Chenyu turned around and responded, "Is it possible that you kicked the power supply?"
No.
With that, Lily looked down and turned her computer on. "Did you save it then?" Gao Chenyu asked again. "Should have saved." Entered the Windows 10 system. Lily opened the mapping software. The face immediately changed. How did this happen? How did it all go away? Gao Chenyu hurriedly got up and walked over, frowning. "You can't be kidding, your set of diagrams, and my business plan can be the one to come out today. You can't tell me to get it again." Lily's face is already full of beads of sweat. This map she was busy before and after a week to be considered complete. If it is really lost, even if it is overtime today cannot get finished. Li was almost in tears at the thought. Li Tianyu stared at Gao Chenyu and secretly cursed. Stinking drama queen. So this woman, just now, was tampering with her sister's computer and digging a big hole. Li Tianyu was just about to raise his voice to reprimand Gao Chenyu and dismantle her shameless behavior, when suddenly a flash of light came to his mind and he thought of an idea. "Sis, let me take a look. I'm a computer whiz. Maybe I can get it back for you." Li's face was happy, as if she had met a savior. "Then quickly help me look down." Li Tianyu sat down on the workstation. He did not immediately move the computer, but opened the system. Enter the order center. IT Elite. Amount of taxes paid, $9,500 soft dollars. Description. Possesses comprehensive digital knowledge, is proficient in internet technologies, specializes in programming, and has some cybersecurity and intrusion skills. Risk of side effects, low. IT Guru. Amount of taxes paid, 50,000 soft dollars. Description. The world's top cybernetics expert, a master of architecture, can create his own cyber language, and can even create an artificial intelligent life which can be 80% independent and autonomous at certain specific times. Risk of side effects, medium. Chapter 27. Evidence and material evidence. All there. Li Tianyu was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that the system could really be played like this. But it's also thrilling to see 2 IT-related skills on the list, with the lower-level IT Elite requiring a tax of 9,500 soft dollars. If you go over the $10,000 limit, it's pretty bad. Li Tianyu did not say anything. Directly pay 9,500 taxes to obtain the IT Elite talent. Suddenly, Li Tianyu's head was as if he had been struck by lightning and had a splitting headache. Fortunately, Li Tianyu was able to endure it, which prevented him from screaming out. Otherwise, he would not have startled Li. Nonetheless, Li Tianyu's expression still bared his teeth in a good deal of pain. Lily saw this and misunderstood. "Tianyu, if I can't get it right then, I'll think of something else." Gao Chenyu said disdainfully. "What can be done? I think it's hopeless today. You'd better hurry up and talk to Sister Lu to see if you can stall a bit." Li showed a difficult expression. Just now, Lu Rong had said to try not to make mistakes at work, and this person had just left and she had made such a big mistake. Even if Lu Rong had a good temper, I'm afraid she would still be furious. After this incident, I'm afraid that the matter of transferring to the right is completely unrelated to her Li. At this time, Li Tianyu finally slowed down. "It's fine. I have a way." The mind, which had been in turmoil a moment ago, was now surprisingly quick. All sorts of IT information came out electrically. Just now, Gao Chenyu deleted the cartography file directly and also emptied the recycle bin, which seemed to have been done seamlessly. However, Li Tianyu, who has the talent of IT Elite, immediately had an idea. 5 or 6 ways to recover lost files. from simple to complex. The easiest way to do this is to utilize the backup feature that comes with your operating system, which can be done in about a few minutes. Gao Qinyu didn't know what Li Tianyu was really about. In her perception, deleting a file and emptying the recycle bin would never bring it back. Gao Qinyu sneered, then sat back to the workstation, thinking that when Lu Rong came and then sued Li Li, this time the transfer will be stable. Man is not for himself, the heavens and the earth. Gao Qinyu's face without a trace of shame. Speak of the devil. Lu Rong came back from the meeting. As soon as she entered, she saw Li Tianyu sitting at Li Li's workstation. Lily, who is this? Li Li was startled and hurriedly responded, "This is my brother. What's your brother doing with your computer? Are you done with your work?" This? Gao Qinyu took the opportunity to stand up. "Sister Lu, there was a problem with Xiao Li's computer just now." Lu Rong was stunned. "What's the problem?" Gao Qinyu glanced at Li Li. "Xiao Li, the diagram she made, can't find it." "Can't find it?" Lu Rong turned to Li Li and asked loudly, "Xiao Li, how could this happen? Today is the day to finish both the diagram and the plan. Sister Lu, my brother, he is helping me recover." Gao Qinyu, "It's impossible to recover. Hurry up and redo it." Seeing Lu Rong's face full of anger, Li Li bit her lips. "Tianyu, don't get it? Let me?" "Recovered." Li Li was stunned when she heard Li Tianyu's voice. "Hey? What? I mean, after the recovery, it's this file, right?" Li Li hastily leaned over and glanced at the computer screen, beaming. "Yes, it's this one. You open it and look at it." Li Tianyu will open the file. Li Li checked. "Really no problem," said. False alarm. Gao Qinyu was stunned and stared with wide eyes, thinking, how can there be such an operation? How did this kid recover the deleted files? Lu Rong was also relieved to see this. "That's good. Xiaoli, pay attention in the future. Don't make this mistake again." "I know, Sister Lu." Li Li was overjoyed and didn't think much about the rest. Li Tianyu, however, stood up and said to Lu Rong, "Sister Lu, it's actually not my sister's fault." Lu Rong didn't expect Li Tianyu to say that and frowned. "It's not your sister's fault. Then whose fault is it?" Li Li hurriedly pulled her brother. "Don't say it." In Li Li's consciousness, even if it is not intentional, but the wrong is wrong, making excuses will cause the leader's resentment. "Sister Lu, she's the one who deleted it. I just saw it with my own eyes." Saying that, Li Tianyu pointed at Gao Qinyu, the latter's expression frozen on his face. "She deleted." Li Li and Lu Rong both revealed a surprised look. They didn't expect Gao Qinyu to do such a nasty thing. Although Gao Qinyu had not realized that Li Tianyu had witnessed everything just now and was now a bit flustered, she was worthy of being a ruthless character who had fought many battles and immediately regained her composure. "You saw it? Don't slander people, you brat. Which eye did you see it? Your sister and I are co-workers. How could I do such a thing to harm him? Are you delusional?" Gao Qinyu's series of questions were unusually fluent, and there was also a look of righteousness and uprightness on her face. She understood that as long as she didn't admit it, Li Tianyu couldn't do anything halfway. Lu Rong said seriously, "Young man, words cannot be nonsense. This kind of thing is to have evidence." Li Tianyu laughed and pointed at a surveillance head not far away. "Just pull up the image of that surveillance." Upon hearing this, Gao Qinyu finally began to panic. She really hadn't thought of that. There was surveillance in the office. Words to this point, Li Li also some suspicion of Gao Qinyu. Just now she did go to the bathroom. This time Gao Qinyu have enough time to commit crimes. "Then I'm going to the surveillance room." Li Tianyu stopped his sister. "There's no need to go to the surveillance room. I've already found the surveillance images from the office building's intranet." Chapter 28. "Sorry, you're fired." "Huh." Li Li was astonished, thinking, when did this brother of hers have this ability? She knew that her brother was doing internet-related work, but he was just a copywriter. Li Tianyu laughed in his heart. He had just used only basic network skills to crack the office building's intranet access password, which showed that the network security protection here was ridiculously low. Looking at Gao Qinyu again, she looked flustered and in a cold sweat. "How can you? You think you're a hacker? Is this surveillance image something you can just look at?" Seeing that Gao Qinyu was still talking tough, Li Tianyu didn't talk nonsense and directly opened a folder and clicked on the latest video file. An image appeared on it. Lu Rong's attention was immediately drawn to it. Li Li was a bit agitated. She very much wanted to know if it was Gao Qinyu's trick or not. As for Gao Qianyu, her legs seemed to be trembling. Seriously, this kid actually found the surveillance video. At this point in the picture, there were 3 people, Li Li, Gao Qianyu, and Lu Rong, which meant that Lu Rong hadn't gone to the meeting yet. Li Tianyu pulled the progress bar back a bit, and the screen changed, leaving Li Li and Gao Qianyu alone. Shortly afterward, Lily turned around, said something, and went out. Only Gao Qianyu is left. Gao Qianyu stood up and walked over to Li Li's workstation. Lu Rong couldn't help but exclaim, "This is..." Li Li's face was like frost, so angry that she couldn't even say anything, only glaring fiercely at Gao Qianyu, who didn't know what to do. She was never expecting that Gao Qianyu would do such a thing. "Gao Qianyu," Lu Rong reprimanded in a loud voice. "What the hell are you up to? Tell me, what did you do when you went to Li Li's workstation?" I just looked at the time." "Look at the time? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? After checking the time, why did you even turn off the phone?" I accidentally." Lu Rong was so angry that her brain hurt and she immediately stormed out. "Fart, you have a black heart. Is this a human thing to do? Gao Qianyu, where the hell are your limits as a human being? What the hell is in your head? If you harm her, you are harming me, you are harming the company you know. Didn't I tell you before how important this set of drawings is? If it doesn't come out today, this project will be finished. Are you clear in the end?" Gao Qianyu's face was ashen, her lips trembling. She could only keep nodding her head, not daring to take a breath. Lu Rong anger where to subside. Hand heavily slapped the workstation table. There was a pop sound, which startled Gao Qianyu. "Gao Qianyu, starting next week, you don't have to come. Sister Lu, let's have a good talk. I promise not to do it again in the future. What else is there to say? With a character like yours, how dare I keep you any longer?" After Lu Rong finished speaking, she turned her head to Li Li and said, "Xiao Li, send me the diagrams after you're done. I'll write the plan." Li Li quickly waved her hand. "No, I'll write it." "No, I'm fine today anyway. Didn't your brother just come back? You guys go back to dinner soon." With that, Lu Rong sat down at her workstation, ignoring Gao Qianyu. Gao Qianyu was frozen like a wooden chicken. It was not a good idea to walk. It was not a good idea not to walk. It was as if she had been fixed by the pointing technique. Since Lu Rong had said so, Li Li finished making the diagram and sent it to her, then walked out of the company with Li Tianyu. Of course, Li Li wanted to thank her brother, but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. After all, they're family, so it's a raw deal to talk that much. Upon seeing Li Tianyu's sky blue Porsche Cayenne, Li Li's eyes widened once again. Li Li's family also had a car, but it was just a Corolla, which was nothing compared to Li Tianyu's car. "My God, what kind of business did you do? This car is pretty expensive, isn't it?" Li Tianyu fooled Li Li in 2 or 3 sentences, and his heart was quite happy. He did want to help his sister, even if it was just a small favor. The reason why Li Tianyu was able to finish college with peace of mind, Li Li made a lot of effort and put together a lot of tuition and living expenses for him. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Li let out even more of a gasp. "That's a fancy car. What was it?" "Porsche. This is a Porsche. Xiaoyu, how expensive must this be?" "I can afford it anyway, your old man." Li Tianyu also asked about his brother-in-law Shifeng, whether he should go to pick him up. Li Li said that there was no need. Shifeng had a social occasion. Shifeng also worked for a private company in Yenyun City and was indeed quite busy during the week. Driving home, Li Tianyu had a nice lunch with his family. Everybody's happy, especially Li Li this time because of her brother's relationship. She finally showed her face in front of Lu Rong. Gao Qianyu was fired, turning back. If there was really a transfer target, then Lu Rong would undoubtedly prioritize Li Li's selection. "Thank you to all of you who supported me and asked for recommendations. Chapter 29. Old classmates meet. Li Tianyu finished his meal, so he went outside to sneak around and lay down some food. Speaking of which, Li Tianyu hadn't been back for half a year, and the neighborhood of his home was still the same, except that some of the stores had changed. Li Tianyu went to a nearby mini-mart to buy a bottle of Coke, and just as he came out, he ran into an acquaintance.
Tianyu, Li Tianyu.
Li Tianyu turned around to see that it was actually Chi Wei. Chi Wei is Li Tianyu's high school classmate. Before, the relationship between the two is not bad, often play together, but since the university, the contact is less and less, counting a few years have not seen. The two men began by chilling and getting to know each other. Chida graduated from school and went back to Yenyun City and is now working in a trading company. Don't look at Yenyun City is not big, the economy is not strong, but certain industries in the province is okay, such as import and export trade. Chi Wei was quite happy to see Li Tianyu. You're back just in time. Tomorrow noon? Reunion? Yushan Grand Hotel? You have to be on time. Reunion? High school. Nonsense. They are all high school classmates. You basically know them all. Chi Wei suddenly thought of something again and said with a smile. Right, Jiang Qing is also going. Hearing Jiang Qing's name, Li Tianyu's heart stirred. Jiang Qing can be considered the school flower in high school, quite beautiful, Li Tianyu also on her heart. But at that time, Li Tianyu was young and didn't make a move when he should have. Well, heartwarming, isn't it? Chi Wei hemmed and hawed. Li Tianyu revealed a disdainful expression. Che, it's been so many years. Maybe he's grown disabled now. Heh, you're not allowed to be sure if it's a growth spurt, are you? That's fine. It's just a reunion. I'll go. Chi Wei patted Li Tianyu's shoulder. Tomorrow, before 12 o'clock? Be on time, ah. With that, Chi Wei left. To be honest, Li Tianyu really didn't want to attend any reunion. He doesn't remember many of those classmates now. And events like the reunion are a total bragging contest and pretty pointless. But when it came to bragging, Li Tianyu wasn't afraid of anyone. The next day at noon, in front of the Rainy Mountain Grand Hotel, a few people are chatting. Among these people, Chi Wei is listed. They are obviously Li Tianyu's high school classmates. There are also a few people are classmates of the family. Chi Wei, how many people can come today? Classmate asked. About 20 or so. Chi Wei thought about it and responded, by the way, I saw Tianyu yesterday. Tianyu? Li Tianyu, right? Doesn't he work in the Empire? Back? Hey, I guess it's just back for a couple days. He said he was coming over for the reunion today too. At that moment, another male student spoke up with a grin. Yo, Li Tianyu is here too. Then we'll have to have a few drinks with him. This male student named Wang Changshun, neck-hanging platinum necklace, hand-wearing a brand-name watch, coupled with a Boss brand men's clothing, indicating that he as a family has a mind of men. Chi Wei is considered one of the organizers of this reunion, and thanks to this kid's big face, so many people have been called over. A few people chatted for a few minutes, and the people who had come to the reunion were arriving. Look, Kong Qing is here. Only a beautiful woman was getting out of a cab. That beauty was wearing a white slim-fitting dress with another small kangaroo on top, delicate and elegant, gentle and leisurely. She is Kong Qing, the strikingly beautiful girl in her class since high school. At that time, almost all the male students in the class, and even in the next class, would more or less have certain thoughts about Jiang Qing. But at that time, Jiang Qing was preoccupied with his studies and did not have the idea of getting married. Few of her classmates know about her situation now. As soon as Jiang Qing arrived, the old classmates came alive, especially the boys who were still single, all thinking of coming over to chat with her. Chi Wei felt that people had arrived almost, so he greeted everyone into the hotel box that had been booked in advance. It was a large box with nearly 20 people at 2 large tables. At this time, Wang Changshun asked, Chi Wei, didn't you say Li Tianyu was coming? Chi Wei was just about to respond when his cell phone rang. He took a look at the caller ID and was happy. Speak of the devil, speak of the devil. With that, Chi Wei got up and went out to meet Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu, of course, drove here, and after parking his car in the parking lot in front of the Rainy Mountain Grand Hotel, he called Chi Wei. Soon, Li Tianyu saw Chi Wei walking out of the restaurant's door and waving at him. The two talked and laughed as they walked into the restaurant. Li Tianyu happened to sit next to Kong Qing, which was an unexpected surprise. Meanwhile, Wang Changshun was at the same table. Li Tianyu first greeted Jiang Qing in a friendly manner, thinking to himself that not only had this girl not grown disabled, but she had become even more beautiful. In fact, when he was in high school, Li Tianyu even deliberately climbed into conversation with Jiang Qing from time to time on the pretext of studying, and the two were quite familiar with each other at that time. Kong Qing had now become even more quiet than then, responding to Li Tianyu's greetings very gently. Kong Qing, where are you high up now? I work in the Imperial City. Li Tianyu was happy. Such a coincidence. I'm also in the Imperial capital. Well, I heard. At this time, Wang Changshun said loudly, Li Tianyu, don't just focus on talking to a beautiful woman. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? My situation? What's the presentation? Aren't you in the Imperial capital? Aren't you rich by now? The kind that makes money day in and day out. Another girl named Sun Xia also agreed. Yes, the high prices in the imperial city, and now I hear that housing prices are generally already 70,000 to 80,000, and if you don't earn a few tens of thousands of dollars a month, you can't go on living. Li Tianyu laughed. You guys are exaggerating. There are so many people in the imperial city, so can everyone still earn tens of thousands of dollars? If you can't earn tens of thousands of dollars, you can't live? Then there are still starving people everywhere. Li Qianwu's words made the others laugh. Wang Chongshun and Sun Xia, however, did not laugh out loud. Li Tianyu was undoubtedly slapping both of them in the face. In fact, in high school, Wang Chongshun eyed Li Tianyu has always been not very deal with, and now he wants to take advantage of the reunion, to take advantage of the time, to bury him a good meal. Wang Chongshun also has the bottom line. He should now be the best one among a group of students. Of course, there was another reason. Wang Chongshun also had his eyes on Jiang Qing, and when he saw Li Tianyu getting close to Jiang Qing, he was furious. And Sun Xia, this woman is purely giving Wang Chongshun a helping hand. After entering the society, a group of classmates are imbued with different temperaments. Some are dovish, like Qi Wei, righteous and good at making friends. Some are on the hawkish side, like Wang Chongshun, who mixes well and sees no one. More like Sun Xia, who is smarter and knows how to assess the situation. Please, 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 please. Chapter 30. This can't be a fake, can it? Wang Chongshun is a rich second generation. His family operates a not-so-small factory. He is now in the factory as a deputy director, is considered his father's deputy. Even the city TV station also interviewed Wang Chongshun when he was in front of the TV camera, just like a young entrepreneur style. How to say that Wang Chongshun is also a character who has shown his face, and it is normal to have a strong sense of superiority. Sun Xia, her mind is active, thinking to flatter him, in case it can be used in the future. No, it's definitely useful. Nowadays, in this society, connections are the key, and talent or whatever has to take a back seat. Sun Xia has long inquired. Li Tianyu is purely in the imperial city, mixed into the scum of the stink of the hangers on, not worth mentioning, stepped on also stepped on. Anyway, people such as Li Tianyu could not meet several times in their lives, and there was no need to socialize half-heartedly. Li Tianyu, let's not talk about others for now. Can you reveal your income to everyone? We're all old classmates, so don't hide it. Sun Xia was also a lone wolf and had to throw in the towel. The others also looked at Li Tianyu with curious faces. Other people's incomes are always one of the hot topics at reunions. Not much, $10,000 a month, Li Tianyu said slowly. Wang Chongshun laughed. Sun Xia, it seems that you are wrong. Those who earn $10,000, this is not still can live well. Yes, I was wrong. No matter how you live, you don't live. Wang Chongshun and Sun Xia undermined Li Tianyu with your words. Even Jiang Qing couldn't help but shake her head. A monthly salary of 10,000 in the imperial capital really wasn't much. Take her, for example. She's not even 2 years out of grad school, and now she's earning $20,000 a month. Looking at Li Tianyu again, he had a bland face, and he didn't know if he was pretending to be a batch, or if he was really full of concern about these naysayers. Qi Wei was a bit embarrassed, not expecting Wang Chongshun to be so faceless and make the atmosphere strange. Although he also knew that Wang Chongshun and Li Tianyu couldn't see eye to eye, he didn't expect that after so many years. He still remembered it. If I had known, I might as well have put Li Tianyu at another table. Don't just talk. Everyone, eat your food. It won't be good if it gets cold in a while. Wang Chongshun laughed. Qi Wei, do you think having a reunion is all about having a meal? What's the point of that? We just want to chat with each other to enhance our feelings and reminisce about the past. Immediately before the words left his mouth, some ass-kissers clapped their hands. At this point, Wang Chongshun immediately became the centerpiece of the table, and almost everyone's words revolved around him. Who made Wang Chongshun the best mixer here? Of course, Wang Chongshun's starting point was already high. A rich father is different, less struggle for more than 30 years. This kid is so springy that his words are starting to go out of bounds. This man must be career-oriented, career has, then everything. And understand the depth of your abilities. What's the saying? If you don't have a diamond, don't take on a porcelain job. But then again, sometimes it's important to push your limits, like me for example. Wang Chongshun even glanced at Jiang Qing when he said this. Now Wang Chongshun is not short of women, but Jiang Qing's attraction that is still a bar. I heard that Jiang Qing is still single, so that's even more reason not to let it go. It's just that the girl is rather cold, so it's going to take a lot of work to handle her. At this time, a student named Shixing pointed at Wang Changshuan's wrist and said, "Yo, your watch is nice. Worth a lot of money, right? That ass-kissing is a godsend." Wang Changshan stretched out his wrist and displayed his high-end wristwatch. Sun Xia, "Wow, it's a Rolex? Changshan Brothers Bull Batch." Shixing, "Let's see. It's really a Rolex, quite classy." Yu Xiong, "It's really worthy of being young Master Wang. The watch he wears is different and stands out from the rest." When the people at this table made a scene, even the students at the other table ran over to see what was going on. Wang Changshan smiled complacently. "This is a small thing. This piece of Rochely is my uncle sent me a birthday gift. Domestic counter to buy more than $30,000 only. Poor play with cell phones, rich play with watches. Men either don't wear a watch to wear a good watch. A watch is not just a tool to tell time. It's an object that reflects personal taste. It's just like jewelry on a woman's body." Wang Changshuan's words are just like a map gun. The 10 people on the table have so 2 or 3 men wearing a watch, and they hurriedly hide under the table. Are you kidding me? How many guys get to wear a Rolex? A Rolex is tens of thousands of dollars at the very least, and a few months' salary is gone. Even if you can wear it, it's most likely a fake watch. Soon, Wang Changshan aimed his cannon at Li Tianyu again, as if he refused to rest until he was screwed. "Li Tianyu, I see you're wearing a watch. Let's see what brand it is." Sun Xia also chimed in. "Yes, yes. Let everyone also see what kind of watch a man working in the imperial capital would wear." Wang Changshan hemmed and hawed, thinking that someone like Li Tianyu would wear a Casio or something at most. Shabby by comparison. In fact, Li Tianyu usually is not wearing a watch, too damn troublesome. But today, for the reunion, I have armed myself. For example, the cell phone has now been replaced with Apple 11 Pro. The clothes are a complete set of Armani casual wear. Shoes replaced with Western Rockport. According to the market price, a pair can be more than 20,000 yuan. What's more crucial is that he is wearing a several $100,000 watch. So Wang Changshuan's provocation hit Li Tianyu right in the face, and he immediately extended his watch wearing wrist to the table. When the crowd took a look, they all dropped their jaws. The watch was too beautiful. The navy blue dial with a silver bezel, for hands inside the dial, each with a different function, and an ornate dial design embellished with a very eye-catching texture. The strap is also very special, a blue leather strap. The whole piece is not only textured, but also gives a feeling of elegance and nobility. Kang Qing, who was sitting next to Li Tianyu, was the closest, and she was quite literate, seeing the English logo on the dial Patek Philippe. Yes, Patek Philippe. The crowd was stunned. Patek Philippe, some of you may not know what the brand is, but most of you here have heard of it. That's the world's finest watch, and it's rumored that a watch is $100,000 at the bottom. This watch of Li Tianyu's has such a unique design. It's not cheap at first sight. Wang Changshan died not believing that Li Tianyu could afford a Patek Philippe anymore. You're not wearing a fake watch, are you? A lot of people have said this is too cliched, and the author feels cliched too, so I apologize in advance here. Sometimes I don't have much of an idea for this kind of novel, so I have to write a routine paragraph first to slow down and get my thoughts together. Still, the author can promise that the sets will become less and less frequent. Chapter 31. My treat. You bark like a dog. Dare you? When Wang Changshan said this, all the people at the table could not help but nod their heads. In Yenyun City is very close to the town of Guin. Chuyuan is an amazing place, very famous as a replica base. To put it more bluntly, it's the mecca of counterfeiting. Whether it's daily necessities like bags and clothes, or electronics like feature phones, DVD players, and game consoles, it can be built. A watch? That's even less. Almost all the famous brands of watches in the country, it is difficult to escape the high imitation black hand of Chuyuan. Especially 10 years ago, Chuyuan Town's fake watches were quite popular in Yenyun City. That's true. I've heard of Patek Philippe. A watch costs over 100,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I say, Li Tianyu, you hurry up and confess. Where did you get the high fashion? Don't bluff here. Yeah. Don't think you can hoodwink us because we don't understand. When someone leads a rhythm, naturally someone echoes it, and once again there is a lot of talk. Li Tianyu spread his hands helplessly. What did I blindside you guys? It's not like I had to take the watch out and look at it. That being said, it was true that Li Tianyu hadn't intentionally flaunted it, and it was Wang Changshan who had to make him show off his watch. However, still no one believed that Li Tianyu could afford a super high-end watch. Strangely enough, if this Patek Philippe had been worn on Wang Changshuan's wrist, no one would have suspected it. It does seem rather odd to have someone who makes just over $10,000 a month wearing it. Sun Xia said, "It is not just to identify the authenticity of it. This I am good at it, Li Tianyu. Do you dare to take your piece of watch to me? Let me see." Qi Wei felt that this was not good. "I think forget it. Let's just eat and chat. Don't take anything seriously." Wang Changshan, "It's nothing, right? Just let Sun Xia to all of us to popularize the knowledge of identification of authenticity, so as not to be cheated in the future." The crowd then turned their heads to look at Li Tianyu again to see how he would receive the move. "What's there to be afraid of?" Li Tianyu graciously took off his watch and reached out his arm to place it in front of Sun Xia. Sun Xia did not immediately told everyone. "To say that this watch Patek Philippe, I have seen the corresponding article on the internet. As long as it is true, Patek Philippe are back to sea." "What's a backtrack?" Yu Xiang asked. "It is that the back case uses a special tempered glass, so it is transparent. You can directly see the movement. It looks particularly exquisite. But if it is a fake watch, it must be the same as the ordinary table. It is a steel back case. Firstly, there is no cheap transparent material. Even if there is transparency, it is not very high. Secondly, it is too ugly to reveal the movement. It looks low. It would be better not to reveal it." Saying that, Sun Xia picked up the Patek Philippe, flipped to the back and was stunned. "What's wrong?" Yu Xiang was sitting next to Sun Xia, and he also went over to take a look. "Yo, that's pretty transparent." When the crowd heard this, they too ran over and stuck their necks out to see. "Alas, Sun Xia, this is what you call tempered glass, right? Indeed, see very clearly. Look at that movement. With its gold and silver gears, it's quite beautiful. This really doesn't look like a fake watch anymore. If it is fake, the cost of counterfeiting is not low." When Li Tianyu heard this, of course he was very pleased in his heart, but he still acted calmly on his face. After all, in front of Wang Changshan, he still had to act a bit more high-end, lest people say that he could not deserve such a good watch. In fact, for this watch, Li Tianyu just paid more than $80 in taxes to get it. That's not even enough money to buy a high-fashion watch. Li Tianyu squinted his eyes and asked, "Sun Xia, give an appraisal. Is this Patek Philippe of mine a real watch?" Sun Xia couldn't say anything for a while. She carefully touched the watch and felt that there was no place where there was a feeling of cutting her hand. Smooth as a gemstone. With such good workmanship, if it could still be called a fake watch, then Sun Xia would be talking nonsense with her eyes open. "It's looking like the real thing." Li Tianyu cursed a damn chicken thief, but still did not change his face and took the expensive watch over. Feeling the astonished and envious gazes cast over by Jiang Qing, Li Tianyu's vanity was greatly satisfied. However, everything should be done in moderation, which Li Tianyu knew very well, so he kept a much lower profile after that. But this kid Wang Changshan is still provoking. "By the way, Li Tianyu, you're even wearing a several $100,000 watch. So you're buying for this reunion." When the people at the table heard this, they all stopped talking, and most of them felt that Wang Changshan was a bit excessive. Since it's a reunion, it must be an AA system, where everyone shares the money and that's the end of it, where one person treats the others. Not to mention, the consumption of the Rainy Mountain Grand Hotel wasn't low. This table of food would cost more than $3,000 at the very least, and 2 tables would cost around $7,000. Jiang Qing voiced out, "Wang Changshan, it's meaningless for you to say that. Why should we let someone else, Li Tianyu, treat us?" Qi Wei also helped out. "Yes, we all agreed that this reunion of ours is AA. "Oh, I'm just kidding. We're old classmates. Kidding is not allowed?" Wang Changshan is also forced sophistry. He just want to suppress Li Tianyu's arrogance. At that moment, Li Tianyu spoke out. "That's fine. I'll settle the bill then." The crowd all looked at Li Tianyu with astonished faces. He's got a big mouth, doesn't he? Does he really think he's a rich man? Although the piece of Patek Philippe on Li Tianyu's wrist looks like a real one, but how this watch came to be is still a matter of opinion. Sun Xia said in a conspiratorial manner, "Hee, since the other Li Tianyu has said so, let's not be ungrateful." Wang Changshan had a bad smile on his face, thinking that this kid Li Tianyu had finally been brought into the pit. Spend a couple $1,000 and see how crazy he gets. Wang Changshan decided that Li Tianyu was not a tycoon at all, but a smelly hanger-on with a swollen face. Jiang Qing, on the other hand, was a bit intolerant and turned her head to whisper to Li Tianyu, "Li Tianyu, the spending here isn't low. You'd better not try to be strong." Li Tianyu shook his head. "However, I also have a condition that I hope student Wang Changshan will agree to." Wang Chongshun was stunned. You say, I'll settle the bill. Sure. But you'll have to bark like a dog to cheer everyone up. Wang Chongshun's pupils shrunk and his expression froze on his face. The others were at a loss for words. Li Tianyu is on a collision course with Wang Chongshun. Of course, if you really don't want to, let's just AA. Li Tianyu emphasized with a smirk. Wang Chongshun calmed down and secretly calculated. Of course, he couldn't do it by barking like a dog in public or something. But then again, asking Li Tianyu to spend $7,000, would he dare or not? Thank you for wrapping your arms around Roblin 110, Error 67 Yay, and Empty City Old Dreams. You're no longer here for the reward. And a lot of comrades who send recommendation tickets. Your support is my motivation to write. Thanks again. Chapter 32. Let's learn to bark together. Wang Chongshun looked at Li Tianyu and always felt that this kid was bluffing. 7,000 soft sister coins is not too big a sum of money for him, Wang Chongshun, but for a wage earner with a monthly salary of only 10,000, it is also a big piece of meat. Wang Chongshun figured this out, slapped the table and glared. Okay, then if you can't pay the $7,000, then run around here naked. Okay? Li Tianyu laughed. It's okay. Wang Chongshun was stunned, thinking that this kid is not really going to take it, right? He originally wanted to scare away Li Tianyu, let him say big words leisurely. Did not expect this kid brain was kicked by a donkey stupid. Actually not moved. Li Tianyu really wasn't joking. He really doesn't care about the $6,000 or $7,000 at this point. Not to mention that Li Tianyu already had about $2 million in savings. As long as there was a system in place, earning money was too easy. By this time, everyone had had their fill of wine and it was time to break up the party. Once the students at the other table heard about the bet between Li Tianyu and Wang Chongshun, it first caused a moment of surprise. Then they all flocked over to raise a ruckus. Yo, you two are going to sing. It's a good show. Either the dogs barking or this naked running around. One more exciting than the other. That's right, Chi-Wei, is this a reunion booster program? You kid can do it. Chi-Wei was also speechless when he heard this. Who could have known that Li Tianyu and Wang Chongshun were really on a collision course? At this moment, almost everyone was looking at Li Tianyu, mainly because they wanted to see if he was really going to pay the bill or not. As for Li Tianyu, he was in no hurry and was in the process of bringing the last piece of eggplant sandwich meat into his mouth when he glanced at Wang Chongshun and realized that the boy's face was a bit cloudy. For Wang Chongshun, learning to bark in public is a great shame, definitely not inferior to running naked. If Li Tianyu didn't pay the bill, of course Wang Chongshun was happy, and he had already prepared some vicious remarks that would make sure that Li Tianyu would be ashamed to even burrow into a crack in the ground. But if Li Tianyu really spent $7,000 of ocean just for such a bet, then there would be big trouble. At that moment, Li Tianyu moved. He snapped his fingers at one of the waitresses outside the box. Beauty, check out. Wang Chongshun couldn't help but say, Li Tianyu, I can remind you that you have to pay for more than just this table. The other table has to be paid as well. I know, no difference?
No.
Wang Chongshun is speechless. This kid is too able to pretend. At that moment, the waiter came over. Sir, do you have cash or a credit card? Swipe. 2 tables to settle together? Yes. Okay. Just a moment. Shortly afterward, the waitress fetched the bill and a portable credit card machine. Sir, the total is $6,850 soft dollars. That's a lot of money to spend when you hear it from the crowd. In Yenyun City, the average person's salary was $4,000 or $5,000, and these 2 tables cost more than a month's salary. Tianyu, let's just forget about it. We all agreed to go AA, you don't need to pay alone. Chi-Wei couldn't help but say, that's no good. If I don't pay, then I'll have to run around naked in public. It's embarrassing. Saying that, Li Tianyu handed his bank card to the waitress. Wang Chongshun speechless. I knew not to mention the naked thing. This is not forcing people to liangshan it. Wang Chongshun stared tightly at Li Tianyu and could not see a hint of showing cowardice from the other party's face. Is this kid crazy? A month full counting also earn more than 10,000 points, but also to throw out the rent and food expenses, such as how much money left for him to so charge big money. Maybe there's no money on that bank card at all. Wang Chongshun is so thinking, but heard a sound of payment voucher printing payment was successful. Li Tianyu retrieved the card without changing his face and glanced at Wang Chongshun disdainfully. Wang Chongshun really doesn't have much to say. The crowd gave a thumbs up as they saw that Li Tianyu had done what he said he would do. Thanks for the hospitality. Contact me later and I'll treat you alone.
Yibu Yun Tian'a.
Worthy of being in the imperial capital, it's all about atmosphere. Li Tianming, however, looked at Wang Changshun and reached out. The dog came. Wang Changshuan's face changed. You! At that point, someone started to get up in arms. Changshun, it's your turn. Hurry up. Yeah, it's just barking. I'll do one first, woof woof. I'll do it too. Pack of dogs barking, woof woof woof. Wang Changshun was getting more and more embarrassed, but he was even more embarrassed when they made such a mess. But you can't lose a bet and not honor it. Woof! Li Tianming frowned. What was that sound just now? It doesn't seem to be a dog barking ah. Wang Changshun became angry and barked loudly. Woof 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 woof. The scream was so amazing that everyone clapped excitedly. Wang Changshun wherever suffered such a strange shame, hate to find a crack in the ground. At the same time on Li Tianyu's hatred is a few points thicker. The group of students who had something to do left first, and those who had nothing to do and were willing to continue to change places to have fun also left in droves. Chi Wei said, Li Tianyu, do you want to go sing? My treat. No go. I've got some errands to run, you guys have fun. That's fine. We'll get together later. How did you get here? I drove here. Hey, you've bought a car. It's easier this way. When the others heard this, their curiosity rose and they wondered what kind of car Li Tianyu had bought. Among this group of students, not many of them really have their own cars, and even those who drove here drove their parents' cars at home. However, Wang Changshun is not the same, he drives an Audi Q3, quite petty. As for Li Tianyu, most people think that at most it's a small budget car of about $100,000. Let's go first. Li Tianyu first waved his hand with Chi Wei and nodded towards Jiang Qing before heading towards the door. Wang Changshun also greeted everyone and headed for the door. In fact, Wang Changshun still wants to see what kind of car Li Tianyu is driving, and at that time he can also be a little sarcastic to get back a little bit. Just now, Li Tianyu had made 2 consecutive appearances, which made him very upset. When they reached the entrance of the restaurant, they only saw Li Tianyu walking straight towards a car. Chi Wei's sharp eyes couldn't help but say aloud, No way, Li Tianyu bought a Porsche? A Porsche? Seriously? It's really a Porsche. Yes, it's a Cayenne. It's a ing beautiful car. Sun Xia skimmed her mouth. Take a good look again. There's a BYD parked next to the Porsche. Think about it. How can he afford a Porsche? Sun Xia had just finished speaking, only to see that Li Tianyu actually did open the door of the Porsche Cayenne and got into the driver's seat. Sun Xia, open your eyes wide. He's driving a Porsche. Chapter 33, New Discoveries about the System. Sun Xia couldn't speak anymore. Her face was raw and painful, as if she had been severely slapped twice. She was really confused. How can a person who earns $10,000 a month afford to open a? It's ing awesome. This car must be $500,000 or $600,000, right? $50,000 to $60,000. I'm telling you, Cayenne, even the lowest configuration has to be $800,000. And look at his wheels, obviously a high configuration model. At least it has to be $1,300,000 onwards. Wang Changshun listened to his classmates bragging about you and me. His face was green for a while, white for a while, and finally turned around and left when he could not bear it. While walking, the heart is still thinking viciously, Li Tianyu, you kid, wait. This son of the old man will definitely get back. Hey, Changshun, we still have to sing there. Kida shote. Not going. Looking at Wang Changshuan's furious back, Chi Wei's heart was also secretly happy, hoping that this time, he could make this guy grow some lessons and not be so unselfish. At this time, Jiang Qing asked, Chi Wei, what? What the hell is Li Tianyu doing in the imperial capital? I'm not sure about this. Chi Wei also knew what Jiang Qing was thinking. The current Li Tianyu is too abnormal. It's a lie to say that you're only making $10,000 a month or so. Obvious bull lie after lie. The $10,000 monthly salary of the miserable office workers can wear Patek Philippe? Can you drive a Porsche Cayenne? Pure boule. Just then, Jiang Qing suddenly saw the Porsche Cayenne slowly drive over. The car window opened and Li Tianyu showed his head. Almost forgot, Ginger Beauty at a WeChat. You are not also in the imperial capital. Free time I invite you to dinner. Ginger Haru looked back and nodded. Okay. If it was in the past, Jiang Qing might not be willing to add Li Tianyu's WeChat, let alone eat with him. Not now. The financial strength shown by Li Tianyu was so strong, and his looks themselves weren't bad, that hardly any girl could resist further contact with him. In the days that followed, Li Tianyu, who had returned to Yenyun City, temporarily resumed his normal life. Li Tianyu's cloud-light technology performed perfectly at the technology exhibition and was almost the most popular one among all the exhibitors. Of course, this is entirely because of the Pagani windjammer that Li Tianyu contributed. Because of this, the planning director Zhao Jitong is extraordinarily gentle to Li Tianyu, and even Li Tianyu's early retirement does not matter. This made Li Tianyu hold off on his plans to resign. According to his thoughts, since he had the system's enchantment, it was tantamount to realizing the freedom of possessions, and there was no need to stay in this company and be aggravated at all. At the same time, Li Tianyu has a new understanding of the bragging tax system. He found that the system worked not only for taxing valuable things, but also for valueless things. What is priceless? The IT elite and IT guru talents of the past are considered to be in this category. After that, Li tried many times, for example, after he said, "I'm so handsome" in the mirror, the corresponding content actually appeared in the order center. Ordinary plastic surgery. The tax amount is 50,000 soft dollars. This cosmetic technique has noticeable results. However, it will change the overall appearance of the host. Risk of side effects, large. Highly superb plastic surgery, taxed at 180,000 soft dollars. This cosmetic surgery technique has outstanding results, preserving some of the host's facial features. Risk of side effects, small. Scarless plastic surgery, taxable at 1 million soft dollars. This cosmetic technique has excellent results and largely preserves the excellent facial features of the host. Risk of side effects, none. Li Tianyu look, this cosmetic actually divided into 3 kinds, and they are not cheap, even the ordinary cosmetic surgery to $50,000. There is also a significant risk of side effects from the key. As for what these side effects were, Li Tianyu couldn't figure it out. Also, with this kind of plastic surgery method may not even recognize their own mother after plastic surgery. Just like the plastic surgery method in the stick country, it is a complete change of head. And the most bullish of all, the scarless facelift, although it seems to have no side effects and retains the vast majority of facial features, the asking price is too high. $1 million. How many imperial houses would that be for? And Li Tianyu thinks he looks pretty good, although there is also room for improvement, but for the time being there is no need to spend so much money on plastic surgery. In addition to plastic surgery, the system can even buy height. Only the price is even more expensive. Every centimeter of growth needs to cost 1 million soft sister coins, which is also too much. Li Tianyu is currently 5 feet 8 inches, which isn't too short. This kind of money Li Tianyu decisively cannot spend, unless there is too much money to spend in the future and then consider these have-nots. Later, Li Tianyu similarly tried blowing some bull, like, "I can live forever, I can move in an instant," and so on. However, I could not find the corresponding tax information in the order center, but it just keeps prompting the system level is insufficient, unable to parse the information. Does it mean that if the system is leveled enough it will work? However, it seems that even if immortality can really be realized, there is no telling how high the tax will be. Li Qianwu tried to rest until very late at night, and by then he was already dizzy. Using the system also takes a lot of effort. The next day, Li Tianyu was called to the director's office by Zhao Jitong. "What's the order for me, boss?" Zhao Jitong laughed out loud when he heard this. It's amazing to say that in the past, Zhao Jitong seldom gave Li Tianyu a good look, and now it's just because of one exhibition credit that the situation has completely turned around. Now Zhao Jitong was happier to see Li Tianyu than he was to see his own father. It's no wonder, because the effect brought by the supercar that Li Tianyu got was too damn good. The company's boss had already praised Zhao Jitong and his planning department more than once in the high-level meeting. "Tianyu, it's like this. Your performance has been remarkable lately, so your salaries have been adjusted upwards, with a $5,000 increase every month," said Zhao Jitong, also stretched out a hand, making the sign of 5. "Mr. Zhao, thank you so much then." Li Tianyu made a very excited appearance, but actually disdained it in his heart. He is a man who owns several houses in the imperial capital and a luxury car, a multi-million-dollar supercar. Would he care about that extra $5,000 a month? Zhao Jitong added, "By the way, there's one more thing. You say, tomorrow morning there is an industry development forum. The company is going to send someone to attend. The planning department also need to send someone. I thought about it. It is more appropriate for you to go." Industry development forum? Li Tianyu imagined that it was nothing more than a few bigwigs in the technology sector bragging and criticizing each other on the stage, and then they, the small fry, were just supporting the scene under the stage. "Thank you for the information about Wang's reward. Please, 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 please." Chapter 34. Seeing Angela again. Jidong Zhao added that this industry forum is not for everyone. The people who can get in with an entry pass, except for journalists, that's the elite of the industry. If I didn't happen to have something tomorrow, where would you get a turn? Zhao Jitong emphasized with a smile. Li Tianyu couldn't help but roll his eyes and secretly slandered. If it's really that good, you have to go even if something happens. To be honest, at that moment, Li Tianyu really want to resign to forget. Could have been at home to lie down and sleep. Why bother to run to listen to those big brother blind BB? After enduring and enduring, Li Tianyu finally endured. Anyway, having a job is better than staying at home. It's okay to quit, but you have to find something else to do before you do it. While it's also possible to use the system to get a few more houses and collect rent as a charter, it's a bit too tedious and easy to get bored. And it wasn't too bad to be able to get out of work and go out for a day paddle. When he returned home in the evening, Li Tianyu opened WeChat and intended to flip through the circle of friends. I didn't realize that the high school class WeChat was chatting up a storm. The most active remains Chiwei. Chiwei. The reunion was a great success, thanks to Tianyu's hospitality. At Tianyu Li. Mao Wenbin. Tianyu invited the guests? It's too trenchant, isn't it? I should have known I'd go too. Yu Xiang. That's not true. Nearly $7,000, paid without blinking. Worthy of being a high-end person who hangs out in the Imperial City. At that moment, Sun Xia jumped out. Sun Xia, what kind of high-class person is a high-class person who hangs out in the Imperial City? Then is sweeping the streets of the Imperial City considered high-end? Yu Xiang. Sun Xia, it's wrong for you to say that people spend thousands of dollars to treat you to a meal. They are still not considered high-end people? Sun Xia. Che, for the sake of face, what's wrong with spending a month's salary on a dinner? Right now, Li Tianyu is probably hiding in a small rented room eating instant noodles, despite witnessing Li Tianyu's payment, plus driving out in a luxury car. Sun Xia still didn't believe that Li Tianyu could be any kind of rich man. Payments can be taken out and cars can be leased. There are too many guys with swollen faces in this world. Suddenly, a few photos appeared on WeChat. myhome1.jpg, myhome2.jpg, myhome3.jpg. Li Tianyu posted photos of the interior of the place he now lived in to the group, and the last one came with a photo with the living room. Li Tianyu. This is my little black house in the imperial capital, near the 3rd Ring Road in the north. All of you come to the capital, sweep the couch to welcome you. As soon as Li Tianyu's words were sent out, the WeChat group became more active. Yu Xiang. Look at the decoration. The house is nice. Chiwei. North 3rd Ring Road? The house price in that place must be over $100,000. At Sunxia. Is this the little black house you were talking about? Sunxia never showed up again, and it looked like she didn't dare to speak. Li Tianyu was comfortable in his heart and had a dreamless night. The next day, Li Tianyu drove his car and went to the venue of the industry forum. The venue was held in the main conference hall on the 2nd floor of a hotel called the Harbor Capital Hotel. The meeting hadn't even started yet, but we saw a lot of business people in suits, coming and going, in and out. Sure enough, it is a high-end forum, and Zhao Jitong was not wrong. Li Tianyu glanced at the banner hanging at the entrance of the venue, which read the 3rd Imperial City Business Prospect Forum. This should be the place. Li Tianyu saw that there were really 3 or 4 security personnel guarding the entrance, and everyone who went in had to show their entry passes. Li Tianyu looked at his watch. There were still 10 minutes to start, and going in was just waiting, so he just wanted to go to the opposite balcony to get some air. Just as he was about to raise his feet to take a step, Li Tianyu saw a familiar figure. Angela Chan? Why is she here? Since that last seemingly successful blind date, Li Tianyu had tweeted Chen Anlu without getting a particularly positive response. Li Tianyu is not engaged in the object, like Chen Anlu's kind of attitude. It is very clear is to show 4 words. We have no chance. A strong twisted melon is not sweet, and Li Tianyu gave up even more as he didn't want to be stalked. At this time, there was a man walking beside Chen Anlu. The man was suited and booted, his hair done up shiny and smooth, the type who was always pretending to be a critic. Li Tianyu couldn't look at this kind of person, and at the same time, he hesitated to say hello to Chen Anlu. Although Chen Anlu was a beautiful woman, he didn't need to put a hot face on a cold ass when people were lovingly indifferent. When Li Tianyu hesitated, Chen Anlu also saw him. It's you. Yeah, it's me. What are you doing here? Li Tianyu pointed to the door of the conference hall. I'm here for the meeting, beautiful, and you? You? Come to this forum? Sure, can't I? At that moment, The handsome, compelling man asked, "Anlu, who is this?" "He is a fellow countryman of mine." Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows. "Fellow countryman? That's not what you said when you went on a blind date with me." "You, Anlu, you had a blind date with him?" The man was quite surprised. His face was wandering, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. Chun Anlu did not deny it. Li Tianyu snorted. "What's wrong with going on a blind date with me? Who are you?" "I'm a coworker of Anlu's. My name is Zhao Ingguang." "I'm not interested in knowing your name." "You." Zhao Ingguang frowned. "Even if Anlu had a blind date with you, you can't stalk her. You're committing a crime, understand?" "Stalking." Li Tianyu sort of heard out that this Zhao Ingguang thought that he, Li Tianyu, appeared here and was secretly following Chun Anlu over. Chun Anlu glanced at Zhao Ingguang. "It shouldn't be he. Anlu, you should also understand the truth of knowing people's faces and hearts. Look at this kid. How could he possibly attend such an industry forum?" Zhao Ingguang is actually right. Imperial City Business Prospect Forum is considered a high-end forum, and those who are qualified to enter, even if they are not big names in various industries, at least they are the elite level of the company. If it wasn't for the care of the leadership, a low-level employee like Li Tianyu really shouldn't be here. But Zhao Ingguang said this. It was nothing more than some angry words. He had been pursuing Chun Anlu for a long time, but there had been little progress. The thought that such a person would actually be matched with Chun Anlu, the heart is really sour to death. Of course, he didn't think that Chun Anlu would really look at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu didn't bother with Zhao Ingguang and waved his hand with Chun Anlu. "I'm going in first, bye." After pulling out his entry pass and showing it to the security, Li Tianyu smoothly entered the industry forum venue. Zhao Ingguang, who was outside, was stunned, not realizing that this kid was really a participant. Chun Anlu also felt strange. According to what her second aunt had told her, Li Tianyu was just an ordinary white-collar worker, or at least wouldn't have any qualifications to participate in such a high-level forum. Chapter 35. I'm good at everything. In fact, later, the second aunt, Zhou Min, talked to Chun Anlu on the phone again and explained the situation. Li Tianyu's spare time is engaged in real estate leasing to earn foreign blocks. He said that the 3 sets of imperial capital of the house is the company used to rent the property. Chun Anlu didn't react too much after hearing this. Anyway, she originally didn't believe that Li Tianyu really had 3 houses in the imperial capital. "Are you kidding me? The price of housing in the imperial city is now several $1,000,000. 3 houses can still be." As for that $80,000 bag, Chun Anlu also deliberately find people who know how to look at it, did not see any traces of counterfeiting. This made Chun Anlu a little uneasy. Li Tianyu's money did not come from the wind, so it was really inappropriate to just collect such an expensive bag by himself. Chun Anlu was thinking of finding a chance to return the bag, but he hadn't been able to find the time lately. It was a chance to see Li Tianyu today, and Chun Anlu planned to talk to him about it once the meeting was over. Li Tianyu entered the venue and casually found a seat. Within minutes, it was official. For Li Tianyu, it's simply lackluster. Even the host isn't a pretty girl, but a big old man. As for the content, this so-called industry forum was really no different from what Li Tianyu had guessed at first. The organizers invited 3 business leaders to sit on the stage and start chatting with you a few times and me a few times. It's all about the latest business opportunities and business models that are trending in the country and in the world. These 3 business tycoons are all famous entrepreneurs in China, including financial predator Zhou Kaichen, technology tycoon Ma Yi, and Yu Yuanhong, the god of education. The 3 can be a resounding figure, excellent eloquence, the crowd in the audience to listen to the serious and enjoyable. Li Tianyu, however, didn't listen very carefully and kept wandering off. Anyway, this business model and whatnot has absolutely nothing to do with Li Tianyu. He only needs to have the bragging tax system in place. Making money and whatnot is a breeze. However, Li Tianyu also had difficulties. He had been wondering how to earn enough $10 million to level up the system. It's going to be exhausting if you're going to make money on rent alone. Just then, the moderator announced an interactive session. It's all about guest and audience interaction, of course. The moderator announced again, "Is there anything the audience on stage would like to say in response to what Mr. Ma just said about business thinking?" There was some silence in the room for a moment, and no hands were raised. Those 3 people on the stage are big shots, and although the audience under the stage is also mostly the industry's elite, but also more or less some stage fright. At that point, a man raised his hand. When Li Tianyu took a look, it was that co-worker of Chun Anlu's, Zhao Ingguang. Hey, trying to make a splash? Li Tianyu guessed correctly that Zhao Ingguang just wanted to dash around before Chun and showed up. He took the microphone and began to speak after first introducing himself. Hello teachers, I for business thinking on my point of view. Business model is currently divided into three kinds: OEM mode, ODM mode, and OBM mode. We should all know OEM mode always the lowest profit, ODM mode out of the design, but not their own brand, so the last OBM mode, that is, the brand operation mode, is the mainstream of the current. Zhao Yingguang's eloquence wasn't bad, and he stood there and gave a long speech that did garner some applause. As for Chen Anlu, he was also quite surprised by Zhao Yingguang's performance. Zhao Yingguang family conditions are good, but Chen Anlu has always felt that he is a playboy, not very reliable, but did not expect the brain is still some dry. Not to mention, to be able to talk so eloquently in front of these three bigwigs would be admirable. Moderator, that's a good speech by the gentleman. Is there anyone else who can share their thoughts on this? Zhao Yingguang had a flash of inspiration and revealed a sinister smile, suddenly pointing at Li Tianyu. Just now, I saw that person raise his hand as well. Why don't we let him speak as well? Moderator. Yeah, well, let's ask the gentleman to tell us what he thinks. Just as Li Tianyu was in a daze, the microphone was passed to him. Li Tianyu was confused. Batch. He's just here for the time. When has he ever raised his hand? Immediately, Li Tianyu understood that it was Zhao Yingguang who wanted to pit him. Li Tianyu cursed a few MMP, had to stand up, for a while also a little helpless. Would the gentleman please introduce himself? A sudden light flashed in Li Tianyu's mind. Right? What am I afraid of? I have the power of the system. Am I afraid of these small scenes? My name is Li Tianyu, and I currently work for Cloud Light Technology. Moderator. Okay then. So may I ask what your specialty is? Li Tianyu. My specialties? That's a lot. I'm good at everything. No, I'm good at everything. As soon as Li Tianyu's words fell, there was a roar of laughter in the venue, and even the three bigwigs on the stage couldn't help but be happy. A little embarrassed, the moderator hastily asked again. So another question, what insights would you like to share? Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Anything can be I'm not hiding anything from you all. I've always felt that I have a talent for business. Perhaps this is called genius. I have a lot of ideas in my head. There was another wave of astonishment from the audience, not expecting Li Tianyu to say such shameless words. What kind of a person brags about being a genius? The boy is amusing enough. How dare you speak on such an occasion, courageous? The tone is so wild. It's probably a stupid lot. Zhao Yingguang was first stunned when he heard this. He wanted to make a fool out of Li Tianyu, but he could not have imagined that he would be so flamboyant. But that served its purpose, and he turned his head to Chen Anlu and said, Anlu, this fellow countryman of yours is quite interesting. Chen Anlu was also speechless. On the one hand, she did not expect Li Tianyu to take the initiative to raise his hand to speak. On the other hand, she did not expect him to be able to say such words in public. It's fine to brag in private, but how can you brag in front of so many people, or on such a formal occasion? This is going to be ridiculed if it flips. Chen Anlu was really embarrassed for Li Tianyu. After all, this person was not a bad person except for some pomposity. And at this moment, Li Tianyu didn't care what others thought. He was browsing through the system information. Designated area of growth. Amount of taxes paid, 1 million soft dollars. Description. Any part of the body grows by 1 centimeter. Risk of side effects, low. Business elite. Amount of taxes paid, 10,000 soft dollars. Description, business thinking, execution, leadership to a certain extent, the ability to be 200% higher than the average business talent. Risk of side effects, low. Request for recommendation, request for recommendation, request for recommendation. Chapter 36. I'll give you a case study. Business wizard. Amount of taxes paid, 800,000 soft dollars. Description, business thinking, execution, leadership dramatically improved, ability to be 800% higher than the average business talent. Risk of side effects, medium. Li Qianwu looked at it. Why is there such a program as designated area growth? Thinking it over, it dawned on me. The system should have taken his joke about being good at everything as bragging. The order center actually appears to have a corresponding tax item. It costs 1 million soft dollars to grow by 1 centimeter, which is pretty expensive. But wouldn't it be heavenly if that place could grow a few centimeters? Li Tianyu was happy in his heart and decided that he could try it in the future if his conditions were met and he had spare money. Look at the following 2 items again, and sure enough, they both have to do with business skills. Business elite is obviously not as good as business wizards, but it's still about twice as good as the average person's business skills, so it should be good enough. Even if it's not enough, There's nothing you can do about it. Right now, Li Tianyu's tax limit is only 10,000 soft dollars, while the business wizards need 80,000. No, it's 800,000 soft dollars. That's too much over. Even if the system is upgraded, it's not always possible to reach that kind of tax payment, and even if it is, $800,000 was not a small amount, and Li Tianyu's current property was only a small $2 million. Li Tianyu really doesn't necessarily want to spend that kind of money. It looks like you have to make more money to get good abilities. Li Tianyu did not hesitate to choose the Business Elite program and successfully paid taxes of 10,000 soft currency. System Assistant. The tax program is in effect, and the Business Elite talent will be forcibly bound, so please prepare for the impact.
Shock?
What shock? Li Tianyu felt strange as a multicolored light flashed before his eyes, piercing his brain. Then his head felt as if it had been suddenly knocked down by a sledgehammer, and he became dizzy and starry-eyed. For a moment, he seemed to lose consciousness, as if he had suddenly short-circuited. Li Tianyu's state was easily misunderstood, and the crowd whispered, "What's wrong with this person? He was fine just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly become dumbfounded? What's wrong with him? Looks silly. It's the nerves that make you speechless, isn't it? I don't think it's a case of not being able to say anything. It's a case of not having anything to say." The scene got a little out of control for a while. The host was experienced and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Li, are you okay?" Luckily, that uncomfortable feeling didn't last long, and Li Tianyu regained his senses, feeling a coolness constantly wrapping around his temples. "It's much more comfortable now." "No, nothing. So do you have any you need to share? If not, let's talk to someone else." Li Tianyu lightly coughed twice and squeezed out a smile. "Sorry, I got up hard just now and got a little dizzy. I do have some thoughts to share with the 3 guest teachers, as well as the audience." Li Tianyu took the microphone and looked at the 3 business leaders on the stage. 1,000 thoughts and ideas came to his mind. It's amazing. It's as if all this intellectual content was suddenly shoved down his throat by someone in a brainstorm, and he naturally understands it and speaks it very smoothly. Since the 3 teachers on stage just now spoke about business thinking, I will also speak about certain ideas in this area. Why do I say ideas? Because I don't feel it's quite ripe yet, and to keep what I'm talking about from being too boring, I'll just focus on one example for you. Li Tianyu's speech was very fluent and had a clear bite, good pauses, and a very controlled pace. Onlookers listening to him speak didn't seem much worse than a few of the bigwigs on stage. Not at all like something that could be said by an unknown and unnamed character. Zhao Yingguang's expression was condensed. Thinking Li Tianyu this kid-s before and after contrast is also too big. Should be bluffing. T.Y. Li. This example is about airlines. I think all of you in the room have flown before. When you go to the airport or get off the plane and go home, a taxi will probably cost you about $100 or even more, and that's when you'll think how nice it would be if the taxi could be free. If any airline dared to waive the cost of taxiing passengers, of course it would attract more passengers. But the reality is that airlines don't have enough money, cars, or drivers. So is there any way that they can give passengers a free shuttle service and then not lose money, or even make a profit? Li Tianming deliberately paused for a moment, then immediately added, "I think it's possible." Before Li Tianyu's words left his mouth, the entire audience was in an uproar. This time it was by his shocking words. Free transportation for passengers? And make money? That's a fantasy. That's pure bull. However, the 3 bigwigs on the stage were not idle and were interested in Li Tianyu's idea. Financial predator, Zhou Kaichin couldn't help but ask, "Then tell me, how can I do it?" Li Tianyu smiled slightly. "If it were me, I would set up a third-party service company. Then I would contact an airline and negotiate with them. Let's say that if we can do free transportation for passengers, then people's willingness to fly will greatly increase, which will greatly improve the company's performance, and only need to take $25 out of the airfare in exchange for free transportation for passengers." "Mr. Zhou, do you think the airline will say yes?" Zhou Kaichin pondered for a moment and nodded. $25 isn't much. It should be agreed. But it won't be enough to pay for the cab ride. Your company will lose money. Li Tianyu. "Mr. Zhou, don't be in a hurry. My plan has just begun. If I want to save costs, of course I need the company to have its own cars and drivers." Someone yelled, "Your own car? Then you'll have to buy a car and hire a driver. Won't that cost more? You'll lose your pants." There was another round of laughter. Waiting for the laughter to subside, Li Tianyu continued, "I will contact an automobile trading company. Say pick a $148,000 car and tell them that they need to buy 150 units. Of course, with such a large volume, it needs to be sold cheaper. The car company thought it made good sense and went a little cheaper. The man yelled again. How much cheaper can it be? 10,000? 20,000? Li Tianyu waved his hand, telling him not to rush and listen to the following words. Recommendations. 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 Chapter 37. An amazing performance. I told them again that this is for airport pickup and drop-off of passengers, and that they can advertise to them for every passenger they receive. As you might be able to imagine, most people who can fly are at least a little bit more economically powerful, which actually overlaps a lot with the people who have the desire to buy a car, and these are the so-called target customers. Now that you've been advertised, can't the car be cheaper? And the motor trade company feels so justified that they'll more than likely agree to it. When the three bigwigs on the stage heard this, they successively revealed strange looks and couldn't help but glance at each other, as if they had all thought of something. That's right, they were all very quick thinking and had a strong sense of business, and they immediately figured out what Li Tianyu was really thinking. Perhaps this should be a brilliant idea. Those who were sitting in the audience were unconsciously attracted to what Li Tianyu was telling them. The clamor disappeared, and the only voice in the entire venue was Li Tianyu's alone. After haggling with the motor trade company, a 148,000 car ended up at 90,000 per car, which isn't too much to ask for, is it? Tech Tycoon Mai nodded. It's really not too much, it's a normal cooperation concession. Most of the cab companies cooperate with the car companies, and they can even get a much higher discount than that. Li Tianyu nodded. All right, I'm done with the padding. Now it's time to get to the point. Li Tianyu's speech had successfully aroused everyone's curiosity. Even Zhao Yingguang had listened sideways, wanting to know what kind of drug he was selling in his gourd. Chen Onlu on Li Tianyu's performance, but also surprised, which would have thought that in such a big occasion, the face of business three top bigwigs, Li Tianyu's performance is completely like a business veteran's, not the slightest bit of stage fright. This was a huge contrast to the impression that Li Tianyu had previously given off. It's as if an ordinary person became a genius. Moreover, what Li Tianyu said seems quite interesting. Li Tianyu. Next, I'll put out a message to find local people who need to find work and have a lot of driving experience, and tell them that my company can sell them a car that is free for the airlines to pick up and drop off passengers. For each passenger picked up, the airline would pay $25 for the service, and of course a car could pick up several passengers at a time, in the form of carpooling. The clientele here is very high, the competition here is very low, and all in all, it works very well. However, the car will sell for a little more than market price. For how much? Selling for $178,000. That price is actually much cheaper compared to a cab license. Li Tianyu looked around at the audience. All of them held their breath, as if they wanted to hear what happened next. In fact, some of those with more lucid minds have basically said the general content upon hearing this. Tennessee Lee, I'd like to ask everyone, will these drivers buy? The crowd heard this and behaved differently. Some fell into deep thought, some talked amongst themselves, and some wore expressions of dawning realization. Someone responded loudly, would buy it if it were me, borrow money. God's help, that's the reaction Li Tianyu was looking for. Li Tianyu smiled and continued. The drivers were happy, willing, and even a little excited, because the people who were going to buy a car, who were going to get a job, now not only have a car, but also a job and a good income. Why not buy? Of course buy. Borrow money and take out a loan and buy it too. However, my company only needs 150 drivers, so it's first come, first serve. Think about it, people. What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? I received a hit from the drivers. 150 people, 178,000 is equal to 26.7 million. How much do I pay the motor trade company? 150 people, 90,000 is equal to 13.5 million. So, how much is left in my company's bank account? A lot of people actually pulled out their cell phones and started doing some serious math. Instead, Li Tianyu announced the answer. I still have 13.2 million soft currency left in my account. 26.7 million, 13.5 million equals 13.2 million. Li Tianyu dared to swear to the heavens that he hadn't done any calculations beforehand, and that the figures had all popped out of his head on his own. However, no one doubts that these numbers are correct. Everyone in the room seemed to be brainwashed. Audience member number 1. Wow, you can make that much money. Talent. Listener 2. Is this what you call an empty glove? You can make over $10 million just by opening your mouth? Listener 3. Indeed. This this really work? Would it be too idealistic? Although there are still people who question the operability of this program, but cannot be denied this approach is too good. Even the hosts are a little confused batch, feel absolutely positively great dry goods. Don't rule out the possibility that someone will actually go through with it. Previous industry forums basically invited guests to the audience lectures, or the first time that the audience was attracted to the situation of the eyeballs. It would not be an exaggeration to describe Li Tianyu's speech as astonishingly skillful. The host coughed lightly twice. Next, the following 3 guests please comment on this idea of Mr. Li. Yes, we'll have to let the real big boys judge whether this works or not. The venue was quiet again, just waiting to hear what the 3 big guns had to say. Financial predator Zhou Kaichin. This is an awesome idea. I was shocked when I heard it just now. Tech tycoon Mai. To be honest, I've had similar ideas before, but they weren't as mature as this Mr. Li's. Very good. Very good. God of education Yu Yuanhong. I think this belongs to a free business model. People with this kind of thinking is really a talent, and I think the operability is very high. I believe that a similar model may soon appear. As soon as the 3 bigwigs spoke, the whole room erupted in an uproar. Even they had said so. So what was there to doubt? Zhao Yingguang's face was cloudy. Originally he wanted to make a fool out of Li Tianyu, but he let someone make a fool out of him, and it was a big one. You should know that this industry forum is going to be broadcast live on all major websites and social media. There are also some self-published media outlets mixed in. It's not likely that this Li Tianyu kid will be on fire all of a sudden. Chen Onlu's heart is also mixed, although she originally felt that Li Tianyu is not as bad as on the surface, but I did not expect to be so outstanding, that the momentum is to be equal to the ground some big brother. And what he said, even as a cutie, would also feel great, at least 100 times better than Zhao Yingguang's empty speech just now. Chapter 38. Side Effects, Personality Change. Chen Onlu was actually a bit confused. Could it be that the Li Tenjiu from when she met him twice was an illusion? Was it due to her prejudice? Of course, it's not impossible for a person to go above and beyond on certain occasions. Li Tianyu's speech, or even a lecture, at this industry forum had indeed created quite a stir. Many of those seated in the audience were craning their necks to look his way, trying to get a good look at him. The 3 guests on stage, who sometimes exchanged pleasantries, seemed to be curious about Li Tianyu. Who were those 3 big shots? All of them were the most important figures in the industry, and there really weren't many young people who could attract their attention. When the meeting was over, Tiny Li held his feet up. Why? He was surrounded by quite a few people. Some of these people were excited, while others were slightly puzzled, and one by one, they pulled Li Tianyu to talk about that idea, trying to figure out some details. Many of these people are entrepreneurial and came to this forum to get some dry runs. The 3 guest speakers on stage were all too cloudy to grasp the substance. Only the example cited by Li Tianyu has a certain degree of operability. Many of them even took the initiative to add WeChat with Li Tianyu, ready to chat in detail in private. It's not likely that anyone would actually want to go so far as to create such a travel company that specializes in pickups and drop-offs. Li Tianyu walked outside the venue and found that Chen Onlu was also standing outside the door, and of course Zhao Yingguang was also there, except that Zhao Yingguang's face was obviously very unhappy, as if anyone owed him $25,000 or $80,000. It was normal that not only did Li Tianyu not make a fool of himself, but he also made a big splash, which made Zhao Yingguang feel as bad as if he had eaten. When Chen Onlu saw Li Tianyu, she hurriedly walked over. Li Tianyu, I have something for you. Can I delay you for a few minutes? Yes. Chen Onlu hesitated and said, the bag you sent me last time is still too expensive. I can't take it, but I don't have it with me today. I'll give it back to you some other day when I have time, or I'll send it to you. Li Tianyu faintly responded. As I said, I won't take back what I gave you. Chen Onlu observed Li Tianyu's expression and could tell that he wasn't joking and was very serious. For some reason, Chen Onlu feels that the current Li Tianyu is different from the previous impression. It is indeed different, mainly the temperament manly. Chen Onlu, why don't we do this? Li Tianyu suddenly said. If you're really embarrassed, then buy me dinner sometime. Buy you dinner. When Zhao Yingguang heard this, he became anxious. What? You still want Onlu to treat you to dinner? Do your spring and fall big head dream. Li Tianyu didn't even look at Zhao Yingguang and still said to Chen Onlu, no. Yes, tomorrow? Is not right. Tomorrow the company has something. Then, the day after tomorrow after work. When Zhao Yingguang heard this, he was confused. Chen Onlu actually really agreed. He, Zhao Yingguang, had asked Chen Onlu on a date many times, and not once had he succeeded. This Lee Cheon-woo just casually took care of it. And still let Chun On-lu buy dinner. Lee Tianyu nodded. Well, in a moment, you send me the company address on WeChat. I'll pick you up from work. Ugh? Pick me up? No need. It's settled. I've got some things to do, so I'll go first. Lee Tianyu said, waved his hand at Chun On-lu, turned around and left. Chun On-lu looked at Lee Tianyu's back and was a bit out of breath. Strange, how come in the effort of one meeting, Lee Tianyu gave such a big contrast? Lee Tianyu was indeed different, which he himself had sensed. In the past, when Lee Tianyu was facing a beautiful woman, he couldn't act so high and cold, and sometimes he would be so. That's weird. What was that all about? Suddenly, a synthesized voice of the system resounded in Lee Tianyu's mind. System assistant. Host, don't be surprised. Although you have successfully activated the business elite talent, unfortunately, there are great side effects on you. System assistant. Warm reminder that side effects may occur whenever the host itself is involved, including changes in abilities and body. System assistant. There are many types of side effects, so the system will not list them all. When he heard side effects, Lee Tianyu was startled. It was then that he recalled that in the order center, he did see signs that each ability had side effects. For example, the business elite talent, which is this. Business elite. Amount of taxes paid, 10,000 soft dollars. Description, business thinking, execution, leadership to a certain extent, the ability to be 200% higher than the average business talent. Risk of side effects, low. Thinking back to this, Lee Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat. No way. How can I be so unlucky as to win the lottery even though the side effect risk is low? But the question arises, what kind of side effects are produced? Lee Tianyu calmed down, found a place to sit down, and asked in a low voice, System, what are the side effects now? System assistant. Host, your personality has changed. The changes are as follows. Calm plus 80%. Cold plus 50%. Wisdom plus 75%. When Lee Tianyu took a look, it was true that there was a change in temperament, calmness, coldness, and wisdom were enhanced respectively. These three personality changes. It doesn't seem to be a negative emotion except cold, especially wisdom, all of a sudden enhanced 75%. Obviously a great thing. Lee Tianyu. System, are you kidding me? Are these three considered side effects? System assistant. The so-called side effects do not refer to negative personalities, but generally positive and neutral personalities. System assistant. Of course, too much is too little, and if you exceed the coldness index by too much, you may develop a bloodthirsty personality. Hearing this, Lee Tianyu was temporarily relieved that such a side effect was acceptable. There's nothing to be afraid of as long as you're not missing an arm or a leg, losing a piece of flesh, and losing a few years of your life. At that moment, Lee Tianyu's cell phone rang. That was the sound of WeChat receiving a message. Lee Tianyu picked up his cell phone and looked at it, and sure enough, it was from Chun On-lu, the address of her company. Lee Tianyu was now quite accomplished, and his own godly maneuvers had achieved results beyond expectations. The potential of the system is also greater than imagined. Previously, Lee Tianyu only thought of it as a vending machine for exchanging his belongings, but now he felt that the ability to change himself was more valuable. With the ability to do so, will there be a shortage of money? The next day, Lee Tianyu slept until 3 o'clock in the morning, and slowly found a restaurant to eat a meal that was not too early, not too midday before going to the company. Right now, he's really not very motivated about going to work, and even if he doesn't get fired, he'll pick the right time to quit. The plot has officially entered a new phase. Please, all of you, please give me recommendations. Recommendations. Recommendation. Chapter 39. Accidentally becoming a Netflix celebrity. Today, for example, he slept until he woke up naturally, and when he looked at his watch, it was already 10:30. After washing up and a slow trip to the McGlory's in front of the neighborhood for breakfast, he drove away from home. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon when I arrived at the office. Who knows? Just as Lee Tianyu entered the company, he was called by the receptionist girl Wang Jingjing. Wang Jingjing was both cute and pretty, so of course Lee Tianyu used to tease her a lot, but she was ignored every time. Today, I don't know what's wrong. As soon as Wang Jingjing saw Lee Tianyu, it was as if she had taken some kind of medicine. Her eyes were glowing with both warmth and gentleness. Wang Jingjing smiled softly. Lee Tianyu, you're amazing. I'm really good. Which way are you referring to? Lee Tianyu made a double entendre. But Wang Jingjing didn't get angry. Instead, her cheeks blushed. Nasty. By the way, you really made a big splash yesterday. Li Tianyu was stunned. Out of the limelight? You're still pretending you're on fire now. The internet is full of videos of you speaking in business prospect forums. Just swipe a few on Jitterbug and you'll be there. When Li Tianyu heard it, he was quite surprised. He didn't brush his friend circle yesterday. He didn't look at microblogging, let alone jitterbugging or anything. I don't know what's going on, but I felt particularly tired yesterday. Maybe it had something to do with the drain on the system's abilities. So that's how it is. That's a real no-brainer. Li Tianyu, tell me, how did you come up with that idea? You didn't hear about it from someone else, did you? Pretty girl. You think I'd plagiarize someone else's idea? Wang Jingjing was stunned. No, I don't mean that. I'm just casually asking. Li Tianyu smiled and responded, I can't see that you are quite curious. Why don't you turn around and let's make a dinner date? I'll tell you slowly. With that, Li Tianyu waved his hand at him and left the front desk. Wang Jingjing was stunned and thought to herself, was that look in Li Tianyu's eyes just now a discharge? This feels like such a contrast to what it used to be. Now Li Tianyu's entire aura had indeed changed drastically compared to before, but if people who were familiar with him thought about it, they couldn't figure out exactly where it was different. For Li Tianyu, the situation is more serious than expected. On the way to his workstation, Li Tianyu was stopped by people one after another, each of them pulling him up and talking. Colleague from the technical department. Hey, Li Tianyu, you've become an internet sensation. You know, why don't you give me an autograph? Colleague from the art department. You, tell us, did you take the wrong medicine? If you really took the wrong medicine, please tell me where you bought it. Colleague from the testing department. Li Tianyu, you're too handsome. You're really a good face for our company. By the way, I think the solution you mentioned is quite feasible. Do we really want to start a business? Li Tianyu was still really embarrassed. It was too late to respond, and he didn't want to respond. He just smiled and perfunctorily said a couple of sentences, and then took off to the workstation. Who knew it wasn't over? Li Tianyu just sat down, immediately surrounded by colleagues in the planning department again, chattering and asking questions, noisy brain pain. This one let him talk about his feelings, that one let him talk about his experience, and some even want to let Li Tianyu come up with a business plan and quit their jobs to start a business together. This last proposal resonated with the crowd, and these men clamored for immediate action. Li Tianyu couldn't stand it no matter how high and cool and aloof he was, and just as he was about to freak out, Zhao Jitong appeared. Li Tianyu used to rather not want to see Zhao Jitong, Zhao director, but now it was like meeting a relative. Because when he, the big leader of the planning department, appeared, the colleagues were all like rabbits seeing the eagle, running back to their workstations, and began to pretend to make a hard-working appearance. You want to quit your job and start your own business? Go to hell. Li Tianyu, follow me to the office, Zhao Jitong said as he walked over. Okay. Li Tianyu got up and followed Zhao Jitong to the director's office. As soon as the two left, the co-workers came back to life and were talking about what Director Zhao would be looking for Li Tianyu for. Is it hard? Director Zhao is also interested in entrepreneurship. On that side, Li Tianyu followed Zhao Jitong into the director's office, and just as he closed the door behind him, he saw Zhao Jitong's face change. Like a spring breeze, he was very happy, making Li Tianyu feel weird. He hadn't seen this kind of Superintendent Zhao before. Now that's the rhythm of taking the wrong medicine. That's right, Zhao Jitong face subordinates has always been a taut face. End of the frame, the beautiful name of the subordinates to mold the majesty, to maintain a distance. Today, however, it was also as if he had been put under a spell, and his previous glorious image had collapsed all of a sudden. However, Li Tianyu could also guess that it must have something to do with his performance at the Business Prospect Forum yesterday. Tianyu, sit down, sit down. Li Tianyu sat down as instructed. Zhao Jitong immediately gave him a thumbs up. Tianyu, you were really awesome yesterday. You kind of made a big face for our company and made a big splash. Zhao Jitong is not exaggerating, just after Li Tianyu's speech video fire, because he then revealed the name of the company he worked for. So the Cloud Light Technology Company internet search volume more than tripled. Mr. Zhao, I'm doing my best. Ugh, you're really good. You can actually pour out that kind of idea on an occasion like that, and it's quite impressive to be there and not be shocked, quite the general. Li Tianyu was being complimented in such a way without any sense of propriety, and to be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. All right, I won't say any more. This time I'm looking for you to inform you of something important. Mr. Zhao, you said. In recognition of your wonderful performance yesterday, Mr. Wu is going to treat you to dinner. Mr. Wu? Which Mr. Wu? TSK. How many other Mr. Wus are there in our company? Li Tianyu revealed an expression of sudden realization. The Mr. Wu that Zhao Jitong said was Wu Guoqiang. Wu Guoqiang is the big boss of the company, owns a number of companies, busy, usually not everyone can see, actually suddenly want to invite Li Tianyu to dinner, really surprising. It's fine. And don't be nervous. It's just a casual meal and conversation. Li Tianyu nodded his head. Since it was the big boss at the top who invited him to dinner, he definitely couldn't refuse. Just go, it's not like you're nervous about it. That said, it's a credit to the system. If it was in the past, the beggar mode Li Tianyu would certainly be nervous as hell. To him, Wu Guoqiang is a big man. But now, Li Tianyu, in addition to the business elite talent in addition, the personality has also undergone a huge change, calm, cold, and wise on the personality on the substantial enhancement. The face of Wu Guoqiang, such a character, really want to calm down a lot. Zhao Jitong patted Li Tianyu's shoulder again. If you can perform, you'll probably be promoted a few levels higher. Chapter 40. Meeting the big boss for dinner. Mr. Zhao, I know. I'll do my best. Li Tianyu understood Zhao Jitong's thoughts. How he was considered Zhao Jitong's direct line. Although Zhao Jitong is a person who likes to pinch people a little bit, but his nature is not bad. As long as he has the ability, he still looks at it. After yesterday's performance, Li Tianming might be able to climb to some position, and he might even be able to help Zhao Jitong at that time. In fact, Li Tianyu truly has no interest in promotion and salary increase, and he definitely can't work in this company for much longer. The reason is obvious. Li Tianyu is not short of money. Why do you want to do something here to serve people? Unless Li Tianyu was allowed to be the direct boss, then he might consider staying, but that was a daydream and the likelihood of that was zero. A dinner date with Wu Guoqiang's powerful boss was set for the evening. Zhao Jitong didn't arrange a job for Li Tianyu at all, letting him paddle for half a day in boredom at his workstation, making the other colleagues in the planning department envious. Some co-workers are still unconvinced, complaining in whispers. What's wrong with the director? Li Tianyu has not been working much for a few days. Come over to do no work at all and do not care. Another co-worker skimmed his lips. That's true, if you can say that much in the forum, make a big splash. And by the way, earn some face for the company, you don't have to work, you have to be paid even if you don't go to work. The previously unconvinced co-worker was speechless. If you think about it, it's true who made Li Tianyu's recent performance go against the grain. First, he somehow managed to get a multi-million-dollar supercar at the tech show, which attracted countless eyeballs and gave cloud-light technology a not-so-small amount of exposure at the show. Then, Li Tianyu backhandedly spoke at the Imperial City Business Prospect Forum, astonishing the audience with his skill, and became a generation of netizens, competing for the company's honor. With these two major credits added to the list, it's really worth letting Li Tianyu paddle for a while. Li Tianyu was playing with his cell phone when Wang Liang, who was sitting at the nearby workstation, came over. Big Netflix, are you free today? Let's make a dinner date and talk about your ravishing performance yesterday. Li Tianyu sighed. I'm quite willing, but I already have an appointment today. Wang Liang revealed a face full of surprise. Got a date? With whom? It can't be any little girl, right? It would be nice if it was really a little girl. It's going to dinner with Mr. Wu. Wang Liang's expression was confused. Mr. Wu? Which Mr. Wu? Li Tianyu pointed towards the top. Wang Liang immediately understood the meaning of Li Tianyu. Eyes are going to stare out, and then such as Jianghu characters arched his hand, then blue sky with a chair back to the workstation. Before it was time to leave work, Zhao Jitong shouted Li Tianyu away with another voice. The two got into Zhao Jitong's Buick sedan and drove toward the Tianshang Hotel on the second ring road. Ordinary people didn't have much of an impression of the Tianshang Hotel, but in the rich and powerful circle of the imperial capital, this hotel could be said to be one of the most frequented places. On the way, Zhao Jitong has been chatting cordially with Li Tianyu. Tianyu, why didn't I realize before that you could be so eloquent? You don't say, with that stance you had yesterday, you really didn't lose anything to those 3 big shots. And that idea of yours, did you come up with it yourself or not? I've heard it several times, and I think it's too good to be true, it's just empty gloves. It wasn't easy to get Zhao Jitong to say something like that. In retrospect, Li Tianyu's play is indeed extremely level, not only the content of what is said is very dry, and that the speech of the temperament is not like a mortal class, that is not too much to say that it is skillful to suppress the whole scene. More than half an hour later, the car was parked in front of the Tianshang Hotel. Li Tianyu pushed the door to get off the car, and saw the hotel entrance parked, all a water of luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Toyota Alpha that's too common, You can also see Bentley Continental, Rolls-Royce Phantom, these ultra-luxury cars. Zhao Jitong led Li Tianyu towards the entrance of the restaurant. In fact, this restaurant has a very unassuming facade, only 5 stories high, but once inside, it's a completely different story. It's not quite gilded, but it's elegant and detailed enough to be in high style. It's not bad to be invited to dinner by rich people. The place you pick is different. Watch your words and behavior when you meet the boss in a while. Talk less and eat more. Zhao Jitong whispered a reminder. Got it, Mr. Cho. Following Zhao Jitong to the main hall on the 2nd floor, Li Tianyu finally met Big Boss Wu Guoqiang Wu. To be honest, it was the first time for Li Tianyu to meet the company's big boss after a few years of employment. Wu Guoqiang was in his 40s and appeared quite kind, taking the initiative to shake hands with Li Tianyu. After taking his seat, Wu Guoqiang sized up Li Tianyu for a few moments. Little Li, how long have you been at the company? About 3 years or so. More than 3 years? Wu Guoqiang looked at Zhao Jidong. Zhao, this is your fault. Your department has such an excellent employee. How can you keep him at the bottom? Yes, it's my fault, Mr. Wu. It's my eyes that are clumsy. Zhao Jitong responded with a bitter face. Li Tianyu couldn't help but snicker, thinking that you, Zhao Jitong, have your day. You usually like to lecture us, but now you are like a big stick. Wu Guoqiang said to Li Tianyu again. I listened to your speech in the business prospect forum yesterday, and I think you are very thoughtful. It's really a later generation. Mr. Wu, you flatter me. Li, tell me, when did you get this idea? How did the idea come about? If it was the old Li Tianyu, he would have had to panic for a while before being asked this question. But now Li Tianyu is already a business elite level of talent, but also has a strong, calm, and wise personality, of course, calm and easy. Mr. Wu, it's really nothing. I usually browse some specialized websites in the business world, read some related magazines, and sometimes think about whether there is a better business plan on my own. The scenario I described yesterday is just one of many. Li Tianyu said it with style, and from the look and aura, it didn't look like he was bragging at all. Of course, Zhao Jidong knew a few things about Li Tianyu, and when he saw this, he couldn't help but admire this guy a bit for actually being able to speak so freely in front of the big boss. Heh, not bad. Not bad, what a talent. Wu Guoqiang responded. Of course he wouldn't really recognize Li Tianyu with just a few words, but this calm temperament really didn't look like an ordinary young man. He had invited Li Tianyu over this time because he wanted to see the depths of this person as a way to determine if that proposal was something he came up with himself. Even though there are still some flaws in that business plan that Li Tianyu mentioned, it does still have some operability. Thanks to Cerulean Rims, Monologue, Book Club 201700923, Good Times in My Heart, Kamikaze Fire Kong, Squid Sue, Eternal Sup, Ishuan War Wolf Generous Reward. I also appreciate the great support from my fellow bookworms such as Remnant Moon 0003, who keeps giving me recommendation votes. And of course thank you to all of you who have read the book so far and haven't abandoned it yet. Chapter 41. So close. The cow's skin is about to explode. Anyone who can come up with a business plan like that is definitely not idle. Looking at it now, Li Tianyu at least gave Wu Guoqiang a good first impression, like the appearance of an outstanding young man. Talks well and doesn't have stage fright for big occasions. This latter point alone is something that even many people of advanced age can't do. At that moment, the meals were served one after another by waitresses in court dresses. Li Tianyu's afterimage swept. These waitresses were one more beautiful than the other, with a body and a face. Calculated according to the rules of scoring in the community, each should be at least 7 points, even higher than the standard of most Netflix. How much does the restaurant have to pay to be able to hire so many girls of this caliber as waitresses? It's a horrible thought. Looking at the meals on the table again, basically Li Tianyu couldn't even name them. It seems difficult to describe the delicacy of the dishes. What delicacies and sweats are all over the table. However, Li Tianyu still acted calmly, sitting at the table, and only when he heard Wu Guoqiang move his chopsticks would he go and take a few bites. Of course, since the big brother was treating him, Li Tianyu couldn't condescend to himself. He should still eat, only he should eat in a lower key. Wu Guoqiang smiled again and said, Xiao Li, I'll tell you. This hotel is not an ordinary place. The people who come here to eat, either rich or noble, all are social celebrities. Zhao Jidong above compensated with a smile and said yes, although he had heard of this place before. This time it was also the first time he had come over, or dipped into Li Tianyu's light, so he naturally acted quite excited. Zhao Jitong looked left and right and suddenly asked, Mr. Wu, Is the one sitting over there the president of Pioneer Group? Mr. Lu Yuhua Lu? Yes, that's him. We greeted him a while ago. And the rumor is that he's meeting a few people today to talk business. In a place like this, should be talking about big business, right? That one is unknown. Wu Guoqiang smiled again and said, Li, since you often read business-related websites and magazines, you should know some entrepreneurs as well, right? Li Tianyu's mind moved to look at business websites and magazines and whatnot. Just now it was made up off the top of his head. In reality, he didn't recognize any of them. However, he was backed by the system, so even if he was bragging, he could most likely round it down. Mr. Wu, you might think I'm bragging if I say this, but as long as they are famous entrepreneurs, I basically know them all. Wu Guoqiang was stunned. You know them all? Zhao Jitong was startled at the side, thinking that this guy Li Tianyu had expanded and dared to say anything. Zhao Jitong kicked Li Tianyu twice under the table, signaling him to shut up. What is this occasion? No matter how much you brag, you can't do it here. Li Tianyu acted as if he didn't feel it. In fact, he had already opened the system and was ready to pay taxes. Intelligence Commissioner. Amount of taxes paid, 50,000 soft dollars. Description. Possesses a basic knowledge of earthly intelligence, as well as excellent insight and above-par reasoning skills. Risk of side effects, low. Master Intelligence. Amount of taxes paid, 300,000 soft dollars. Description. Possesses extensive knowledge of earthly intelligence, as well as superior insight, possesses excellent reasoning ability, and can instantly absorb apparent intelligence of a specified person under specified conditions, as well as hidden intelligence up to level 1, but special level intelligence cannot be accessed. Activation condition. Handshake. Risk of side effects, medium. When the list of orders was refreshed, Li Tianyu secretly screamed in a bad way. Both the Intelligence Commissioner and the Intelligence Master have far exceeded the 10,000 soft currency tax limit. In other words, this bull that Li Tianyu had blown was going to blow up. What should we do? If it were a normal situation, blowing up the storm would be fine, but now it's the big boss you're dealing with. Although Li Tianyu, even if not in the company, it is not a big deal, but in front of the big boss to lose face, the heart really cannot pass. Suddenly, the system's synthesized voice sounded again in Li Tianyu's mind. System Assistant. The system has detected the presence of a crisis that concerns your future. System Assistant. There is a tax discount for each system level. Host, do you need to use it now? Li Tianyu's heart jumped. There was such a good thing as a discount? He waited momentarily, and since there was an opportunity for a discount, if he didn't use it now, when would he? Li Tianyu immediately clicked the OK button. System Assistant. Launch discount program. What the order center list shows did refresh. The amount of tax paid by the Intelligence Commissioner became 500 soft dollars. The tax amount for Master Intelligence became 3,000 soft dollars. Li Tianyu Ecstasy, the tax amount is reduced by 100 times. It is simply a cabbage price sale. He quickly glanced at the profile of the Master Intelligence. Master Intelligence. Amount of tax payment, 3,000 soft dollars. Description. Possesses extensive knowledge of earthly intelligence, as well as superior insight, and can instantly absorb apparent intelligence on a given person, as well as hidden intelligence up to level 1, but special level intelligence cannot be accessed. Activation condition. Handshake. Risk of side effects, medium. Look at the description, it's an awesome talent. But what does mean when the launch condition is handshake? System Assistant. Just shake hands with a designated person to get as much information about them as possible. System Assistant. Once again, the information obtained is only superficial information and some private events, but not extremely private matters. Li Tianyu suddenly realized that this talent could still be played this way. Without further ado, select Master Intelligence and click Taxes. $3,000 was removed from the savings account. Talent acquisition. Li Tianyu's head felt like it had been hit hard. For an instant, the headache was so intense that both eyes could not help but round and almost fall out. Thousands of images suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, one drilling into Li Tianyu's mind. Li Tianyu, Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu heard Zhao Jitong's voice and immediately agreed. At this time, Li Tianyu's mind became more clear, and even the series of Wu Guoqiang's network of relationships were reflected more clearly. What are you thinking? Didn't you hear Mr. Wu asking you? Zhao Jitong said while kicking Li Tianyu again under the table to show that he was paying attention. Ah, sorry, just had a headache. Li Tianyu took another look at Wu Guoqiang. Worthy of being a big shot, the city is just deep, and did not show any displeasure. Zhao Jidong was indeed a bit anxious just now. Li Tianyu was his employee, and if he made a fool of himself, Zhao Jidong made a fool of himself. Mr. Wu asked you if you recognized the people at the table to your left. Chapter 42. Handshake, the original trigger condition. Li Tianyu looked to his left and there were two people sitting there. One was a middle-aged man and the other was also a man, younger. The middle-aged man is a little fat, his face is rosy, his demeanor is calm, and although he is dressed somewhat casually, he looks like a very dignified person. The other young man, probably around 30 years old, with hard facial lines and a tall, strong-looking body, had an 80% chance of being the middle-aged man's chauffeur or bodyguard, or of course an assistant or some such role. At this time, Wu Guoqiang laughed again. Little Li, you just said you know all the entrepreneurs. So tell me, who is he? Of course, Li Tianyu knew that Wu Guoqiang had asked him to guess. It was the chubby middle-aged man. Zhao Jitong was in a hurry. How could Li Tianyu know that person? Even he, Zhao Jitong, didn't know him. Wu Guoqiang's temper, Zhao Jitong still understood. This boss is definitely not as gentle as it seems. If he finds out that someone is cheating him, he will definitely be furious, or maybe he Zhao Jitong will have to suffer along with him. I just hope that Li Tianyu can find something to say and muddle through. Finally, Li Tianyu spoke up. Mr. Wu, that person is called AI Baoquan, the president of AI Hua Real Estate Group, the major shareholder, the big boss. Hearing Li Tianyu's words, Zhao Jitong was a bit surprised. Did this guy really know each other? But then it occurred to him that it was mostly just Li Tianyu talking nonsense. This is not a bad idea. If you say something wrong, then you can say that you have recognized it wrongly or did not remember it clearly, and I think Wu Guoqiang will not be overly harsh. Who knew that Wu Guoqiang's side showed a happy look and even applauded. Not bad. Not bad. Little Li, you really didn't brag. You really know Mr. AI Baoquan AI marvelous. Zhao Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief. Unbelievably, Li Tianyu actually did get it right. Aihua Real Estate Group, Zhao Jitong also heard of course know that AI Baoquan is the president, but AI Baoquan has always been very low-key, rarely appear in the public eye, only occasionally to participate in some of the real estate industry within the parties and exchanges. The average person wouldn't even recognize AI Baoquan. So how did Li Tianyu meet? It's a little too unbelievable. At this moment, only Wu Guoqiang laughed and stood up. Let's go. Little Li, come with me to say hello to Mr. AI. Li Tianming was stunned and thought to himself, what's the point of letting me go and join in the fun? But since it's what Mr. Wu asked for, just do it. Li Tianyu stood up and walked up after Wu Guoqiang. Zhao Jitong was left at the table, slightly embarrassed. The heart cannot help but flooded with a few points of jealousy. It looks like Mr. Wu is surprisingly satisfied with Li Tianming. It is hard not to really want to entrust a heavy responsibility. However, looking back, Li Tianyu was brought out by him Zhao Jitong. If he developed, Zhao Jitong can also get the light. It's not a bad thing. Zhao Jitong has a lot of bad places, but there is an advantage, that is, carry a clear, see the situation clearly, do not constitute a problem, he will not be overly entangled, mediocrity. This was one of the reasons why Zhao Jitong was able to rise from an ordinary employee to a department director in his early 30s. And then look over there, as Wu walks away. Boss AI, are you coming over for dinner again? When AI Baoquan heard the sound, he turned his head to look over and was immediately happy. Mr. Wu, it's good to see you again. I just attended a meeting. This is not to come over to eat a couple of bites. What's the matter? Do you have a dinner party? No, just treating my company to some random food. By the way, this is Li Tianyu, very talented young man. Hello. Li Tianyu extended a hand without being overbearing. AI Baoquan, on the other hand, casually shook hands with Li Tianyu. Just then, Li Tianyu's body was obviously shaken by something, and uncountable images once again appeared before his eyes. All the images are related to AI Baoquan. Li Tianyu's mind suddenly realized that this was the case. Shaking hands was the trigger condition for Master of Intelligence. By this time, Li Tianyu already knew this person AI Baoquan like the back of his hand, including his various interpersonal relationships of both explicit and private nature. He even knows exactly how many mistresses he has. In addition, there was also some information related to AI Baoquan that he didn't perceive, which Li Tianyu also acquired as usual. For example, how many employees in AI Baoquan's real estate company have said bad things about him and what the bad things were. For example, among the 5 mistresses of AI Baoquan, 2 of them privately kept little white boys and cuckolded AI Baoquan. Li Tianyu really wanted to laugh, no matter how big a person was. He also had chicken scratch troubles. However, on the whole, this AI Bao Quan is by and large a trustworthy real estate businessman, apart from not being very principled when it comes to women. At least the office buildings and residences operated by his company have been tightly guarded from design to materials to construction, without too many quality problems. In addition, AI Bao Quan also donated 3 Hope primary schools in southwest China, all of which were delivered before the year. He also made it a point to help raise money for surgeries for 2 poor people who were seriously ill. Suddenly, something flashed in Li Tianyu's mind, which made his heart tremble. Ai Bao Quan appears to be in a life-threatening situation. At this time, Wu Guoqiang and AI Bao Quan casually exchanged a few more pleasantries before excusing themselves and taking Li Tianyu back to his seat. Little Li, eat quickly, the food won't be good if it gets cold. Wu Guoqiang greeted. Okay. Li Tianyu hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and ate the dishes on the table. But the deliciousness is in front of you, and you can't taste it, it's like chewing on wax. Li Tianyu was a bit lost in thought, not knowing what to do when he accidentally learned this shocking secret about AI Bao Quan. Do you want to help AI Bao Quan? If you decide to help, what's the right way to help? Li Tianyu and AI Bao Quan don't know each other. They just shook hands. They can't just go up and say, hey, Mr. AI, you're going to be finished, right? That's not a good idea. A big shot like this would never trust a nobody. However, on second thought, it wasn't difficult to gain AI Bao Chuan's trust. It was just a matter of whether or not Li Tianyu wanted to save him. Just then, Li Tianyu saw the tough guy sitting across from AI Bao Quan get a waiter and settle the bill with a credit card. It looks like they'll be leaving soon. Li Tianyu's mind was racing and he quickly made a decision. Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhao? I'm going to the restroom, Li Tianyu said as he stood up. Well, go on. AI Bao Quan waved his hand. Li Tianyu got up and made a half circle around the restaurant before changing direction and following AI Bao Quan. Thank you to Little Lazy Piggy Loves Fat Piggy, Book Clubber 2019. .1150, and A Dream of 1,000 Years for their generous rewards. Thanks again for giving me a recommendation, and for all the bookworms who have been along for the ride. Chapter 43. I know all your little secrets. Li Tianyu's movement was not big, but when he was 4 or 5 meters away from behind the 2 AI Bao Quan men, the man who resembled AI Bao Chuan's bodyguard seemed to notice it. The man's name was Yang En, and he was indeed AI Bao Chuan's bodyguard, though he was known externally as an assistant. Yang En had practiced martial arts and combat arts, as well as being from a special forces background, so his hands and alertness were self-evident. He turned back and reached out to stop Li Tianyu. What can I do for you, sir? Yang En's tone was stiff and carried a murderous aura. Li Tianyu fixed his mind and shouted over there, Mr. AI, can I have a word with you? AI Bao Quan turned around and was stunned. Isn't this Wu's employee? What did he come over to talk about? AI Bao Quan glanced into the distance again. Wu Guoqiang and the unknown employee were still eating and chatting. AI Bao Quan straightened the suit on his body. Did General Manager Wu ask you to come here? Is there anything he can't tell me in person? Li Tianyu shook his head. You misunderstood. I came here on my own. It's because I have something I want to say to you. It has nothing to do with Mr. Wu. AI Bao Quan was stunned, thinking what could this kid have come to him for? At this time, the rough and tumble Yang En said sullenly, our Mr. AI is very busy and has no time to talk to you. Please? Little Yang, it's okay. AI Bao Quan interrupted Yang En, then said to Li Tianyu, how long do you need to talk? It's only a few minutes, and I'm sure you'll be interested in what I have to say. Since the other party said so, AI Bao Quan was a little interested. Okay, go ahead. Mr. AI, this matter, we still need to find a private place to talk about it. AI Bao Quan frowned, slightly displeased, thinking what else needs to be made so secretive? Moreover, as the boss of a large conglomerate company, he had never been front and center, worshipped by others, and this kid in front of him named Li Tianyu clearly lacked respect for him. But AI Bao Quan was well cultivated and didn't show impatience because of it. Okay then, go over there. AI Bao Quan pointed to the door at the end of the right-hand corridor, through which there was a small balcony. There are some smoking guests who can work out their addiction there. Yang En as a bodyguard is obviously not at ease. Mr. AI, It's okay. Look at him, it's going to be okay. Yang En observed Li Tianyu for a while, and indeed, he did not look like a person who could cause any security problems, so he let him go. The two reached the small balcony one after the other. Tell me what's going on. Getting all secretive. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Mr. AI, I want to sell you something. Selling something? What are you selling? AI Bao Quan thought to himself, what kind of international joke is this? I don't lack anything, what can I buy from you? Li Tianyu smiled slightly and pointed to his temple in response. Intelligence. AI Bao Quan was flabbergasted again and re-examined Li Tianyu for a few moments. I'm telling you, I'm not going to do those sneaky things, especially since your general manager Wu and I are good friends again. And besides, I'm in real estate and you're a tech company, there's no competition, so what priced intelligence can you have that I can buy? AI Bao Quan was mistaken. He thought that Li Tianyu was going to sell the information of Yunguang technology. Do this line of work in the industry is not uncommon. AI Bao Quan seen a lot. Is the so-called commercial spies. You misunderstand. The information I have to sell has nothing to do with business. It has to do with your well-being. AI Bao Quan was just shocked when he heard this. His eyes widened, revealing an incredulous look. Li Tianyu then continued. Mr. AI, if my intelligence is correct, someone wants to harm you or is harming you. AI Bao Chuan's face was cloudy, gritted his teeth and said, Kid, you don't have a lot of guts. You're actually cheating me out of money with this kind of thing? Believe it or not, one word from me will make Wu Guoqiang fire you. Li Tianyu sighed. All right, since Mr. AI doesn't believe in it, then I won't say any more. Farewell. With that, Li Tianyu turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Li Tianyu stopped in his tracks, but didn't turn around. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Li Tianyu knew that AI Bao Quan had taken the bait after all. All right then, in order to prove my intelligence ability, I'll say something about you, Mr. AI, don't be angry. AI Bao Quan snorted coldly, seemingly acquiescing. The year before last, you had some problems with your heart, and after tests, even though it was just a precursor to a myocardial infarction, the doctor still gave you bypass surgery just to be on the safe side. Just this. AI Bao Quan said disdainfully. It doesn't mean anything. Did you read that interview with me in Leader Weekly? It's not even a secret. Li Tianyu ignored it and continued talking. Mr. AI, you have 5 mistresses, all less than 30 years old. 2 of them are still in school college students. Of those 2 college students, one is studying sophomore year at the Imperial Film Academy. Quite beautiful, you give her pocket money every month. Is this number? With that, Li Tianyu reached out and gestured the word 5, meaning 50,000. When AI Bao Quan heard this, he was immediately confused. How did this guy know? Even the closest people around AI Bao Quan didn't know the exact number of his lovers, let alone what the status of each was. Although you're essentially a good person, you did some bad things when you were just starting out, such as when you were working on a project in Huayu City, you secretly got someone to break the legs and feet of one of the nail households, which scared that family away. On another occasion, even looking for punks to throw feces at the nail household's homes for a week straight, stinking for 3 miles around, the tactics can be described as brilliant. Mr. AI, don't look at you now flying high, but when you were a child you were a coward, a crybaby, often bullied by classmates, and once you encountered something that frightened you, you would also pee your pants, known as peeing turtle. AI Bao Quan was completely confused. Batch, this can be the secret of secrets, even if a certain thing is indeed known by someone, but it is impossible that all of them are clear. In other words, if someone could tell so many secret things about AI Bao Quan at one time, it could only be AI Bao Quan himself, and it couldn't be any other person, including his parents and daughter-in-law. This kid. How did this kid know? It doesn't make sense. Li Tianyu observed AI Bao Chuan's expression and knew that the fire was almost ready. Mr. AI, do you still want me to continue? I promise I can talk all afternoon about you here. In fact, Li Tianyu is also bluffing, intelligence master to obtain information, but also limited to this. But it was enough to deal with AI Bao Quan. Chapter 44. I don't want much, just $3 million. AI Bao Quan immediately waved his hand. Don't say it. Don't say it. AI Bao Quan really couldn't listen any longer. If he let Li Tianyu talk on, it was not likely that more of his old embarrassing stories would be shaken out. What's more, Li Tianyu has said so much. Each piece is into the wood, accurate and unusual. There was no room for AI Bao Quan to disbelieve what this kid knew. How the hell do you know all this? Li Tianyu laughed and responded in an inscrutable manner. This is an industry secret. It's my ability to eat, so I'm sorry to tell you. So, then what exactly is your relationship with Wu Guoqiang? Now AI Bao Quan didn't believe that Li Tianyu was an employee of Wu Guoqiang's company. What employee has that? And AI Bao Quan is also worried that Wu is behind all this. Although the two do call friends, but only similar to the meat and wine friends only, never talk about a particularly deep friendship. However, in retrospect, AI Baoquan and Wu Guoqiang in the industry is irrelevant, and there is no conflict of interest. There is no need to engage in the East and West. Li Tianyu said casually, Mr. AI, I am indeed an employee of Yunguang Technology, at least for the time being, but what I'm doing now has nothing to do with Mr. Wu or Yunguang Technology. If you're still obsessing about this, then we don't have and need to talk about it anymore, and the deal can be suspended. After hearing this, AI Baoquan had no choice but to believe it and waved his hand. Okay, I don't care about those. I understand the rules. You name your price. Li Tianyu stretched out 3 fingers. $300,000? Good point. I can call you right now. Li Tianyu shook his head. AI Baoquan was stunned and confirmed in a small voice, $3 million? This time, Li Tianyu smiled slightly, indicating that the other party had answered correctly. Mr. AI, to be honest with you, I'm already discounting this. Isn't it worth it to save your own life for $3 million soft dollars? AI Baoquan pondered for a while, even though $3 million soft dollars was a bit much. But just like what Li Tianyu said, it wasn't very expensive if it was counted as life-saving money. If you have a life, you have money. If you don't have a life, you have no place to spend it. As long as Li Tianyu's information was correct, not to mention 3 million, even if it was 4 million or 5 million, AI Baoquan would still pay. Fine then. $3 million is $3 million, you name it. Li Tianyu's heart was happy, but his face was unperturbed and ancient. The system's personality transformation is still very thorough. Li Tianyu has completely lost the previous mercenary atmosphere, and what comes out of his bones is calmness and shrewdness. Selling out the situation, this way of making money is really a very good idea. While it's not a bad way to make money by paying taxes to change houses and then collecting rent, it's not a small amount of labor. Not to mention, showing a house is quite a hassle. What about selling information? That's easy. It's just a matter of moving your lips. AI Baoquan stared with 2 round eyes and just waited. Li Tianyu smiled and said, Mr. AI, inside your Aihua real estate, isn't there an executive named Hu Jun? AI Baoquan was stunned. You're not telling me that Hu Jun is trying to get me killed, are you? Li Tianyu nodded. That's right. It's him. AI Baoquan immediately waved his hand. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. How could he harm me? Hu Jun is AI Baochuan's hometown, but also a childhood friend. The two can be said to have grown up together bare-assed. It's no wonder that AI Baoquan doesn't believe that Hu Jun will harm him and is out to get him killed. However, when it comes to hearts and minds, AI Baoquan is again a little uncertain. He is also considered to be an old bird who has been in the world for many years. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other for profit, not to mention hairdressers, even if they are close relatives. What proof do you have that Hu Jun wants to harm me? Li Tianyu. I'm sure you're better at things like finding evidence than I am. I'm just telling you the information I know in exchange for the payment I deserve. AI Baoquan was silent for a moment. It's not that I don't trust you. I can't possibly doubt a good brother of mine just because of your words. Li Tianming nodded. Understood. And I can say more. Just the year before last, when you got sick, you fainted twice. One of them was in Yushan County in Qizhou, remember? AI Baoquan nodded. That's right. That time I went to Qizhou to attend the land auction. How do you know? I also know that you were rushed to Yushan County Hospital that time, but the poor medical technology there misdiagnosed you and said you had brain cancer. Dirty cancer is terminal, and at the time you felt your days were numbered, you wrote a transfer of equity in the presence of the company's legal counsel. AI Huchuan was baffled. Yeah, but that equity transfer is for your partner Joe Salt. Li Tianyu said. Yes, that's him. And what does that have to do with Hu Jun? The conditions under which that assignment took effect. Do you remember? AI Baoquan. Remember, as long as I die, the ownership of the company will all be handed over to Zhao. AI Baoquan said here, suddenly thought of something. Eyes round, pale, lips suddenly as if frozen, launched shaking. Li Tianyu knew that AI Baoquan understood it all. The matter itself is not complicated. The cause is that in the heat of the moment out of the transfer of equity, after the effective date of this transfer, it lasts for 3 years. Zhao Yan has long been moving, and now it is already the last year. It will be late if he does not make a move. But someone like Zhao Yan would definitely not do it himself to avoid falling into a trap. So he teamed up with Hu Jun and tried to get AI Baoquan killed in some ingenious way so that he could take this large real estate enterprise for himself. As for why Hu Jun, it was also because he and AI Baoquan had the best and closest relationship, and it would not be easy to do something to reveal the cloven foot. Li Tianyu also tells AI Baoquan to pay good attention to the objects around him. as Hu Jun will definitely put his hands on them if he wants to harm him. In fact, Li Tianyu did not know what could be wrong at this time. He just used the talent of the Master of Intelligence, combined with the number of times and places of the recent meetings between Zhao Yan and Hu Jun, reasoning. This kind of reasoning is very sophisticated and difficult to explain, but the accuracy rate is very high and can reach more than 90%. These suggestions from Li Tianyu should help AI Baoquan a lot. Well, I've said what I need to say, the rest is up to you. I'll send you the bank account number later. I'll see you again if I have the chance, Mr. AI. After saying that, Li Tianyu turned around and walked towards the restaurant. Only AI Baoquan was left alone and out of his mind. Request a recommendation, request a recommendation, request a recommendation. Chapter 45. Sorry, I refuse. As for whether Li Tianyu knows AI Baoquan's contact information, don't be ridiculous. He's a master of intelligence. He's known the contact information of such celebrities for a long time. The next morning, Li Tianyu received a remittance of 3 million soft currency dollars. Apparently, AI Baoquan has found out what's going on. Li Tianyu was very happy. This is an additional $3 million at once. Nearly $5 million of savings in hand. Not only was this a big step closer to the goal of 10 million soft mints, but it also gave him a feeling of being a rich man. Why do I need to work for this company when I have $5 million? Li Tianyu then thought about approaching Zhao Jitong to mention the matter of leaving his job. Who knew that before he could go, Zhao Jitong took the initiative to come to the door. Mr. Zhao, I have something. Ugh. Tianyu. Let's talk about what's going on later. Come with me to the meeting first. A meeting? What meeting? Don't you worry about it. You'll know when you get there. It's just waiting for you. Li Tianyu was confused. Looking at Zhao Jitong, it should be a very important meeting. But in his case, he was a small planner at the bottom of the hierarchy and could not possibly be qualified to participate in a meeting of too much importance. Zhao Jitong pulled Li Tianyu into the company's large conference room. Li Tianyu went in and was taken aback. All the people sitting on either side of them were the middle and upper echelons of the company. Sitting on the main seat was the big boss of Cloud Light Technology, Wu Guoqiang. Wu Guoqiang but rarely come to the company. How little it is said that last year only came 4 times a year. But Wu isn't being lazy, mainly because he doesn't have just one company. The one who was usually in charge of Cloud Light Technology was named Zhou Bo, with the position of Deputy General Manager. He's good at what he does, at least he hasn't let the company get out of hand. Zhao Jitong pulled Li Tianyu to find a seat. Wu Guoqiang glanced at Li Tianyu and then called the meeting to order. First, each of the top brass spoke about the progress of the business, and then the mid-levels spoke about what they were doing in their departments and what their plans were for the future. Wu's eyes were half open, as if they were all about to fall asleep. When everyone had said too much, Wu Guoqiang sighed, as if to say, finally finished. Although Cloud Light Technology wasn't a particularly large company, it still had 300 to 400 people. Medium-sized companies are no less important. Now these top and middle layers, from time to time, looked at Li Tianyu, and they all seemed to be very curious about his existence. Although they are all in the same company, but the identity gap is too big. Even if they have seen Li Tianyu, it is impossible to know who it is. It was very surprising that Li Tianyu could be sitting in this conference room at this time. However, there were a few people who noticed that this Li Tianyu wasn't the kid who had made a splash in the Imperial Capital Business Prospect Forum 2 days ago. Moreover, Wu Guoqiang easily does not come to the company. Once he comes over, it means that there is something to say or deal with. Sure enough, Wu Guoqiang suddenly said, "Today, I have one more thing to announce. Li Tianyu, stand up." Li Tianyu was still puzzled, but when people let up, they just did as they were told. I only heard Wu Guoqiang say again, "He is Li Tianyu, who used to serve in the planning department, and is an elite soldier under Zhao Jitong's hand." This was said in such a way that Li Tianyu blushed a little. What elite soldiers to say that in the past he was at best a shrimp warrior. However, it was indeed different now with the system boost, his ability was long gone. In the future, Li Tianyu will be transferred out of the planning department to serve as my assistant. And in the future, if I have any matters, I will inform Vice President Zhou and all of you through him. The crowd instantly exploded when they heard that. What? Li Tianyu? Assistant? This is too sudden? What's this person's origin? It can't be a relative of Mr. Wu, can it? These murmurs were small, but Li Tianyu heard them clearly. Not to mention others, even Li Tianyu had long been confused batch. What is this Wu Guoqiang doing? Is he crazy? What does Wu's assistant mean? That's the equivalent of the company's chief executive. No, not just this cloud light technology, even Wu Guoqiang's other companies. Li Tianyu can also get involved. Of course, that's only if Wu agrees. Zhao Jidong glanced at Li Tianyu, only to feel a mixture of flavors coming together, thinking that this kid climbed too fast, far beyond his imagination. In fact, yesterday Wu Guoqiang invited Li Tianyu to dinner, let Zhao Jitong vaguely feel that this kid has to take off the momentum, but I did not expect him to fly so high at once. However, this did not exceed Zhao Jitong's expectations, so despite the sourness in his heart, he immediately accepted the reality. After the meeting, Wu Guoqiang called Li Tianyu into the general manager's office. Worthy of being the office of the company's supreme officer, it is just luxurious, at least 200 square meters at a glance. It is assumed that Wu might be trying to explain why he made such a decision today. Li Tianyu also noticed that besides Wu Guoqiang, there was another person standing in the office, Zhang Changfang. Changfang Zhang is not only the head of the administration department, but now also temporarily replaces the personnel department. At this time, Zhang Changfang directly handed a contract to Li Tianyu. What is it? A new employment contract. Zhang Changfang answered. Mine. Right? At this time, Wu Guoqiang said, You two sit down first. Xiao Zhang, you briefly tell Xiao Li about the contents. Zhang Changfang nodded. Okay, Mr. Wu. First, Tianyu Li's position will be changed to Assistant General Manager. Second, the length of the contract is 5 years from the time of signature. Third, $40,000 a month. That's basically it, with non-compete and confidentiality clauses remaining. Li Tianyu was stunned. Non-compete clause? Confidentiality clause? I still need to sign this. Of course, you're the assistant general manager. You'll definitely have access to some company secrets, and we have to make sure that you won't be detrimental to the company's interests after you leave. Wu Guoqiang tapped the table with his fingers and asked with a smile. Little Li, sign it if there's nothing wrong. I have several things to give you next. Zhang Changfang placed a pen in front of Li Tianyu. At this time, Li Tianyu was flipping through the contracts one by one, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. A few minutes later, Li Tianyu was still looking at the contract. Wu Guoqiang got a little impatient and couldn't help but frown. Zhang Changfang mixed to this position now is certainly very eye-catching. She lightly coughed. Li Tianyu, actually you don't need to read it so carefully, except for the ones I mentioned. The other aspects are no different from an ordinary contract. Hearing this, Li Tianyu finally raised his head. Mr. Wu, why did you choose me as an assistant? Wu Guoqiang narrowed his eyes. Nonsense. I do think you have potential, so I want to focus on cultivating it. Little Li, hurry up. I still have to attend a meeting somewhere else later. I refuse. Not to mention Wu Guoqiang. Even Zhang Changfang was stunned when she heard Li Tianming's words, as if she had heard it wrong. Li Tianming smiled slightly. I refuse to sign this contract. Chapter 46. Separation? I'm looking forward to it. With a loud pop, Wu Guoqiang's big hand slammed down on the table. You're crazy, you. Zhang Changfang hurriedly said. Li Tianyu, you'd better think clearly before you speak. Mr. Wu is trying to promote you. I've thought it through very clearly, and I'm not signing this contract. Li, why don't you know how to behave? Li Tianming smiled and responded. Mr. Wu, you've misunderstood. I just think that some of the clauses are inappropriate. If I can change them, I'll sign. Zhang Changfang just wanted to speak out vigorously, but Wu Guoqiang raised his hand to stop him. It's okay. Let him talk. Li, what do you want to change? Li Tianyu smiled slightly. First, an assistant would be a no-brainer. If it's a counselor, I might consider it. Wu Guoqiang's eyes widened. What? Counselor? Where is there such a position? You are the big boss. Even if you don't have such a position, you can add it with a word. Li Tianyu looked at Zhang Changfang and smiled. Am I right? Zhang Changfang was stunned. What could she say? Could only nod her head. Only to hear Li Tianyu continue. Second, $1 million a year, with a separate bonus if the project is made. Thirdly, my time is free to do as I please. I can skip clocking in and out of the office, and of course, if it's really important, I'll do my best to follow up on it. Fourth, Wu Guoqiang raised his hand, stopping Li Tianyu from continuing his speech. All right, Li Tianyu. You really dare to say that? Who gave you the courage to make such a request? Li Tianyu thought to himself that it was Liang Jing who entered the chant. I'm asking you, Li Tianyu, if you don't want to do it then just say so. Don't pretend to be a critic with me here. Zhang Chongfang also helped out for her boss, Li Tianyu. If you don't accept this contract, then it's impossible for you to return to work in the planning department. Do you know what that means? These two are really devious, meaning you don't sign this contract, then you're fired. That's a scary thing to say, but would Li Tianyu be afraid? Of course not. He grinned. That's okay. I can do my separation now. You! Wu Guoqiang was going to be furious. Zhang Chongfang, on the other hand, was calmer. If you take the initiative to leave your job, the company won't give you any compensation. It's okay, I don't care, Li Tianyu said, turned around and left, then also waved his hands handsomely behind his back. Please ask Supervisor Zhang to send the separation form to my workstation. Thank you. Zhang Chongfang was stunned. She has been in HR and administration for a short time and has served 3 or 4 companies, so what kind of employees have she not seen? But it was the first time to see such a tough guy like Li Tianyu. Moreover, Li Tianyu, whom he had come into contact with before, was a rather ordinary employee. When did he become like this? This is simply Li Tianyu want to fire the boss and the company. Zhang Chongfang hesitated, turned his head and asked to Wu Guoqiang, Mr. Wu, you see, what to do about this? What about what to do? Isn't he a cow? Then give him the separation form. I'll see if he dares to sign it. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu returned to his workstation and began to pack up the things on his desk. A co-worker, Wang Liang, came over. Tianyu, what are you doing? Packed up and ready to go. What? Going away? Where are you going? By the way, I heard you've been promoted? Everyone was talking about you just now. The conversation between the two attracted nearby co-workers, and for a moment they all gathered around. Li Tianyu sunshine a smile. Brother, not rare, that which is what high rise, is clearly when the boss slaves. So this is going to leave my job. What? The surrounding co-workers all had a surprised look on their faces after hearing this, and some of their eyes were glaring out. It was no wonder. Just now someone had passed on the rumor that Li Tianyu had been spotted by his boss and had become the assistant to the general manager. What's the concept? One for all, one for all. Not to mention these small employees of theirs, even if the vice general manager Zhou Bo saw the assistant general manager, he had to be courteous. What's more, the assistant general manager's salary is certainly not less than this position. At least it must be double than the ordinary planning. Such a beautiful job. Li Tianyu actually threw it away, and he's leaving. That's incredible too. In fact, it's no wonder that the co-workers don't understand. If it was the previous Li Tianyu, when he came across such a good thing, he would definitely be happy as hell. However, now he is completely different. The system transformed Li Tianyu and made him very condescending. Such Li Tianyu, not willing to be an assistant to do what he was told. So he put forward to Wu Guoqiang as a consultant requirements, but also a substantial increase in salary to $1 million a year. Since the other party doesn't agree, it's a clean slate. With Li Tianyu's current ability, are you still afraid of not having food? Even if he did nothing, living off the rent would be perfectly fine. Then again, why did Wu Guoqiang want Li Tianyu to be his assistant, but not because of Li Tianyu's ability? At this time, Zhang Chongfang walked over with a serious face. She put a couple of exit application forms on Li Tianyu's workstation table. I filled it out for you, you just have to sign it. After I sign the papers, I can leave, right? Could be. The coworkers who gathered around heard, this is even the work handover is saved. It looks like no matter whether it is HR or the boss, they are all very dissatisfied with Li Tianyu. When Li Tianyu looked up, he saw Wu Guoqiang's figure not far away. The guy had a sneer on his face, as if he thought that Li Tianyu didn't have the guts to sign this. Li Tianyu thought, you really think I can't get along without this company? Li Tianyu picked up a pen and then signed his name on the separation form without any delay. The smile on Wu Guoqiang's face gradually froze, feeling his face burning. He couldn't be happy at all when Li Tianyu really left his job. The reason why Wu Guoqiang promoted Li Tianyu to the position of assistant general manager is that this guy has some ability, give him a little sweet taste, make good use of it, may be able to bring a lot of value to their own company. Wu Guoqiang, this person, the reason why he made several companies from scratch is that he has one advantage, that is, he sees people especially accurate. After Li Tianyu's speech at the Imperial City Business Prospect Forum spread across the internet, Wu Guoqiang watched it several times. He was shocked. How could there be such a character in the company? And a little planner at that? It always felt like things were a bit bizarre. It wasn't until he met with Li Tianyu 2 days ago that Wu realized that this guy was probably the most underestimated character in the company. It would be a waste not to utilize someone like that. Wu did a background check on Li Tianyu at a rapid pace. Graduated from a second-rate college with average grades. Ordinary family, no backstage. After joining the company, he has been mediocre to the point of having an average salary. Wu Guoqiang couldn't figure it out. What kind of god is this Li Tianyu? Chapter 47. What's wrong with him? But the talent, the use of the use, but Wu Guoqiang, although he intends to mention Li Tianyu to a high position, but the salary has not increased much. After all, this kid used to be 10,000 out of the salary are dry for such a long time. Give him a rise to 30,000 has been very powerful, not afraid of him, not happy. Who knows, Wu thought wrong. This guy, Li Tianming, had a bigger appetite than he thought. Li Tianyu signed and slapped the application for separation directly on the workstation. Supervisor Zhang. I'll be troubling you for the future. Farewell. With that, Li Tianyu carried his packed things and peeled through the crowd, heading out without looking back. The colleagues in the planning department looked at each other in disbelief, completely unresponsive. Wang Liang's brain was a little brighter and chased after him. Tianyu, wait for me. Li Tianyu turned around and laughed. What? Can't bear to part with me? That must be Shed, a colleague. I'll see you off. In fact, Wang Liang was considered Li Tianyu's best connected colleague in the company. Side by side, the two men entered the elevator and reached the lobby of the office building. Wang Liang. Tianyu, have you found your next home? Li Tianyu. No, I want to rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry to work. That said, I kinda envy you. I'll have to take a break sometime. Li Tianyu patted Wang Liang's shoulder. Buddy, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner later. Okay. Then I'll wait for your news. Wang Liang hesitated and added, turn around and if you find a suitable company, bring me there too. Li Tianyu nodded. No problem. Keep in touch. After saying goodbye to Wang Liang, Li Tianyu drove his Porsche and left the office building parking lot. Li Tianyu's departure caused quite a stir in Cloud Light Technology. Many people were unmotivated to work and secretly came together to talk about Li Tianyu. It's no wonder that he was all set to be promoted to assistant general manager. But in the blink of an eye, he's patting himself on the back. Can you not get people thinking about him? It has even given rise to rather mysterious conspiracy theories. Some say that Li Tianyu was secretly transferred to another company by his boss. Some say that Li Tianyu actually went abroad to further his education. There are even some that say that Li Tianyu slept with his boss's lover, and that the east window has been broken. Lu Manchi from the administration department was a bit disoriented when she heard the news. Originally, she was not a fan of Li Tianyu, but she was confused by his recent behavior. This originally unassuming boy seems to be standing out more and more. If Li Tianyu came back to pursue her Lu Manchi now, she could hardly guarantee that she wouldn't say yes. Meanwhile, sitting in the general manager's office, Wu Guoqiang felt a little depressed. After a long time, Wu called his secretary on the landline. Get me Zhao Jitong. A few minutes later, Zhao Jitong came in. Mr. Wu, what is it? You know about Li Tianyu's departure, don't you? Zhao Jitong hesitated. No. To be honest, Zhao Jitong was also confused. This Li Tianyu's brain is not which tendon is wrong. This kind of big good thing also gave a refusal. It doesn't matter if you rejected it, you pissed off your boss and were immediately fired. But then again, Zhao Jitong thought that Li Tianyu's resignation was a good thing for him. With the talent he's showing now, this company is really a small stage for him. Wu Guoqiang, you should have Li Tianyu's contact information, right? Yes. Find him and talk to him lately, and don't say I told you to. Zhao Jitong was stunned, but then caught Wu's mind. This big boss seems to be a bit regretful. Boss, got it? I'll make time to talk to him in the next couple days. Wu Guoqiang nodded and waved his hand, letting Zhao Jitong go out. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu drove his Porsche to Red Rock Advertising. Red Rock Advertising is the company that Chen Anlu is working for. The two of them had a dinner date today, something that Li Tianyu would definitely not forget. Red Rock Advertising is located in the Imperial City's China World Trade Center, which is near the East 3rd Ring Road. From the North 4th Ring Road to the East 3rd Ring Road, it wasn't far, but Li Tianyu encountered a serious traffic jam and actually drove for an hour and a half before arriving. Meanwhile, Chen Anlu had just finished a meeting and returned to his workstation to organize his design ideas. She's a visual designer, and in just 3 years, she's already made a name for herself in the industry, and now she's involved in almost every major project within the company. At this time, Ding Xiaoping came over. She was followed by Feng Yun. These two people have good relations, always in pairs. Since the last time by Chen Anlu's so-called boyfriend put together, Ding Xiaoping has been harboring a grudge. She thought back on it afterward and always felt that something wasn't right. At that time, Chen Anlu's boyfriend, the one called Li Tianyu, did not look like a rich man at all, from his dress to his talk. At this point, Ding Xiaoping felt that her vision would not be wrong. She then wanted to take the opportunity to come over and probe Chen Anlu. Ding Xiaoping, Lulu, where's the bag your boyfriend gave you? I haven't seen me carrying it lately? Feng Yun. Yeah, I've heard all about it from Xiang Ping. Come on, let's see what an 80,000 plus bag looks like. Chen Anlu was stunned. That bag she had not been carrying. Did not think that Ding Xiaoping and the girls would take this to say something. I left it at home, why? Ding Xiaoping glanced at the bag that Chen Anlu put on the table of the workstation. It was still MK's bag, which is considered to be the middle end of the women's bag, about 3,000 or 4,000 soft sisters dollars. Who are you kidding when you don't carry a bag that costs more than $80,000, but you carry a bag that costs a few $1,000s every day? Ding Xiaoping, you've been carrying this bag for a long time, haven't you? Why don't you put such a good bag on your back? Why bother? Feng Yun, yeah, remember to memorize it tomorrow. Chen Anlu depressed. Thought I carry what bag do you need to care? Ding Xiaoping, by the way, let your boyfriend come over one day, so that we can get to know each other well too. Feng Yun, yes, I heard that your boyfriend is old and rich, so enviable. Chen Anlu is even more depressed. My boyfriend has no money. What has it got to do with you guys? Just then, Chen Anlu's cell phone rang, receiving a WeChat message. Chen Anlu glanced at it, and it was sent by Li Tianyu. Just a few words. I'll meet you downstairs. Chen Anlu looked up and realized that Ding Xiaoping and Feng Yun were craning their necks to look over. Ding Xiaoping, yo, your boyfriend came to pick you up? Chen Anlu helplessly responded, No, I'm going to the restroom. Make yourselves at home. With that, Chen Anlu fled as if she had left. Feng Yun, really her boyfriend? Ding Xiaoping, 80%. Let's go and take a look in a while and we'll know. Both of them had seen that Weibo, and Chen Anlu's boyfriend was waiting downstairs. Chen Anlu's company was off duty at 6 p.m. originally. She would have worked a little longer. But today, she had to invite Li Tianyu for dinner, so she clocked out at the hour. When Chen Anlu arrived downstairs, she looked left and right and did not see Li Tianyu's figure. Instead, there were a few cars parked downstairs. There's Mass Tokuhara Lang. There's the Honda Civic. There's the Toyota Corolla. There are also sky blue Porsches. Chapter 48. Don't all girls love it? Chen Anlu didn't ask how Li Tianyu would come, but since he said he would pick her up, he should have driven here. For this reason, Chen Anlu didn't even drive his own car. Two people can't run around on legs, can they? Li Tianyu, an ordinary white-collar worker, shouldn't be driving too good a car. Could it be that Tahara Lang? Chen Anlu was about to walk over to take a look when he caught a glimpse of the blue Porsche's door opening. Li Tianyu pushed out the door and waved at her. Chen Anlu was stunned. Such a good car? It's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? What's on your mind? Get in the car. Saying that, Li Tianyu opened the door of the passenger seat in a quite gentlemanly manner. Oh, okay. Chen Anlu sat in. Li Tianyu also got in, started the car and walked away. At that moment, at the door of the office building, two women stepped out of the shadows, full of astonishment. They were no one else but Ding Xiaoping and Feng Yun. Feng Yun, Xiang Ping, didn't I say that her boyfriend must be a loser? Can a loser drive such a nice car? Ding Xiaoping couldn't say anything for a moment. The facts were in front of her. She simply couldn't say anything more. Still, something didn't feel right in her heart. Is the guy in the Porsche really the same Li Tianyu we saw last time? I didn't see the driver of the car when I went to see it from their angle just now. Meanwhile, inside the Porsche, Chen Anlu could not help but ask, Is this car yours? Li Tianyu smiled and said, Yes, it's mine. But how much do you really get paid a month? Li Tianyu turned his head to look at Chen Anlu. 0. What does that mean? I just lost my job. Huh? What's going on? I fired my boss. So it's about time you bought me dinner. Chen Anlu was speechless, feeling that this man was getting deeper and deeper. It seemed to be a lot deeper than the first time they met, and was somewhat impenetrable. By the way, what are you going to ask me to call it? Chen Anlu, what do you want to eat? Feel free. I don't ask for much, just enough to fill my stomach. Chen Anlu listened and joked. Just fill up your stomach? That's easy. Just find a hot and spicy restaurant to have a meal. No way, pretty girl. You're buying me dinner and you're eating spicy hot pot? I'm just kidding. I'll tell you what, I know a pretty good Western restaurant. Let's go there. I'll show the way. Western restaurant? The rules are too big and I'm still not used to eating there. So let's not go. Well, tell me what to eat. I'll be fine. Li Tianyu thought about it and said, okay. Then it's still spicy hot. Huh? Are you kidding? Li Tianyu really wasn't kidding, and directly drove in the neighborhood to find a Wang Liang spicy hot pot and parked in front of the door. You're not serious, are you? Real spicy hot food. Seriously. Li Tianyu got out of the car and even thoughtfully opened the passenger door for Chen Onlu. When Chen Onlu got out of the car, Li Tianming took the opportunity to hold her hand. It was also in this instant that almost all of Chen Onlu's relevant information flooded into Li Tianyu's mind, including the year of birth, hobbies and interests, and even whether or not they have ever had a boyfriend. This talent of stealing information from the other side is simply too good to be true. Treating her to spicy hot pot made Chen Onlu a little embarrassed, still wanting to eat something formal. But Li Tianyu is determined to enter the spicy hot pot store. Chen Onlu also had to, like Li Tianyu said, spicy hot pot is considered a delicacy anyways, so it really isn't hard to eat this. When they entered the hot and spicy restaurant, the two of them sat down opposite each other after choosing their own dishes. You're quite pretty. Li Tianyu opened his mouth with a king bomb of praise without any delay. This was too direct, and Chen Onlu looked at Li Tianyu. Unlike last time, this time, Li Tianyu's complexion had long since stopped being that kind of teasing, denizen-like state, and looked quite a bit decent with a slightly cynical temperament. Chen Onlu's face actually turned red and immediately lowered her head. Could it be that he had looked away last time? Chen Onlu couldn't help but think so. In fact, Li Tianyu itself does not look bad, before the main poor temperament to pull down the segment. Now, after the system's talent transformation, Li Tianyu actually had so much nobility and looked different. Chen Onlu coughed lightly. You didn't feel bad for letting me treat you to spicy hot pot? Eating Western food or whatever, the taste is average and there are many rules, so it seems like I can't earn anything besides spending more money, right? Might as well eat something smooth. What you said kinda makes sense. And don't you like spicy hot food too? So we can have the best of both worlds. Chen Onlu was stunned. How do you know I like spicy hot pot? Don't girls like it? That's true. In fact, when Li Tianyu shook hands just now, he synchronously obtained Chen Onlu's intelligence, which determined that she liked to eat spicy hot pot. Waiter. 1920's good. Li Qianwu got up and brought over everything the two had already cooked. At this time, Li Tianyu fetched 2 more bottles of Arctic Ocean soda. Your favorite drink. Chen Onlu was stunned again. How do you know I love to drink this? Don't girls like it? This? Although what Li Qianwu said seems to make sense. Not every girl likes to drink Arctic Ocean, right? Do all the girls Li Tianyu meets like to drink? But to be honest, Li Tianyu was still quite sweet, and the two of them talked and laughed their way through the meal, which was indeed soothing. Then, Li Tianyu drove Chen Onlu to his residence. In fact, the two do not live far away. Li Tianyu live in the North 3rd Ring Road, while Chen Onlu lives in the North 4th Ring Road. Driving is also 30 minutes away. When it was time to say goodbye, Li Tianyu smiled and said, Aren't you going to invite me up for a seat? Chen Onlu's expression was stunned. You? Me? Or forget it. My house is messy. Kidding aside, if he really let Li Tianyu enter the house, it would be tantamount to leading a wolf into the house. Looking at this somewhat evil smile of Li Tianyu, he should be able to do anything. Okay then, that's a date for another day. Well, okay. After saying that, Chen Onlu opened the door and entered the neighborhood. Unable to resist looking back, she realized that Li Tianyu still parked his car there without leaving, and then even waved at her with a smile. Dangerous. This man is too dangerous. Chen Onlu instinctively thought so and hurriedly left Li Tianyu's line of sight. Li Tianyu drove home, and just as he entered the house, his cell phone rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was a stranger's number and not saved in the phone book. However, Li Tianyu recognized that it was AI Baochuan's cell phone number. Thanks to Don't Trust Others Easily, K, sure, and 475887.qdcn for their rewards. Thank you to all the book lovers who appreciated the recommendation tickets. Thank you to the book lovers who have been reading this far. The author will try to improve the standard. Chapter 49 Free morning tea is delicious. Listening to AI Baochuan's tone, he seemed to be quite happy. Li Tianyu? Then, Mr. AI, you're so busy and you're still calling. You're not simply expressing your gratitude, are you? AI Baoquan laughed on the other end of the phone. Elder brother Li, you are indeed quick to speak, so I won't step out of line. I'm calling you because I have something I want to ask for your help. Li Tianyu, Mr. AI, you have a lot of strong generals under your hand. What else must I help you with? AI Baoquan, older brother, as you can guess, I do have quite a few people. There are no less than 8 direct bodyguards alone. But there aren't many people I can trust. AI Baochuan's words were very profound. If it was the Li Tianyu of the past, he would have listened to them in a cloud, not knowing what to say. But now it is different. Li Tianyu, due to the influence of the system's side effects, wisdom talent greatly enhanced. What does that mean? A lot of things that Li Tianyu couldn't see, read, or understand before, he could now understand plainly and clearly. It is quite difficult for someone in AI Baochuan's position to find a trustworthy person, even if his family, or those bodyguards of his, were indeed trustworthy. There were some things that might not help him. In other words, AI Baoquan has a lot of difficulties. It is hard to find people who are trustworthy, and even harder to find people who are both trustworthy and useful. Li Tianyu knew that AI Baoquan must be trying to do something hard when he thought of him. And why does AI Baoquan trust him? Quite simply, he's an outsider and only in it for the money. On some level, those who can be controlled with money are, of course, the most reliable. You know, Mr. AI, I don't offer pro bono services here. AI Baoquan let out another bright laugh. Older brother Li, you may open your price. As long as I, AI Baoquan, can afford it, I can naturally fulfill it. Li Tianyu. That depends on what's going on. AI Baoquan hesitated, but still said, do you have time tomorrow? Meet and chat. Li Tianyu agreed. Hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu kept wondering what exactly AI Baoquan wanted to find to do. It wasn't really hard to figure out that it must have something to do with the 2 people who wanted to harm AI Baoquan. At the same time, Li Tianyu was also a little worried about whether he could take on AI Baochuan's commission. After all, when you're around a big shot like this one, the easy stuff, it doesn't exist. Then again, Li Tianyu had just quit his job, so it was good to have something to do. What's going on? I'd better see AI Baoquan tomorrow. After figuring this out, Li Tianyu fell back to sleep. The next day, Li Tianyu woke up to the sound of music from his cell phone. A look at the table, it is only 8 o'clock. Usually at this time Li Tianyu has not yet gotten up. Who's calling so early? Li Tianyu took it over to see that it was an unfamiliar number and answered it. Which one? Is that Mr. Li Tianyu? It's me. Mr. AI asked me to pick you up. I'm downstairs at your house right now. Li Tianyu was stunned and a bit confused for a moment, but he quickly reacted. It's easy for a big shot like AI Baoquan to find out where Li Tianyu lives. Okay. I'll be down there as soon as I'm ready. Okay. Mr. Li, Mr. AI said there's no rush, so take your time to prepare. This still not in a hurry? It's all found its way to the doorstep. Li Tianyu was woken up with nothing to be angry about. After simply washing up, Li Tianyu went downstairs, just in time to see a black Maybach. Li Tianyu didn't think much about it and just sat in. There was only one driver in the front, and he should be the one who had spoken to Li Tianyu. Good morning, Mr. Li. I'm the driver. Xiao Lu, can we go now? Li Tianyu nodded. Well, Xiao Lu, you can go now. Li Tianyu was also in full faction now, not showing the slightest bit of timidity. Xiao Lu is worthy of being a professional driver. Driving is very stable. Sitting in the car is comfortable as hell. Li Tianyu is confused, almost asleep again. It was supposed to be the time of the morning rush hour in the imperial capital, but the Maybach had only been driving for 10 minutes before it stopped. Here it is, Mr. Li. Li Tianyu was stunned. Arrived. Looking out the window, this is the entrance to a restaurant, Lung Ki Tea restaurant. Mr. AI is waiting for you inside. I see. I told you so. Li Tianyu pushed the door and got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. Walking on the face of a beautiful beauty, look at the dress should belong to the lobby manager and other positions. Excuse me. Is this Mr. Li Tianyu Li? It's me. Please come with me. Li Tianyu nodded and followed behind the beautiful manager, walking while looking at her slender water snake waist. Up the stairs to the 2nd floor, and around another corner to the door of a box. This is it, Mr. AI asked to please go in alone. There was a sign on the box with a few words, Subterranean Dragon in the Abyss. What a big mouth. Li Tianyu pushed his way in. This place could be much, much bigger than Li Tianyu had imagined. The visual estimate is at least 200 square feet. There wasn't just a dining table inside, like high-end leather sofas, a frighteningly large LCD TV, a drinks bar, and even a dance floor. And there, at the round table, sat none other than AI Bao Quan. Li Tianyu smiled and said, "Mr. AI, it's not easy to see you." AI Bao Quan got up and walked over, laughed and patted Li Tianyu's shoulder. "Li, old brother, can expect you to come. Haven't eaten breakfast yet. Quick this side to sit." AI Bao Quan acted very cordial, without the slightest hint of a big shot stance, which caused Li Tianyu to develop a few good feelings. Then the door opened and two waiters wheeled in a large food cart. The food truck has 2 levels and is filled with assorted plates. On top of the dinner plate, of course, was all the food. The waitresses set the plates on the round table with great alacrity, and for a while the aroma of the meal rose up and filled the table. There are barbecued pork buns, shrimp dumplings, siumai, steamed pork ribs, phoenix claws, and milky buns and whatnot. There were also some meals that Li Tianyu couldn't even name. Li Tianyu couldn't help but gulp and eat his fingers. This AI Bao Quan is really a character who can do things. My hometown is from southern Guangdong province, so I'm in the habit of having morning tea. Look out. I'm not going to lie, I'm really hungry. Since he had come, of course, Li Tianyu was not polite, and picking up his chopsticks, he took a thin-skinned shrimp dumpling and put it into his mouth. Yummy. Seeing Li Tianyu's actions, AI Bao Quan laughed and gave him a thumbs up. "Elder brother Li, I really haven't seen a young man as relaxed as you in a long time." "Thank you." AI Bao Quan was right. A young man from a background who could meet a big shot like him and still eat calmly was either a cutie, is just a person of distinction. Li Tianyu, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the latter in AI Bao Chuan's heart. After the two of them had had their fill of wine and food, a waiter came in to clean up the mess, and it was time to get down to business. AI Bao Quan, "Elder brother Li, after you mentioned me, I checked my room and I did find something." Li Tianyu didn't say anything and quietly listened to the following. "Ask for recommendations. Ask for recommendations. Ask for recommendations. Ask for recommendations." Chapter 50, $10 million. I'll hire you. It turns out that AI Bao Quan, after listening to Li Tianyu's mention, went back and did not immediately go to the company's executives Hu Jun, or even partner Zhao Yan to confront. AI Bao Quan is not that stupid. This kind of thing can only go to the evidence. The only way to make the crime of these two men real is to catch them red-handed. And at that point in time, AI Bao Quan didn't believe 100% of what Li Tianyu said. This is a matter of human life and death. Especially for a group of companies as big as Iowa Realty, the slightest breeze can cause turmoil. So, no matter what was on Ashubo's mind, he still decided to look around for anything suspicious first. Hu Jun want to harm him. AI Bao Quan absolutely cannot be openly, is bound to use some small tricks. That's where the Hoosiers come in. He was AI Bao Chuan's hairdresser, and AI Bao Quan was less defensive about him. AI Bao Quan, again with a delicate mind and after Li Tianyu's reminder, of course thought of the daily utensils in his office. Things like teapots, teacups, and some toiletries. AI Bao Quan sometimes stays overnight at the company, and there's not a lot of these. "Elder brother Li, guess where I found the problem?" Li Tianyu was stunned, thinking how would I know? AI Bao Quan certainly had no intention of letting Li Tianyu really guess. "Found it in a cigar." Cigars. Turns out that AI Bao Quan is a good cigar smoker and is addicted to it, but only smokes it twice a week because of his health. AI Bao Chuan cigars are all Cuban A-grade goods. High-end quality, not even good for domestic purchase. Then nothing suspicious was found on the other paraphernalia before I finally thought of those cigars of my own. That lab test turned up a problem. Snap! The sound. AI Bao Quan slapped the table angrily. "It's a high concentration of sialic acid." Li Tianyu didn't move and waited for an explanation. He wasn't a chemist. So of course he didn't know what pinacolates could do to AI Bao Quan. At best, he knew that green vegetable stir-fries overnight produce linolites. Rolling more water can produce this stuff too. It's not good to drink too much of this stuff. Sialates are inherently toxic and high concentrations are a bit more toxic. But as long as the intake is not too large, it's not a big deal, but I have a heart condition. Li Tianyu pretended to nod his head. "So that's how it is. So vicious. Just 0.1 milligrams each time I ingest it can aggravate my heart, and at a frequency of twice a week in less than 2 months I'll likely be about to die a sudden death." So it is. Only this time did Li Tianyu really understand. AI Baoquan himself had a heart condition. For such a person, this method was indeed a good means of killing people, and unknowingly, no one would even suspect Hu Jun or even Zhao Yan. Even if you suspect it, it's useless if you can't find evidence. However, checking these clues would prove that the information that Li Tianyu had given to AI Baoquan was true. It was no wonder that AI Baoquan immediately paid the 3 million soft currency into Li Tianyu's account. And then what? Li Tianyu asked. He was wondering, since he had already found out the end of the story this time. AI Baoquan looked for him. Li Tianyu, what exactly was the matter for Then I'll get to the point. After I found out all this stuff, I wanted to talk to Hu Jun, and wanted him to tell the truth in person. A light flashed in Li Tianyu's mind. Ran away. AI Baoquan stuck out his thumb. That's right. Run away. It is estimated that AI Baoquan wanted to find someone to press Hu Jun to a secluded place, some lynching, forcing him to confess, and in the meantime also exported the bad gas, but I do not know how it was known by the Hu military first, did not catch. I did this job and did it very stealthily, but it still leaked out, so I suspect that besides Hu Jun and Zhao Yan, there are still traitors around me. Li Tianyu said offhandedly. Where's Zhao Yan? He can't be moved for the time being. AI Baoquan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zhao Salt, he is not only a partner, but also has the Peng family at his back. Unless there is direct evidence, you really can't move him. The Peng family? I see. Peng family is considered to be the country's big rich family. The founder of Peng Kalai is from the south to do clothing start, get rich and then engaged in the catering industry, the formation of a large enterprise group. At the turn of the century, many of the country's high-end restaurants were owned by the Peng family, and to say that they were making money day in and day out would be quite an understatement. It's only in recent years that Western food culture has boomed, and those high-end Chinese restaurants in Peng's family have declined somewhat. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Pancake Lie, their family, and not only dining, clothing, shoes, and accessories have not lost, especially in the South. Influence is still very big. Let's just say that AI Baoquan has made Ainhua real estate so big that he wouldn't dare to mess with them. In fact, the Peng family has always wanted to get involved in real estate, but lost the best time, which is why they are trying to find ways to insert people into large enterprises. Said to be in order to learn real estate business management methods and accumulate experience. When AI Baoquan had just founded Ainhua Real Estate, he had received help from the Peng family, which was why he had developed so quickly. For the Peng family stuffed in Zhao Salt, this is extremely care. Who knew this guy would be a white knight? I've looked into it. You just left Wu Guoqiang's company and you don't have a job right now, do you? Li Tianyu nodded. That's right. Then I want to hire. No, I want to ask you to work in my company. Doing things? I don't know anything about real estate. AI Baoquan waved his hand. Of course it's not for you to be in charge of these things. I want you to help me collect information on Zhao Yan and the other traitors. It's best to catch them and get rid of them completely. So, Private Eye. AI Baoquan snapped his fingers. Yes, similar. I don't really have much to do, but I won't charge less. That's natural. Saying that, AI Baoquan took out a ticket and handed it to Li Tianyu. Cash checks. A cash check for 5 million soft dollars. If it was the previous Li Tianyu would have probably shouted out, but now he had stabilized his mind and his face was ancient. Only to hear AI Baoquan add, this is only half. After the matter is accomplished, the other half will be given as it is. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. How is Mr. AI going to arrange me into the company? How about assistant to the president? Assistant again? How come these old bosses don't have any other positions for him? Li Tianyu? Seeing that Li Tianyu showed a helpless look, AI Baoquan asked, not good. Is there a position for a counselor or something like that? AI Baoquan thought for a moment and said, counselor? That's not a problem. Whatever counselor it is, as long as I have the right to do whatever I want with the company. This is naturally there. Don't worry, old brother Li. As long as I'm around, no one can control you. With that said, the deal is a done deal. Li Tianyu walked out in a soothing mood. Chapter 51. A good horse doesn't go back to its roots. The effort of having a morning tea made 5 million soft currency. It's really fast. Compared to that, Wu's salary of $30,000 a month is not worth mentioning at all. If we get the other half of 5 million, the system's upgrade condition will be reached. But then again, this job given by AI Baoquan is not that easy to accomplish. From Li Tianyu's known intelligence, this guy Zhao Yan might not be easy to deal with. After all, behind him was the Peng family group. Large conglomerates like these are like giants in front of ordinary people. In other words, messing with such a power would be an ant shaking a tree, pure death. However, right now, Li Tianyu was surprisingly calm. He was only helping AI Baoquan to collect evidence, and would not touch the interests of big businesses. AI Baoquan looked very anxious. The result of the two men's discussion is to let Li Tianyu go to the company's headquarters the day after tomorrow to find him for the entry formalities. Even though you are actually there to do research, you ostensibly have to go to work. It's just that AI Baoquan has promised Li Tianyu that he doesn't have to sit down properly, which is more to his liking. Li Tianyu had just returned home when his cell phone rang. When he opened the screen, it was Zhao Jitong calling. The old leader still has to answer the phone. Tianyu, do you have time now? Li Tianyu responded, rather nothing? Zhao Jitong, where are you now? I'll come to you. Li Tianyu hesitated and said a Starbucks near the neighborhood. Listening to the tone, Zhao Jitong had put his stance very low, and Li Tianyu couldn't refuse. Zhao Jitong drove here, of course. Half an hour later, the two met in a Starbucks. Strange to say, in the future, when Li Tianyu worked under his hand, he was a little weak when he saw Zhao Jitong, the leader. But now, Li Tianyu felt that Zhao Jitong was no better. Unconsciously, with the transformation of his personality, Li Tianyu's realm seemed to have improved quite a bit. When Zhao Jitong saw Li Tianyu, he was also stunned. And it was also obvious to him that Li Tianyu's attitude didn't seem quite the same. But Zhao Jitong didn't think much of it. He came with a mission. They each asked for a cup of coffee and sat opposite each other. Zhao Jitong laughed and first gave a thumbs up towards Li Tianyu. Tianyu, I can really admire you. General manager who raised you to such a high position. You actually said resign. Li Tianyu thought, the position is high, the treatment is still so low. I will not do those laborious and unappealing things. Instead of responding, Li Tianming directly asked, Mr. Zhao, what is it that you're looking for me for? I also do not with you to step off is this way. After you left the job, Mr. Wu is, how to say it? There is a slight regret. Li Tianyu was slightly stunned. Wu Guoqiang regretted? That would be rare. He, Li Tianyu, was just a small and insignificant employee in the company, and shouldn't be that important to Wu Guoqiang. Zhao Jitong. So what? I came here today to talk to you, to see if there's any possibility of you returning to the company. Back to the company? Li Tianyu immediately shook his head. Since I've come out, there's no reason to go back. There's a saying that a good horse never comes back. Zhao Jitong quickly waved his hand. Listen to me first. Mr. Wu said, you before the request he later also seriously considered, your treatment also made certain modifications. You said before the consultant position the company is really not, so it can only be announced as an assistant to the outside world. But the company does not have anything important if you can go to busy yourself, as long as it does not delay the main event on the line. In addition to that, Mr. Wu also promised to mention the salary to you to 50,000 soft currency, and there will be performance at the end of the year. When Zhao Jitong finished speaking, he looked at Li Tianyu, hoping to see a heartfelt look on his face. However, he was disappointed. Li Tianyu's face was ancient and plain as water, unable to see any thoughts. Well, this kind of treatment should already be very sincere. Li Tianyu nodded. It's indeed very sincere. I'm really a bit touched that I can make Mr. Wu make such a big concession. So, do you want to consider? Li Tianyu waved his hand, interrupting Zhao Jitong's words. Mr. Zhao, you're my old leader, and I'm not going to hide anything from you. I've already got my next family now. Got an underling? So soon? Are you looking ahead of time? Li Tianyu shook his head. I've just settled on my side as well, and I'll be starting the day after tomorrow. Where is this going? Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment, but still said, it's Mr. AI's company. Mr. AI? AI. AI Baoquan. Li Tianyu nodded. Zhao Jitong was immediately startled. No, it can't be. How did you guys meet? After casually chatting after the last time we met, and then hearing that I had left the company, he reached out to me and asked me to go work for him. Zhao Jitong stared at the two bulls' eyes, and it took him a while to sort of digest Li Tianyu's words. But it's still an incredible thing. Who is AI Baoquan? If Wu is a prawn, then AI Baoquan is a lobster. That was a big shot, a notch above Wu Guoqiang. How could he be related to Li Tianyu? And what was your position when you went over? Li Tianyu took a sip of his latte from his cup before responding, Counselor. Counselor. This could confuse Zhao Jitong, and now he couldn't understand Li Tianyu more and more. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but this kid's whole person seemed to have developed a sense of mystery. Since Li Tianyu had already said so, Zhao Jitong had no choice but to give up lobbying. However, he suddenly had a change of heart. Although there are still doubts, but Li Tianyu is going to be flying high. People like that have to be on good terms. Tianyu, you left the company. As your former leader, I have to treat you to a meal to show my appreciation. When Li Tianyu heard this, what is this? Zhao Jidong added, but I can't do it today. I have to go back for a meeting, wait for the weekend. I'll call you. I'll treat you to a nice meal then. This won't be necessary, I think. Your kindness is appreciated. No, it has to be invited. It's settled. Zhao Jitong stood up and waved his hand at Li Tianyu. I'm leaving first. Keep in touch. Since Zhao Jitong was so attentive, Li Tianyu accepted with reluctance. Of course, Li Tianyu guessed why Zhao Jitong did this. But on second thought, this former leader has been treating him well lately, so there's nothing wrong with socializing as a friend. After Zhao Jitong left, Li Tianyu sat in the cafe for a while longer and went back to rest. Thanks for the advice to the family. Chapter 52. He doesn't need to know my name. On the third day, it was finally the day of Li Tianyu's induction. It's a good idea to make a play. Li Tianyu got up early, cleaned up a little, wore formal clothes, looked in the mirror and felt good, which drove towards the Aihua Real Estate headquarters. Aihua Real Estate was an established real estate company in China, but it was only in the last 10 years that the headquarters had moved to the imperial capital. The northeast 4th Ring Road of the imperial capital, an area called Dongwang, is home to a large number of office buildings with many companies, and Aihua Real Estate is one of them. Aihua Realty occupies an entire office building of about 30 floors, which is very grand. However, parking was not very convenient, and the above-ground parking lot was actually all filled up, so Li Tianyu had to drive down to the basement. After parking his car with difficulty, Li Tianyu called Yang En. Yang En, this person Li Tianyu has seen, is the last time Wu Guoqiang invited dinner with Ai Baoquan in a piece of the young man. This person is quite powerful, practiced martial arts, served in the army, and is from the special forces, was poached by Ai Baoquan as a personal bodyguard. Yang En was very capable, not only as a bodyguard, but also doubled as an assistant, and could handle things that were not convenient for a female secretary to handle. Therefore, Li Tianyu first called Yang En to pick him up. The call was quickly answered, and Yang En spoke succinctly, as was the bodyguard's nature. Yang En and Li Tianyu made an appointment to meet at the front desk. The front desk that Yang En said was on the 5th floor of the Aiwa building. Li Tianyu took the elevator in the basement and went straight up. In a big company like this, the quality of the front desk ladies is quite good, with a face and a body. The receptionist asked politely when she saw Li Tianyu come in, "Sir, what can I do for you? I've come to check in. So what's your name?" "Li Tianyu." "Ah, just a moment then. I'll check." With that, the receptionist looked at the computer screen and inquired about the entry registration form. Strange, among the employees who joined the company today, there is no name of Li Tianyu. The receptionist looked up and asked, "Did you get the date wrong? Let me have a look at your entry notice." Li Tianyu was stunned. "I don't have an entry notice. I made an appointment with Yang En. He'll come over later." "Yang An? Who is Yang En?" This put Li Tianyu on the spot. It was thought that as the personal bodyguard of the big boss, Yang En had to keep a low profile in the company, so maybe these ordinary employees didn't know his real name. "It's okay. I'll just wait here until he gets here. We talked on the phone earlier." Li Chanwu casually responded and then found a seat in the rest area next to him. However, the receptionist girl still felt that this person was a bit suspicious, and from time to time, she looked towards Li Tianyu. Just then, a young man walked over to the receptionist. "Zhang Li, if I remember correctly, there are 13 people joining the company today, right?" Zhang Li looked at the computer screen again. "Yes, 13. That's fine. When they all come in, they have to notify HR first, or we won't be able to do the follow-up in time." The man's name is In Chao. He's the HR manager at Aiwa Realty. "Okay." Zhang Li hesitated for a moment, but still pointed at Li Tianyu and said, "That person is also here to be inducted." "Him? Which department recruited him?" Zhang Li shook her head. "I don't have his name on the entry list here." "What's his name?" "Li Tianyu."
Li Tianyu?
In Chao thought the name sounded a bit familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Moreover, upon taking another look at Li Tianyu's looks, he felt familiar again. Right, In Chao remembered this person seemed to be that internet celebrity who was speaking at some conference. He had just watched it not long ago, so he still had a bit of an impression. At this moment, Li Tianyu was looking at his cell phone and didn't notice In Chao walking over. "Your name is Li Tianyu?" Li Tianyu raised his head and was slightly surprised. if it wasn't Yongin? Who was this? Yeah, it's me. What department are you actually going to be inducted into? I just asked the front desk and there's no record of you starting. Yin Chao's tone was slightly hard, and Li Tianyu was slightly displeased. Who are you? I'm the manager of human resources. Oh, Yin Chao frowned. Didn't you hear the question I just asked? Heard that. So please answer seriously, what department are you going to be inducted into? Is it today's induction? Why can't I find your name in the entry list? This series of questions showed that Yin Chao's patience was about to run out. However, Li Tianyu still said slowly, you don't need to care about any of this. I'm here to find Yang An? I don't think there's anyone named Yang An in the company. This time it was Li Tianming's turn to be baffled. Is it possible that even the HR manager doesn't know the name Yang An? That's a bit of a stretch. Mr. Li, if you can't answer my question, then please get out. Li Tianyu didn't say anything, but opened his cell phone screen again and looked at it. This person's attitude made Yin Chao really angry. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't leave, I'm going to call security. That was a bit troublesome, and Li Tianyu pondered if he should call Yang An again. 2. Yin Chao was about to shout 3, but was interrupted by a voice behind him. The voice was muffled, startling Yin Chao. Manager Yin, he's here to see me. Yin Chao turned around and immediately changed his face completely. Yo, Assistant Yang. Yang An didn't look at Yin Chao squarely and walked straight to Li Tianming. Mr. Li, come with me. Li Tianming stood up helplessly. Your name is Yang An, right? Right. Li Tianming pointed at Yin Chao. Then how come he doesn't know your name? He doesn't need to know my name. Li Tianyu gave him a thumbs up. Or you're cool. Let's go. The boss is waiting for you. Li Tianming then followed behind Yang An and traveled inside. Yin Chao, on the other hand, stood dumbfounded. It was only then that he realized that the assistant Yang just now turned out to be Yang An. No, the key is not this. Assistant Yang is not a general assistant, that is the assistant of AI Baoquan, so there is no need to handle the titular in the company. The salary is the president's office directly issued. Who is AI Baoquan? The president of the group. Big boss. Who is this Li Tianyu? Even if he's a netizen, there's no way he's involved with Mr. AI, right? Is it hard to believe that Mr. AI wants to do that project he was speaking about? Can't be. For Mr. AI, tens of millions of dollars are small money. He can't even look at it. After pondering for half a day, Yin Chao couldn't figure it out, so he gave up. There's a regular meeting in a few minutes, so I'll have to get ready. Chapter 53. Where did this guy come from? Today's regular meeting was a general meeting of sorts, with all middle and senior level personnel within the group's headquarters attending. Also, I hear the big boss will be in attendance. It means that this meeting is not trivial and perhaps something important will be announced. In the past, most of the regular meetings of the middle and senior management, the president of the AI Baoquan can be avoided, usually by the general manager of the Zhao Salt presided over. But this time, it could also be because Zhao Yan was on a business trip and hadn't returned yet. So AI Baoquan hosted it on a whim. With his laptop in hand, Yin Chao entered the large conference room and found a seat at the back. Sitting next to her was Shen Siyue, the manager of the administration department. Yin Chao whispered, I heard that the big boss came over to host today. Shen Siyue glanced at Yin Chao and said in a nonchalant manner, Right, you still want to behave? Yin Chao laughed awkwardly. How is it my turn to do this kind of thing? Shen Siyue was flirtatious and charming, especially the perfume on her body, which smelled especially good, and Yin Chao just wanted to take the opportunity to get close and talk to her for a while longer. There were many people in the company who wanted to get their hands on Shen Siyue, but all of them returned without success. Although Shen Siyue seems to be a beautiful woman to the bone, but it seems to be particularly principled, well-versed in the reasoning of to the point in dealing with men. Women like these are especially smart, both good at using their own advantages, but also will keep a distance, not easy to lose, will always make those who look at her men itchy. Seeing it and not being able to touch it is the best way to convince a man. However, there were rumors within the company that Shen Siyue had long been taken as a lover by Zhao Yan, and it was not known whether it was true or not. At this moment, Yin Chao couldn't help but look at Shen Siyue's white neck, and had to admit that this woman was truly drool-worthy. Shen Siyue also felt Yin Chao's hot sight and glared at the other party without any good reason before looking away. This eyes, Yin Chao stared all crispy, full of winks. Just then, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense all of a sudden, and all of the original buzzing sounds of talking disappeared. It's no exaggeration to say that you can hear a pin drop. Then came the star of the meeting, only to see AI Baoquan walk in and no doubt sit in the main seat. Worthy of being a big leader, the moment he appeared on the scene, the momentum is very sufficient. The two sides of the people all straighten their backs, do not dare to slacken off at all. But AI Baoquan didn't come alone. He was followed by another person. It was a young man, dressed in formal attire, straight and looking the part. When the others saw this person, they all revealed a puzzled expression, and in their hearts, they were all speculating about this person's identity. Only one person had a different expression, a look of shock. This person was of course Yin Chao, and why was he showing such an expression? Because the young man who came in with AI Baoquan was actually Li Tianyu, who had an argument with him in front of the company. Could it be that Li Tianyu is really related to AI Baoquan? No, it can't even be called doubtful anymore. It's completely solid. It doesn't matter. Can these two come in together? That's bull. The question is, why did Li Tianyu follow him to the meeting? Yin Chao vaguely felt something bad. At this time, Shin Siyu glimpsed Yin Chao's expression was not right and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" "He doesn't. It's fine." AI Baoquan began to speak. He first talked about the fact that General Manager Zhao Yanzhao was unable to return, and then he asked the heads of each department to report on their recent work. The departments referred to here are, of course, the larger class of departments, but even so there are more than 20 of them. Departmental leaders report one by one. There are simple and complicated, long and short. During the AI Baoquan here doubts will also open the mouth to ask. So that session alone consumed an hour and a half. During this period, Li Tianyu had been listening quietly. Strangely enough, in the past, as an ordinary employee in meetings, I tended to be either distracted or extremely bored and resistant, but now listening to what these department heads were saying didn't seem so boring. According to what the system assistant said, now Li Tianyu's business talent had greatly improved, and he could now listen to topics that he had little interest in before. When it was all said and done, AI Baoquan glanced at Li Tianyu, then said to the attendees, "Today, I'd like to introduce someone to you. The one sitting next to me, Li Tianyu, the planner who just joined the company." The crowd was stunned. Planner? Is this position available in the company? Shin Siyu, of course, also felt strange and turned her head to look at Yin Chao, asking in a low voice, "When was the person recruited? How come there's not a single rumor? Also, what does a planner do?" Yin Chao revealed a bitter smile. "It wasn't my side that recruited them. I don't know anything, Shin Siyu took a closer look at Li Tianyu, who was sitting in the distance, and suddenly said, "That person looks so familiar. It seems like I've seen him somewhere. It's not that internet celebrity who gave that speech. It was all over the internet 2 days ago. Right, I say. Strange. Why did this person suddenly come to our company? Could it be that Mr. AI appreciated his talent because he watched that video, and that's why he poached him?" Yin Chao looked at Shin Siyu. "What you said is still somewhat reasonable. In fact, the position of planner is still a temporary discussion between Li Tianyu and AI Baoquan just now. Anyway, in the company, AI Baoquan is the boss. Not to mention the planner. Even the tortoise lion, he can arrange out. Anyway, Li Tianyu didn't need to do the formalities in the personnel department. He only needed to put up a name in the president's office. In other words, Li Tianyu is directly under the leadership of AI Baoquan and doesn't need to give a damn about the rest of the headquarters. Except, of course, for General Manager Zhou Salt. AI Baoquan had also gotten through to Li Tianyu before, although Zhao Salt is the general manager, honorably lower than AI Baoquan, but the actual power is still very big. First of all, Zhao Yan is a partner of the company, owning 18.8% of the equity, the second largest shareholder only after AI Baoquan. If it was just these, AI Baoquan wasn't afraid of him, but Zhao Yan's other identity. AI Baoquan couldn't help but be concerned. Zhao Yan was actually the door-to-door son-in-law of a collateral line of the Peng family's extended family. In the southern part of the country, many places still practice the tradition of the extended family, and the Peng family is typical in that one branch of the family develops and takes care of other relatives. That's why AI Baoquan will take the step Li Tianyu. Ask him to find out the evidence of Zhao Yan want to harm him, so that you can be justified to find Zhao Yan above the person theory. Even if he couldn't get Zhao Salt in and lock him up for a few years, he'd still have to make him lose his reputation and not be able to hang around in the circle. Li Tianyu, after all, is a self-proclaimed intelligence businessman, and according to AI Baoquan, the ability to obtain such evidence is a bit more professional. Chapter 54. Bite me. At this time, AI Baoquan added, "I invited Li Tianyu over as the company's planner, also for the sake of the group's future development prospects, Some of you may also recognize that just a few days ago in the Imperial Capital Business Prospect Forum, Li Tianyu's speech could be said to be forceful and resounding. He proposed a business plan that is extremely feasible. Of course, we are in real estate, we will not enter the travel industry at least for the time being, but this can also reflect that Li Tianyu's thinking is very clear, unique, and groundbreaking. Li Tianyu couldn't help but glance at AI Baoquan, searching to see if he had blown it a bit too far. However, AI Baoquan was also beating the drum for himself and making preparations, lest it would be difficult to move an inch in the group headquarters at that time. Although AI Baoquan can completely cover the sky, but more or less still have to be concerned about the people underneath the public opinion environment. Who's going to be convinced when some planner is suddenly parachuted in to give directions? Think about it from Li Tianyu's point of view. He wouldn't be in an environment where someone is talking about it in the end. AI Baoquan's words really worked, and quite a few people came to a realization and looked towards Li Tianyu. So this is the man of God. I told you. He looked familiar to me as soon as he walked in. Speaking of which, that business plan he was talking about earlier was pretty good, and I wanted to actually go through with it when I heard it to see if I could make any money or not. Of course, there were also some negative views vaguely, and many people felt that this Li Tianyu was a bit too young. Maybe not even 30 years old yet. How come Mr. AI has been entrusted with this job? But these comments don't do much good, and they can only be taken to the stage. If anyone openly questioned AI Baoquan, he would die a horrible death unless he was Zhao sure. AI Baoquan added at this time, Tianyu, do you want to say a few words? AI Baoquan just added firewood. Li Tianyu can just add fire. Li Tianyu's speech at the Imperial City Business Prospect Forum, of course AI Baoquan has also read it, and feels that this person still has some discipline. It's always hard for him to say a few words at a meeting. If this one were to be placed in the past, Li Tianyu would definitely pounce. But now it's different, the talent of the business elite is not vegetarian. At least to deal with this kind of scene will be very comfortable. But Li Tianyu doesn't want to talk nicely, he wants to come up with something that's a bit of a sword fight. I know people may have questions about what makes you, Tianyu Li, so young to hold a position like planner? Actually, this question is very easy to answer because it was Mr. AI who asked me to come here, and Mr. AI trusted me, appreciated me, and gave me the power to give you guys the finger here. If you guys think I'm not suitable, then you can just go to the president's office, react to this matter with Mr. AI, and ask him to replace me. Li Tianyu's words were too high profile, and they really caused some reactions from the people present. But most of the people were a bit confused, criticized. Li Tianyu's words were too strong, completely taking General Manager AI's position to subdue others. How can this be convincing? I'm afraid it's counterproductive. Some people even couldn't help but show a hint of a sneer, just waiting to see what Li Tianyu would do. Even AI Baoquan looked at Li Tianyu, thinking that it was a bit too reckless for him to say that. Wasn't it? This is to put it bluntly. I'm here to control you, with Mr. AI covering me. If you don't like it, you can bite me. Actually, Li Tianyu had a purpose for saying that. He didn't really want to be a planner when he came to work at Iowa Real Estate Headquarters. He had other tasks, and this one was quite special. He was trying to be a target, to provoke certain people so that they would come forward to get themselves into trouble. To know that the other side has made a move, then their side has an opportunity to greatly reduce the cost of time. Finishing AI Baoquan's commission earlier and getting the other 5 million earlier is the ultimate goal. Li Tianyu continued, of course, there will be people who want to try my caddy. It's okay, unconvinced people can come over to me. We can more in-depth discussion to explore, so it is also considered to cooperate with my work. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. The people who have mixed to this position are all workplace people, always feel that there are hints in Li Tianyu's words, but for a while they really can't figure out Li Tianyu's real intentions. Basically, no one will really go to Li Tianyu's trouble, that is not to hit President AI's face. But backstabbing is inevitable. There were even some people who were closer to Zhao Salt who had already started using their computers to send emails to General Manager Zhao. AI Baoquan found the planner, that cannot be left unattended. Look at this high-profile abnormal posture. It is not likely that the headquarters will poke a hole in it. Li Tianyu bumped his fingers on the table, seemingly thinking about something. Then he turned to AI Baoquan and asked, next, I'll contact the heads of the administration and human resources departments first. I think that should be fine, right? AI Baoquan laughed. Of course there's no problem. Then, AI Baoquan turned to the others and said, the heads of the human resources department and the administration department stand up. Lu Chao was in a state of trepidation at this time, and when he heard that he was talking about the head of the personnel department, he was startled and scurried up with a swish. Also standing up was Shin Siyue, who was the manager of the administration department. Shin Siyu was actually very young, and the fact that she rose so quickly had something to do with her sweet and alluring appearance. But that doesn't mean Shin Siyu isn't capable. On the contrary, whether it was her ability to work or her interpersonal skills, Shin Siyue was a strong hand, only masked by her appearance. From just now, she had been observing Li Tianyu and felt that although this person spoke arrogantly and in a high-profile manner, he mostly acted in a targeted manner. But she also couldn't see through what Li Tianyu was up to. By all rights, as a planner, one should have to get on good terms with these departmental leaders so as to facilitate their work, but this person was doing the opposite, which was puzzling. However, it is normal for T.Y. Lee to offer to contact the administration and personnel departments first. Both departments deal with employees and it makes sense to go there first. Li Tianyu looked at Yin Xiao. His eyes fell back to Shin Siyu and smiled faintly. Then, you two, let's talk later. You don't think I'm annoying, ah? Naturally, our human resources department will cooperate properly. Yin Chao's face was sweating. A thought in front of the company and Li Tianyu conflict. Yin Chao feel uneasy, afraid of this kid in front of the general manager AI blowing evil winds, when he is guaranteed that the personnel manager will not be able to do a long time. Shin Siyue, of course, was fine and nodded with a smile. Administration Department. Welcome, Mr. Lee. Chapter 55. Don't worry, I'm very careful with my life. Li Tianyu couldn't help but look at Shin Siyue twice more, thinking that this girl was really enchanting, with a pretty face and a hot body. According to reason, AI Bao Quan, that guy, should not let go of such a big meal. But there was no Shin Siyu among the 5 lovers. Later, Li Tianyu figured out that AI Bao Quan liked the cute type and wasn't a big fan of the sexy and hot type. After the meeting broke up, Li Tianyu went back to AI Bao Chuan's office to drink tea. Speaking of which, eyeballing the office, it's 400 or 500 square meters, with 3 sets of sofas and a mini golf course in the corner. Li Tianyu just sat on the super wide sofa in the center, chatting with AI Bao Quan over a drink. Elder brother Li, I can't imagine that you have a big heart. You say that so you don't put them to find you in trouble? AI Bao Quan said and personally poured tea for Li Tianyu. It's to make them come after me. Li Tianyu took a sip and couldn't help but praise. Good tea. The best vine Lake Biluakun. Only 30 taels a year? Want to take some back? AI Bao Quan laughed. Li Tianyu quickly waved his hand. I don't know how to make tea. It's a waste to take it back. You keep it to savor. AI Bao Quan is not forced to send. Drink a few mouthfuls, and then asked with a smile, Li, old brother, do your line of work? The risk is not small, right? Li Tianyu was originally holding his teacup and wanted to bring it to his mouth, but he stopped moving when he heard this. That's quite a deep question from Ibeaquin. Li Tianyu's face was ancient, gently placed the cup back on the table before saying, Mr. AI, this you are right, this is called the sin of harboring a jade, because knowing too much information, which there are even some more sensitive things, the person concerned will naturally be a little fidgety. Speaking here, AI Bao Quan face expression is a little unnatural. He is one of the parties, and indeed a little fidgety. This kind of thing was subtle and everyone knew it by heart, but AI Bao Quan didn't expect Li Tianyu to say it so bluntly. What do you mean by harboring a bad thing? Li Tianyu knows a lot of other people's secrets, and some of those secrets are so deadly that the person in question would want Li Tianyu to shut up. How do I get him to shut up? There are 2 ways to do this. One is to throw money at it so that Tiny Li never talks about it. But this method is also the least reliable and does not solve the problem at its root. The other method is the most effective, and that's to take out Li Tianyu and shut him up for good. Li Tianyu believed that AI Bao Quan would also have such thoughts, but he shouldn't go through with it. The reason for this is that AI Bao Quan doesn't have anything too deadly to hold on to. At least there hasn't been a murder on him yet. AI Bao Quan is also the early years in the startup of the business has done some lack of moral damage, after the performance is also considered to be remarkable. Of course, there were some indiscretions in his personal life, and he kept 5 mistresses, but that's a common problem of the rich and can't be singled out as an issue. So, AI Bao Quan won't harm Li Tianyu. It's not worth it. At most, it's just more favors so he doesn't say anything. However, Li needs to keep AI Bao Quan honest. Mr. AI, I'm not going to lie to you, in our business we all have a backhand. AI Bao Quan was stunned. Backhand? What kind of backhand? It's simple, partner. Li Tianyu spoke with a mysterious smile. I have a partner that I contact every few days. If I lose contact with me, it's a big deal. My partner will release all the information all the time, when the time comes. You know. Of course AI Bao Quan understands. Just the fact that his own unseemly things have been publicized is enough to make him drink a pot of water. AI Bao Quan couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Elder brother Li, then you can take care of your body and act with all caution so as not to avoid accidents. I know it, that can be assured by Mr. AI. I am very life-saving. AI Bao Quan asked again. By the way, you've been inducted. How do you plan to find out? Li Tianyu pondered for a moment. When will Zhao Yan come back? He's gone to KZN to deal with a very delicate matter, and I don't expect to be back for at least half a month. Li Tianyu felt a bit of a headache. His original plan was actually very simple, and that was to find a chance to shake hands with Zhao Yan and obtain first-hand information about him. In this way, the group will be able to understand the network of all Zhao Salt's relationships, and solving the case will naturally be an easy task. However, Zhao Shi would not be back for another half a month, so Li Tianyu was really a little heartbroken. It looks like the alternative will have to be used. Mr. AI, I'll start with the others then. AI Bao Quan nodded and suddenly clapped his hands. Li Tianyu looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant by this. Soon the door opened. Come in a man. Li Tianyu turned around and saw that it was Yang En. AI Bao Quan said, Yang En, during this period of time, you will follow elder brother Li and protect him. Don't make any mistakes. Yang En gave Li Tianyu an expressionless look. Got it, Mr. AI. Li Tianyu quickly waved his hand. No need, Mr. AI. I can protect myself, and I'm not used to always having someone behind me. Li Tianyu spoke from the heart. The thought of eating, sleeping, peeing, pooping, and farting, always being stared at by a person or such a big man, then he had goosebumps on his back. AI Bao Quan, of course, expressed his understanding, and people in general weren't really used to being guarded by bodyguards all the time. In fact, he is not used to it, but identity here, life safety is more important than anything else. Elder brother Li, it's not that I'm being paranoid. Zhao Salt is not an ordinary person. He has a hand in both black and white. I'm sure the news of you joining and coming over must have reached Zhao Salt's ears a long time ago. I'm just afraid that he'll take action. AI Bao Chuan's attitude was so sincere and abnormal that he was close to shaking Li Tianyu's hand to say so. If outsiders saw it, they might still think that Li Tianyu was AI Bao Chuan's illegitimate son. Li Tianyu pondered for a while. AI Bao Quan was right. If Zhao Yan, that guy, really played a dirty trick on him, he really wasn't good at fighting. To know Li Tianyu at most is to fight with people in the university group fight. Deal with one or two small punks may not be okay. If it is really tough characters to come, it is sure to lie. All right then, let's trouble brother Yang to protect me for a few days. That's right. AI Bao Quan patted Li Tianyu's shoulder, finally relieved. If Li Tianyu really have any shortcomings, then he AI Bao Chuan's little secrets will not let people know all of them. Not to mention, those mistresses alone would be enough to make him lose his reputation in the circle. Just like that, Li Tianyu accidentally had an extra bodyguard. But when he came out, he also talked to Yang En and asked him if he could protect him in the shadows. Chapter 56. The Hidden Bodyguard. In the dark. I mean, don't always be so high and mighty behind me. The expression on Yang En's face moved slightly. Yes. May I? You don't think my offer is a bit much? Mr. Li, don't question my expertise. Yang En was not overconfident when he said so. The bodyguards themselves are divided into two types. One is the open dart and the other is the concealed dart. The request made by Li Tianyu is just a secret dart. The benefits of a bodyguard in the dark are numerous. The protected person's lifestyle is not disrupted, and the bodyguard's presence is not even noticeable. However, at the same time, dark darts require quite a bit of ability from bodyguards, especially tracking and sneaking, as well as early warning. Yang En was a top special forces soldier in China before, and then received rigorous professional training in bodyguard. Dark bodyguard can naturally be qualified. After saying goodbye to AI Bao Quan, Li Tianyu walked out from the president's office. Next, he was ready to go home. Investigating for AI Bao Quan or something like that, Li Qianwu also needs to plan properly. However, when Li Tianyu walked to the office area, he was stopped one after another. The people who stopped him were all department heads who had just attended the regular meeting. Li Tianyu shook hands with each of these people with a smile and couldn't help but use his intelligence acquisition ability. It's also true that some of these people are closely connected to Zhao Yan. For example, the marketing manager, Chuk Daihatsu. For example, Kuan Zhou, a designer supervisor in the engineering design department. For example, the head of the finance department, Chang De Tian. However, this is quite normal. As the general manager, Zhao Yan was responsible for specific matters within the company, and it was not a surprise that these people were close to him. At least from the intelligence information obtained by Li Tianyu, the few of them were not suspected. After Li Tianyu exchanged pleasantries with 6 or 7 people in a row, he suddenly felt lightheaded and dizzy. Hastily, he held the wall with one hand, which prevented him from falling down. Li Tianyu gasped twice and touched his head, only to realize that his face and hands were covered in sweat. System Assistant, warning, the use of the Master Intelligence ability will consume the host's physical strength and energy, and there is a risk of fainting if it is used multiple times in a row. System Assistant, host, please use this ability again when necessary. I see, although this ability is powerful, it can't be abused at will, so I'll have to be more careful in the future. Mr. Li. Li, are you all right? Li Tianyu looked up, and it turned out to be Shinsiue, the great beauty of the administration department. It's fine, just some hypoglycemia. Saying that, Li Tianyu stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Shinsiue. It's very soft and smooth. This time, he didn't use his Master of Intelligence ability to avoid sudden death on the spot. Low blood sugar? I've got raw chocolate here. Just take a piece. Li Tianyu took the piece of chocolate. It was heavy and indeed raw. Thank you. Manager Shin is not only beautiful, but also has a good heart. Shinsiue smiled charmingly. Mr. Li, can't see that you are quite good at talking. Not a compliment, but from the heart. Li Tianyu's smile was a bit evil, and Shinsiue actually didn't dare to fight casually anymore. She felt that Li Tianyu was clearly flirting with her. Moreover, there is something dangerous about this man, and he seems to be completely different from those who have the heart but not the guts to be a thief. Li Tianyu also noticed Shinsiue's wariness and waved his hand with a smile. Manager Shun, I'll look for you to have a chat later. Thank you for the chocolate. Looking at Li Tianyu's departing back, Shinsiue pursed her lips and didn't know what she was thinking. Li Tianyu came to the entrance of the company, looked back and actually did not see Yang In, thinking that this kid will not be hiding now, right? That's a lot of stealth work, then. Seeing that little girl at the front desk looking at herself curiously, Li Tianyu smiled and waved his hand with her, and the little girl hurriedly lowered her head with a red face. Interesting. He sat down in the rest area by the door and pulled out the chocolates Shinsiyu had given him. I tore open the package, chewed a couple of bites, and felt my strength really come back. Just then, 2 men approached. One of them, Li Tianyu recognized, was the manager of the Human Resources Department in Chao. The other male, in his 30s, Li Tianyu was just a little impressed. It seemed that he had seen him during a meeting. These 2 were obviously here for Li Tianyu. In Chao walked close to the front and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry for the morning. I didn't know that you were directly appointed by Mr. AI. I apologize with you here. You don't have to remember the small man's past. Stretching his hand, Li Tianyu certainly couldn't hold a grudge too much. So he said, It's okay. I forgot about it a long time ago. In Chao pointed to the man next to him and said, Mr. Li, let me introduce to you. This is Director Zhou Peng Zhou of the Public Relations Department. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhou Peng took the initiative to reach out his hand, and Li Tianyu stood up and shook his hand. This person is not simple. Li Tianyu thought of this, cannot help but use the Master of Intelligence ability. Picture, a message was shoved into Li Tianyu's head all at once. Li Tianyu's pupils shrunk and his eyes became glazed over, but they immediately returned to normal. Zhou Peng, this guy is very close to Zhao Yan. Unlike other departmental executives, Zhou Peng and Zhao Yan's relationship is more intimate. How close? Zhao Salt, who was far away in Kuzhou, gave Zhou Peng a direct order to probe him about Li Tianyu. The one who reported Li Tianyu's situation to Zhao Yan was also Zhou Peng. Maybe this guy is Zhou Salt's #1 minion in the company. Hello, Mr. Chao. Zhou Peng looked at Li Tianyu's face and felt that this guy really did have some discipline, or at least a lot deeper compared to other yearlings. Mr. Li, give me a favor today. I've booked a box in Flower Sea Star City. Let's go have fun together. It's also considered to be a welcome for you. Flower Sea Star City is a famous entertainment club in the imperial capital, a very high-grade kind. Just the ordinary box will start from a few $1,000s per hour. To be honest, Li Tianyu was tempted to refuse. He was still quite tired right now, but this would be underestimated. Moreover, Li Tianyu just wanted Zhao Salt's people to take the initiative to find him, and there was no reason to refuse now. Zhou Peng seemed to want to put Li Tianyu at ease and added, There are no outsiders. It's just me and Manager Yin. And you? Let's just have some fun. When it comes to just playing around, Zhou Peng's words have a deep meaning. Li Tianyu also knew him well enough to naturally know what this guy meant. Thank you for the generous rewards from White to Junior Joy, Shangguan Jirong, Night Unchained, Night Night Do Do Groom, and others. Thanks to all of you bookworms who have been giving me recommendations. It's much appreciated. Thank you so much to all the bookworms who saw it all the way here. Chapter 57. Let me read your palm. The three left the company in Zhou Peng's Mercedes together. Li Tianyu noticed that both Yin Chao and Zhou Peng hadn't clocked in, apparently ready to leave early. This is normal, the two are also considered the backbone of the company. Basically no one will care about them. At this time, it was also about to arrive at the rush hour of work. The road had begun to traffic jam, the Mercedes-Benz car stop and go. It took an hour to arrive at the destination. Flower Star City, the high-end entertainment club in the imperial capital. Neon colors and lights. In front of the club is an open-air parking lot. Parked all the luxury cars. There are a lot of supercars, colorful, very beautiful. This kind of place was indeed the first time Li Tianyu had come here, but there was nothing to be surprised about. Under Zhou Peng's leadership, the three of them arrived at the box he had booked in advance. This box was not ordinary at first glance, belonging to the high-grade type, with an area of more than 100 square meters as far as the eye could see. The decoration is luxurious, with sofas, 100-inch projection TVs, surround speakers, and a lighted dance floor, all of which are quite impressive. However, the house wasn't empty, there was a man sitting large. Behind that man stood a giant man. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a giant man. His height must be more than 1.9 meters, and it is even possible for him to reach 2 meters. It was obvious that this man was a bodyguard or a fighter, and the identity of the person sitting there was bound to be uncomplicated. Li Tianyu glanced at Zhou Peng, as if to say, "Didn't you say there was no one else?" Zhou Peng smiled and said, "Mr. Li, let me introduce to you. This is Luo Sanyang, known as Luo Sango, is also considered to be a loud and clear figure in the community. Just now also temporarily contacted me. Want to get together?" Li Tianyu nodded. "Hello, brother Luo-san." According to Li Tianyu's observation, this Luo Sanyang is very heavy. This guy is mostly a punk. He didn't want to cause trouble, and calling him brother Luo-san already gave him enough face. However, this Luo Sanyang does not appreciate just a lovingly indifferent a sound. Even eyelids did not raise a bit. Not to mention stand up and Li Tianyu warmly shake hands. Li Tianyu didn't care either. As long as he was here, he was at peace. He found a place to sit and waited for the guys to perform. At this time on the table has long been prepared wine, drinks, as well as all kinds of pastries and snacks. Zhou Peng was the host and naturally greeted him. Li Tianyu had used up a lot of energy and strength today and was really a bit hungry, so he simply ate something. Just then, Zhou Peng opened the door and greeted the door. A couple of girls then tingled in. These girls were all young and beautiful, with slim bodies, wearing short skirts and light gowns, and with the reddish lighting, they were even more evocative. Li Tianyu wasn't surprised. This kind of place, escort girls naturally can't be missing. What's more, Zhou Peng always engaged in public relations. The 3 religions and 9 streams of people have to deal with, less often come to this kind of place to contact feelings itself has been familiar with. "Girls, these are my honored guests. Make yourselves comfortable." A few of the girls agreed crisply and sat down between a few of them. Luo Sanyang should also be a familiar guest here. He has the most girls around him, embracing them left and right, quite a bit of faction. The girl sitting next to Li Tianyu is named Yusijia, who looks quite innocent and has a slightly restrained demeanor, seemingly unable to let go. "Still a student?" Li Tianyu asked in a small voice. "No, not." Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Looking at this expression, it was clear that it was. It's not uncommon to see quite a few female college students, or even high school students, moonlighting at such places. This kind of work isn't very glamorous, but it can make quick money, and it's still attractive to girls who desperately need money. But Li Tianyu judged that the girl seemed to have some kind of hardship that forced her to do this. "Don't all freeze, drink, drink." Yin Chao raised his cup and said, "Brother Luo-san, let's drink first." With that, he drained his glass in one gulp. Luo Sanyang, on the other hand, just casually took a sip and let go of his glass. Everyone else drinks their own. Li Tianyu noticed that Yusijia only took a symbolic sip, afraid that she had drunk too much. Zhou Peng also noticed Yusijia. "Who is this girl? First time I've seen it." "Brother Zhou, this is Yusijia, working for the first time today." The girl who spoke was named Guiyafang, and she sat right next to Luo Sanyangdi, with half of her body almost resting on Luo Sanyang's body. "The first time, I said, why so tender?" Zhou Peng laughed. "Yusijia, Do this line of work to let go a little. Do not twist and turn. Got it, Cho. After Yu Sijia finished speaking, she leaned towards Li Tianyu's side and even took the initiative to chat with him. Brother Li, I heard from Sister Fong that I haven't seen you here before. As it turned out, this was the reason why Yu Sijia had asked Li Tianyu to sit next to him. Li Tianyu naturally hitched onto Yu Sijia's waist and gently rubbed it. Yu Sijia's body tightened like an electric shock. Not having seen me here doesn't make me a good person. Li Tianming pressed against Yu Sijia's ear and said softly. Yu Sijia's cheeks were red and delicate. At that moment, Luo Sanyang spoke. Li Tianyu, your name is Li Tianyu, right? It's me.
Li Tianyu Finilian Suarat.
I hear you're what's it called? Li Tianyu smiled faintly. Brother Luo-san, I'm human. Yin Chao hurriedly said. This Mr. Li is the planner that the company just hired over. Luo Sanyang clapped his hands. Yes, planners. I just don't understand. What exactly do planners do? Li Tianyu's mind electrified. It seems that this Luo Sanyang is Zhou Peng, or Zhao Salt found over to test him. Li Tianyu hadn't shaken hands with Luo Sanyang, so he naturally didn't know his bottom line. But judging from this guy's arrogant and domineering attitude, it was more than just a punk. Li Tianyu still needs to be careful how he responds. A planner, naturally, is someone who does development planning, whether it's a person or a company that needs to have a plan for the future. Luo Sanyang laughed. Oh, then what makes you able to plan for others? Why should others listen to you? Because I know more. Guiyafang felt that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, and quickly joked, Brother Li, so you're a jack of all trades? Not a jack of all trades, but a master of all. I know astronomy from above, geography from below, even your birth date. When the crowd heard it, this kid sounded crazy enough. Guiyafang, so tell me a bit about me. What do you know about me? Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Give me your hand. What for? Read your palm. Although women don't necessarily believe in palm reading and fortune-telling, they are naturally curious about it. So Guiyafang extended her hand with gusto. The attention of the others was all drawn to it as well. Chapter 58. Let's play games together. Li Tianyu held Guiyafang's hand that was handed to him and deliberately rubbed it. The gesture was frivolous, but important. The first is to use the handshake to get information about Guiyafang. Secondly, it was only good if he made other people think that he, Li Tianyu, was a denizen. Sure enough, Guiyafang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Li, do you know how to read palms or not? When you read palmistry, you should first look at your hands. And your hands are also very good, white and tender, smooth and soft. So it's no wonder Brother Luo-san likes them. Yin Chao and Zhou Peng glanced at each other, and both felt that this Li Tianyu fellow really had the guts to say it. What an ignoramus. Luo Sanyang is not one to be messed with. What Li Tianyu is saying is that what you, Luo Sanyang, think is good, I can also touch it. Men have a strong sense of territory, and Li Tianyu is also testing the limits of Luo Sanyang's patience. Luo Sanyang just snorted coldly and didn't seem to be annoyed. Li Tianyu originally did not want to use the Master of Information ability. After all, it is too exhausting and physical strength. But now it has to be used again. The good thing is that I've just eaten something high-calorie and had a couple of beers, so I'm kind of slowing down, so as long as I don't use it too often, it won't be a big problem. The game of palmistry has begun. Li Tianyu slowly said, Guiyafang, whose real name is Guijie, took the initiative to change her name when she was in the 6th grade of elementary school because the harmonics weren't very pleasant.
Guiyafang exclaimed, Ah.
How did you know? Li Tianyu already knew enough about Guiyafang. At least there was no problem with the birth date and such. I won't tell you the year of your birth. The date was April 6th. The lunar calendar was exactly March 3rd. You were born at 2:30 a.m. in a northeastern province, and it was raining and snowing, and it was cold as hell. You're an Aries, you love purple, violets are your favorite. Type O blood. You were a recognized beauty in college. The student body president at the time was all over you. Am I right? Guiyafang had been stunned. Her eyes glazed over. When the others saw Guiyafang's reaction, they understood that Li Tianyu had hit the nail on the head. The girls, especially, were full of excitement. Sister Fong, is what he said really true? It can't be all right, can it? Then he's too godly. Have you two known each other for a long time? Li wouldn't be your ex-boyfriend, would he? Yu Sijia didn't say anything, but she also looked at Li Tianyu with a surprised face, as if she was looking at an ancient sorcerer, the kind with mysterious powers. Not to mention these girls. The other 3 men couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Who the hell is this Li Tianyu? What the hell is this? How can you know so much about a woman who pays for drinks in a clubhouse? In fact, Li Tianyu knew more, but he just didn't want to say it. This Guo Yafang is also a poor woman. She had a total of 2 boyfriends. The first one had a tendency to domestic violence, and also liked to drink heavily. Whenever she drank too much, he would beat her, so much so that she often saw people with a bruised face. The second boyfriend was not domestically abusive, but first he was a good gambler and then he became addicted to drugs. That's why Guo Yafang got into this business. It's quick money, and she can afford to support that wasted boyfriend. Not long ago, the two were also licensed. Although this matter is a bit disgusting, but this is everyone's choice. It is not about right or wrong, and Li Tianyu does not want to meddle in it. At this time, Luo Sanyang sneered. He does not believe in what palm reading bull. Think most likely there is something fishy. However, he liked to play games, so he might as well just have fun with it. That's fine, why don't you take a look for me too? Li Tianyu thought to himself. That's exactly what I want. He was also eager to probe this Luo Sango. Brother Luo San, please reach over. Luo Sanyang hesitated, but still reached over. Li Tianming took a hold of it. Luo Sanyang was stunned and thought this kid even wants to touch the man's hand. What a pervert. Luo Sanyang instinctively tried to pull out, but didn't succeed in breaking free. Don't worry, brother Luo San. It'll start right away, Li Tianyu said, turning Luo Sanyang's palm over and looking at it decently. Alas! Li Tianyu's expression became exaggerated as he watched. The girls saw this and were up in arms. Well, see anything yet? Master Li. Yeah. We're waiting for you to expose brother Luo San's material. Come on, Master Li, we especially want to hear it. Li Tianyu glanced at Luo Sanyang for a while before he rubbed his head and said, sorry. I really can't see through Luo Sanyang's palm prints, so I can only say that I'm not good at learning the art. Sorry, everyone, he said, and made an apologetic gesture to the people around him. The crowd had a spoiled look on their faces. Master Li, this palm reading of yours doesn't work either. Zhou Peng couldn't help but tease. Li Tianyu quickly waved his hand and said in a serious manner, this palm reading is an esoteric study, which can be roughly divided into 2 kinds. Zhou Peng was stunned. Which 2 kinds? One is a true look and the other is a false look. That's bull. This is not nonsense. Fake look with the eyes. Real look with the heart. Fake look of the people. Say all the condescension. Real look of the people. Say the truth. Li Tianyu's eloquence compared to the previous also improved a lot. Said a lot of God, half-true, half-false words. Do not be present in the people all around. It was also a way of putting the matter of reading Luo Sanyang's palm just now behind him. In fact, Luo Sanyang's information had already been obtained by Li Tianming, and the reason why he hadn't said anything was because he had a lot of concerns. This person, Luo Sanyang, really came from a big place. This guy was a tough guy, and Li Tianyu definitely couldn't afford to mess with him. Just like what Li Tianyu had guessed before, Luo Sanyang belonged to the punks, but he wasn't an ordinary punk either. In the imperial capital, the punks who can get along are actually relatively few, and Luo Sanyang is one of them. This guy has this kind of status at such a young age, and he's made a real name for himself. He's never done anything like removing an arm, chopping off a leg, or crushing someone's balls. Li Tianyu accepted AI Baochuan's commission to make money, not to fight for his life. Offend Luo Sanyang? That's Li Tianyu earning a long life. I just don't know how this Zhao Salt lineage got involved with Luo Sanyang. Just then, Luo Sanyang lazily said, Zhou Peng, arrange a game to mess up the atmosphere. Zhou Peng quickly said yes. In this kind of entertainment and with the girls paying for it, it's not unusual for that game to be played. The game arranged by Zhou Peng is very simple, called Shoot 7 Orders. Rules: from 199, if someone counts to a number containing 7 or a multiple of 7, no one is allowed to count, and the next person will continue to count. If someone reports the wrong number, they are penalized. It's common for this game. What's not common is the way it's penalized. The person who reports the wrong number has to take off a piece of clothing he or she is wearing. Chapter 59. Forget it. A twisted melon is not sweet. The rules of this game are too damaging, and I don't know if Zhou Peng and the others play often. But it does seem more normal in this kind of entertainment club. Once those escorts heard of such a rule, they indeed revealed pouting looks. Ugh, where do you get to play like that? We sisters are at too much of a disadvantage. Yeah. Look at what we're wearing and what you men are wearing. Peng, why do you always have these bad thoughts? In fact, these escorts are not really unwilling to do so. They are just symbolically expressing some dissent to appear more emotional. Men's psychology is very subtle, women completely submissive, but the effect is not good. If the appropriate desire to refuse to meet, it is very easy to touch their excitement. Of course, there is one escort exception, Usija. Usija is the first time to enter the field, where to play this kind of game, once heard the rules of this game is even more scared to death. The only thing she had on besides her underwear was a short wrap around halter dress with a light shawl over it. In other words, playing this Pat 7 order, Usija was okay with being wrong once. If she was wrong for a second time, it would be a direct shameful light. But Usija also understands that he can't go back on his word if he's already here, or he'll face a huge breach of contract, and that would be even worse. No matter how reluctant she was, she had no choice but to go through with it. The number of players in the game was 8, 3 men and 5 women, in a circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pass, 8. No one missed a beat in the first round, of course, and all reported through without incident. The same goes for the second round. But by the third round, people were starting to miss. It was Guiyafang who missed first. She accidentally yelled out, 28. Hurry up, Sister Fong. Zhou Peng laughed. Che, what's the big deal? The light veil was removed and gasps and exclamations were heard. Again. The vast majority of those present are masters at getting the mood right. The box quickly warmed up. One after another, someone reported the wrong number, and under a flurry of cheers, applause, and exclamations of surprise, light veils, small cankles, and women's skirts appeared on the floor. Of course, men's clothes are starting to be available. Li Qian-Wu's suit top was thrown to the ground because he shouted, 49, 67. Ah, no way. An escort named Lu Jingjing shouts the wrong thing again, and now all she has on her is a wrap-around gown. Jingjing, hurry up, don't keep everyone waiting. Yin Chao was so excited that he repeatedly urged. Yeah, that's a pre-agreed rule, no cheating. Kyo, you're the first. Come on. Lu Jingjing let out a pout and actually did as she was told amidst the cheers. This kind of scene put Li Tianyu in a daze. Zhou Peng, Yin Chao, and Luo Sanyang are all not surprised, and seem to be veterans of the game. As soon as Lu Jingjing started this, there were other escorts who were pulled down one after another. The box became redder and redder. All of this, in Usija's eyes, made her even more florid and shocked. In this atmosphere, it's harder to say what more ridiculous things will happen after this. When she first decided to come over to work, she had explicitly just said that she would just accompany the guests to chat and drink, and although she knew that there would definitely be some sort of rubbing off like letting others take advantage of her, she hadn't expected it to be so blatant. Usija had been wrong once already, and that tulle shawl had come off. Just as Usija froze, it was her turn.
84. Ah, no.
When Usija just shouted out, she regretted it. Geez, 84 is also a multiple of 7. She reported it wrong. The crowd responded immediately. Oh, Usija, it's finally your turn. Come on. I'd like to see how much material this girl has. It could be seen that Usija was already at a loss for words. Her mixed body was trembling, just like a helpless little sheep facing a few hungry big bad wolves. Zhou Peng continued to urge, Usija, don't spoil everyone's fun. Don't you see that everyone else did as they were told? Yeah, look at me. Yin Chao hemmed and hawed. He was now down to his shorts, which was indeed comical. Can I? No way. Rules are rules. They can't be broken. Zhou Peng said seriously. Usija's tears were already about to fall as she listened. You can tell that this whole thing is hard for her. The atmosphere in the box went cold for a moment, which was not a good sign. Guiyafang had the most experience. She forced herself to calm down, sat down next to Usija and whispered something to her. It must have been something to persuade her to give in. However, Usija still kept shaking her head, and Guiyafang gave up after a few words. Actually, everyone else was fine, but Luo Sanyang's face had fallen. Usija, if you don't listen again, you won't be able to walk out of this room today. When Luo Sanyang said something, his voice was ruthless and his expression was even more oppressive in some way. Usija was scared enough, and she also knew that she couldn't afford to mess with a character like Luo Sanyang. Her hand was on the sling trying to pull it down, but Zhou Peng probably thought she was slow and went up to rip it. Ah,
No.
Usija was shocked, got up in a panic and hid in a corner. In this moment, Li Tianyu didn't like this atmosphere too much. Granted, the girl should have been aware of this since she chose to be an escort, but the current scenario was a bit of a forced prostitution. If you're out to have fun, why go to such lengths? You could tell that Luo Sanyang was really a bit angry. He grimaced, scaring the other chaperones. Not to mention these ladies, even Yin Chao was shocked. This is the rhythm of an accident. Evil tiger. Do it for me? Strip the... Oh! The evil tiger was the giant man fighter who had been standing behind Luo Sanyang. But it's a bit of a misnomer. It should be called Wicked Bear. A body like the evil tiger's against Yusijia, it was a proper beauty and the beast that couldn't bear to be seen. Although Li Tianyu was not a righteous man, but seeing this situation in his heart did not fall to endure. Brother Luo-san, it's better to forget about it. Why get so angry over a woman who pays for her drink? Luo Sanyang sneered. Li Tianyu, then what do you think should be done? There's a saying that a twisted melon is not sweet, so since she doesn't want to, kick her out. Li Tianyu's words were moderate and reasonable. Yusijia's eyes flickered with light, looking at Li Tianyu and then Luo Sanyang, and some hope was born in her heart. Chapter 60. Better brush your teeth first. Li Tianyu advised mildly. He didn't want to have any conflict with Luo Sanyang. This kind of punk, he really didn't want to get involved. These people aren't exactly vicious, but they are always out of their element. Li Tianyu is just hoping to de-escalate this situation a bit. Since Yusijia is a novice and so put out, letting go is the end of the story, so why get rough? However, Luo Sanyang didn't think so. He was used to being arrogant and bossy. Get thee away from me. You don't get to talk. Luo Sanyang's violent roar startled the others. Even Zhou Peng realized the seriousness of the matter. Luo Sanyang is a powder keg that doesn't always explode. When Zhao Salt had first said that he was going to invite him over, Zhou Peng didn't feel good about it. Just probing the bottom of Li Tianyu, why would he need to find such a ruthless character? Zhao Yan, however, said, to give Li Tianyu a kick in the pants by the way, so that he knows how powerful he is and doesn't act like a big-tailed wolf everywhere in the future. But there's a difference between giving him a kick in the pants and beating him up. Look at Luo Sanyang's posture, but he wants to hit people. In case he broke Li Tianyu, then Mr. AI would lose his temper. Can the man he personally brought in be a casual fighter? Thinking of this, Zhou Peng hurriedly wanted to go up and pull Li Tianyu away. But unexpectedly, Li Tianyu had another damn shocking. No, it was shocking to say. Brother Luo-san, after eating, please you better brush your teeth first. At this point, a pin dropped in the box. The others all looked at Li Tianyu and Luo Sanyang with frightened faces. Everyone was thinking, this kid Li Tianyu is crazy. He really dares to say anything. Li Tianyu is definitely finished. He will definitely be wasted today. It's not like Luo Sanyang hasn't done it before by cutting out people's tongues. Zhou Peng hurriedly pulled Li Tianyu over and whispered, Li, General Manager Li, you quickly apologized to Luo Sango? Li Tianyu gave a sunny smile but didn't reply. Instead, he sat back down on the sofa again. The stance is obvious. Apologize? No way. In fact, Li Tianyu was also drumming in his heart. Saying that out just now was really a death sentence. If it was the previous Li Tianyu in this situation, beating him to death would not dare to say such words, and would tolerate it if he could. However, right now, due to the influence of the system's personality, Li Tianyu's condescension wouldn't allow him to be indifferent after being scolded bitterly. Luo Sanyang half narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Tianyu. At this point, Luo Sanyang no longer cared about how Yusijia was doing. Now Li Tianyu was the one who had pissed him off. Li Tianyu, what the hell are you? Li Tianyu responded lightly, I'm not a thing, I'm a person. Since he had already messed with Luo Sanyang, there was no point in spoiling him. Well, you're human now, and in a moment I'll make you not human. Li Tianyu waved his big hand. Evil tiger. Give me 2 slaps on him. Hit him hard. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The evil tiger, a 2-meter giant man, had palms alone that were 2 times the size of an ordinary man. This also let him hit hard, 2 slaps down. This kid bodybone weakness, that will not be directly out of breath, only to see the evil tiger take 2 steps towards Li Tianyu's side. His huge body came closer. Li Tianyu, however, closed his eyes and simply came to a standstill. The crowd was completely confused when they saw him acting like this. Is this kid stupid? Not afraid of death? Over there, Yusijia suddenly shouted, Don, I take off okay. Luo Sanyang now were willing to listen, directly shouted, Evil tiger, give me a hand, hit hard. beat him so hard that he doesn't even recognize his own mother. Oh! The evil tiger swung his arm round, his big hand if a bushel, and lashed out with the wind. Li Tianyu still had his eyes closed. Some of the escorts present covered their mouths, some exclaimed, and some covered their eyes. It's about to see red. However, a few seconds passed and still no expected movement was heard. Sounds like pop, ouch, help. Yin Chao and Zhou Peng, who had their eyes open, now had their eyes glazed over and their mouths open. He only saw that the arm that evil tiger swung over did not hit Li Tianyu, who was sitting on the sofa. Who is this man?
Yang, Assistant Yang.
Although he could only see his back, Yin Chao still recognized this person. Assistant Yang?
Yang An.
Zhou Peng also recognized it. He was in the key department of public relations, and he could also see Yang En from time to time, and he also knew that Yang En was AI Baochuan's #1 bodyguard. What's this guy doing here? Is Ai Bokwang coming? Zhou Peng immediately dismissed the idea again. AI Baoquan was considered a public figure. It was unlikely that he would come to such a place. The other escorts were also astonished. When did this man come in? In fact, just now, the crowd was all attracted by the verbal argument between Li Tianyu and Luo Sanyang. And that was when Yang En came in and grabbed the giant man's arm before the evil tiger could whip Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu opened his eyes. His heart was sort of solid, thinking that this AI Baochuan's personal bodyguard was still reliable. In fact, he was really scared to death in his heart. If Yang En rescue is not timely, then the teeth in his own mouth are going to be knocked out. And even though Yang En's body reached over 1 meter 8, it was questionable whether he could stop a giant man of nearly 2 meters. Now look, no problem. Luo Sanyang was also completely stunned at this point, but immediately shouted, "Hurry up and fight!" The evil tiger let out another bellow and slammed his other hand into Yang En. The sound was amazing, and the crowd let out another audible gasp. However, the fist stopped in mid-stride. The original vicious tiger with a hideous face was now twisted even more ugly, and a sizzling sound came out of his mouth. Looking again, Yang En grabbed his fingers and broke them directly in reverse. Ouch! 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 The giant man, evil tiger, fell to his knees in cold sweat from the pain. Then came a hard elbow to the jaw of evil tiger. The giant man fell to the ground and fainted. KO. Up. Yin Chao had been dumbfounded, and his jaw was about to drop to the ground with him. Zhou Peng was also secretly shocked. He knew that Yang En was a bodyguard, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. To know that this vicious tiger brought by Luo Sanyang, who was also a ferocious figure, couldn't even last a minute was a shock. At this time, Luo Sanyang was indeed shocked and didn't understand the situation for a moment. What are you? Yang En flashed his wrist. I'm Mr. Li's bodyguard. The escort girls then realized that no wonder Li Tianyu was so wild. So he had brought bodyguards. And the bodyguard is so good, he's a killer. Chapter 61, that's good. The reason why Li Tianyu was emboldened just now was precisely because he knew that Yang En was a competent bodyguard. Although the evil tiger, a giant man with an appalling appearance, could easily deal with ordinary punks. However, compared to the top special forces who had been hellishly trained, the evil tiger was still not enough. However, would that deter Luo Sanyang? Li Tianyu wasn't that naive. Luo Sanyang is a figure in the Jianghu Dao and a minor leader. Like this kind of person, the thief wants to save face. It is impossible to eat this kind of dumb loss. Sure enough, Luo Sanyang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Li Tianyu, do you think this is the end? This bodyguard of yours is strong, but can he fight 1? Can he fight 2? Can he fight 10? Can he fight 20? Seeing that Li Tianyu's face was ancient and calm, his face was as heavy as water, he didn't seem to care. Luo Sanyang nudged him viciously with his finger, then pulled out his cell phone, looking like he was ready to call someone. Yang En glanced at Li Tianyu, as if waiting for his instructions. It would be best to snatch Luo Sanyang's cell phone now before the two of them were brutally mobbed. Just like Luo Sanyang threatened, Yang En, no matter how powerful he was still a mortal flesh. It was no problem for one to fight a few, but if he came to 20 or 30 with a weapon, then it would be dangerous. Even if Yang En could protect himself, he couldn't protect Li Tianyu. But Li Tianyu didn't intend to let Yang En grab the phone and stood up. Although robbing a cell phone can be safe for a while, but after the fact will still be Luo Sanyang retaliation, and that kind of retaliation is not foreseeable and will be intensified. This will cost more than it's worth. Luo Sanyang stopped moving and stared at Li Tianyu with very stern eyes. Li Tianyu actually stood in front of Luo Sanyang and said with a smile, Brother Luo Sanyang, That little brother of yours called Silly Fong. That thing he did a few nights ago. If word got out, what do you think would happen? Luo Sanyang's face changed. What is it? What did we do? Not right. How do you know the stupid party? Let's see. It was about the 13th. No. It was the 14th of last month at 2 a.m. Li Tianyu said this and glanced at Luo Sanyang again. Sure enough, Luo Sanyang's face collapsed even more, as if he was afraid of something. What exactly are you trying to say? Luo Sango still wants to play dumb. Good. Then I'll talk to you. Saying that, Li Tianyu actually attached himself to Luo Sanyang's ear in a dignified manner and muttered. The expression on Luo Sanyang's face was getting more and more wonderful, which could only be described as cloudy. But it was obvious that there was no longer the same fury that he had before. Zhou Peng and Yin Chao had been completely confused batch, not knowing what kind of stuff this Li Tianyu was saying to Luo Sanyang. Luo Sango, who had always been short-tempered, could actually listen. Li Tianyu finished. Luo Sanyang's expression actually became very odd. Who the hell are you? How do you know all this? Li Tianyu laughed. How do I know is not important. The important thing is that you better not mess with me. I can often gu jun my drink. Turn around, I put this matter asay. When Luo Sanyang heard this, he was completely flustered. Rumor has it that there are 4 young men in the imperial capital, which sounds loud, but is actually 4 rich second-generation men. Gu Junmai is one of them. Luo Sanyang was so afraid because Gu Junmai could be said to be his boss. The punks, are all counting on Gu Junmai to hang out. Gu Junmai has a lot of rules and regulations and a big temper. If he's provoked, he'll cut off the food, and Luo Sanyang and the others will have to drink the northwest wind. It is not strange to know that there are 4 young men in Kyoto, but to know the real name of Gu Shao, that is, the name Gu Junmai, cannot be said to be an ordinary person. Gu Junmai is not Gu Shao's real name, is his mother invited an old Taoist to give him an alias, said it can be good luck and so on, anyway, quite evil. Luo Sanyang. That. Li Tianyu. Don't worry. Behave yourself and I won't say anything. Luo Sanyang's face was delighted. Thank you, Mr. Li. He turned to Zhou Peng, Yin Chao, and the others and said viciously, Did you hear what Mr. Li said just now? Don't tell anyone about what happened just now. Or don't blame me for cutting off your tongues and feeding them to the dogs. Whether it was Yin Chao or Zhou Peng, they had been in a state of dumbfounded approval since a while ago. Where could they understand what they were saying? But since Luo Sanyang said so, they had no choice but to nod their heads uncontrollably in agreement. As for the escorts, there's even less to say about them. They had nothing to do with them in the first place. Li Tianyu glanced at Yusijia, who was still frozen in the corner, and said, She can go now, no problem, right? Luo-san brother. No problem. Of course. Luo Sanyang smiled at Yusijia. If you encounter anything in the future, just ask, not to mention other things, at least in this area. I, Luo Sanyang, can take care of it for you. Yusijia didn't respond, covered her chest, and hurried toward the door. Mr. Li, thanks. Aha. Yusijia looked deeply at Li Tianyu and left in a hurry. Li Tianyu sighed. Ugh. Tired. Luo Sanyang. Mr. Li, why don't we do this? I'll arrange a VIP suite for you. You can rest for 1 night first. I'll find you a few more good. Li Tianyu waved his hand. No need. I'll go home and sleep before I feel solid. Yang'an, have you driven yet? Janan nodded. It's on. Go. Okay, Mr. Li. The two were just about to take a step when they heard a low growl. The evil tiger woke up. He climbed up and glanced at Li Tianyu and Yang'an, his veins bursting out in anger, raising his fist to punch them. Ugh! Something staggering happened. Luo Sanyang slapped evil tiger so hard that he was blinded. I let you hit well. Get lost. Net me a mess. Luo Sanyang said to Li Tianyu again. Mr. Li, go slowly. I'll treat you to dinner later. Without turning back, Li Tianyu walked out of the box with Yang'an one after the other. Dinner with you? It's better to be excused. When he reached the door of the clubhouse, Li Tianyu breathed in fresh air as if he was reborn. That's when he realized that his back was wet. Just now, it was too thrilling, too exciting, and consumed a lot of energy at this moment. It was as if Li Tianyu would collapse at any time. Li Tianyu secretly swore that, in the future, this kind of thing should be done less often. Yang'an was moving his lips, wanting to speak. Li Tianyu laughed. You're asking what I said to Luo Sanyang, right? Yang'an hesitated, but still said, Forget it. I won't ask what I shouldn't know. But what are you going to do about that girl? The girl. It was only then that Li Tianyu saw that Yusijia was actually standing right by the side of the road. At this point, she was in civilian clothes, sort of back to being a college student. Li Tianyu walked over and asked, "You haven't left yet? How can I leave without thanking you properly? What? You want to give your body in return?"
Li Tianyu teasa.
Yu Sijia blushed and actually said, "The dormitory is already locked. I can't go back tonight." "That would be nice." Chapter 62, Acquiring Fighting Techniques. Li Tianyu got a room in a nearby hotel for Yu Sijia. Li Tianyu entered the room and drank a cup of tea. Then, Li Tianyu didn't come out all night. The next morning, Li Tianyu woke up from the hotel and actually felt refreshed. The marvelous thing was that originally Li Tianyu was very tired, but he suddenly became energized. How many times did it go on last night? Li Tianyu couldn't remember anymore. However, Yu Sijia left at some point. Li Tianyu did ask which university Yu Sijia attended, but Yu Sijia didn't say. Li Tianyu doesn't force himself. Perhaps Yu Sijia also just wanted to return the favor. After having breakfast, Li Tianyu didn't rush to work at the Iowa Group's headquarters, but stayed in his room to organize his thoughts. He replayed the events of last night in his mind, feeling a bit of a death wish. No, it's to the death. It would have been troublesome enough to mess with Luo Sanyong. What's more troublesome is that Li Tianyu also lied to Luo Sanyong, saying that he knew some Gu Junmai stream. Are you kidding me? Where does he know the 4 young men of the imperial capital? I don't even know their names to the public, let alone Gu Junmai. Li Tianyu had never even seen the hair on Gu Junmai's legs. At that time, Li Tianyu shook hands with Luo Sanyong and gained some things he knew. It was also thanks to the fact that Li Tianyu's brain was now sharp and he made up 2 lies in a row. Li Tianyu first managed to scare Luo Sanyong by muttering something in his ear. That Luo Sanyang's little brother, Silly Fong, he found a night to smash someone's gold store. This matter is actually considered normal operation for punks like them, not excessive. However, the owner of that gold store, Fatty Choi, happens to be related to Gu Junmai. Fatty Choi has now called the police and is himself furiously looking all over the streets for the suspect who smashed the store. It's a good thing that Fatty Choi hasn't found out yet. If he finds out that it's Silly Fong who did it, then it's a big problem. Not only the stupid party are in the police station, he Luo Sanyong also have to be Gu Junmai hard ka meal, or even be fired. Who is Gu Junmai? That is Luo Sanyang's food and clothing. So, when Li Tianyu pulled out these 2 lies in a row, especially saying that he knew Gu Junmai, taking a step back, even if Li Tianyu and Gu Junmai just knew each other and didn't know each other very well, that was still killing Luo Sanyong. As long as they do this thing to the Gu Junmai to stabbing, then Luo Sanyong them is not the same to play the end. That's why Luo Sanyang's attitude towards Li Tianyu changed 180 degrees. From a vicious dog to a pug. Luo Sanyong in the end is just a small punk, not a generation of lords. Originally there is not much backbone. Even for a lord, there is such a thing as being able to bend and bend. However, is that all there is to this? Li Tianyu pondered for a while, and now his situation wasn't in too much danger. Firstly, it is impossible for Luo Sanyong to take the initiative to mention this matter to Gu Junmai, and if he does, he is making a fool of himself. Secondly, it was unlikely that Li Tianyu would run into Gu Junmai. Even if the 2 ran into each other, the problem wouldn't be too big. As long as Luo Sanyong wasn't present, it wouldn't be exposed. But to say it's completely risk-free is certainly not. Right now, Li Tianyu was still too weak and needed to strengthen himself as soon as possible. As long as one was strong, even if one really messed with Luo Sanyong or even Gu Junmai, that would be completely unafraid. It wasn't like Li Tianyu didn't have an advantage, at least there was a system in place. Yesterday's situation made Li Tianyu realize that it is time for him to arm himself with a variety of skills. There will always be a time to use. Yang In, the powerful bodyguard, couldn't follow Li Tianyu all the time, so self-defense and fighting techniques had to be prepared. I'm a world-class fighting master. What am I afraid of? Li Tianyu smiled and finished, then opened the system interface. In the order center, the corresponding tax entries appeared. Fighting man. Amount of taxes paid, $6,500 soft dollars. Description. Randomly proficient in 3 fighting arts, with some enhancements to strength, agility, and flexibility. Risk of side effects, low. Fight master. Amount of taxes paid, 10,000 soft dollars. Description. Randomly become proficient in 5 fighting arts, with greatly enhanced strength, agility, flexibility, dynamic vision, and reaction speed. Risk of side effects, medium. High fighter. Amount of taxes paid, 800,000 soft dollars. Description. proficiency in all the world's fighting arts and random access to a secret art, with huge increases in strength, agility, flexibility, dynamic vision, reaction speed, endurance, and stamina. Risk of side effects, high. Li Tianyu took a closer look at the list. The highest rank was cultivator. The introduction was very attractive. What does it mean to have access to a secret art that all fighters are proficient in? What makes a secret art? System assistant. If I told you now, it wouldn't be called a secret technique. Li Tianyu was speechless. Where did the teasing batch of system assistants come from? But with $800,000 in taxes, Li Tianyu couldn't meet it. It's good to know that the amount of tax paid by the second bracket of the Boomerang Masters does not exceed the tax limit. Expensive is ultimately better than cheap. Li Tianyu did not hesitate to choose Master of Strike. A tax confirmation box will pop up. Click OK. 10,000 soft dollars were deducted from the account. Then, Li Tianyu felt like his whole body was going to burn, and there was a tendency for it to get worse. Not good. Not good. What the is going on here? Li Tianyu hurriedly stood up and jumped into the bathtub, but he fainted before the faucet was turned on. When Li Tianyu woke up again, it was actually noon. Fainted for a full 4 hours. Li Tianyu's heart palpitated. It seemed that he would have to be more careful when using the system in the future. Luckily, it's in a hotel. If it's in a public place, it would have to be carried into the hospital. Chapter 63. Need to borrow a car? Come to me. System assistant. The list of fighting techniques to acquire is as follows. Sansho technique for success. Israeli fighting arts gain success. Karate for success. Boxing for success. Muay Thai gets successful. These 5 fighting arts are indeed more powerful, and should be enough for the time being. System assistant. Host, congratulations, your bodily functions have been upgraded. Strength plus 180%. Agility plus 300%. Flexibility plus 120%. Dynamic vision plus 220%. Reaction speed plus 165%. Li Tianyu took a look at these boosts and it was a bit scary. System. What is the value of my current bodily functions? The system didn't answer, but an interface appeared in Li Tianyu's eyes, and it was actually all about his attribute values. Power 238. Agility 360. Flexibility 143. Dynamic vision 320. Reaction speed 236. Li Tianyu looked a little confused. System, what should the value of a normal person be? I'm asking, how much stronger than normal am I? System assistant. The base value for an average person is 100. I see. That's still quite a bit stronger. However, Li Tianyu could also see that according to the enhancement ratio given by the system, none of his previous bodily functions, except for his dynamic vision which was okay, could reach 100. It's ONG weak. It was good that the system had helped Li Tianyu greatly strengthen his weakened body, so that when he encountered danger again in the future, he could at least defend himself. It was already noon, so Li Tianyu thought about simply not going to the Iowa headquarters. But on second thought, it was supposed to be Saturday and there was no need to work at all. It's been such a confusing time lately. Li Tianyu checked out of the hotel room and then got Yang En to send him back home. As soon as he entered the house, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. Once he looked at the caller ID, it was Wu Mingzhi who called. So Li Tianyu answered the phone. Hey, Myung Chul. Long time no see, what are you busy with? What can I be busy with? I'm busy working. How have you been? It's okay. By the way, do you know any good car rental stores? A rental car store? Don't you have a car? What kind of car do you still rent? Wu Mingzhi sighed. Hey, my daughter-in-law, she went home. I went to pick her up today, but I heard that those few relatives of hers were also there, so I thought of renting a nice car to hold up the front. It dawned on Li Tianyu that my uncle was also having a pretty hard time right now. His relationship with his girlfriend, Zhang Lan, was good, yet he could never get past Zhang Lan's relatives. Zhang Lan's father Zhang Wenshi is a company owner, so Wu Mingzhi, this future son-in-law, has been dissatisfied. If not his daughter Zhang Lan really like Wu Mingzhi, he would have broken up the two. However, recently Wu Mingzhi has been performing well and has a certain amount of motivation, so Zhang Wenshi has slowly loosened his grip. However, those relatives of Zhang Lan's were different. All of them had high eyes, little ability, and were particularly fond of gossiping. Today, Wu Mingzhi went to pick up Zhang Lan, presumably because he wanted to brace himself in front of Zhang Lan's relatives and shut them up. Li Chionwu. Myung Chul. Why are you still looking for a car rental store? You're looking for me. Wu Mingzhi. Looking for you? You bought a car. Li Tianyu. Yeah. Wu Mingzhi. What kind of car did you buy? I'm renting a luxury car to go earn face. Li Tianyu laughed. Don't worry. It will definitely make you doubly honorable. Wu Mingzhi will believe it. After all, he knows more about Li Tianyu's situation. He cannot earn much money a month, and his family does not have a mine. Buying a luxury car? Not likely. However, Oumyung-chul was more trusting of Li Qian-wu, thinking that if he was so confident, he shouldn't be able to lie to him. Wu Mingzhi. That's fine. Is your car at home? I'll go over and drive it. Li Tianyu. I'll send you the address. Wu Mingzhi. What? You changed your house? That's fine. Send me the address. I'll be right over. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and sent a WeChat location to Wu Mingzhi. An hour later, Wu Mingzhi knocked on Li Tianyu's door. You didn't rent this whole set, did you? Li Tianyu laughed out loud. Who said I rented it? This is my house. Do you want me to take out the real estate license for you to take a look? Wu Mingzhi looked at Li Tianyu for a few moments before believing that this kid wasn't joking. However, the northern third ring, like this set of houses, can be nearly 10 million, and the decoration of this house can be really remarkable, simple and elegant, chic. Very Wu Mingzhi look a little confused batch. But the two were on ironic terms, so they began to pull their punches. Wu Mingzhi. Did you do anything speculative? Li Tianyu. I'll be damned. You're the one speculating. Wu Mingzhi. So it's a matter of lawlessness? Li Tianyu. Do you not want to borrow the car? Wu Mingzhi. Right. Hurry up. I'm on a tight schedule. Li Qian-wu then took Oumyung-chul to the basement from the elevator. The house that Tianyu Li lived in originally came with a parking space, and then he got the property to rent another one because he had to park two cars. The Porsche Cayenne and the Pagani Windjammer were parked side by side. Ever since he helped Cloudlight Technology attend the show, the top-of-the-line supercar had been sitting in the basement collecting dust. Li Tianyu does not like to drive a supercar. Handsome is handsome, turnaround rate of 200%, just not very comfortable. This one? Wu Mingzhi asked, pointing at the Porsche Cayenne. Right? Wu Mingzhi dropped his jaw in shock. Li Tianyu pointed at the Pagani Windjammer again. This one is mine too. Wu Mingzhi was confused batch and almost fainted to death in the basement. You tell the truth. Where did these two cars come from? The Porsche Cayenne was fine. At most it was just a more expensive luxury car. But this supercar parked here was unbelievable. Wu Mingzhi also often look at car websites. The car is still quite a study. Pagani. There is no supercar under 10 million. What's more, supercars have to pay a very high tax to enter the country, which works out to tens of millions of dollars absolutely. Li Tianyu waved his hand. This is not nonsense. Have told you that it is mine. Do you want it or not? Wu Mingzhi woke up like a dream. Yes, of course. Which one? This? Wu Mingzhi first pointed at the Pagani, then pointed at the Porsche Cayenne. Or this one, that supercar. If it rubs you a little, I can't afford to pay for it. Li Tianyu cut and directly slapped the key into Wu Mingzhi's hand. Wu Mingzhi takes a look. It's a Pagani key. Really don't need it. The Cayenne is good enough for the face. I've never even touched this supercar. Li Tianyu. Less nonsense. Really broken. Also do not need you to pay. You just drive over to the good Jianglan. Her relatives shocked on the line. A few minutes later, Wu Mingzhi drove the Pagani Windjammer out of the basement, his hands shaking all the time as he gripped the tiny steering wheel. This ing, which is a shock. This is completely want to Jianglan. Her relatives shoot dead on the ground. Chapter 64. BMW 3 Series. To be picked up the day after tomorrow. Wu Mingzhi in the street, pulling the wind of the throttle, listening to the pleasant sound waves, thinking that this is not worthy of the supercar. Pedestrians on the street, including the occupants of passing cars, looked back. That kind of turnaround is simply superb. Although Wu Mingzhi could not figure out how Li Tianyu got this top supercar, but to be able to drive this car to pick up his daughter-in-law Jianglan, it was much more exciting than expected. Originally, Wu Mingzhi just wanted to rent an ordinary luxury car, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and so on. Face can pass. Less let Jianglan those relatives blindly forced on the line. Who knew that Li Tianyu would come up with such a Tyrannosaurus Rex? It was a surprise. Jianglan's family lived in a villa area in the southeastern part of the imperial capital Jinhua villa realm. The villas here are all detached. Head, ranging from 30 to 80 million softman dollars at current market prices. However, when it was first opened, it was not that expensive, just a few years more than doubled. At this time, Jianglan's house was very lively, and all of her third aunt's family had come. At noon, the Jiang family specially organized a large table to entertain this family of guests. They ate the belly support wall, not satisfied. Compared to the well-off Jiang family, Jiang Lan's third aunt's family was ordinary, at best a modest level of prosperity. But her family is lucky. The old house has just been demolished and relocated. There will soon be a large amount of compensation in the accounts. There were also several houses divided. Therefore, third aunt Deng Xiuhua didn't feel that her side was much worse than the Jiang family. On the contrary, and for some reason, when facing Jiang Lan's father, Jiang Wenshi, Deng Xiuhua was always a bit condescending and aggressive, as if Jiang Wenshi was a poor relative. Even Deng Xiuhua's husband, Peng Lijun, and son, Peng Xiang, had something like a sense of superiority in the Jiang family. However, Jiang Wenshi is still cultivated and does not bother with these people. What should be done, less talk is better. At this point, everyone had eaten and drank well, so they sat on the couch and chatted. Deng Xiuhua favorite this link, eat a full chewing on the tongue is the most comfortable. Lan, have you split up with that guy yet? Jiang Lan was stunned. No, we're quite good Deng Xiuhua skimmed her lips. Lan, it's not that I'm talking about you. It's been how many years? Haven't you had enough fun? It's also time to find a marriage partner. Jiang Lan. Marriage object? My boyfriend is the one who is going to get married. Deng Xiuhua. You're quite protective of him. Let me ask you, how much does he make a month? Got a car and a house. Jiang Lan. There is a car, the house? Has not yet bought it, but we have discussed and so fixed the marriage. Pay a down payment to buy a set. Pay the down payment, ah. Deng Xiuhua skimmed his lips again. Is it still need to get money from home? Jiang Lan shook her head. It won't be, we're going to rely on our own strength. He and I have saved up some money over the years. It's still not a problem to make a down payment. In fact, Wu Mingzhi was prepared to take some money from his family. Otherwise, where would he get enough money for the down payment after a few years of working in the imperial capital? Jiang Lan didn't dare to say this to third aunt either. If she finds out, she'll be cynical again. Let me just ask you, where are you guys going to buy a house? Found on. Without waiting for Jiang Lan to answer, Deng Xiuhua snatched the words. It must be the suburbs, right? The northern suburbs are bad enough. I think the southern suburbs are more or less the same. You guys might be able to afford it. When Jiang Lan heard this, she quickly nodded along. Yes, the southern suburbs are fine. So let me ask you, you're used to living in such a big house. Can you get used to living in a pigeonhole again? When Jiang Lan heard this, she said unconvincingly, getting used to it. I'm living in a pigeonhole with Mingzhi right now, and I'm quite used to it. Once Deng Xiuhua heard this, she once again skimmed her lips and talked away to Jiang Lan's mom. Deng Yue. Again. Sister, look. You don't care about your daughter. What has she become? Deng Yue smiled bitterly and said, it's good that the child likes it. We can't control it. That's not good. By then, if she regrets, it's too late. You have to persuade in advance. Deng Xiulan said, frothing at the mouth. Say I have a neighbor, her family daughter is also known to find their own object. Line. Her parents do not care and finally married. You say the results of it? Just gave birth to a child, the feelings on the rupture, think they are not suitable for each other, and finally can only be divorced. The girl also want a child with a drag, and now even the object cannot be said. Lan, it's not that your third aunt I'm nosy, I'm also for your own good. You look for the object must look for a better economic foundation, not only to have a car, but also to have a house, but also a big house. This is called one step to the right place, by the way, at that time, but also to add your name when not afraid of being aggrieved. Deng Xiuhua pointed to her own son Peng Xiang and said, if you were looking for a partner, you should at least look for one like your cousin, Xiang. Talk to your aunt and your aunt's husband. How much money do you earn now? Peng Xiang. Mom, what's the point of talking about this? Deng Xiulan. Tell me. If you don't tell me, how will people know? Peng Xiang had to say, counting the various subsidies, it's almost 20,000. Deng Xiulan was just about to speak when Jiang Lan immediately said, we Mingzhi have also earned 20,000. It's nothing. Deng Xiulan heard, not happy. Yo, also you Mingzhi. This is not married on this. If married will not let people rule you to death? Earn 20,000 nothing great, people earn tens of thousands. More than 100,000 have. Xiang, you just bought a car to say. Mom does not understand, called the treasure what came to be. Peng Xiang's eyes lit up at the mention of a car, which he was rather interested in, and even more interested in showing off. BMW 3 Series, picking up the day after tomorrow. Deng Xiuhua. How is it? BMWs don't come cheap, do they? Lan, What kind of car does your boyfriend drive?
Accord. Accord.
Look at that. A domestic car. Peng Xiang. Mom, it's a Japanese car. Oh, Japanese cars. Japanese cars are even worse. It's not as good as a domestic car. Deng Xiuhua turned his head to Jiang Wenshi again and said, I say, you as a father also do not say a few words? If you don't say it again, you won't have a chance. Jiang Wenshi had reluctantly agreed to Jiang Lan and Wu Mingzhi's relationship, and now with Deng Xiuhua's words, he felt humiliated and couldn't help but snort coldly. What can I say? What should have been said was said a long time ago. Jiang Lan annoyed to death. In fact, cousin Peng Xiang by BMW thing she has long known is simply a loan to buy. At the same time, Jiang Lan had some regrets, thinking that if she had known that third aunt was so crazy, she wouldn't have let Wu Mingzhi come over to pick her up. Lao Na felt emotional when he saw the comment section in recent days and really bad reviews. The bookworms who were able to read this chapter are considered true believers. You guys are the bread and butter of Leona, and Leona doesn't want to give up on each and every one of you. So I hope all of you will be there when this book hits the shelves. Of course, Lao Na knew that it was impossible, and Lao Na's level was really limited. However, Lao Na still wants to say that each of your opinions and criticisms will not be ignored by Lao Na, and solutions will be seriously considered. Thank you again for your support, whether it's a reward, a recommendation vote, or advice for Lao Na, and for those who were able to stick around to read this chapter. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 65. Is this the accord? Calculating the time, Wu Mingzhi should be on his way. Jiang Lan was a little fidgety. If she let third aunt run into Wu Mingzhi, she would be even more cynical to a great extent. She was afraid that Wu Mingzhi wouldn't be able to hold back at that time, and it would be bad if he got into some sort of verbal argument with third aunt's side. So, Jiang Lan hurriedly said that she was going to the restroom and then started to call Wu Mingzhi. But I don't know what's going on. Jiang Lan made 2 phone calls and Wu Mingzhi didn't answer. It's inconvenient to drive? But Oh Myung-chul is used to wearing Bluetooth headphones. So Gangland made another call. This time Oh Myung-chul picked it up. Jiang Lan. Hey, husband. Where are you? Why didn't you answer the phone just now? I'm in a hurry. Wu Mingzhi. I didn't set up my Bluetooth headset just now. Now it's okay. Baby, I'll be there in a minute, don't worry. Jiang Lan. I didn't mean it that way, otherwise you'd better not come. Wu Mingzhi was stunned. Why? Not going home today.
Jiang Lan.
Why don't we go back tomorrow? My third aunt is on the rampage over here again. Wu Mingzhi heard and understood that Jiang Lan's third aunt, whom he had met once, was indeed like Sister Xianglin, and inexplicably disliked Wu Mingzhi. This was also the reason why Wu Mingzhi had to rent the limousine beforehand to plug that third aunt's mouth. Good thing now Wu Mingzhi wasn't afraid at all. Wu Mingzhi. Don't worry if I go, your third aunt can't say anything. Jiang Lan. Why? Wu Mingzhi. Anyway, just trust me. I'll hang up first. You wait for me well at home. Jiang Lan agreed and hung up the phone. Although Wu Mingzhi told Jiang Lan not to worry, how could she not worry? But Oh Myung-chul had to come, so let's do it, and since his parents already knew he was coming, it would be kind of weird to change the hang-ups on the fly. When the time comes, if things get really bad, the most you can do is pull him away. After Jiang Lan returned to the living room, third aunt's family still had no intention of leaving. Jiang Lan's mother, Deng Yuhui, brewed another pot of tea and served a few people to drink it. Jiang Lan was also helpless, not understanding how her mother could be so lowly to her third aunt, causing her to suffer altogether. Deng Xiuhua waved at Jiang Lan. Lan Lan, come here. Oh, Jiang Lan had to sit down. I hear your boyfriend is coming to pick you up later? Yeah. Okay. It's just as well I want to see him again and have a good talk with him. Third aunt. You don't need to say anything to him. Just rest. How's that going to work? I'll say what your parents are too embarrassed to say. Deng Xiuhua patted his chest. I'll be the villain, all right. Jiang Lan could see that third aunt was really up to something, and couldn't help but become even more apprehensive. Meanwhile, Wu Mingzhi drove his Pagani Windchild to the front gate of Jinhua Villa Realm. The security guards would ask about normal vehicle visits, but Wu Mingzhi drove a supercar. Once he saw the car, the security guard didn't talk nonsense, and directly lifted the pole to let the car pass. Wu Mingzhi had been here more than once before, so he was familiar with it and went straight to Jiang Lan's villa. The low sound of thud, thud, thud from the oversized engine is very nice to hear. Even in this kind of upscale villa area, like the Pagani Son of the Wind, such as the top of the supercars, cannot see a few more is only Porsche 718, 911, God of War GTR, these slightly more affordable million-class supercars. When you get to the front of Ganglin's house, park the car, turn off the engine, and open the flywing door. Wu Mingzhi got out of the car, then rang the doorbell at the front door. Today he didn't believe it, that third aunt of Zhang Lan's could still say anything. Not long after, Zhang Lan walked out, followed by several people. In addition to Zhang Lan's parents, of course, there was also Zhang Lan's third aunt and the third aunt's son. Originally, Aunt Sam and the others just need to wait in the house, but she could not sit still, or greeted her son to come out to meet. The first time I saw Oh Myung-chul, it still smelled familiar. The reason why Lee Sua couldn't look at Oh Myung-chul was because she felt that the kid was a bit of a hangdog. Uncle, Auntie, how are you? Wu Mingzhi rushed to Zhang Lan's parents and greeted them with a smile. Zhang Wenshi nodded. Well, quickly go in and sit down. Okay, Uncle. Wu Mingzhi then followed Zhang Lan and her parents right into the house. Deng Xiuhua and his son Peng Xiang, on the other hand, stood still and did not go in. At this time, Deng Xiuhua stretched his neck and glanced at the car parked at the door. Is that the Accord? It feels like the styling is a little weird. At this point, Deng Xiuhua glanced at her son and realized that he had frozen there dumbfounded. Xiao Xiang, what are you thinking about? Mom is talking to you. Huh? Mom, what did you just say? I mean, is that an Accord? It looks pretty premium. Peng Xiang almost planted himself on the ground when he heard this. Mom, don't you dare talk nonsense and make people laugh. What's wrong? What do I have to make fun of? That's a supercar. It could be worth $10 or $20 million. What? How much? $10 or $20 million.
Soft dollar.
Deng Xiuhua said, ran over and reached out to touch it. Mom, don't touch it. If you rub off a piece of paint, you can't afford to pay for it. You can't afford to pay for it. Deng Xiuhua was startled when she heard this, and her outstretched hand was hastily retracted. At this time, Deng Yue pushed out the door and shouted, Xiuhua, what are you mother and son doing at the door? Come in and have some tea. Hee hee. It was then that Deng Yue realized that there was a supercar with an extremely racy appearance parked at the entrance. Didn't really pay attention to this just now. Whose is this? It's not my uncle, is it? Deng Yue looked around again and really didn't see the Honda driven by Wu Mingzhi. She took another closer look at the supercar and couldn't help but be taken aback. Deng Yue, perennial in the circle of rich people, is a woman with insight. This Pagani, although she also do not recognize, but look at the design of the body, is not a common supercar. Not to mention that even if it's $1 million supercar, the average person can't afford it. So, Teng Yu Hui turned around and called out Zhang Wenshi. Zhang Wenshi took a look at the car, but also stared wide-eyed. This is not a Pagani, this is not good. I heard that it takes tens of millions of dollars. Really, he drove over. It should. It should. Deng Yue said while pursing her lips and pointed at her younger sister, Deng Xiuhua, only to see that she now had a completely dumbfounded look on her face, wanting to say something but unable to do so. Only after a long time did Deng Xiuhua say to Zhang Wenshi and his wife, driving a car with tens of millions of dollars? Big money? Demolition households. We don't know about that. It's all private. And it's not like we're engaged, so that's not a good question to ask. Zhang Wenshi laughed. Having been disliked by Deng Xiuhua explicitly and implicitly for half a day just now, he had finally slowed down. They are driving multi-million-dollar supercars. Your son is driving a BMW 3 Series. Your car is not enough to pay for a wheel or a lamp of the supercar. What do you think you're criticizing? Although Zhang Wenshi also knows that the supercar is unlikely to be Wu Mingzhi's, but it does not matter, as long as the face is earned out. Besides, how many people can borrow a supercar? That's talent too. It's not even a good idea to rent a supercar, especially a multi-million-dollar supercar with strict qualifications. Chapter 66. Has this kid won the lottery? A few people entered the house. Wu Mingzhi had long been sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Zhang Lan sat next to him and gave him a special apple to peel. Wu Mingzhi took a look at Li Xiuhua coming in and stood up, asking, Good day, third auntie. Good, hello? Li Xiuhua hurriedly agreed. Her eyes seemed to have lost the confidence she had earlier. She originally wanted to educate Wu Mingzhi, but now there was really nothing she could say. People come in cars with tens of millions of dollars and block out any words. Wu Mingzhi. By the way, Auntie San heard that you wanted to tell me something? Jiang Lan twisted Wu Mingzhi in the back, blaming him for why he was actively seeking abuse. Who knows that the third Aunt Li Xiuhua actually accompanied the smile? There is nothing to say. That is that you two good benefits, do not quarrel? Don't worry, third auntie. We are very close and have never quarreled. Jiang Lan's mouth was wide open, not understanding what had happened to third aunt, who had suddenly become so kind. However, it soon became clear to her. Wu Mingzhi, daughter-in-law, don't just stand there, get in the car. Jiang Lan reacted only after a while. No wonder Wu Mingzhi had a confident attitude, so he had made such a show. Jiang Lan asked in a low voice, "Where did you get this car from?" Wu Mingzhi also lowered his voice. "Get in the car first, our parents are still watching." As soon as Jiang Lan heard this, she immediately got into the passenger seat and then waved her hand to say goodbye to her family. With the crisp roar of a large displacement supercar-class engine, the Pagani Windjammer lifts off. Running down the street, the turnaround rate is really skyrocketing. Not to mention, the feeling is simply wonderful. "Honey, can we talk now? Whose car is this anyway? Don't tell me you went and rented it." Wu Mingzhi hurriedly said, "I'd like to, but who's going to rent it to me? Whose is that? Don't believe me when I tell you, but Tianyu lent it to me." Jiang Lan was stunned. "Tianyu? Li Tianyu, right? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much this supercar costs? It must be at least a few $1,000,000. Wu Mingzhi waved his hand. "More than a few million, I checked later, foreign countries sell 20 million, into the country, counting tariffs and so on, how to be 40 to 50 million. So you really believe it? What if I don't believe you? People just have it, and there's more than one. There's a Porsche Cayenne parked in his basement." Jiang Lan was still a bit unconvinced. He wouldn't have done something illegal, would he? Wu Mingzhi, "Don't talk nonsense, my buddy's character I know best. The most to do some small damage to steal chicken and dog things. Illegal things absolutely impossible. I guess he has recently developed, won the lottery or something. Anyway, I did not ask, this is the privacy of others." Jiang Lan, "So, he's rich now." Wu Mingzhi, "That's for sure, people are now also people with big houses and luxury cars." "Wait, you're not going to move on, are you?" Jiang Lan, "Screw you, I'm thinking. Should I set him up with Yanzi?" Wu Mingzhi, "LV Xiaoyan? Your former colleague? You're still in touch." Jiang Lan, "That's my best friend, okay? Just tell me if it's okay. He doesn't have a date yet." Wu Mingzhi, "Okay, but you can't just stick it to my buddy just because he's rich, right?" Jiang Lan, "It's not easy to do. Let's not mention that Li Tianyu has money, and not mention the matter of setting them up. Let them mess with nothing to meet one side, to see if it's coming or not. The caller will continue, and if it's not, forget it." Wu Mingzhi pondered for a while and thought that it was not impossible. LV Xiaoyan was Jiang Lan's former colleague, very good-looking. There is no lack of suitors around such a girl, but Lu Xiaoyan has a very high vision and has never found the right one. Plus she is relatively young, just graduated, so she is single. The next day, when Oumyung Chul went to Li Tianyu's house to return the car, he dragged him out. Li Tianyu was confused. "Where to?" Oumyung Chul, "Go shopping." Li Tianyu was shocked. "I can't see that you still have that kind of hobby, shopping with a man. Let me tell you, my sexual orientation is normal." Wu Mingzhi, "I'm not interested in you. I'm just asking you to go around the pawn shop with me." Li Tianyu was stunned. "Pawn shop? Do you want to pawn something? Or buy something?" Wu Mingzhi, "Cut the crap and just follow me." In fact, that best friend of Jiang Lan's is now working in a pawn shop. Having no choice but to follow Oumyung Chul down the stairs, Li Tianyu had no choice but to follow him. And it's still going in Wu Mingzhi's old accord. It was Sunday, the road conditions were decent, not particularly congested, and it took less than an hour to get to my destination near the East 3rd Ring Road. It's a large business district with a concentration of shopping malls, office buildings, and entertainment venues. Wu Mingzhi led Li Tianyu into a pawn shop called Le Futang. To be honest, it was the first time Li Tianyu had entered this kind of place, and it was still a bit of a rarity. This pawn shop is quite large, with the usual glass frame tables in the lobby and freestanding square columnar glass display frames. This kind of exhibition frame is usually filled with more precious objects, such as porcelain, jewelry, paintings, and calligraphy. At that moment, two girls came up to us. One of the girls, whom Li Tianyu recognized, was Wu Mingzhi's girlfriend, Jiang Lan. The other one was very pretty, with a slim figure and a pretty face, so if he let Li Tianyu score it, it would be at least an 8. In fact, this girl was what Jiang Lan had previously called her best friend. LV Xiaoyan. LV Xiaoyan is now working for a chain of pawn shops, and she deals with antiques, jewelry, and all kinds of luxury goods every day, so she engages in a much more discerning manner. Of course, Lu Xiaoyan didn't know about Zhang Lan and Wu Mingzhi's idea, and she was stunned when she saw Li Tianyu. Zhang Lan introduced, "This is my husband's buddy. His name is Li Tianyu." Lu Xiaoyan nodded and took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu also used his Master of Information ability. For such a beautiful woman, he wouldn't let go of any opportunity to get to know each other. Unexpectedly, this beauty's life is unexpectedly simple, if not anything to write home about. Compared to her steady appearance, LV Xiaoyan is much more innocent. Lu Xiaoyan was also observing Li Tianyu and felt that this man was quite handsome and had a good temperament. Of course, there was no shortage of handsome men around Lu Xiaoyan, so she didn't pay too much attention. But with her intelligence, she was able to guess why the two Zhonglans had brought a man over. "Make yourselves comfortable. I'll make you some tea." With that, Lu Xiaoyan left. When she returned with the tray, she found Li Tianyu looking at the exhibits in the store. "Without further ado, I wish you all a happy Christmas Eve. Happy and peaceful." Chapter 67. I've studied antiques too. You're also interested in those as well? Li Tianyu smiled and shook his head. I casually look at it, it's kinda interesting. If it was according to Li Tianyu's previous character, he would have bragged about it before using the system to gain knowledge related to these antiques, paintings, and jewelry. But now, Li Tianyu, how to say, is also a few $1,000,000 of people. Even if you want to pick up girls, do not want to be too publicized or slightly subtle good. Just then, a man approached. The man was probably in his mid-30s and, judging by his dress, was also an employee of the pawn shop. Li Tianyu saw the man's work tag hanging on his chest. Name, Ding Hao. Position, antique appraiser. In a pawn shop, the position of appraiser is important because you have to work with a lot of luxury goods. However, what made Li Tianyu very surprised was that this Ding Hao had become an antique appraiser at such a young age, which was a bit rare. Ding Hao might have heard the conversation between the two just now, and that's when he walked over. Could be seen that this Ding appraiser was quite attached to Lu Xiaoyan. It's still a different thing to be interested and to truly understand. Ding Hao laughed and added, "This gentleman, if you want to buy one back for your collection, I can introduce you to 1 or 2 years that suit you." How did Ding Hao's words sound wrong? Li Tianyu, how do you know which one suits me and which one doesn't? Ding Hao, if I don't know, do you know yourself? These are all antique artifacts you just looked at. Can you read them? Li Tianyu laughed. Of course I can read it. I won't hide it from you. I have some research on antiques, jewelry, and such contraptions. Ding Hao and Lu Xiaoyan were all stunned. Could it be that this Li Tianyu was still a deeply hidden character? But Ding Hao immediately reacted, guessing that this kid just couldn't keep his mouth shut in front of a beautiful woman and talked big. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu had already opened the interface of the bragging tax system, clicked on the order center, and saw the corresponding list. Junior appraiser. Amount of taxes paid, $4,500 soft dollars. Description. Elementary knowledge of appraisal of antiques, artifacts, jewelry, and other valuables, with a 45% appraisal accuracy rate. Risk of side effects, low. Intermediate appraiser. Amount of taxes paid, $9,500 soft dollars. Description. Intermediate knowledge of appraisal of antiques, artifacts, jewelry, and other valuables with 85% appraisal accuracy. Risk of side effects, medium. Master of appraisal. Amount of taxes paid, $999,999,999 soft dollars. Description. With all-encompassing antiques, cultural relics, jewelry, and other valuables appraisal knowledge, and can be identified through the appearance of jadeite, gemstones type of raw stone, the appraisal accuracy rate of 99.9%. Risk of side effects, high. Li Tianyu took a closer look at the listed tax amount. Unsurprisingly, the highest level of appraisal master is ridiculously expensive, need 9,999,000,000. But see the description, but feel that this is not high at all. Antiques, cultural relics, these appraisal ability, even the original stone can be appraised, appraisal correct rate of 99.9%, basically equivalent to 100%. Now the trend of gambling on stones has passed a bit, but the heat is still there, and with this craft you can make money with your eyes closed. It's a shame that's too much to pay in taxes. I guess you can't even reach the limit when you level up. Primary appraiser will not need to see. Appraisal accuracy is only 45%, too damn low, not very useful. Intermediate appraisers can only appraise antiques, artifacts, and jewelry, and the appraisal accuracy rate has reached 85%, which is sufficient. Fortunately, the tax amount was only $9,500, which was within Li Tianyu's reach. Li Tianyu quickly clicked on the intermediate appraiser, determine, tax, account debit success. Li Tianyu once again felt a heavy blow to his head and was dazed for a few seconds before recovering immediately. This series of operations by Li Tianyu, which was tedious to say the least, was actually accomplished in just a split second, and he himself seemed to be only lost in thought for a short while. Tianyu, are you okay? Li Qion-woo came back to his senses, and it turned out to be Oh Myung-chul who was calling him. Wu Mingzhi was originally sitting with Zhang Lan drinking tea before realizing that there seemed to be something going on over here, so he walked over to check it out. Li Tianyu waved his hand. I'm fine. I got lost in thought just now. Wu Mingzhi. I see you guys were chatting quite a bit. What were you talking about? Ding Hao smiled. This friend of yours just now said that he was an expert in antique and cultural relics. Specialist, expert? When Wu Mingzhi heard this, he was stunned. How could Li Tianyu be an antique expert? He hadn't even seen it before. However, he quickly realized that it was probably because Li Tianyu was afraid of being looked down upon and was bragging. As a good buddy, of course Wu Mingzhi wouldn't tear down Li Tianyu and had to support him unconditionally. Wu Mingzhi. Yeah. Tianyu, he's quite knowledgeable about antiques, relics and whatnot. What's so rare about that? Ding Hao smiled. That's fine. Great expert, Li. Do you want to show us your hands? Seeing the situation, Wu Mingzhi hurriedly said, I'm sorry. We have urgent business and will be leaving soon. Tianyu, let's go. Li Tianyu smiled and said, What's the rush? I quite like this place. Stay a little longer. Tianyu, you. Wu Mingzhi came over and whispered, Are you crazy? You know about antiques, Li Tianyu similarly whispered in response, Don't worry. I won't disgrace you. Ding Hao pointed to the freestanding square pillar display case beside him and said, This great expert. How about you appraise this one? Then, that square pillar display case holds a piece of porcelain. And this porcelain is not too big, like a vase. If it was placed on a street-side stall, no one would probably think it was an antique. The surface is a white base with a cyan ink drawing. Li Tianyu laughed. This blue and white porcelain bottle looks quite chic. Ding Hao was stunned, not realizing that this kid did look like that when he opened his mouth. Thank you for the book Famine Book Chasers. Flowers bloom elegantly. HFDY will fly rain. Karmic Destiny from Karmic, Sword Saint, Quiet Sea Dome. Slipping a long line to enlarge the fish. Lazy is the nature of the book. Book Friend 1503. 0.0325. Listen to the rain fall this season. The time has passed. Book Club 2017. 0.9921. North full 37 degrees. Almond Fox. Book Lover 1403. 0.6213. Yuan. Bookworm 007. Book Lover 2019. 2551. The reward. Thank you to all the bookworms who voted for recommendations. Thanks to the bookworms who stuck around for this chapter. Chapter 68. This is a real expert. Just as a few people were stunned, Li Tianyu continued talking away. This bottle has a flared mouth, long neck, drooping belly, and rounded flared foot. The shape of the vessel is impeccable and nearly perfect. Li Tianyu circled around the square pillar display case and added, The vase is wrapped in blue flowers with peony embellishments, and the technique is also very pure. When Wu Mingzhi heard it, this Li Tianyu guy was talking a lot. No, I should say it's well crafted. Lu Xiaoyan was also surprised, not realizing that this person really knew some antique terms. The whole body is decorated with blue and white flowers. The inner mouth rim is painted with the enduring winter pattern and the strong ring banana leaf pattern. Li Tianyu continued. This is actually a Hanggu blue and white jade pot spring vase. Ding Hao was taken aback. If Li Tianyu at first is nonsense, just blind cat met dead rats, then this blue and white jade pot spring vase name out. It shows that this is really a connoisseur. At the very least, it's only recognizable to those who are regularly exposed to antique literature. Li Tianyu. Am I right? Great appraiser Ding. Seeing that Ding Hao didn't say anything, Wu Mingzhi sort of understood. There was no problem at all with what Li Tianyu said. Wu Mingzhi hemmed and hawed and patted Ding Hao's shoulder. How was it? Didn't lie to you, did I? This is a true expert. Only then did Ding Hao react and sneered back. Yes, that's right. This is indeed a blue and white jade pot spring vase. But the fact that you can say this doesn't prove that it's an expert. At most it's an enthusiast who has read the relevant information. Wu Mingzhi got angry and pointed at Ding Hao. You who? Li Tianyu stopped him and said with a smile. Then how about I tell you something new? Ding Hao was stunned, feeling strange in his heart. What's new? Li Tianyu looked at the blue and white jade pot spring vase again. This beautiful porcelain. How much do you plan to sell it for? Ding Hao extended a palm. $5 million. Li Tianyu shook his head. Let alone $5 million. I think $5,000 is a bit high. Ding Hao, do you know what you're talking about? Li Tianyu ignored the other party and said to himself, the workmanship and glaze color of your bottle is good. It's a treasure wherever you put it, but it's not old enough. Ding Hao's face changed, and his voice steepened considerably. What do you mean? Make it clear. Are you saying that what we're putting out here is a fake? In fact, anyone who knew what they were doing should have heard what Li Tianyu meant. The term not old enough means fake or counterfeit. In the antique trade, there is a saying that believes in do people leave a line, good to see each other in the future, will not say words too revealing, more or less to give people some face. When Lu Xiaoyan heard this, she also changed her face. The ones placed here were all fine products. It was impossible for them to be forgeries. Li Tianyu did go overboard when he said that. Apparently, even Wu Mingzhi was a little weak, whispering, Tianyu, don't talk nonsense. This is not a small matter. Li Tianyu waved his hand to reassure him. To say that it is fake, that would be somewhat wronged you. This bottle shape is perfect. The embryo quality is really old. The shape is almost impossible to see a break. But, Li Tianyu pointed to the pattern on top of the bottle. The glaze is newly put on, and it won't be more than 3 months. You don't believe it, you. That's more like it. This jade pot spring vase was a selected antique transferred from the main store. If it was really a fake, as Li Tianyu said, then it would be a big problem. Instead, Lu Xiaoyan became a little worried, and he said to Ding Hao, why don't we have Uncle Yi come over to take a look, just in case? Ding Hao glanced at Li Tianyu and hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. It's true, there's no fear of the worst. If there is a real problem with something that the head office gets over, then it has to be found and reported in a timely manner, and over time it will be this side's responsibility. 10 minutes later, Uncle Yi came over. Uncle Yi, whose real name is Yifugua, used to work in an old pawn shop for a long time, until he became a courtier, and had a high status in the business. Lu Xiaoyan and Ding Hao told the story in 3 words. Ding Hao pointed at Li Tianyu and said, Uncle Yi, it's him who said it. Yifugua, you said that? Li Tianyu nodded. Yes, I'm the one who said that. Then, Li Tianyu probably repeated what he had just said again. Yifugua pondered for a moment and immediately thought of something. You mean, this is using the counterfeit method of real blanks and fake colors? Li Tianyu nodded. Originally, I just saw that there was some incongruity in this bottle, but I didn't dare to be sure of what it was, and then I looked closer before I saw it. You see? Li Tianyu pointed to a flaw on the bottle and said, this is a shrinking glaze, also called short glaze, is a flaw caused by the immaturity of the firing process, which is very common on the porcelain before the early years of the Ming dynasty, but this flaw would be very strange if it appeared on Hangul blue and white porcelain. Yifugua could not help but nod his head. The porcelain of the Ming and Qing dynasties, due to the progress of the porcelain firing process, has been very perfect. The surface cannot be seen any flaws to, and this jade pot spring vase on top of the bottle, at a casual glance there are 4 or 5, it is too conspicuous. It's called blemish making, and it's one of the more common counterfeiting techniques. Li Tianyu sighed. This artisan's skill is good. Even the imperfections are made to look similar, but appearing on this bottle, it's really a picture of a snake. The more Yifugua thought about it, the more it made sense. Ding! Open the display case and take the bottle out for a closer inspection. In fact, Yifugua already had a number in his heart, and Li Tianyu was right. Bringing out the blue and white jade pot spring vase is just not dying to make sure again. Ding Hao carefully took the bottle out, and Yifugua was in charge of inspecting it. After a moment, Yifugua sighed. Mr. Li, you are absolutely right. It's really thanks to you. Li Tianyu hurriedly made a few modest remarks. Yifugua added to Ding Hao, the next time the head store sends something over, every single piece must be scrutinized. And if you come across something you can't decide on, you must seek me out to confirm it again. At this moment, Ding Hao was like a defeated rooster, and could only keep nodding his head in agreement. This blue and white jade pot spring vase was indeed the one Ding Hao was responsible for receiving. At that time, he felt that there would certainly be no problem with the stuff coming from the head store, and without even looking at it, he just signed it, who knew that coincidentally something had gone wrong. Wu Mingzhi patted Ding Hao's shoulder. Remember your master's words, or else something will really happen. Losing your job is a small matter. And this is in case you are reported for selling counterfeits. Then you'll be finished. After Li Tianyu had spent half a day's saliva, he sat down at the store's tea table, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank 2 mouthfuls. It was then that Lu Xiaoyan curiously sized up Li Tianyu and realized that he was really quite handsome, especially when he was reviewing the antiques, a proper expert stance. Chapter 69. More than $100,000. Listen to the sound. Ding Hao subsided and ran into the back of the pawn counter to do the appraisal work. Li Tianyu then chatted with Wu Mingzhi, Zhang Lan, and Lu Xiaoyan. Because Li Tianyu did show an expert-level performance in antiques just now, Lu Xiaoyan also became quite attached to him. Li Tianyu is also very witty, go left and right, for why would no antique appraisal, said it is completely based on self-taught. In my spare time, I often watch some antique treasure appreciation variety shows, and I slowly got it. Li Tianyu said so. This reasoning left Lu Xiaoyan dumbfounded. There was a time before when antique treasure hunting variety shows were really popular, but can you become an expert just by watching that kind of program? It's a little outlandish. At this point, Li Tianyu had no intention of dwelling on this issue. In fact, he had little interest in antiques and no thoughts of moving in that direction. Li Tianyu stood up and just pretended to start looking at the objects in the display case. Everything in the display case is a buyout, which means that the pawnbroker takes the pawned item and sells it right off at the buyout price and won't redeem it later. At that moment, Li Tianyu stopped and saw a black box in the display case. The box was long and obviously wooden and was supposed to have a black lacquer surface, but probably because it was so old, it had become mottled and badly faded. Lu Xiaoyan said, "You're interested in this sandalwood box?" Li Tianyu pondered for a moment. "This box is supposed to hold paintings, right?" Lu Xiaoyan nodded. "Yeah, it was an old man who brought it over, saying that the calligraphy and paintings inside had already been sold singly to someone else, and that he had no use for keeping it, so he brought it to us to sell." Li Tianyu, "Can you take it out, so I can look at it?" LV Xiaoyan was stunned. "Okay, wait a moment." Lu Xiaoyan walked to the backstage, took the key to the counter and lifted it open to take out the wooden box. Wu Mingzhi and Zhang Lan also curiously came over and gathered around to watch. Wu Mingzhi, "Tianyu, what do you want with this crappy box?" Zhang Lan punched Wu Mingzhi. "What are you talking about? People call this an antique." Wu Mingzhi wanted to say something else, but was glared back by Zhang Lan with a glance. Li Tianyu didn't care about them and opened the box to study it before putting it down. "How much is this?" LV Xiaoyan was stunned, thinking did he still want to buy it? "This? I'll take a look." Saying that, Lu Xiaoyan took out the form from under the counter and checked it. It's not that she's unprofessional, it's that very few people bother with stuff like this. "This 135,000. Wu Mingzhi was shocked. "What? $35,000? Soft currency?" Lu Xiaoyan nodded. Because it was identified that the box was from the early Qing dynasty and was so well preserved, the price was higher. Wu Mingzhi was about to say something, as if to say, "This is so shabby, and still call it well preserved? I'll take it." Before Li Tianyu's words fell, the other three were taken aback and stunned on the spot. Wu Mingzhi was the first to react and hurriedly pulled Li Tianyu to the side, painfully and bitterly persuading him. "Tianyu, please don't, you can't spend money like this. Are you looking at other people, Lu Xiaoyaner? If you like it, let's ask out to talk. Don't use such a stupid way of people's money, ah. Look at that broken box. It's long. You can't put much in it even if you take it to put things in, let alone as a coffin." When Li Tianyu heard it, he cried and laughed. Why is this kid's speech getting more and more outrageous? And hurriedly told him to stop. "Don't worry, you can't lose on this stuff." Wu Mingzhi was stunned. It's hard to believe that this crap can be sold for more? At this time, Yifugua brought Ding Hao over, wanting to organize other objects, and seeing this side, he also curiously came over. Yifugua laughed. "Yo, little brother is ready to make a move?" Upon seeing what Li Tianyu was going to buy, Yifugua revealed a surprised look. Even he didn't understand why Li Tianyu wanted to buy this box. This is not a common thing, but in the end, it is just a container for storage and there is no room for appreciation. However, Yifugua did not blindly express his opinion. In the antique business, experience is very important, but more important is the eye. Ding Hao even revealed a disdainful expression. This is not something that an insider would buy. Li Tianyu is clearly showing off and showing off too much. Ding Hao, Xiaoyan, since this gentleman wants to buy, let him check out. By the way, we can't use credit cards here. Li Tianyu pulled out his bank card. "Check out." Wu Mingzhi glared his eyes out. This guy really wants to buy it. LV Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but she still found the card swiping machine and picked up Li Tianyu's bank card to read it. Enter your password. 135,000 soft dollars deducted. Li Tianyu's face didn't change its color. The well was unchanged. Lu Xiaoyan sighed. I did not expect that he is still a big money, but unfortunately it is just a little too strong taste of the landlord. Ding Hao looked at Lu Xiaoyan and then at Li Tianyu. It looks like Li Tianyu's cunning plan didn't work. However, only Li Tianyu was heard saying to Yi Fugua, Elder Yi, take a look for me. Yi Fugua was stunned. See what? The contents of this box. But it's empty inside. Suddenly, Yi Fugua seemed to have thought of something. You don't mean that inside. Li Tianyu picked up the rectangular wooden box and exerted force in his hand. Click. In full view of everyone, the box, the $135,000 box, was directly broken by Li Tianyu. A few other people in the room were genuinely shocked. Hurry up, Li Tianyu spent over $100,000 just to hear a sound? This where is the dirt? Clearly, it's just crazy dirt. Caught in the head. Donkey kicked. No, it's a donkey kicked in the head. Only Yi Fugua did not show a surprised expression, but focused on the box body. There's really something here. Only then did the crowd see clearly that the damaged box actually revealed a piece of cloth. Ding Hao exclaimed, It's silk. As it turns out, the box has crevices in it, and there are things hidden in the crevices. Yi Fugua was more excited than anyone else. Quickly, take it out and take a look. Li Tianyu carefully pulled out the piece of silk cloth and then unfolded it on the counter. Only a picture scroll was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Teacher Yi, this shouldn't be. Ding Hao couldn't help but say after looking at it for a few moments. Yi Fugua looked serious. Bring me my tools. Ding Hao ran backstage to retrieve Yi Fugua's toolbox. This toolbox is loaded with the guys that Yi Fugua eats with. Why is Yip Fuquoc so agitated? Because it's not just any painting up here. Chapter 70. Tong Pak Fu's paintings. Tens of millions of dollars. The characters in the painting come to life. A man dressed as an official was sitting under a tree, looking at something intently. And across from the official, a lady was playing the zither. Behind the lady is a screen with a painting of a mountainous landscape. It turned out that the official was in a courtyard, listening to a lady playing the zither. Although the whole painting is simple, it has a far-reaching meaning, which makes people feel like they are in the realm of reality after viewing it for a few moments. That official was Tao Tsaru, a scholar of the Hanlin Academy of the later Zhou dynasty during the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. And the lady playing the zither is Qin Weilan, a famous prostitute of the southern Tang dynasty. This is the Tao Cerulean Post Pavilion picture.
Murmurad Li Tianming.
Tao Cerulean Post Pavilion is an extremely famous painting. Its painter is not someone else. It is the Ming dynasty, known as the wind flow of talent Tang Yin Tang Bohu. However, this painting in the antique industry know a lot, but no one has ever seen the real thing. Appeared on the market are all fakes and imitations without exception. Sweat broke out on Ding Hao's face, thinking to himself that this couldn't be the real thing. Could it? This kid shouldn't have this kind of luck. It's a hell of a lot harder than winning the lottery. Only to see Yi Fugua with a magnifying glass bit by bit for about 10 minutes, finally straightened up. Mr. Yi, how is it? Is it true? Ding Hao couldn't help but ask. Yi Fugua sighed. Ming Dynasty silk painting, and the technique is consistent with Tang Yin, it should be true. Hearing Yi Fugua's conclusion, the others were all shocked. LV Xiaoyan. Mr. Yi? If it's authentic, that's something. Wu Mingzhi and Zhang Lan all stared wide-eyed, feeling that this matter was very strange. Tang Yin? Dong Bakfu? Li Tianyu couldn't help but show an excited expression as well. To be honest, when he saw the box before, he concluded that it was a treasure box. The treasure box is divided into an open bin and a dark bin. The open bin contains objects that are slightly worth more money and are meant to confuse others. The important thing is that the objects in the dark bins are often objects of great value. However, Li Tianyu also did not expect that inside would actually be a genuine painting of Tang Pak Fu. The mood was, indeed, exactly like winning the lottery, and it was definitely still a super jackpot. Li Tianyu held down his excitement. Elder Yi, how much do you think this painting can be sold for? Yi Fugua pondered for half a day, and finally shook his head. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Tang Yin's real works have not appeared for a long time. The last time, I remember the last time, or 6 or 7 years ago, the auction came out of the Tang Yin Pine Cliffs farewell drawing, which was auctioned for more than $40 million. Wu Mingzhi exclaimed. The others are no better. $35,000 for at least tens of millions of dollars. What the hell is this? It's a riot. Li Tianyu was happy in his heart, but on the surface he still had to remain calm. Yifugua couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li, do you have any plans to sell? I can help you contact a few customers. That's fine, Elder Yi. You'll help me make contact. If the price is right, I can sell it. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and added, if there is no suitable one, then let's wait for the imperial capital's Hanhai auction. Saying that, Li Tianyu begged Yifugua for a wooden scroll to put away this genuine painting of Tong Pak Fu, which was much more expensive than gold. When Li Tianyu put the thing into his handbag, it was like carrying a heavy money box. What had just happened made Lu Xiaoyan feel that this person, Li Tianyu, was simply unbelievable. It's like it's not mortal. Originally, she had thought that Li Tianyu was slightly pompous, but now it looked like that wasn't pompous, but rather confident. Easily shelled out over $100,000 for a wooden box from the early Qing dynasty. Again, without changing his face, he destroys the wooden box. When they all thought he was crazy, there was a reversal and he actually came up with a whole set of authentic paintings of Tong Pak Fu. Such a man is superb. However, this Li Tianyu didn't know what was going on. As if he didn't have her LV Xiaoyan in his eyes. Lu Xiaoyan was quite confident in his looks and figure. There shouldn't be a man ignoring him. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyan, the beauty, actually had a trace of loss. In fact, it wasn't that Li Tianyu had become immune to beautiful women. It was mainly because he had suddenly made a huge fortune now, so he couldn't care about anything else. Li Tianyu left the pawn shop with Wu Mingzhi and Jiang Lan. Wu Mingzhi was very excited and kept asking questions in the car. Mr. Li, do you need an agent? Li Tianyu. I'm not a star. What do I need an agent for? Wu Mingzhi. You're a big moneymaker. Find a broker to manage your property for you? Tens of millions of dollars? Can you manage it? Li Tianyu. Nice try. Besides, I haven't sold this painting yet. Wu Mingzhi shook his head. Teske. The real handwriting of Tang Bohu. Once this spreads out, it won't be snatched up? It's not that easy. Li Tianyu said indifferently. In the antique business, there has always been a price tag. There are certainly as many people as there are rich people who want to buy the real works of Tong Pak Fu, but people who are willing to pay tens of millions of dollars for a painting are not easy to find. If you can't, you'll have to go to the Hanhai auction. The imperial city's Hanhai auction is very famous, concentrating the nation's richest collectors, and I'm sure it will never go unsold. It might even fetch a good price. As long as this rare and precious painting is cashed in the present, the system will not only be upgraded, but in the future you can simply live a life without shame, no riches and honor. Back home, Li Tianyu hid that precious painting around and finally hid it in a pile of clothes in the closet. And only then was he temporarily relieved. After taking a shower, Li Tianyu sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV. That's when the phone rang. Li Tianyu picked up his cell phone and saw that it was his cousin Tang Rou. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we last had dinner together. Li Tianyu. Hey sis, what's up? Tang Rou. Brother, I beg you for something. Li Tianyu had a bit of a headache. When this girl Tang Rou said something like this, it was bound to be no good. However, could Li Tianyu refuse? Obviously he couldn't. Say it, sis. Tang Rou. The teacher is going to make me call my parents, so why don't you come over? Li Tianyu rubbed his scalp. Maisie, you think you're still in elementary school? Still calling parents? Liar. Tang Rou. Well, let me tell you, the school has organized an event and I need you to be an escort. Li Tianyu joked. You're a little flower. You don't need to protect it, right? No one is picking it. Tang Rou. Brother, you must promise me or I'll die for you. Li Tianyu. You've been watching too many dramas, haven't you? You can even say such things. Tang Rou. That's good. Tomorrow you'll wait to collect my corpse. I won't say anything else. Make the wreath look good for me then.
Li Tianyu.
Line. I go not okay. When?
Chapter 71. Shen Si Yue encounters a difficulty.
Tang Rou. It's next weekend. I'll contact you ahead of time, so you'll be well prepared by then. Li Tianyu was stunned. Prepare for what? Tang Rou. Dress up dapper. Li Tianyu. What's with the dressing up? Can I go bare-assed? Tang Rou ba, and said shameless. then hung up the phone. This cousin, so naughty, it's fun to tease her once in a while. The next day, Lee Tianyu slept until he woke up naturally, and then went to the Iowa Group headquarters. "Hello, Mr. Lee." As soon as he entered, the cute girl at the front desk greeted Lee Tianyu. It looked like the identity of President Lee Tianyu's direct recruitment planner had spread throughout the company. "Well, hello?" Lee Tianyu waved his hand, then entered the workstation area on the left side and walked deeper through the corridor. Lee Tianyu's first time was to go to the administration department and look for manager Shen Siueshin. On Yin Chao's side, Lee Tianyu planned to let it go for now. From the information obtained by Lee Tianyu, Yin Chao himself was a wavering wallflower, and there was no value in continuing the investigation. So on Shin Si-yu's side, Lee Tianyu must have a good chat. As the administrative department all day long with the company's personnel to deal with, from small to ordinary employees to managers, general managers, and even the president of no not familiar with. Within the group, how many large and small groups were there, and what kind of groups they were, Shin Si-yu's side could understand a rough idea even if she didn't know it clearly. Lee Tianyu didn't want to stay in Aihua real estate for too long, so he wanted to get a quick fix, find the evidence, and take the money and leave. There are 2 offices in the administration department of Iowa Real Estate, and the visual estimate comes down to 40 or 50 people, which is really a big department. However, Lee Tianyu searched around twice, but did not see Shin Si-yu's silhouette. Lee Tianyu found a random little girl within the administration department and asked, "Little girl." Manager Shun went out. Lee Tianyu was stunned. "Out? Out in the field." The little girl hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Manager Shin went to the nearby Joan Mall," as if it seemed like something urgent had happened. "Urgent." Little girl. Anyway, she took a phone call and left in a hurry. "I don't know what happened exactly." Lee Tianyu nodded, thanked the little girl, and left the administration department. What now? There wasn't much to do anyway, so Lee Tianyu decided to go to the Jiayuan Mall to take a look. Jia Yuan Shopping Center and AI Hua Building are very close to each other, and it's only a 5 or 6 minute walk. Meanwhile, Shin Si-yu did have a problem. Shin Si-yu's aunt, Zhang Guerong, was playing at the mall with her young nephew, Shin Fangliang. Shin Fangliang, a child who is now 8 years old, played in the children's playground for more than an hour and got tired of playing, so he ran out to play. There is a piano learning class at the mall. A piano was placed in front of the store to be used as a physical sign and to be able to play for promotional purposes. Shin Fangliang saw the piano and felt fresh, so he ran over and wanted to see it closer. At this time, the owner of the piano learning class was named Hao Yong. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he came out with a mug and was about to put it on the piano. Hao Yong also plays a little piano and occasionally stumbles through a piece. At this time he was thinking about whether to play a song, Smiling Proud Wanderer, or a song, Love for Sale, who knew that a silhouette suddenly ran over, scaring Hao Yong. The hand holding the cup shook, and all the instant coffee in that mug spilled into the piano keyboard. The boss, Hao Yong, took a look at this and was furious, and when he saw that the one running over was a small child, he caught him on the spot. The kid is Shin Fangliang. "What are you running around blindly, you little brat? Where are your parents?" Shin Fangliang was also frightened and pointed at Zhang Guerong, who was rushing over. Zhang Guerong didn't follow just now and didn't know what happened. Hao Yong then balked at the fact that Shin Fangliang knocked the cup over, which led to a big disaster. "Big sister, you have to pay up today. I've got a lot to lose here." Zhang Guerong felt that he was in the wrong, so he asked Hao Yong how much money he wanted to pay.
Hao Yong, 160,000 soft dollars.
What? Zhang Guerong was shocked. She knew that the piano was very expensive, but how would she have thought that it would be expensive to this extent, and thought that Hao Yong was asking for a lot of money? Hao Yong said disdainfully, "I tell you, this is a famous brand piano, Duke piano. This model is still the latest, the original price of more than $200,000. Your son poured dirt into it. I guess all the internal parts, including the keyboard, have to be replaced. Otherwise the pronunciation is not good. There is no way to use it." Actually, Hao Yong had some truth in what he said. The piano itself is what sells the sound quality. If it was water in it would be fine, but it was hot coffee in the cup, and even if it was cleaned up, it would inevitably have an effect on the sound quality. It's another nearly new piano, and that's a lot of money to spend once the core is replaced. Of course, Hao Yong's request for 160,000 soft minbi was indeed watered down, and he was also worried that Zhang Guerong would underpay, so he deliberately said more. Zhang Guerong, of course, did not agree. 160,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. You can buy a small car, and she does not have that much money now. But if Zhang Guerong doesn't pay the money, Hao Yong won't let anyone go. He even threatened Zhang Guerong that if he didn't pay up, he would call the police right away. Zhang Guerong had no choice but to think that Shin Siyue was working at Aihua Real Estate in this neighborhood. So he called her. Shin Siyue answered the phone, listened to a generalization, and hurried over. After all, it's a relative's house that's in trouble, so it's impossible not to help. Shin Siyue was in administrative work, and her negotiation skills were naturally not bad. Boss Hao, your piano looks good, but it's a bit too expensive, isn't it? Hao Yong glared at Shin Siyue. Old sister, I really did not say much. This piano is imported over. Duke Piano, international famous brand. My store signature. More than 200,000 is normal. Shin Siyue slightly frowned, although she didn't know how to play the piano. But she did hear of the Duke's piano's reputation. Fully imported over is indeed very expensive. It's really not uncommon for music and voice learning classes in the empire to get some very expensive instruments, including designer pianos, to put out for promotional effect. But Sinking Moon was more subtle-minded. She thought that the piano was so high, and her little nephew was so short, it seemed very difficult to touch the water cup. She then went to ask her young nephew, Shun Fangliang, if he had knocked over the water cup. Shun Fangliang was stunned just now, crying and crying, his head shaking like a rattle drum. No, it's not me who ran into it. Hao Yong's face changed. How does this child lie? How did you adults teach him? If you guys are like this, then I'll call the police. The argument over here attracted the attention of many passersby who gathered around. Hao Yong. Everyone to comment on this child broke my store piano, but the parents do not want to pay. You say this is called what happened Chapter 72. Don't be in a hurry. I'll fix it. The onlookers didn't know the cause and effect, but once they heard Hao Yong's words, they seemed to understand and began to talk about it. Bears are so naughty. Pianos are expensive. Yeah, it's not easy to do business, so you're responsible for paying for anything you mess up. This child has been naughty, and most likely it has something to do with the parents as well. It's true that the kind of parent teaches the kind of child. How could Zhang Guerong stand all this naysaying? Her face changed a few times, and she was about to cry out. People are right. If it's true that their own kids broke something, then it's only right to pay for it. But $160,000 is really more than she can afford. At that moment, two mall security guards approached. What's going on? What's going on here? Shin Siyue's heart was shaken, and she immediately asked the security guard, This big brother, can you let us see the surveillance video here? That's right. It didn't occur to me just now in the heat of the moment to look at the security camera to figure out if it was my little nephew who knocked over the water glass or not. Who knows that the security guard actually shook his head. Sorry. The monitoring equipment has been under maintenance for the past 2 days, and it's not even running right now, so I can't watch it. Hao Yong gave a villainous smile. He had known about the maintenance of the surveillance equipment on this floor for a long time, or else he wouldn't have been so righteous. Shin Si was a little bad. What was all this? If she had been there at the time, she definitely wouldn't have let Hao Yong take such a bite out of it. Since there is no surveillance, all depends on your how boss a mouth. Cannot necessarily say that the child put the cup down. However, to back out now will only provoke the boss's ferociousness even more. This Hao Yong, at first glance, is a snarky person. Boss Hao, why don't we do this? Let's find a professional piano repair company to come over and see how much damage is done. Hao Yong waved his hand. There's no need for this. I deal with pianos all day long. I know in my heart how much I've lost. Shin Siyue, you can't have it in your heart. There must be a professional assessment or we won't recognize it. Hao Yong pointed at Shin Siyu. You don't admit it? Fine. Then I'll call the police. You guys go talk to the police then. With that, Hao Yong started pulling out his cell phone. Zhang Guerong panicked, quickly pulled Hao Yong's arm and said, Hao boss, we have something to discuss. Do not be anxious. Hao Yong sighed. Sister, this is really not I blackmail you. My piano is too expensive or so. I will not say 160,000 words. You will give 130,000. I'll admit my bad luck. Eat a little bit of loss. Zhang Guerong heard. Bitter face? 13 million. That is also much. Hao Yong was furious. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Do I have to call the police? Don't. Boss Hao, let's talk. More. That's when some onlookers started coming up with ideas. None of them are easy. Why don't we give 100,000? Make up a whole. Yeah, you guys broke someone's stuff. It's not appropriate not to pay for it. 100,000 I think is acceptable. Speaking of which, the piano is too expensive. That's for sure. Didn't you hear the boss? World-famous brands, imported goods. Of course it's expensive. Shin Siue was also distracted by these people and was somewhat out of ideas. Just then, a man pushed his way through the crowd. What's wrong? Manager Shin. Shin Siu twisted her head and was stunned. Mr. Lee, why are you here? That's right, the one who came over was no one else but Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu. I casually came over to turn around. What is wrong with you guys? Shin Siue hesitated for a moment, but still briefly explained the matter. Li Tianyu found this strange. That is to say, Auntie Zhang and you did not see this child touch the water cup over?
Shen Siyue nodded.
When Hao Yong heard this, he was not happy again. How come no one saw it? I saw it. Are you the owner of this place? Right? Li Tianyu smiled, walked over, and took the initiative to shake Hao Yong's hand. At this time, Li Tianyu had already used the ability of Master of Information. The information related to Hao Yong was picked up by Li Tianyu. This boss, really a treacherous businessman, before opening the piano learning class opened a junior taekwondo class. The results of a batch of tuition fees opened 5 months on the closure. Most of the tuition fees have not been refunded, which does not change the legal person to open a piano learning class. Clearly is in the empty gloves. But none of that mattered. Li Tianyu mainly wanted to obtain information about this incident. Sure enough, Hao Yong, this guy is clearly in the porcelain child. The child called Shin Fangliang did not touch the cup. Is Hao Yong was startled, which touched the cup down. Hao Yong, who are you? Li Tianyu pointed at Shen Siue. I'm this beauty's colleague. Hao Yong. Oh, co-workers Then you hurry to get the money together. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. All do not delay things. That's not good. What? When Hao Yong heard this, he showed his villainous face again. You guys are just dead set on not showing up, aren't you? That's fine. I'll call the police. Li Tianyu smiled and said, Okay, you report it. When Zhang Guerong heard this, he was anxious again and pulled Li Tianyu and said, But we can't let him call the police. It will be troublesome if the police come. It's fine, Auntie Zhang. Let him be.
Li Tianyu conforta.
Li Tianyu didn't believe that Hao bravely calling the police was nothing more than scaring people. Sure enough, Hao Yong took out his cell phone, hesitated, and never dialed. All around were people watching besides passers-by. There were also merchants next to them. Hao Yong is acting strange. Li Tianyu said, Boss Hao, you have to think clearly. Once the police come, the surveillance video can be turned in. Hao Yong was stunned.
Surveillance vidéo?
Shin Siue said doubtfully. I asked the security guard just now, and said that all the surveillance on this floor is being maintained. Li Tianyu shook his head and pointed towards the entrance of the piano learning classes store. The surveillance in the mall can't be used, but the one in Boss House store can be used. Shin Siue came to a realization and walked into the store and looked up, and sure enough, there was a camera facing the door. The camera light is on and obviously in working condition. Shin Siue's face sank. Boss Hao knew that there was surveillance in the store but still hid it. One could only say that there was a ghost in it. Boss Hao, please pull up the surveillance video. We need to see exactly how that cup was knocked over. Hao Yong had panicked at this point. This surveillance is from my store. I don't want you to see it. Li Tianyu. Okay, you don't want to? Then you hurry to call the police. Let's talk slowly inside the police station. Hao Yong stammered and never called the police. Shin Siyu was able to see that this guy was definitely planting evidence. Okay. Boss Hao, if you don't call the police, I'll do it. Hao Yong confused batch. Li Tianyu, however, stopped Shin Siue. Don't be anxious. I'll take care of it. Chapter 73. Do you like straightforward men? Shin Siyu was stunned, but suddenly felt that this man seemed quite reliable. Also, how did he know that the piano store was monitored? Li Tianyu took 2 steps forward, pulled out a money clip from his pocket, and looked up at Hao Yong. Li Tianyu took 2 steps forward, and Hao Yong ran in fear, making a guarded stance. Hao Yong, what are you doing? You don't mess around. Li Tianyu patted Hao Yong's shoulder with a creepy smile. Boss Hao, I won't say much else. This matter is not completely unrelated to our side. At least you were taken by surprise. But if you want to blame this, you can only blame your mental quality is too poor. Could it be a heart problem? What do I say to this? Let's call it a day, shall we? Hao Yong stared at Li Tianyu, his face shifting, his lips moving, wanting to speak. He simply didn't understand how Li Tianyu knew that it was he, Hao Yong, who had touched the cup down himself. Should he just let it go? But to fix this piano, although it does not use more than $100,000, so exaggerated, but tens of thousands of dollars is always there. That's a big loss. How can he be willing to do that? Ugh. I say, you can't do this, I tell you, this piano. Li Tianyu seriously interrupted the words of the other side. How, boss? I advise you to be sensible, this matter further. It is not so simple. Not to mention what the police say. Just you insulted a child has been very unethical. Back to your business, still want to do it? How Yong immediately wilted upon hearing this. Ok. That's it then. This time, the crowd of onlookers kind of got it. This how boss was so angry just now, it was blackmailing people. Is it hard to believe that he got it himself? No, that's not what he said just now. You don't see it yet, do you? This kid is blackmailing people. He spilled the cup himself and is blaming other people's kids. No way, this is too damaging. This is not a black store. Yeah. Don't look for this one for your kids' piano lessons in the future. It's too much of a jerk. How Yong heard this public opinion is not right. Quickly ran into the store. Do not dare to come out. Li Tianyu turned around and saw that Shen Siyue and Zhang Guerong were all staring at themselves as if they were dumbfounded. All right, let's go. Break it up. Only then did Shen Siyue wake up as if in a dream. Ah, good. With that, Shen Siyue arranged for her aunt, Zhang Guerong, and her young nephew, Shen Fangliang, to go home first and then thanked Li Tianyu. Thank you so much for today. Li Tianyu waved his hand. You're welcome. A show of hands. Is this considered a show of hands? Shen Siyue glanced at Li Tianyu with flair. Li Tianyu was stunned. This woman is really enough. Shen Siyue suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out her wallet from her accompanying bag. Mr. Li, I'll return the money to you. Li Tianyu waved his hand. No need. How about this? You treat me to dinner.
Shen Siyue froze. Lunch?
Yeah, lunch. 10 minutes later, Lu Liang spicy hot pot. The door. Right here. Shen Siyue was stunned. Yeah. I've been good at that lately for some reason. Are you okay with that? I'm fine with that. Li Tianyu had shocked Shen Siyue this time. What's this? What kind of person treats someone to a hot and spicy meal? However, Li Tianyu wasn't joking at all, he came for real and strutted in. Shen Siyue had to follow behind and enter the store. Li Tianyu asked for a bunch of things. Shen Siyue was svelte and asked for a little. The two men sat opposite each other. Shen Siyue changed her previous calm and generous, but some fidgety behavior. This has been all too rare in the past. Most men in front of her, either fidgety or deliberately curry favor. But Li Tianyu seems to have taken the initiative from the beginning, and Shen Siyue instead became the weak side. Li Tianyu was inscrutable and happy. Don't worry, I'm not trying to pick you up. Shen Siyue's eyes widened, thinking which one could speak so directly. Besides, Shen Siyue wouldn't be happy if she said such things. So you're just in it for a spicy hot meal? Li Tianyu. What? You're still kinda disappointed. You. Shen Siyue glared at Li Tianyu. I thought Mr. Li was different. Li Tianyu. When faced with a woman like you, it's no different for a man, unless he's not a man. You're still different. Li Tianyu was stunned. What's the difference? You're very direct. What? You like straightforward men? This topic of conversation more and more in depth. Shen Siyue woke up. The waiter called out the number and what the two men wanted was cooked. Li Tianyu got up and brought the stuff over. Mr. Li, you don't really just want to have a spicy hot meal with me, do you? Li Tianyu. I want to know something. Shen Siyue just picked up her chopsticks and put them down again. You ask. Where did Hu Jun go? Shen Siyue was stunned. Hu Jun? You mean Vice President Hu? He's on a business trip, ah. Li Tianyu glanced at Shen Siyue. Where did you go on a business trip? I don't know about that. He didn't report it to the administration department. I think it was an impromptu decision. Li Tianyu nodded, revealing a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, his chopsticks moved, and a beef ball rolled out of the bowl, right into Shen Siyue's hand on the table. Ugh! Shen Siyue was scalded and startled. Sorry, it's my handicap. Li Tianyu hurriedly drew a tissue and picked up Shen Siyue's hand to wipe it. The action was very natural and sincere, and as a result, after rubbing it, Li Qianwu didn't let go of it, but shook it a little. Shen Siyue's face flushed and glared at Li Tianyu, yet she did not break free. Manager Shen, why do you think your hands are so white and tender? What do you usually eat? Shen Siyue glared at Li Tianyu without any good humor. knowingly asking questions, no good intentions. Li Tianyu finally let go of her hand. At this time, Li Tianyu had already obtained a large amount of information related to Shin Siyu. He had such an ability, and the reason why he still wanted to question Shin Siyu in person was that he wanted to know whether she had a problem or not, and whether she was telling lies or not. Shin Siyu proved to be fine, or at least not telling lies. However, Shin Siyu also hid one thing at the same time. This is something that could be the key to finding the Hojie. As long as we find Hu Jun, then we can solve all the problems, and the matter of AI Baoquan will be settled. The reason why Hu Jun slipped away so quickly had little to do with Zhao Yan. Then why did Hu Jun get the news in advance? It's because someone tipped them off. The informant was actually a female secretary in the office of the president of AI Baoquan. The female secretary's name is Xiang Tingting. Xiang Tingting had another identity, that of Hu Jun's young lover. When AI Baoquan issued orders to his bodyguards, Xiang Tingting happened to be right outside the door and heard it, immediately telling Hu Jun. In order to protect himself, Hu Jun naturally packed up his belongings and disappeared from the Aihua real estate headquarters and even the imperial capital. Chapter 74. Older Sister Me. Being targeted. Shin Siyue didn't know about Xiang Tingting and Hu Jun. It was just that before Hu Jun left, he purposely talked to Xiang Tingting for a while in a small conference room. This scenario happened to be bumped into by Shin Siyu. Shin Siyue is how smart a person, of course she guessed the relationship between the two, but she didn't say anything about it and she wouldn't tell anyone else either. This others, of course, included Li Tianyu. In short, Li Tianyu was certainly happy to have obtained such useful information from Shin Siyu, and accidentally asked for some more things to eat and hold on to. Shin Siyu looked at him and couldn't help but be staggered. How long did this have to be without spicy hot pot? After returning to Aiwa Mansion, Li Tianyu went straight to AI Baochuan's presidential office. Just in time to meet a girl at the door who was pushing her way out holding a pile of papers. Xiang Tingting. The girl was stunned before she nodded. Yes, it's me, you're Mr. Li, right? Li Tianyu smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, I'm Li Tianyu. Xiang Tingting managed to free up a hand and shook Li Tianyu's. Hello, if there's anything you need you can look for me directly. A few pleasantries were exchanged and the two rubbed shoulders. Li Tianyu already knew Hu Jun's whereabouts, although he didn't know the exact location, but it was enough. Li Tianyu walked outside the company and found a place where no one was looking and stopped. Jainin, come out here for a minute. I have something to tell you. Jainin came around the corner. What is it? Li Tianyu. Do me a favor and travel for a few days. Jainin. What will you do when I'm traveling? Li Tianyu. I can't live without you? It's not like you're a great beauty. Yang'an. If you're so beat up, aren't you afraid that someone will beat you up? Li Tianyu smiled in the sun. Don't look at me like this. You can't even necessarily take me down. Yang'an suddenly raised his leg high, with the sound of wind, and swept it towards Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu blocks with one hand. Jainin put his legs down. Jainin. I see. Where do you want me to go? Li Tianyu. Gaolan town in Fengjiang City, where Hu Jun is hiding. Yang'an. I know, that's where Hu Jun's relatives live. Li Tianyu. Yes, just catch him and bring him back. Don't publicize the whole thing, all for stability. Jainin. It's pretty far there, travel expenses? Li Tianyu. Definitely. Yang'an. What about food, lodging, gas? Li Tianyu. Reporting for you. It was AI Baochuan's money anyway, so of course Li Tianyu agreed with full consent. Jainin. I'll go then. Yang and this guy said to leave directly in his old Toyota Prado left. The target range was narrowed down to a town, and with Yang'an's ability, it would be easy to find Hu Jun. Next, Li Tianyu was just waiting for news. On AI Baochuan's side, it seems that he has given this matter to Li Tianyu in full, and usually does not ask, let him do whatever he wants. To be honest, Li Tianyu thought that a leader like AI Baoquan was not bad, with a big heart and not so many things. In the next few days, Li Tianyu basically stayed at home, occasionally coming to the company to turn around and running to flirt with Shin Siyu twice or something. By Saturday, Li Tianyu was awakened by a phone call. Getting up and taking a look at the cell phone screen, it was indeed cousin Tang Ro calling. Tang Ro, brother, I sent you the address in time, so you'll be there on time this afternoon. Li Tianyu agreed and said a few more words to Tang Ro before hanging up the phone. Seeing the address Tang Ro sent him in WeChat, Li Tianyu flooded with mutterings. What the hell? How can a school organize an event in a place like this? It turned out that the address Tang Ro had sent to Li Tianyu was a banquet hall on the second floor of a hotel in the imperial capital. A place like this is only likely to host business banquets, as well as private dinners for the wealthy class. A college would rent a place like this? That's bull. When Li Tianyu thought of this, he wanted to call the phone over to ask clearly, what the hell is this girl Tang Ro up to? However, Tang Ro's cell phone couldn't be reached anymore, and she didn't know what she was doing. Unable to do anything about it, Li Tianyu had no choice but to get dressed and drive out the door. That hotel was famous in the imperial capital, the Junshan Marriott Hotel. Li Qianwu drove over there, and there were still spots in the above-ground parking lot, so he parked over there. He entered the hotel lobby and went up to the second floor via the escalator. The environment here is good, all Western-style luxury decoration style. There is a feeling of entering the palace. The location of the event in question is the grand ballroom on the second floor. Li Tianyu saw the entrance and found a bulletin board standing at the door. There were a few big words written on it: Zhong Wenshu birthday banquet. What the hell? Who is Chung Man Wook? This is so weird today too. Li Tianyu hesitated and pulled out his cell phone to call Tang Ro again. However, still can't get through. This girl is crazy. I must give her a good beating later. Thinking so, Li Tianyu still walked in. It sure was a birthday dinner. From a long distance, Li Tianyu saw the oversized cake placed in the center of the venue, which had 5 tiers. That said, this birthday master, that is that Zhong Wenshu, presumably the family of the damn rich, otherwise it would not be here to hold a birthday party. However, Li Tianyu was a bit skeptical about what he had come here for. Attending the birthday party of someone you don't know? Li Tianyu couldn't do such a thing. Li Tianyu turned around and tried to slip away. Just then, turning his head, he caught a glimpse of a figure running towards him with a jump. Brother, you're here so early. Sure enough, it was Tang Ro. Today's Tang Ro was really well dressed, a black evening gown, while the upper body was a small shawl. The pearl earrings in both ears shone, and a string of pearl necklace was on her chest. This outfit was real, not a look-alike, and definitely not something an ordinary family could afford. Actually, Tang Ro's family is very rich, mainly because her own father is rich. Why exactly is there money? How much money is there? Li Tianyu wasn't sure. Anyway, it's very rich. Tang Ro's old man's name is Tang Songming. Li Tianyu remembered the first time he met this person when he was in middle school. At that time, Tang Songming gave people a very cold, majestic, and not easy to get close to. Now Li Tianyu also had to admit that Tang Ro was indeed no longer the young and shy little girl she remembered. Now, not only is it beautiful, but it's quite feminine, and when it grows up a bit, it's not to be missed. Seeing that Li Tianyu didn't say anything for half a day, Tang Ro couldn't help but ask, "Are you stupid when you see how beautiful I am?" Li Tianyu sighed. "Whose birthday party is this?" "My classmates." "Why did you call me over for your classmate's birthday party?" Tang Ro said mysteriously. "I tell you your old sister, I am being watched." Li Tianyu, "Isn't it that guy from last time? Some student council cadre or something." Chapter 75. Brother, I'm really too hard. Tang Ro, "Not just that one. I'm a very popular presence in the university, with skirts like a river of carp." Li Tianyu rubbed his brain. Idioms can't be used indiscriminately. What skirt? Uncultured. It's scary. Tang Ro stared over with wide eyes. Li Tianyu hurriedly said, "I know. You're a great beauty and a goddess. Okay, Donnie? That's more like it. Then there's nothing to do. I'll leave first. You have a good time for your classmate's birthday." Li Tianyu said and was about to leave, but all of a sudden, Tang Ro grabbed his arm. "Brother, what will I do when you're gone? Men and women, please let go." "No way. You haven't finished your mission yet. How can you leave?" "That's why I'm asking you. What the hell do you want me to come over here for?" Donut hesitated before saying, "I'd like you to play my subject properly one more time." Li Tianyu's eyes went straight. "You're crazy. Didn't you have enough fun last time? One time is enough for such a cliched role play, and you want a second time." "No, I'm really struggling. Here's the thing." Only then did Tang Ro explain the reason in detail to Li Tianyu. It turns out that the protagonist of this birthday party, namely Zhong Wenshu, is also Tang Ro's suitor. Zhong Wenshu, this person bar. More radical, he is ready to play a big game in this birthday party with Tang Ro. Fancy confession. Knowing that there are so many people out there, Zhong Wenshu felt that doing so would give him a better face, and would definitely move Tang Ro to the point of shocking the world and crying to the gods, swearing on the spot that she would not marry him. "Brother, this is horrible. Do you think he'll kill me if I refuse?" Tang Rou's face turned pale as she spoke. Li Tianyu glanced at the giant cake. This young man is quite sincere, and it seems to be a master with a mine in his family. Why do you refuse? Tang Rou bristled. What's the matter? You still want me to cry in pain on the spot and do the petulant thing? Li Tianyu imagined the scene described by Tang Rou. It's a little unnerving, to be honest. Li Tianyu. If you really don't like it, just don't attend this bull birthday party. Why do you have to make such a fuss? Tang Rou. You think I haven't tried? This kid has bribed all the girls in our dormitory to break off their roommate relationship with me if I don't come.
Li Tianyu.
Big deal, or you'd better say yes. You. Seek death. Tang Rou viciously twisted the flesh on Li Tianyu's waist. Ouch, okay. Please spare me. I'll help you. Tang Rou released her hand. That's more like it. The two of them discussed it. Li Tianyu just need to feel at ease in Tang Rou's side to play obedient, gentle, virtuous boyfriend on the line. The words do not even say more than a few words. By the time Zhong Wenshu sees that Tang Rou already has a boyfriend, he will naturally stop and won't express any more bull white. What kind of crap plan is this? It could be this smooth, Li Tianyu muttered. What? Tang Rou crossed her eyes. Nothing. Just then, a couple of people walked by. 2 women and 1 man. One of the 2 girls, a slightly taller one with long hair, was named Ma Kaijing. The other, slightly shorter and also with long hair, was named Li Ping. They were all Tang Rou's dormitory roommates and classmates. As for the boy, he was Ma Kaijing's boyfriend Wu Hua. Xiao Rou. Which one is this? Ma Kaijing asked out loud. Tang Rou pursed her lips and put her arm around Li Tianyu. Just in time. Let me introduce you guys. This is my date, Li Tianyu. Li Ping covered her mouth and said in surprise, Xiao, you really have a boyfriend? I didn't believe it when you said it before. Ma Kaijing sized up Li Tianyu. It doesn't look too much like it to me. You wouldn't have paid to hire a filler from somewhere, would you? Tang Rou. I shucks. How could I be that classless? Saying that, Tang Rou turned her head to Li Tianyu and said, My dear, what about these 3 beautiful and handsome people? All of them are my classmates. Ma Kaijing, Li Ping and Ma Kaijing's boyfriend Wu Hua. Li Tianyu smiled slightly and nodded at the 3. Hello, I'm Li Tianyu. Li Ping suddenly said, Huh? You look a bit familiar to me. Like I've seen you somewhere before. Ma Kaijing glared at Li Ping. You're crazy for wanting a man, aren't you? Li Ping was helpless. No, I really. Li Tianyu's image was actually not bad, and with the system's transformation, he was now also quite giving off a sense of gentleness and elegance. Li Tianyu laughed. I'm a popular face. It's normal for you to feel familiar. In fact, Li Ping had seen the video of Li Tianyu's speech at the industry forum before, and that's why she felt somewhat familiar. But most of the videos that have been circulating online are low resolution, and the heat has long since died down now, so it's harder to be completely sure that Li Tianyu is the one. Wu Hua also sized up Li Tianyu. You don't seem to be a student, do you? Li Tianyu nodded. I'm already working. I'm a member of society. Ma Kaijing said to Tang Rou. Xiao Rou, can't you see that you like older ones? Tang Rou. That's for sure. Older, mature, flavorful. Ma Kaijing. No wonder. There is an economic foundation, right? What does your boyfriend do? Tang Rou was stunned. To be honest, Li Tianyu's job, Tang Rou also only know a rough, just know that it is working in a technology company, but the specific work is really not clear. Tianyu Li took over. I'm currently working as a planning consultant for a real estate company. Ma Kaijing and Li Ping looked at each other. Planning consultant? What kind of position is that? Just then, the main man appeared. Only a loud applause rang out from not far away, one after the other. A few people turned their heads to see a boy enjoying himself. The boy was dressed quite handsomely in a Western-style tuxedo with shiny hair. Li Tianyu whispered, Is this Zhong Wenshu?
Tang Ru nốt đét.
Li Tianyu. This is not quite handsome. Tang Rou. What's the use of just being handsome? Li Tianyu glanced at Tang Rou. I can't see that Tang Rou is quite an idea person. A moment later, Zhong Wenshu came this way. Tang Rou was a bit nervous. He's here. Don't talk nonsense. Don't worry. I'll be dumb. That won't work either. You'd have to be good at acting. Li Tianyu was speechless, thinking that he wasn't an actor. So how could he act? In a snap of his fingers, Zhong Wenshu arrived close. Zoe, you're here. Zhong Wenshu greeted, but his gaze fell on Li Tianyu. This is... Tang Rou smiled and said, This is my boyfriend, Li Tianyu. Zhong Wenxu was taken aback and looked at Ma Kaijing. Boyfriend? Ma Kaijing shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she didn't know what was going on either. Chapter 76. Get lost. What's a kid in love for? Zhong Wenxu had gone to great lengths to pursue Tang Rou. As for whether Tang Rou had a boyfriend, Zhong Wenxu had also investigated long ago, and it was simply impossible. But who is this man in front of me? Zhong Wenxu wasn't stupid. He immediately decided that this was an imposter that Tang Rou had found somewhere. Zoe, don't lie to me, you don't have a boyfriend at all. When Tang Rou heard this, she was not happy. Whether I have a boyfriend or not is not up to you. I'm telling you, he is my boyfriend. Zhong Wenxu still refused to believe it. Then tell me, when did you start dating? Tang Rou. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, Zhong Wenxu. If you continue to be so nonchalant, we'll have to leave. Don't, I won't. Zhong Wenxu made a gesture of surrender and then glared furiously at Ma Kaijing. Ma Kaijing understood and pulled Tang Rou over. Let's go. The three of us will go see what's good to eat. Tang Rou was reluctant to go, but she was pulled away by Ma Kaijing and Li Ping in one sharp move. There were just 3 men left on the scene: Li Tianyu, Zhong Wenxu, and Wu Hua. Zhong Wenxu let someone send Tang Rou away, just to let Li Tianyu fall alone. It is easier to set up a conversation. Don't look at Zhong Wenxu as a college student, but his mind is already very deep. After all, they're rich kids, precocious as can be. Li Tianyu had understood. Is there something you want to tell me? Zhong Wenxu said with a smirk. Excuse me, what do you do? Li Tianyu. I'm older than you and I work. I'm asking you, what do you do? Li Tianyu was a bit offended. Call me brother and I'll tell you. Zhong Wenxu's face changed. Unexpectedly, this kid was quite wild. Li Tianyu has a reason to dislike him too. What's the matter, being several years older than him? Can you not be offended by being pressed so hard by a little kid? Now Li Tianyu finally knew why Tang Rou didn't like this kid. Look at the mannequin, just a dude who doesn't know any better. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Wu Hua hastily interjected. He said he was a planning consultant. Planning consultant? Zhong Wenxu sneered. The kind of person who only moves his lips? Li Tianyu. That's right. It's also a skill to get money just by moving your lips. Zhong Wenxu. I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of people like you, thinking that you can make a lot of money just with your mouth. But in fact, you can't do it for long at all. I don't know if you are Xiao Rou's boyfriend or not. Li Tianyu was not happy and interrupted out loud. How come I'm not her boyfriend? Zhong Wenxu ignored it and continued. If not, I don't want to see you again in the future. If yes, I advise you to break up quickly. You don't deserve her. Li Tianyu sneered. Heh, who are you? A little kid, still learning to fall in love like an adult. Hurry up and get lost. You! Zhong Wenxu was furious and pointed at Li Tianyu's nose. Do you believe that I'll let you walk out of here tonight? That's fine, I don't believe it. I want to see how I can't walk out of here. Wu Hua is here to act as a peacemaker. Let's talk things out. Don't hurt the peace. When Su, you're celebrating your birthday today, don't be angry. Zhong Wenxu. What's the peace with him? As we spoke, the 3 girls returned. Tang Rou immediately ran to Li Tianyu's side and whispered, Brother, he didn't do anything to you, did he? What can he do to me? The hairs haven't even grown yet. Li Tianyu's voice wasn't small when he said this, and Zhong Wenxu's face changed when he heard it. If Tang Rou hadn't been present, she would have already broken into a rage. Okay, Li Tianyu, right? You wait. At this moment, both Ma Kaijing, Li Ping, and Wu Hua felt that Li Tianyu was dead. Zhong Wenxu was a rich man's son, so if they wanted to clean up a person, they didn't even need to do it themselves. Anyway, ordinary people who messed with Zhong Wenxu definitely didn't have a good ending. Tang Rou also felt that things had gotten a little out of hand, and that she had thought too simply before, and that it would be better to get out of it earlier. Honey, let's go. Li Tianyu does not want to go. Go is not clearly afraid of Zhong Wenxu, this mixed light boy. Just then, the sound of talking resounded behind Li Tianyu. Yo, if it isn't our big birthday boy. Zhong Wenxu, who was still looking at him angrily, immediately changed his face to a smiling one. That's a big smile. Uncle AI, you're here. Li Tianyu just heard the voice behind him sound familiar, and then heard the Uncle AI, this kind of name. I know that the person who came over is an acquaintance. That's right, AI Baoquan is here. AI Baoquan came over with 2 bodyguards behind him. It seems that once Yang is gone, AI Baoquan will have to put in extra manpower to ensure safety. Today is your birthday. Why do you still have an unhappy face? AI Baoquan came closer and asked. Nothing. Just a guy who doesn't know what he's doing. Saying that, Zhong Wenchu's gaze landed on Li Tianyu's body. AI Baoquan had just paid attention to Zhong Wenchu and hadn't bothered to look at the others. When he followed Zhong Wenchu's line of sight, he was stunned. Yo, elder brother Li, you're here too? Li Tianyu smiled and said, I came here to accompany my girlfriend. Girlfriend? AI Baoquan looked at Tang Rou. Yo, old brother Li. Not bad. Girlfriend is really good. Good choice. The conversation between Li Tianyu and AI Baoquan had left several other people dumbfounded. Especially Zhong Wenchu. Even if his parents were here, he would have to call out to AI Baoquan as Brother Quan. I didn't expect someone like AI Baoquan to know Li Tianyu. How is this possible? That, Mr. AI, you know him? AI Baoquan patted Li Tianyu's shoulder, looking affectionate. This is a great one. This is our group planner. His ability is top-notch. What? The others' faces changed, not realizing that Li Tianyu was working as a planning consultant for AI Baochuan's company. Iowa Realty is a large real estate company that can be ranked nationally. It was no wonder that Li Tianyu sounded that cocky. Although Tang Rou didn't know what kind of person AI Baoquan was, she could also tell from Zhong Wenchu's behavior that AI Baoquan was definitely a big shot. Tang Rou muttered in her heart, but didn't her cousin work in a technology company? Why would he suddenly go to another company and become some kind of planner? Tang Rou felt that she could not understand this cousin more and more. Cousins used to be a lot less difficult to understand. At this moment, AI Baoquan pulled Li Tianyu aside and whispered something. To the others, the relationship between these two was more than simply master and employer, and seemed to be similar to a pair of old friends. Zhong Wenchu looked dumbfounded, feeling more and more confused. Who the hell is Li Tianyu? Chapter 77. I think something's wrong with you. Actually, AI Ho Quan was talking to Li Tianyu about the matter of Zhao Salt. Li Tianyu tells AI Baoquan that the matter has come to a head, and it's expected to take a few days for the results to come. After hearing this, AI Baoquan immediately patted Li Tianyu's shoulder with satisfaction. Full authority is given to you to deal with. Feel free to tell me if you need anything. Li Tianyu nodded. He would do his best without AI Baoquan saying so. For the remaining $5 million. After AI Baoquan had exchanged words with Li Tianyu, he came back and said a few polite words to Zhong Wenchu, and then left with his men. At this point, Zhong Wenchu was no longer as manic as before. Although he still looked at Li Tianyu with displeasure, he was still very wary of AI Baoquan. However, Zhong Wenchu wasn't that easy to get rid of. He was secretly calculating how to give Li Tianyu a little lesson so that he wouldn't be so arrogant. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhong Wenchu liked Tang Rou too much. Where would he be willing to let someone else have her for himself? Zhong Wenchu quickly came up with an idea. He spoke towards a few people and left alone. Zhong Wenchu didn't bother to greet the other guests, but walked into a remote corridor and picked up his cell phone to dial a number. Hey, Binzi, where are you? What are you doing there? I told you to come over for dinner and you didn't listen, so it's really okay. By the way, do me a favor. Simple too simple for you, don't worry. If the result is good, there will definitely be no less benefits for you. It's today, so get ready. Get 2 more people. I'll send you the pictures and don't screw it up for me. Zhong Wenchu hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Growing up, Zhong Wenchu had never been so counted down by an outsider. I have to give this Li Tianyu guy a little color today. Moreover, Zhong Wenchu did not step forward himself, but found someone to help. How can AI Baoquan not blame him? However, after Li Tianyu's so mess, Zhong Wenchu originally prepared to confession drama really cannot come in handy. It couldn't help but make him bite his teeth and swallow them in his stomach. Zhong Wenchu, in order to achieve the amazing effect, but spent a lot of money to hire a professional team design. Now it's all for nothing. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu got tired of standing and found a random seat to sit down. Tang Rou fetched a number of snacks and drinks on a tray and followed them over. Brother, you have worked hard today. This is the delicacies that my little sister has fetched for you to enjoy. Li Tianyu glared at Tang Rou. How did you get into college? Don't use idioms indiscriminately, Tang Rou whispered. The words have no heart. The listener has the intention. You will not be on the little sister I also have a heart ape. There are non-thinking, right? Li Tianyu had just taken a sip of water and almost sprayed it all on the table. Little sister Tang, please spare me. If you want to get me killed, just say so. Okay? Boring. Don't know how to make a mess. Tang Rou also sat down. Li Tianyu glanced at Tang Rou. When are you leaving? Let's wait a little longer, we've come all this way. Can't we at least eat back the money for the birthday present? Li Qianwu's curiosity got the better of him. What did you give as a gift? Tang Rou compared a finger. A good guy card. Li Tianyu picked up an egg tart and filled his mouth sharply. This bite is back. Let's go. Don't, let's talk about another $2. Tang Rou yanked Li Tianyu back again. Li Tianyu resumed his seat and proceeded to drink the soda in his glass. Tang Rou looked at Li Tianyu for a while, then suddenly asked, Brother, I think something's wrong with you. Li Tianyu thought to himself, of course it's not right. The system transformed him long ago. But on the surface, he was still ancient and unchanged. What's wrong? I have 2 heads, 3 arms, 4 legs. Tang Rou, don't beat a dead horse with me. Did you meet some immortal recently? Immortals? How so? You've changed a bit too much lately with the luxury cars and being some kind of planner for a big corporation. Li Tianyu was not happy. What? You think so little of your brother? You don't want me to have a good life. Dan Rou, that's really not. Li Tianyu waved his hand. All right, I know what you mean, let me ask you. When was the last time you saw me? Tang Rou was stunned. Forgot. More than a year ago. Li Tianyu. That's not all. More than a year is enough time for a lot of things to happen. This was one thing, this was another, and now Li Tianyu's eloquence, as well as the persuasive power in his words, had become more than 10 times stronger. Who knows that Tang Rou suddenly realized, Brother. So, you are now a person with a story. Li Tianyu looked at Tang Rou speechlessly. Just how big was this girl's brain hole? The two of them just ate and drank and chatted, not realizing that an hour had passed. Ma Kaijing and Li Ping walked over. Ma Kaijing, Xiao Rou, you guys are quite good at finding places. How long have you been talking? Tang Rou pursed her lips and made a shy face. I can't get tired of chatting with my family's dear. For any length of time. Li Tianyu turned his head away and rolled his eyes. Not to mention Li Tianyu, Ma Kaijing and Li Ping all had a chill down their backs. This girl Tang Rou is a real drama queen. Li Ping, Tang Xiaorou, you've got it. If you keep spreading dog food, I'll break off the roommate relationship with you. Tang Rou spat out her tongue. Li Tianyu suddenly realized that Tang Rou was really like a kitten sometimes. It was about time now, and one by one the guests who had come over for the dinner began to leave. A few people then went over to say goodbye to Zhong Wenshu and left. Zhong Wenshu said some polite words, and from time to time, he looked at Li Tianyu as if he saw a pig-headed third who had been fatally beaten up. Several people walked together to the entrance of the hotel. Except for Li Tianyu, a few others are going back to school. Then I'll go back first, you guys be careful on the road. Li Tianyu instructed Tang Rou. Got it, honey? And be careful with your driving. Li Tianyu waved his hand, thinking to hurry up and leave this wrong place. Always this being molested so much by Tang Rou, this little sister, was just too much for the heart to bear. It was a slightly choppy day, but it got through it without a hitch. But when Li Tianyu was about to let out a sigh of relief, he came face to face with several people walking over. It was now around 8 o'clock in the evening, but since it was summer, the night hadn't completely fallen yet, and with the illumination at the entrance of the hotel, the crowd's vision was still quite clear. The people who came over were all men, aggressive and fierce, and they were not a good match at first glance. When those few people reached the door, they directly stopped in front of Li Tianyu. Several college students, including Tang Rou, were a bit confused, not knowing what these people were doing. Li Tianyu's heart, on the other hand, was as clear as a mirror. Obviously, that male son named Zhong Wenshu was making things happen and was going to educate him, Li Tianyu, on how to behave in public. It's a new week again. The author would like to wish everyone a happy new week. Ask for recommendations. Ask for recommendations. Ask for recommendations. Chapter 78. Did you eat my brother's brain? The leader's name was Zhang Bin, his name was Binzi, and he was indeed the person Zhong Wenshu had just contacted with his cell phone. Zhang Bin is not tall, but grows quite strong. His hair is dyed yellow and black, a little bit of killer. Zhang Bin took a closer look at Li Tianyu. Hey, what's your name? Li Tianyu laughed. You really don't know who I am? Zhang Bin, I'm asking you, do you hear me? Tang Rou saw that the situation was not right and hurried to Li Tianyu's side. Brother, what do they do? Li Tianyu responded in a small voice. Back off. These people are dangerous. Tang Rou's face changed as she seemed to understand something. It must be the people Zhong Wenshu had called in, wanting to cause trouble for Li Tianyu. Brother, call the police. Saying that, Tang Rou took out her cell phone and was about to dial the number. Zhang Bin took a few steps forward, his face grim, pointing at Tang Rou's nose and said viciously, "Girl, I advise you to be sensible or don't blame me for not." The sound of wind rang out, and Li Tianyu reached out with his fist. Zhang Bin was startled and hastily backed up and flashed past. Tang Rou also gave Li Tianyu a surprised look. I didn't expect Li Tianyu to be in a calm state without changing his face right now. To be honest, since obtaining the 5 fighting techniques through the system, Li Tianyu hadn't tried them yet. The arrival of these people, on the contrary, provoked Li Tianyu's urge to fight, wanting to try his hands to see the effect of the yak. You really have the guts to fight. Okay, kid has guts. Zhang Bin waved his hand behind him. Go on. Give him some color. Li Tianyu pushed Tang Rou back a bit and then greeted him. Tang Rou was shocked, and the 3 students behind her weren't much better, not expecting to fight in this split second of work. Zhang Bin brought 4 people, tall and short, fat and thin. One thing they all have in common is that they like to yell and scream when they hit someone. But these punks are usually outnumbered and outgunned. But this time it was a little different than usual because the sounds coming out of their mouths were different. Ah! Ugh! Kicked me in the vitals. This kid knows martial arts. Against these few punks, Li Tianyu didn't have much activity. He basically uses Israeli fighting techniques that are downright direct and brutal. Of course, Li Tianyu only exerted 30% of his strength, mainly attacking secondary parts that would not be fatal, such as the ribs and abdomen. If we follow the more efficient practice of specializing in the eyes and vitals as well as the throat, these punks would have been half dead, if not dead. These 4 punks were completely like 4 steaks, completely unable to keep up with Li Tianyu's rhythm. It was probably just a few dozen seconds before all of them were lying on the ground. The only one of these punks standing right now was Zhang Bin. Before Zhang Bin could react, the few people he brought were all stacked on the ground, rolling over and over. What just happened? Zhang Bin couldn't help but take a few steps back, his mouth drooling. It's not a craving, it's a fear. Li Tianyu, this kid, is a practicing family. That's not what Zhang Manwook said. Zhong Wenshu is just saying that there is a guy who owes a beating and it would be good to help him beat up and slap him twice in front of the girls. It also says $500 each, plus a discount card for the New World Mall. Are you kidding? $500 isn't enough to go to the hospital for your injuries. Zhang Bin wasn't the only one who was surprised. Tang Rou and her buddies also stared at this with wide eyes, especially Tang Rou. Although she knew that Li Tianyu had gotten into a fight in college, he was basically beaten up. Now then, this cousin was like a master of lifting weights, and hardly saw how to move before he had cured these men. This looks like a movie plot. At this time, Li Tianyu didn't even break a drop of sweat, and his breathing rate didn't change in any way. The results are surprising. Looking at the 4 punks lying on the ground, Li Tianyu truly had the feeling of a strong man. Li Tianyu stepped forward. Zhang Bin took 2 steps back. Li Tianyu, now what? Zhang Bin was stunned. What do you mean? Li Tianyu, do you want to continue? I don't mind moving my muscles again. Zhang Bin looked at his colleague who was barely able to get up from the ground, his mouth still ugh, his eyes full of cowardice. Go, let's go. In this way, Zhang Bin group of people will help the old and the young left the hotel door. Li Tianyu looked back at the few people still frozen on the spot and said to Tang Rou, it's too late. You guys hurry back to school and wash up. After saying that, Li Tianyu just waved his hand and walked away without taking a bit of dust with him. And Tang Rou still hadn't reacted, just standing there dumbfounded, as if she had already wandered far away. It wasn't until Ma Kaijing and Li Ping came over to pull her that Tang Rou came back to her senses and walked back to the school with them. Along the way, these few little friends were also asking questions, and the topic was mainly centered around Li Tianyu. Where the hell did this guy graduate from? What's the major? Why are you such a good fighter and a martial artist? How much does Tianyu Li earn per month? Got a house or a car? If he marries you, he won't be violent, will he? You can't beat him. This is a nice man. If you don't like it, do you want to let me have it? A series of questions confused Tang Rou. What kind of questions are these? She was basically aware of Li Tianyu's situation, but now she didn't know anymore. Who knew what kind of immortal elixir Li Tianyu had eaten over the past year or so? Why has it changed so much? Although Tang Rou was big-headed in front of Li Tianyu, she actually had a very fine mind and it was impossible for her not to feel it. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu drove back to his place and then took a painful and comfortable shower. 4 or 5 days passed, and there was still no news from Yang En's side. Fengjiang City is in a foreign province, and Yang En drove there by himself, which is a long way, not to mention that he had to find someone when he arrived at Gaolan town. Even if they found Hu Jun, they couldn't recklessly arrest him directly. Yang En wasn't a police officer, so he could only make plans to bring Hu Jun back to the imperial capital. Of course, Yang En was an ex-special forces soldier with courage and resourcefulness. Li Tianyu wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to do all of this. He just needed a little bit of patience. Lying on the bed and swiping through the news on his phone, Li Tianyu fell asleep. In a daze, the cell phone rang. Li Tianyu looked at his watch with half-open eyes. 2:30 in the morning. Confused again, he hit the answer button. Hey, which one? Brother, it's me. Tang Ru. This girl is not sleeping so late, what kind of phone call? Are you crazy? What time is it this is? Tang Ro. Brother, I know what's going on with you. Li Tianyu. What's going on? Tang Ro. Have you been parasitized in your brain by aliens that look like worms? So, you're an alien, not my brother. By the way, you didn't eat my brother's brain, did you? Chapter 79. $6 million in hand. System upgrade successful. Li Tianyu was confused and was exasperated and rolled his eyes, moved his lips, and finally gave up. Cut the crap, dead girl. Get some sleep. After saying that, Li Tianyu hung up the phone. This crazy girl thinks she's playing Black Super Cop? She's got a big brain. Do they test brains on college entrance exams these days? At noon the next day, Janin called. Hu Jun was brought back by him. Li Tianyu's heart stirred and he bounced up from the sofa. Have you contacted Mr. AI?
Hanan, no.
Li Tianyu. Okay, I'll contact him. You keep an eye on Hu Jun first. Yang En, boss, don't worry. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and thought to himself that he would soon not be Mr. Li. As soon as Hu Jun fell into the net, then the next thing is simple. By handing him over to AI Baoquan, the rest should be out of Li Tianyu's hands.
Li Tianyu called AI Baoquan.
AI Baoquan was unusually excited when he heard that Hu Jun had been recaptured. Unsurprisingly to Li Tianyu, AI Baoquan planned to force the required information out of Hu Jun himself. For AI Baoquan, some of these things are still not wanted to be known by others. In the afternoon of that day, Li Tianyu went to meet AI Baoquan at the headquarters of Aihua Real Estate. Still in the president's office, the two still sat opposite each other, drinking tea and chatting. Li Tianyu. Mr. AI, there's no need for me to do anything more, right? AI Baoquan laughed loudly. No need. Let me handle the rest. At that moment, AI Baoquan pushed a cash check to Li Tianyu's side. Elder brother Li, hard work. Li Tianyu picked up the check and looked at it. The number that was on it was 6 million soft dollars. According to the previous agreement, it should be the final payment of $5 million. That's an extra million soft dollars all of a sudden. AI Baoquan is so big. Li Tianyu smiled and said, Mr. AI, you're tipping quite a lot. AI Baoquan. Elder brother Li, this is what you deserve. Li Tianyu put the cash check into his pocket and arched his hand. That's fine, Mr. AI. I won't be polite to you. Thanks, ah. AI Baoquan laughed and poured tea for Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu. Mr. AI. Look, am I going to be the head of this planner today? Abayaquin. Why? Li Tianyu was stunned. What? You still want to keep me? AI Baoquan. If you have no place to go, then hang a name in my here, no harm, and your brain is also more clever. Occasionally give me advice is not quite good. I let the administrative department to arrange an office for you. You can come over at any time to drink tea. This AI Baoquan is really big-headed. Li Tianyu pondered for a while. There was no harm in titling his name in Aihua Real Estate. At least in this way, he couldn't be considered a hobo. And AI Baoquan could not let him hang name for nothing. At least every month will also give some salary. Situations like these are also more common in large corporations. For example, a professor at a university, a consultant at a company that can't be named. Although he is not a university professor, but due to the talent of the business elite, the ability is still there. Li Tianyu. Mr. AI, titling is fine, but let's talk about it first. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to come over anytime. AI Baoquan. There's no harm in it. You don't need to sit in on this side either. Let's talk alone if there's something. Since AI Baoquan said so, Li Tianyu was relieved. As for Yang En, Li Tianyu is naturally to return to AI Baoquan. To be honest, Li Tianyu really wanted Yang En to be his bodyguard for a long time. But there didn't seem to be much of a need for it now, and Li Tianyu's body was good enough to defend himself. Of course, Li Tianyu decided that in the future, if he made a big fortune, he would still try to find a way to get Yang En from AI Baoquan. It was 100 times more reassuring to have someone like that working for him. Li Tianyu walked out of the president's office and met Shen Siyu in the corridor. "You're leaving?" Shen Siyu asked. Li Tianyu's heart moved. "Yeah, I didn't drive today. Why don't you give me a ride?" Shen Siyu was stunned. "Where are you going?" 10 minutes later, the two drove out of the basement of the Iwa mansion. After another 40 minutes, Shen Siyu pulled up in her car. It's a park, tree-lined and very secluded. Shen Siyu gave Li Tianyu a puzzled look. "Mr. Li, what are you doing here?" Li Tianyu moved closer and whispered, "It's always okay to chat, right?" Shen Siyu's cheeks blushed, where she didn't understand Li Tianyu's meaning and glared at him without any good reason. "Bad egg. The trees are in shadow and the cars are swaying." This conversation went on for about 2 hours. When she returned to the company, or Li Tianyu drove the car, Shen Siyu fell asleep from exhaustion. Li Tianyu realized that after the system's transformation, the enhancement of bodily functions seemed to be in every aspect as well. Li Tianyu drove his own car and left the company. So he couldn't wait to go to the bank, cashed out the $6 million, and deposited it into the bank card again. More than 12,833,000. This way, the silver money for the upgrade is sort of coming together. Without saying a word, Li Tianyu hurriedly drove back home. Li Tianyu pulled up the character attribute interface at the first opportunity. Name Tianyu Li. Rank, Rookie. Existing wealth, 12,835,815.50 soft sister coins. Daily tax limit 10,000 soft currency. Order center click and enter. Li Tianyu saw the word rookie is very harsh, too damn low. Good thing there is a green button behind. The word upgrade is written on the button. Finally, it's time to upgrade. Li Tianyu exhaled deeply before clicking the upgrade button. The confirmation box popped up. The upgrade conditions have been met. 10 million softman dollars. Sure you want to level up your character now?
Ok cancel.
Li Tianyu did not hesitate to click on the OK, before the eyes of the golden light flashes dawned on him for a while. After about 10 minutes, Li Tianyu felt back to normal. The system assistant's unpleasant synthesized voice sounded again. "System assistant. Host, congratulations, your leveling up is complete." Li Tianyu once again opened the character attribute interface. Name Tianyu Li. Grade, gentleman. Existing wealth, 2,835,815.50 soft sister coins. Daily tax limit, 500,000 yen soft currency. Order center click and enter. When Li Tianyu took a look, the character interface had changed from the previous black and white to green, and the effect looked much better. And the rank title has become gentleman, which sounds oddly complimentary, but at least it's a lot better than rookie. When he saw the existing wealth, Li Tianyu was shocked. Chapter 80. We need to find a way to make money again. A whole $10 million less, only 2,800,000 or so left. System. Do we have to deduct money for upgrades? System assistant. Nonsense, the upgrade condition is $10 million. Do you still want to keep it? Li Tianyu was speechless. How did this system assistant become so grumpy? System assistant. The system has been upgraded, so of course you have to be more temperamental. Isn't that a far-fetched reason as well? The daily tax limit has been raised to 500,000 soft dollars, which is quite a bit higher, so you should be able to pay taxes on a lot of things. Even so, Li Tianyu still felt a meaty pain. That's $10 million. It's hard to get $10 million and it's gone. This system really does eat people's bones. With only this little bit of silver money left, how the hell is he supposed to spend it lavishly? Li Tianyu slowed down for 10 minutes and finally figured it out. Anyway, there is a system, and now Li Tianyu also has nearly $3 million in savings. Why worry about making money? Of course, if that authentic painting of Tongpak Fu goes well again, tens of millions of dollars will come to hand, properly. To how to utilize the system to make money, Li Tianyu still needed to plan properly. The easiest and most direct way to do this is to get some houses to rent out and earn rent like in the old days. Now Li Tianyu already has 4 houses, from which to extract more than $1 million of profit. It's also considered extremely substantial. Could we get another 100 houses to rent out?
Li Tianyu mutarat.
System assistant. Host, at your current level, you can own up to 10 residences. Li Tianyu had the feeling that he was going to break down. This system is way too restrictive. Houses can't be sold. They can only be rented, and there's a limit to the number of them. System, what other restrictions are there? Can you tell me all of them? Don't act like you're squeezing toothpaste. System asset limit. Residential, 10 units. Office building, 3,000 square meters. Operating industry, 1. Transportation, 5. When Li Tianyu saw these data limitations, he had some thoughts in his heart instead. It turns out that the system only places restrictions on the type of real estate. It's true that there's only a 10-unit limit on residential units, but you can still get 3,000 square meters of office space. What is the concept of 3,000 square meters? A medium-sized grade A office building is about 500 to 1,000 square meters per floor. In other words, one can use the system to pay taxes to get at least 3 floors of office space. At the price of an office lease in the Imperial City, that's a lot of money. Also, there is actually a business industry item. This gave Li Tianyu a lot of room for imagination. Yeah, it doesn't have to be getting an empty house to rent out to someone to make rent. He can totally blow a gasket out and say he's a boss. As for what kind of industry to run, it does require more thought. As the saying goes, women are afraid of marrying the wrong man, and men are afraid of getting into the wrong line of work. Li Tianyu has already entered the wrong line once, again 996, and all-day scolding. These are just, the key money is also less. So now Li Qianwu has to think about what kind of an industry he wants to run. Less work, easy, and still make a lot of money is best. This seems to have the feel of a daydream. Right now, Li Tianyu was thinking of looking for office buildings inside the system order first to see if there were any suitable projects. In the imperial capital, office buildings in popular locations can be not difficult to rent. Actually, I'm the owner of the office building now. Li Tianyu briefly bragged, then immediately opened the system interface and entered the order center to check. Soon, the list was successfully swiped. However, Li Tianyu found that the tax payments of the office buildings were all frighteningly high, and the list swiped 5 items, none of which had a tax payment of less than $500,000. This is not difficult to understand, as office buildings are generally very large and particularly expensive, and the amount of tax payable is naturally high. Li Tianyu had no choice but to tap the refresh button. The list is updated. Name of office building: Huaiyue Center. Office location: East 3rd Ring Road. Office floor: 43 75th floor. Office location: whole floor. Office space: 2,200 square meters. Amount of tax payment: 950,000 soft money. Name of office building: Jintai Financial Center. Office location: East 3rd Ring Road. Office floor: 2563 floors. Office location: 2,501 2512. Office space: 800 square meters. Amount of tax payment: 650,000 yen soft sister currency. Name of office building: Oriental Plaza. Office location: North 4th Ring Road. Office floor: 1324th floor. Office location: whole floor. Office space: 1,200 square meters. Amount of tax payment: 550,000 soft sister currency. Name of office building: Ideal International. Office location: North 4th Ring Road. Office floor: 1532 floors. Office location: whole floor. Office space: 1,100 square meters. Amount of tax payment: 495,000 yen soft money. Name of office building: Funk Building. Office location: Northeast 5th Ring Road. Office floor: 1648 floors. Office location: whole floor. Office space: 2,000 square meters. Amount of tax payment: 385,000 yen soft money. This large list with so many numbers dazzled Li Tianyu. However, upon closer inspection, only 2 of the 5 tax entries were affordable to Li Tianyu. The taxable amount of Ideal International amounted to $495,000, while Funk Mansion was cheaper, with only $385,000. But Li Tianyu did not hesitate to choose Ideal International. For this office building, Li Tianyu knew the basics. Why? Because he was working in that office building before. Ideal International isn't anything too high-end office building, but it's in a great location and there's nothing much missing in terms of property management. And it's a quasi-new building that was just completed less than 4 years ago. So it's cost-effective and rents can steadily go up. Then again, the 15th floor of Ideal International and Li Tianyu before the service of the company Cloud Light Technology. Only one floor difference, it is really coincidental. Click on the Ideal International Office Building Project. Determine the tax, 495,000 soft dollars deducted from Lee Tianyu's account. After doing so, Lee Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. All that's left is to wait. Chapter 81. Who is the owner of the 15th floor? Sure enough, after half an hour, Lee Tianyu's cell phone rang. Hello. Is this Mr. Lee Tianyu Lee? It's me. Mr. Lee, we are the Ideal International Property Department. Your real estate certificate is still left with us. Please come over and pick it up when you have time. Okay. I'll take the time to go over there, and you guys keep it for me for now. Lee Tianyu hung up the phone and his heart was finally at ease. Ideal International is considered a medium-sized office building design, with 1,100 square meters on one floor, which is really not small. But how much does Ideal International cost to rent? Lee Tianyu checked on the internet. Ideal International is considered a Grade A office building and is located in the North 4th Ring Road. Such a good location, the rent per square meter per day is about 15-20 yuan soft people's money. In other words, the rent per square meter for a month is between $450 and $600. Lee Tianyu got the entire 15th floor, 1,100 square meters. That works out to $490,000 to $660,000 per month. That comes to between $5.88 million and $7.92 million if you go with a one-year lease. Lee Tianyu sucked in a breath of cool air after taking the computer and doing the math. My God, that's a little over $10 million at once. Moreover, Lee Tianyu still has a limit of 1,900 square meters of office space. Like Ideal International can get another whole floor, and there are still rich in. In other words, it was no longer a problem at all for Lee Tianyu's assets to exceed $20 million. In addition, Lee Tianyu also has a business industry can be utilized. That should be the main event. In short, the economic foundation should be improved first, and the industry can be carefully planned later. The next day, Cloudlight Technology Administration Department. Lu Manchi came early today, and breakfast was delivered to her door just as she sat down at her workstation. Lu Manchi looked up, and sure enough, it was Feng Yang. The fact that Feng Yang wants to chase Lu Manchi has long been obvious. But in the past, this kid had been hiding his heart, not daring to make it explicitly known. However, lately, he is not sure if he has been instructed by someone high up and has been acting quite aggressively. Breakfast, that is delivered every day, and occasionally even pretend to put a bouquet of flowers on Lu Manchi's workstation table. If it were not for the company's explicit rule that office romance is not allowed, then Feng Yang would have broadcast his love for Lu Manchi through a loudspeaker. However, Lu Manchi was not a fan of Feng Yang at all. She never refused the breakfast that was brought to her, and when Feng Yang didn't take it away, she gave it to other co-workers. Every day Feng Yang wanted to take her home, and she didn't agree once. Just when Lu Manchi was about to refuse again, the administrative supervisor Zhang Changfang came over. Manchi, come here for a second. Okay. Lu Manchi followed Zhang Changfang to the office. Manchi, it's like this. There's something I want to leave to you. Lu Manchi perked up. You say. Zhang Changfang. The last meeting has been said. The company is ready to expand. I just got the news from the Building Property Management Office that the 15th floor is empty. Lu Manchi was stunned. Vacant. This was a bit of a rarity. The 15th floor of the Ideal International building had been occupied by a financial company. That company was doing a good job, so why did they suddenly leave? Zhang Changfang added. You go and contact the owner of the 15th floor, and if the price is right, it's best to rent it as a whole. Lu Manchi nodded. I know. I'll contact the owner right away. Now that Cloudlight Technology is renting the overall 14th floor, it would be very appropriate indeed to rent out the 15th floor. But Lu Manchi also knew that it was quite a difficult thing to do. The company gave a budget of up to the average market price of $20 per square meter per day, or about $600 a square meter per month. The 15th floor is the same size as the 14th, about 1,000 square meters. After all, such a large area would have cost a lot to buy in the first place. After Ideal International was built, it sold the offices, so each floor will generally have multiple owners. It was not easy for Lu Manchi to contact several owners and to negotiate the price with them. After all, there are some landlords who want to rent more, and it's not good to negotiate a lower price. Lu Manchi decided to go to the building's property management department first and get the contact information of the owners of the 15th floor. Just after arriving at the company's entrance, Feng Yang came over again. Manchi, where are we going? Lu Manchi, I'm going to run an errand, a trip to the building's property management department. Feng Yang. Then accompany you. Lu Manqi frowned. No need. You'd better go busy yourself with your work. Feng Yang. It's fine. I'm long done for the day, so I just happened to go down and sneak around a bit. The elevator arrived. Lu Manqi went up, and Feng Yang followed. Lu Manqi helpless. Feng Yang, this guy is completely a stalker posture. Simply cannot stop can only let him go. The building's property management department is on the third floor side. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang got off the elevator one after the other and went to the lobby on the third floor. Feng Yang. Manqi, do you have time on the weekend? I know a particularly fun place, we can go there together. Lu Manqi. Sorry. I have something to do on the weekend. I'm not available. Feng Yang. Then next week and the following week would be fine. Lu Manqi was annoyed as hell and was just about to speak when she saw a familiar figure. Huh? That's not. Feng Yang looked up and also revealed a surprised expression. Isn't that person the coworker who just left? Li Tianyu? To put it into perspective, Li Tianyu hadn't left his job for long, but now it felt as if 10,000 years had passed. At that time, when Li Tianyu left, the movement was quite big, with shocked the world, crying ghosts and gods. To describe it is not too much. Just when the big boss was about to announce a promotion for him, he resolutely fell out and left without looking back, which also gave rise to many strange associations with other colleagues. Some say that Li Tianyu has found a better job. Some say that Li Tianyu is pulling in an investment and going out to start his own business. Others say that it is Li Tianyu who has depression and is now mad and will probably jump off the building in a couple of days. Anyway, there's a lot of talk, and none of it seems to be reliable. In fact, only Zhao Jitong knows the real situation. Li Tianyu defected to the AI Baoquan. This matter he only told the big boss Wu Guoqiang, on the base of others to keep quiet as flat. Just as Lu Manqi and Feng Yang were talking, Li Tianyu also looked up and saw them. Yo, quite a coincidence. Lu Manqi. Yes, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Li Tianyu. I'm going to the building management office to do something. Where are you guys? Feng Yang snatched Lu Manqi's words. Li Tianyu, you've already left your job? Why are you still here? Thank you for Book Club 20191227. 54598 Precepts. Drunken Chengdu, crush, laziness is the nature. Away from the sadness does not forget the people in the heart. Take the word Kuan apart. Book Club 20190816. Point 5334. Book Lover 15120111. 1348. Faking Joker, Pangjia Points, Almond Fox, Lucid Night Shinsha, KK, Husband, for the reward. Thank you to all the bookworms who voted for me as a recommendation. Thank you to all the bookworms who read this chapter. Happy New Year's Day. I love you guys. Chapter 82. Are you sure it's the same person? Li Tianyu laughed. What? I can't enter this office building after I left the company? This is too overbearing of you, isn't it? Feng Yang was a little annoyed, but he really couldn't say anything. Li Tianyu wasn't going to cause trouble in Yun Guang Company, so it really wasn't anyone's business. Li Tianyu also did not treat Feng Yang, did not even look at him squarely, just chatting with Lu Manqi. In fact, Feng Yang is suspecting that Li Tianyu is still not dead to Lu Manqi and is secretly following her. It's quite hard for Feng Yang to be so rich in association and convinced. Li Tianyu, you guys are going to the property management office too? That's a coincidence. I'm going over there too. Lu Manqi. Let's go together then. Li Tianyu smiled and said, yeah. Lu Manqi looked at Li Tianyu again, always feeling that this person was different from before. It seems to be many times more calm and mature. Anyway, the difference is so obvious that anyone who is paying attention can sense it. Feng Yang was obviously not meticulous. He used to look down on Li Tianyu, and then Li Tianyu became a bit jealous of him when he became famous. Feng Yang kept rambling as the three of them walked together towards the building's property management office. Li Tianyu, you resigned not long ago. I heard that you resigned naked, right? If you haven't found your next home by now, you're in trouble. How can you pay the rent if you have no income? The rent in the Imperial City isn't low, you won't last long. Suddenly, Feng Yang revealed a look of sudden realization. Right? You're not applying for a job in the building's property management department, are you? It's not bad to overdo it as a security guard. At least you can make a living. Li Tianyu glanced at Feng Yang and didn't bother with him, thinking that this guy is really a talent. His imagination is not generally strong. In fact, Li Tianyu came here today to pick up the real estate license. With a real estate license, then you can rent it out. As long as the 1,100 square meter office building is rented out, that will basically plug that $10 million gap. The trio entered the building's property management department. The manager of the property management department is surnamed Xiao, named Xiao Daming. Lu Manqi occasionally came over to run errands, and Xiao Daming already knew her. Yo, here we go, what's up? Lu Manqi. Manager Xiao. I came over to get the contact information of the owner of the 15th floor. Xiao Daming suddenly realized, oh, I see. The 15th floor is empty. Yuyun Guang Technology also want to rent? Lu Manqi was stunned. There's someone else who wants to rent it? Xiao Daming. That's for sure, our Ideal International's location is quite good. Near the subway station. There are too many companies that want to rent it. Just now there are 2 companies coming over to get the owner's contact information. Lu Manqi was a bit anxious when she heard this. If another company gets the jump on us, then this whole thing will go down the tubes in one fell swoop. Then Manager Xiao, hurry up and give me the owner's phone number. I'll hurry up and ask about the situation. Okay. Xiao Daming told the property management department employee sitting across from him, Xiao Zhang, find the contact information of the owner of the 15th floor and give it to her. Xiao Zhang promised and began to operate the computer to rummage around. Li Tianyu heard it and sort of figured it out. It seems that Lu Manqi came to the property management department just to find him to rent an office building. The entire 15th floor of Ideal International was all in Li Tianyu's pocket. At this time, Xiao Daming looked at Li Tianyu and Fengyang again. Is there anything you two want? Fengyang grinned. I'm fine. I came with a beautiful woman. As for this one, he probably came over to apply for a job as a security guard. Xiao Daming looked at Li Tianmingyu. Applying for a job as a security guard? Are you sure? The building's property management department was really recruiting security guards, but looking at Li Tianyu's outfit, how could he not look like someone who aspires to be a security guard? Li Tianyu was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Zhang's voice. Found it. The owner of the 15th floor. Lu Manqi hurriedly said, wait a moment. I'll take a note. Lu Manqi rummaged through me for her accompanying notepad and pen, then asked, okay, how many owners are there? Just one. Just one. Lu Manqi raised her head. That's awesome, one person bought a whole floor of an office building. Must be a super tycoon. Yeah. His name's Li Tianyu and his phone number is… Lu Manqi took the call down. Suddenly, she raised her head again. Li Tianyu Li. Yes, the name is Li Tianyu. The one who was surprised was not only Lu Manqi. Fengyang was also shocked.
Li Tianyu.
Li Tianyu is not right next to it. But how is that possible? The owner of a 1-story office building. That's something. But Fengyang immediately calmed down, thinking that this must be a rename. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Li Tianyu isn't a particularly unusual name, so it's not a big surprise to come across another one. But then again, this scared Fengyang. In fact, not to mention Fengyang, Lu Manqi do not believe that owner Li Tianyu and former colleague Li Tianyu is the same person. But when she looked at the cell phone number she had jotted down on her notepad, it always looked familiar. This is… During the technology exhibition some time ago, Lu Manqi was the one who had called Li Tianyu, so she had some impressions. Lu Manqi didn't say anything, took out her cell phone and started dialing that number. As a result, this number, Lu Manqi has already memorized in the address book of the cell phone. A cell phone rang inside the property management office, and it was coming from Li Tianyu's body. Li Tianyu pulled out his cell phone, then pressed reject. Lu Manqi was stunned. It was already quite obvious that this Li Tianyu was that Li Tianyu. The two are the same person. Li Tianyu is the owner of the entire 15th floor office building. But how is that possible? It's unbelievable. Fengyang couldn't believe it even though he already knew the answer. Manqi, what's wrong? Lu Manqi pointed at Li Tianyu and said, he is… Huh? No way? Li Tianyu smiled and said, we're so close, so let's not talk on the phone. Fengyang was a bit frantic. Is it a mistake? Hey, Manager Xiao. Did you guys remember your phone number wrong? Xiao Daming responded unhappily. How is it possible to misremember such things? You are doubting our work ethic. When Fengyang heard this, his eyes widened, but he didn't dare to speak. Only then did Li Tianyu state his purpose for being here. Manager Xiao, I happen to be here to pick up the real estate certificate for the 15th floor. Xiao Daming was stunned. Real estate license? Xiao Zhang, is there such a thing? Xiao Zhang quickly said, yes, there is such a thing. The last time the owner mailed it here, before I called to notify him to come and pick it up. Xiao Daming. Oh, so you are the owner, I said. Xiao Daming became unusually polite, and then asked Zhang to bring over the real estate license. Chapter 83. Another $10 million household. Li Tianyu opened the red leather real estate license to look at. Property name: Ideal International Building. Floor: 15 floors. Area: 1,100 square meters. Owner: Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu nodded. No problem. This is it. Feng Yang's eyes were so wide and round that he could almost roll them down, as well as his chin, and any further down he would immediately be unable to hold them up. A whole floor of office space, how much does it cost? Instead, Lu Manqi was surprised and delighted. Surprised that Li Tianyu is actually a stealth tycoon. Does not show the mountain, does not show the water, a whole floor of the office building all bought. So trenchant. I didn't see it at all before. The happy thing is that if Li Tianyu is the owner, then talk about renting, then it should be good to say, after all, it is a former colleague. But Lu Manqi was a little worried. What if Li Tianyu wasn't that reasonable? Wouldn't it be more awkward to chat like this? Just then, Li Tianyu said, Mangy. Lu Manqi didn't respond. Manqi? Only then did Lu Manqi come back to her senses. Huh? You called me? Li Tianyu. Yes. Aren't you renting an office building? Lu Manqi. Yes. Then let's find a place to talk in detail. Lu Manqi hurriedly nodded her head. This was more than she could ask for. Thus, Li Tianyu took Lu Manqi and ditched the still-dazed Feng Yang and went to the cafe under the building. It just so happened that Lu Manqi carried a prepared contract in her bag and handed it to Li Tianyu. Well, this is the terms offered by the company, $20 per square meter per day, signed for 2 years, and the rent for the second year can go up by 5%. If you're not satisfied, I can go back. Li Tianyu looked at it a little bit and then put it down. No need. Huh. Li Tianyu tapped the contract. I don't think there's a problem. Let's sign according to this. Truth be told, Li Tianyu didn't make his decision so quickly because of Lu Manqi's face. The main thing was that such a condition was within Li Tianyu's range of acceptance. The typical rent for a Class A office building in the Imperial City is $15.20. The location of the Ideal International Building is good, but it is not as good as the prime locations of China World Trade Center and Financial Street. Then again, Cloudlight Technology signed up for 2 years at a time, and there's a 5% uptick in rent each year. Just like what Li Tianyu calculated before, 20 yuan per square meter per day. Each square meter for a month is about 600 yuan, 1,100 square meters. There will be nearly 8 million yuan of income in a year. You can also raise the rent a bit the next year. Don't look at the rise of only 5%, but the base is big, and it works out to hundreds of thousands of dollars. To be on the safe side, Li Tianyu checked and discussed the details of the contract with Lu Manqi line by line. Cloudlight Technology will pay the first year's rent within a week, at the slowest, and the second year's rent will be paid at the end of the first year. After the two had finished their discussion, the deal was basically finalized. However, Lu Manqi had no authority to sign the contract on behalf of Cloudlight Technology. So Li Tianyu signed the words first and then let Lu Manqi take it back to go through the process. After all, it involves a large few $1 million, and ultimately the general manager of Cloudlight Technology Company has to sign it. Then turn around and you can come to the company to pick up the contract, or if you don't have time, I can send it to you. Lu Manqi said. Li Tianyu smiled narrowly. Why don't you send me home? Lu Manqi was stunned, and immediately understood Li Tianyu's meaning, and her face couldn't help but turn red. If this had been in the past, Lu Manqi would have immediately left. But at this time, Li Tianyu, due to the transformation of the system, his personal charisma had increased greatly, plus he was now so rich that he had become an elite high flyer. I'm afraid not many girls can resist Li Tianyu's jokes. To put it cruelly, the difference between a hangdog and a rich guy is that a hangdog picking up is harassment, and a rich guy picking up is flirting. Li Tianyu has been successfully promoted from harassment to flirting stage, which can be said to be a huge progress. However, Li Tianyu was also secretly warned that it was better not to go too far with some girls. Although Li Tianyu was not a decent man, he still had some scruples. After making an appointment with Lu Manqi, Li Tianyu left the Ideal International Mansion. Early in the morning of the third day after signing the contract, Li Tianyu had just gotten up and washed up when he heard the sound of a text message being received. After Li Tianyu washed up, he picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. It was an account change message from the bank. Dear customer, hello? Your bank account has received 7,920,000 soft mints, and now the balance is 10,756,923.87 soft mints. I can't imagine Yun Guang Technology's efficiency is higher than what Li Tianyu imagined, so fast to call the money over. In this way, Li Tianyu has transformed into a multi-million-dollar household again. That's always a step down. At that moment, a tweet was sent. That cute cartoon avatar is Lu Manchi's. Lu Manchi, the contract has been signed. Which day are you free to come and get it? Or should I mail it to you? Li Qianwu's heart skipped a beat and wondered if he should send a message that said, "Please take the time to send it here." Now Li Tianyu was sure that as long as Lu Manchi dared to come alone, then he had 80% certainty that he could handle her. However, Li Tianyu still suppressed the impulse for the time being and returned the message. "Thank you. I'll take the time to pick it up." Lu Manchi returned a smile. Li Tianyu let out a breath and threw his cell phone on the couch. The woman thing, let's put it aside for now. At this time, it suddenly occurred to Li Tianyu that since he had money, shouldn't he also honor his parents? It used to be that it was so poor that it had the heart to be filial, but not the strength to be filial. Sometimes, when we are short of money and in an economic crisis, we even have to reach out to our parents for money, which is really a shame. It's not the same now, at least you are a multi-millionaire, and it's more than enough to honor your parents. Li Tianyu was just about to pick up his cell phone and call his parents. But then he put it down. There wasn't much else to do for a while anyway. So it was better to just go back home and visit my parents than to just call in. What's more, a brocade garment that does not return home is like a brocade garment that goes out at night. Unlike before, when you desperately needed $10 million to upgrade your system, you always felt that you didn't have enough money. Now it's different, the heavy $10 million in your hand, extra weight. As for the money needed for the next upgrade, Li Tianyu decided to leave it alone for now. It's only right to enjoy the life of the rich first. In life, you have to have fun in time, or else you're just ing around for nothing. Li Tianyu didn't need to bring anything with him. He only took a few changes of clothes and drove to his hometown of Yenyun City in a Porsche Cayenne. Thanks to Love Not Carry Lu Lien, National Old Bookworm, Book Friends 20190.1961, I am Jie Bao, Love Hard Once, I Want My Eyes to the Stream, Book Club 2017.4864, 6753.qdcn for their rewards. Thank you to all of you who have been voting for recommendations and for supporting this book. Chapter 84, Anxious, Sudden Change of Events. Yenyun City, Second People's Hospital Emergency Ward. An old man lies unconscious in a hospital bed with a bottle hanging from his side, apparently being given fluids. There were several people, men and women, old and young, gathered around. Some whispered, some sighed at the old man in the hospital bed. At that moment, a man walked into the hospital room. This man was none other than Li Tianyu's father, Li Guohua. Li Tianyu's mother, Yi Tsuaping, was of course in the house. The old man lying on the bed was actually Li Tianyu's grandfather, Li Shuyuan. I got up this morning and was fine, but when I went out for a walk, I suddenly fainted in the doorway. It's a good thing the old man's house is a bungalow, or else this fall would have really broken it. Li Shuyuan was discovered by a neighbor, who immediately notified his elderly companion, Li Tianyu's grandmother, Zhang Yuzhen. Zhang Yuzhen was so anxious that she called her oldest son Li Guohua, which sent the old man to the hospital. Li Shuyuan had just had a checkup, and Li Guohua took a bunch of sheets from the checkup and went to the physician's consultant to ask about the situation. Looking at Li Guohua's expression, the results obtained were not optimistic. Yi Tsuaping asked, "Guohua, how is it? What did the doctor say?" Li sighed. Diagnosed with coronary heart disease and heavy cardiovascular blockage. The others all greeted them and spoke up. These included Li's second brother, Li Renjun, and third brother, Li Kaijun, as well as his second brother-in-law, Han Chunmei, and his third brother-in-law, Nyoli. Nyoli, coronary heart disease, I heard that this disease is considered a chronic disease. It should not be too big, right? Han Chunmei, alas, did not listen to Big Brother said? Cardiovascular heavy blockage. I said, the old man usually eat too greasy, the diet should be lighter, he just do not listen to. Li Renjun chided in a low voice. What a time to be talking about this. Han Chunmei glared at her husband. Li Renjun, still unconvinced. But because of the others, she held back and stopped arguing. Li Kaijun, Big Brother, what did the doctor say? Can Dad be saved? Li Guohua said, Don't be anxious for a while. The doctor said that as long as the operation is done in time, it's not a big problem. Surgery. Han Chunmei asked, Big brother, what kind of surgery? Stents. Lee shook his head. I've asked. Dad's situation isn't too optimistic. He'll have to have cardiovascular bypass surgery. Bypass surgery? That's really… Han Chunmei couldn't help but glance at Nyoli, both able to see the worried look in the other's eyes. But they are not worried about whether it is dangerous for the old man to have the surgery. But the cost of the bypass surgery is really quite high. Nyoli hesitated for a moment and said, My colleague, her mother did bypass surgery last year. Listening to her, spent more than 100,000. Han Chunmei waved her hand. More than 100,000. Look to build a few bridges. Build more? No chance to go to 200,000 or 300,000. When Li Renjun and Li Kaijun heard it, they also looked at each other. This moving rut of 100,000, 200,000 is indeed quite scary. Li Renjun suddenly said, By the way, does Dad have insurance? The crowd all looked at Zhang Yuzhen. At this time, Zhang Yuzhen was sitting in front of the hospital bed, holding her old partner's hand. Hearing Li Renjun's question, Zhang Yuzhen wiped a handful of tears and shook her head. Last year it was on the community insurance, but this year it didn't go on. Han Chunmei couldn't help but complain. Mom, you're really something. This isn't a small matter. Why don't you take it a little more seriously? Li Shuyuan is a laid-off worker and does not have a pension per se, though he can get community health insurance. Community health insurance is valid for 1 year, and if you don't bother to pay your premiums that year, you are out of this benefit. This operation fee, hospitalization fee, and medicine fee can at least be reimbursed 60% to 70% if you have medical insurance, but if you don't have it, then you have to pay for all of them out of your own pocket. The old lady was so sad that she couldn't speak anymore, and the hand holding her partner's was shaking all the time. Li Tianyu's mother, Yi Tsueping, hurriedly walked over and said softly, Mom, we're not afraid. Even if there is no medical insurance, we have to do the surgery, and we definitely have to cure Dad's disease. Zhang Yuzhen nodded. We still have some money here. In a moment I will go back to get the passbook. Li Guohua said, Mom, that's pension money for you guys. It's better not to move it first. Let's the three of us come up with the money for the cure. Big brother had said so, and both Li Renjun and Li Kaijun also took a stand and said some words of relief, but their expressions were both still quite grim. Even if 3 families come together to pool their money, a family will need several tens of thousands of dollars, which is not a small amount of pressure for an ordinary family. The point is that there is also the question of whether the money is to be paid out equally or according to the family's ability. Han Chunmei finally still can't help but say, Big brother, sister-in-law, this money is not our family is not willing to pay. The main thing is that my son has just gone to college, learning or art. You also know that learning art majors especially costly, tuition is high, there are a number of 7s and 8s miscellaneous expenses. Really, do not have much spare money up. Li Renjun said angrily, What are you talking about? If this money is to be paid out, it will be paid out. Even if I borrow money, I can get it. Han Chunmei said unhappily, You say easy, I did all the evil people. You pretend to be a good person, right? I'm not saying that I can't say. I'm saying that I can do what I can. A little less, it's not okay. Li Guohua waved his hand. Fine, your family is less out. That's always fine, right? At this time, Nyoli hesitated for a moment, also opened his mouth and said, Big brother, my family's situation you also know. The clothing store only opened last month, this rent, and the payment for goods has just been paid. It is really… When Li Guohua heard this was the rhythm of not being able to count on these 2 families at all. Just then, Li's cell phone rang. A quick glance at the screen showed that it was his son, Tianyu Li, calling. Hey, Tianyu, you've arrived in the city? Just in time, you come to the Second People's Hospital, emergency building, Ward 402. It's your grandfather hospitalized. For the time being, nothing for the time being, you come over first, okay, drive slowly. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu immediately drove towards the hospital. Li Tianyu was a little anxious in his heart. He grew up following his grandfather and grandmother before he went to work in the imperial capital. He ran to their side when he had nothing to do, and he was also very close to the 2 old men. Grandpa wasn't that old, he had just turned 70, so how did he suddenly collapse? Li Tianyu was quite worried. Fortunately, Yanyun City is not stuck in traffic now, and Li Tianyu drove fast. 20 minutes later, he entered the hospital. Li Tianyu parked his car, then jogged straight to the emergency building. As soon as he entered the door of the 402 ward, Li Tianyu felt that the atmosphere was extremely depressing, and his heart thumped. Grandpa wouldn't be unable to be saved. Would he? Li Tianyu also did not bother to go up to greet his parents and relatives. Squeezing in to see his grandfather lying on the room bed, unconscious, and see the very helpless and haggard grandmother beside the hospital bed. Grandma Zhang Yuzhen's hair, it seems to have turned quite white again. Li Tianyu had a hard time in his heart. Chapter 85. Problems that can be solved with money are not called problems. Li Tianyu whispered, "Grandma, it's fine. Grandpa is strong and can get through it." Zhang Yuzhen glanced at Li Tianyu, sighed, and nodded again. At this time, Han Chunmei said, "Tianyu is back. That's good. Let's think of a solution together." Li Tianyu, "What's Grandpa's condition? What did the doctor say?" Yi Tsuaping said, "Cardiovascular blockage. The situation is very serious. Need to do bypass surgery immediately." Li Tianyu was stunned. "If there's a way to do it, then hurry up and prepare to do it." Han Chunmei waved her hand. "Heh, it's not that easy." Li Tianyu, "What? The medical conditions here are not good? Then transfer to the imperial capital for it." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and it wasn't the medical condition that was the problem. The Second People's Hospital still has a lot of good doctors, especially cardiac surgery, also ranked in the province. To do a bypass surgery is not worse than the imperial capital of the specialized hospitals. Han Chunmei bristled. "You think transferring to a hospital is easy? This situation is going to require an ambulance, and you know how expensive that's going to be, and the key isn't the hospital's problem either." Li Renjun glared at Han Chunmei. "How do you talk?" Li Tianyu was a bit annoyed in his heart. "That's why I'm asking. Why on earth didn't you do the surgery?" Han Chunmei couldn't help but mutter again. "Who's paying for this? It's hundreds of thousands of dollars." Li Guohua also had some temper. "Okay, since you guys are in trouble, I'll pay for it, and if it's not enough, I'll go and borrow it as well." Li Tianyu sort of heard it, together with the matter of money. The other two families, one is Li Tianyu's second uncle's family and the other is the third uncle's family, which are reasonably close relatives. However, Li Tianyu didn't have much interaction with their two families, especially after he went to work in the imperial capital, and at most, he would only go to see them on New Year's festivals. These two families are not rich, but a few tens of thousands of dollars is not always out of reach. Just like what Li Guohua said, treating the old man even if he borrowed it. But some relatives are like that. You look at me, I look at you, and every family has its own little plan, and they are always afraid of losing out. If he put it in the past, Li Tianyu wouldn't be able to do anything about it, but it was different now. "You guys don't fret. I'll pay for Grandpa's treatment. None of you need to care," Li Tianyu said indifferently. "You're coming out?" The others looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting Li Tianyu to sound so crazy. Han Chunmei, "This went to the imperial capital for a few years to attend classes, but it is a long ambition. Xiaoyu, do you know how much it will cost?" Li Tianyu, "Second auntie, don't worry. There's no need for you to worry. No matter how much money, I'll pay for it." Li Tianyu's words were a bit hard, and it was obvious that he was also angry. Han Chunmei is even more unhappy, who pays the money on the side. This child's attitude is not also too bad. Okay, you're all out. I'd like to see how much you can offer." The atmosphere was a bit stiff, but Li Guohua was a bit surprised that his son would be so hardened. But tough is tough, and this do-cure money includes surgery, hospitalization, and a lot of medical bills. Although Li Tianyu works in the imperial city, his salary is just that, and he is barely able to make the payments. Yi Tsuaping is also worried about her son. Li Tianyu, this big words, once exported, the other two will be even less out, not only do not appreciate but also happy to see the joke. At this time, grandmother Zhang Yuzhen stood up, out of the voice said, "Xiaoyu, this money does not need to you out. I and your grandfather so many years also saved some money, is not for the treatment of the disease with it. I will go to the home in a while to get the passbook." Li Tianyu shook his head. "It's fine, Grandma. I can still afford this money. Just keep an eye on Grandpa." When the two brothers, Li Renjun and Li Kaijun, heard this, the look of embarrassment on their faces grew. Regardless of whether Li Tianyu can afford it or not, he dares to say these words, but he is also considered to be a man. On the contrary, it was the two of them who were the sons who had no responsibility at all. But thinking about it is not enough to make them say such hard words. Now that they are all dragging their families along, life is tight, and they have experienced what it is like to have no money, and it's just not good. And just like Zhang Yuzhen said, the old couple did have some savings. There was nothing wrong with using it for the cure. If it wasn't enough, they would just fill it in again. Just then, Grandpa Li Shuyuan's attending doctor came in. The doctor's name was Zhang Dian, a male of about 40 years of age, and he was the chief physician of the cardiac surgery department of the Second People's Hospital, which was considered a relatively good doctor. Zhang Dian looked at the people in the room. Have your families discussed this? What exactly are you going to do? Nioli jumped the gun and said, Doctor, is there any other way besides bypass surgery? And I've heard that a stent would be cheaper? Zhang Dian, I have told you the old man's the situation is not suitable for stenting. Also want to do a good number of stents, but also not cheap with other methods, that is to take medicine infusion of these conservative treatment, but even if it is effective cannot hold out for too long. So, how much does it cost to get a bypass? Zhang Dian, this I cannot dare to say, the specific also depends on the situation at the time of the operation. You discuss a little more, decided to do bypass surgery, if you are ready to pay out more than 100,000 first. At this point, Li Tianyu spoke up, there's no need to discuss. We've decided to do the surgery. The crowd was astonished. Although just now, Li Tianyu had said that he would cover all the money for the old man's treatment, but everyone thought that he was just talking in anger and didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect Li Tianyu to directly shoot the matter in front of the doctor. It was simply too hasty. Li Tianyu's situation, these relatives also know, is nothing more than a salary of $10,000. Even if Li Tianyu had saved up some money in the imperial capital, but taking out more than $100,000 at a time was not something to talk about. Li Tianyu, do you really want to come out on your own? Han Chunmei asked seriously. Instead of ignoring her, Li Tianyu said to Dr. Zhang Dian, Doctor, what do I need to do now? Zhang Dian shot a glance at Li Tianyu and hesitated for a moment. If you guys really decide to do the surgery, I'll go and write the bill for hospitalization, and you guys will need to go and pay the deposit. Li Tianyu nodded. Okay. You make the order. I'll take care of it. Zhang Dian. Then come with me. Li Tianyu followed behind Zhang Dian and went out of the hospital room. Li Guohua and Yi Tsuaping looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The son was completely filial, and they as parents could not say anything. As parents also know their son, Li Tianyu should not be able to get that much money. Li Tianyu had been working in the imperial capital for a few years and was basically a moonlighter. Although Li Tianyu said that he was starting a business with someone piece by piece, but how much time has it been? In this environment now, it would be good to not lose money. Li Guohua had already taken all the family's passbooks and bank cards. 100,000 or so, that should be enough too. Thank you to Lord Featherhuang for his 60,000 point reward, and to Ragnarok and Superblood Learned Nerd for their generous rewards. Once again, congratulations to all my fellow bookworms. Happy New Year and all the best. Chapter 86. Spending money like water? No pressure. Li Renjun and Li Kaijun hesitated for a moment and followed suit. In the end, they are also Li Shuyuan's own son, and it's really impossible to say that they don't follow them over to take a look. Han Chunmei also pulled on Nioli and walked out, probing her head. Only Zhang Yuzhen is left in the ward to take care of her old partner, who is still in a daze. At this time, Li Tianyu's family of 3 entered the doctor's office. Zhang Dian said, while opening the list, Zhang Dian, there are ordinary wards, large rooms for 8 people, and advanced wards for 2 people. Which one do you want? Yi Tsuaping was about to speak, but Li Tianyu jumped ahead. Is there a single ward? Zhang Dian pondered for a moment. Single? VIP, huh? Yes, but it's expensive. Are you sure you want it? Li Tianyu didn't even think about it and directly nodded. Yes, the best. Yanyun City was a medium-sized city, and its consumption was far worse than that of the imperial capital. The ordinary ward was only about $20 a day, the advanced ward for 2 people doubled several times, more than $80, and as for the single VIP, the doctor said it was very expensive, but in fact it was 300 soft mints, and it also had a specialized medical staff. But for local residents, whose wages are a whole lot lower than those in first-tier cities like Imperial, living in a VIP single room is indeed a bit of a waste. But with Li Tianyu's current financial resources, this kind of spending didn't cause any pressure at all. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dian said to Li Guohua and Yi Tsuaping, your son, Trisha, yeah. Yes. It's good for young people to have this filial piety, but they have to live within their means. Li Tianyu, Dr. Zhang, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Jandian, okay. I'll make the list then. Yi Tsuaping and her husband Li Guohua looked at each other, their hearts drumming. A high-class ward was already good enough, and Li Tianyu wanted a VIP ward this instant. Medical care is high, living is also comfortable, but the silver is also pouring out. It is really painful. Did the son get rich doing business with someone? Zhang Dian opened the list and Li Tianyu took it in his hand and glanced at it before getting up and heading out. When she reached the door, Yi Tsueping couldn't help but ask, "How much is the deposit?" At this time, outside the clinic, in addition to Han Chunmei and Nyoli, the two brothers, Li Renjun and Li Kaijun, also came over. They hesitated and didn't dare to get too close for fear of arresting them to pay the fee. Li Tianyu said, "A total of $180,000. Even though they had long been mentally prepared, Li Guohua and Yi Tsueping were still startled. The other four even took a step back in unison. It's just a deposit, but with a slightly larger procedure like a cardiovascular bypass, which is more expensive, and a month or so of hospitalization for physical recovery. That deposit is basically what's left over." Li Tianyu glanced at the four relatives and thought to himself, "I didn't expect you guys. Why are you scared like that?" Li Tianyu went straight to the payment window. Yi Tsueping called out to Li Tianyu, "Xiao Yu, do you have enough money? There should be enough in Mom and Dad's card as well." Li Tianyu, "Mom, don't worry, it's enough." I only saw Li Tianyu arrive at the window, directly hand in the list, and then took out his bank card and swiped it, entering the password. In a short while, Li Tianyu walked back with a stack of return receipts. The payment was successful. Everyone was stunned on the spot. I didn't expect that Li Tianyu would really have the balls to directly take on all the expenses. At this time, Li Tianyu handed Li Guohua another bank card. "Dad, this is my new card. There are 200,000 in it. You and Mom can use it first. If Grandpa's side uses the money again, you don't have to save it. If it's not enough, I'll call you again." 200,000. Li Guohua and Yi Tsueping looked at each other with incredulous expressions. The others were even more extremely shocked and at the same time extremely envious. "It's not easy." Li Tianyu just paid a deposit of 180,000, and this time he took out another 200,000 for his parents. Obviously, what a fortune. How much money Li Tianyu had. These relatives didn't know, and Li Tianyu was sure they couldn't even imagine it. Li Tianyu, "Dad? Mom, are you guys hungry?" Li thought about it and said, "There's no rush. I'm not really hungry yet." Yi Tsueping patted Li Guohua before she smiled and said, "Hungry? Let's go. Let's go eat together." "Yes, call your grandmother." Li Guohua, "There has to be someone left behind. There's going to be a ward change later." Yi Tsueping bristled. "What's the matter? It's just as well that those two families don't contribute any money. Can't they contribute some effort?" Saying that, Yi Tsueping brought the slips from Li Tianyu's hand, then walked to Li Renjun and Li Kaijun and handed those return slips to them. "Take these sheets. You'll need them when you change wards later. And anything else you should collect." The two brothers, Li Renjun and Li Kaijun, didn't react for a moment and were coy as if on reflex. Yi Tsueping continued, "I'll ask Mom to go eat with me in a while. This has been busy for most of the day. If she doesn't eat, the old lady won't be able to hold up. You guys keep an eye on Dad, and look for a doctor in time if anything happens." "Oh yes, yes," Yi Tsueping added. "You few take more trouble. When we have eaten well, we will come over to replace you." Han Chunmei wanted to say something from the side, but opened her mouth and swallowed back. Yi Tsueping did not even look at Han Chunmei. The words are not with her. She Han Chunmei. Even if her mouth is sharp, she does not know what to say. Besides, people are right, the money is Li Tianyu out, they did not contribute money. Contribute some effort is of course a natural thing, no problem. It's just how that's uncomfortable to think about. But what can you do if you are uncomfortable? They also could only watch the family of three, the old lady Zhang Yuzhen, to help away. At this time, Nyoli, who hadn't said much, couldn't help but say, "Did Tianyu increase his salary? How did you save so much money?" Han Chunmei, "Who knows? Looking at the way he spends his money lavishly, this money should come quite easily." Li Renjun frowned. "Don't you guys chatter blindly, netting others a joke?" Han Chunmei this time finally stopped talking. These two families of theirs, they are indeed justified. If it really spreads out, it's too embarrassing. Maybe let people poke their spine. Gotta take the chance to put on a good show. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu's family and his grandmother, Zhang Yuzhen, sat down at a restaurant outside the hospital. Zhang Yuzhen, "Xiaoyu, turn around and send me home. I'll go get you the money. You can't be allowed to pay for this cure." Li Tianyu patted the back of his grandmother's hand. "Grandma, you should leave it alone. Grandson, I've earned money outside. It's only right to honor you." Once Yi Tsueping heard this, her son's words were getting more and more level. Chapter 87. Arrangements finally made. Yi Tsueping said smilingly, "Mom, Tianyu, since he has this heart, and has this ability. Let him go do it. You do not worry about it. Back if he has difficulties, not still have us it. Although Li Tianyu spent a large sum of money, but I have to admit that Yi Tsueping felt very dignified. Although Li Guohua is the eldest of the three brothers, but the nature of the soft, Yi Tsueping always felt in Han Chunmei was pressed head. Everything is powerful to make not feel. This time, Li Tianyu, the eldest son, was finally in front of the other two families, giving her a long face as a mother. In fact, not to mention Yi Tsueping, even Li Guohua felt that Li Tianyu ran the show today, making him feel very comfortable. Zhang Yuzhen moved her lips and dropped her tears again. It's still Xiaoyu who is good, and didn't love him in vain. Your grandpa would be especially happy if he knew about it. Li Tianyu felt that the atmosphere has become heavy again, and grandpa did not do anything. Why make it like a parting of life and death? He hurriedly greeted everyone with food. Now Li Shiyuan's surgery is also scheduled. Zhang Yuzhen's heart is basically put down. Cardiovascular bypass technology is now very mature. Is not too dangerous surgery. With this hospital's medical conditions, there should be no problem. At this time, Li Guohua couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, what happened to that money of yours? Li Tianyu was stunned. What's wrong? Li Guohua, how did you suddenly have so much money? You didn't earn it from working, did you? Yi Tsueping glared at Li Guohua without any good humor. What do you care how you earned it? Li Guohua, what do you know? It's not that easy to make money these days. We can't do it. Li Tianyu hurriedly interrupted his father's words. Dad, don't worry. I didn't do anything illegal. I jumped ship some time ago. In this regard, Li Tianyu had long been prepared. Yi Tsueping, jumped ship? Where did you jump? Tianyu Li, I went to Iowa Realty and was given a very high position, reporting directly to the boss, and my salary was doubled several times. Li Guohua's eyes lit up. Iowa Real Estate? Alas, that's a big company. Iowa Real Estate Group is, after all, a real estate company that is counted throughout the country, and most people have heard of it. Yi Tsueping was also happy. Then you must do a good job. Li Tianyu, Mom, don't worry, with my son's current ability, I'm not worried about money. Ugh hi. I told you were fat, but you're really panting. Although Yi Tsueping said so on her lips, but in her heart, she could not mention how happy she was. At this time, grandmother Zhang Yuzhen suddenly said, By the way, Xiaoyu, you're not too young anymore. It's time to find a date. With this statement, Yi Tsueping became concerned. Yes, son. How about the one I introduced to you last time? Is he still in touch? Li Tianyu knew that his mother was talking about Chen Onlu. To be honest, Chen Onlu was quite pretty, and Li Tianyu was certain that he could handle her. But it wasn't like the current Li Tianyu was all that eager to mess with Chen Onlu. I don't know why. Maybe it has something to do with the change of mind after the system remodeling. The current Li Tianyu is a bit negative about his feelings. He's in no hurry to find a girlfriend right now. In fact, with Li Tianyu's current ability, it was true that he wouldn't be short of women. Wouldn't it be nice to play the game? Why be chained to one person so early in life? Thinking of this, Li Tianyu hurriedly responded, Mom, people are demanding and can't see me. Yi Tsueping was a bit angry. Yo, you still can't see my son. How high is your vision? It's okay. Let's take our time to look. With our conditions, we can definitely find a better one. Li Tianyu laughed. That's right. I'm still young. You guys are also young. There's no rush. Yi Tsueping added, By the way, Xiao Rou has started school for several months. Have you been to see her? Xiao Rou of course refers to Tang Rou. Although she is not a real niece, Tang Rou has a good personality and especially attracts Yi Tsueping's favor, always asking about her from time to time. Li Tianyu, I just saw her 2 days ago. She's fine, so don't worry. Yi Tsueping, she just went to the imperial capital. She's not familiar with life. You as a cousin should take care of her more. I've heard that young people get depressed these days. Li Tianyu glanced at Yi Tsueping, thinking that this girl should not be that delicate. Depression? I'm afraid Tang Rou is insulated from that kind of illness. The meal was so enjoyable that even the grandmother Zhang Yuzhen, who has always had a very small amount of food, unprecedentedly ate a whole bowl of rice. When several people finished eating and returned to the hospital, grandfather Li Shuyuan had already been transferred to the VIP ward in the inpatient department. The two families of Li Renjun and Li Kaijun were conscientious and responsible, not sloppy, and arranged everything properly. The condition of this ward is really much better, more than 20 square feet, separate bathroom and a shower, air conditioning, TV, headboxes, and even beds for accompanying family members. Li Shuyuan woke up and could drink small amounts of water although he was still weak. Seeing this situation, Li Tianyu also sort of put down his heart. The next thing is to wait for the hospital to arrange for the operation. I believe that there is no need to wait for too long. After a while, the nurse came over to notify the family, saying that they were not allowed to keep so many people in the ward, affecting the patient's rest. So the people discussed it. Li Renjun stayed with the bed first, and the others waited for the shift change. In fact, VIP wards have full-time nursing staff, so even if you don't stay in bed with them, there's no big deal. His father, Li Guohua, and his mother, Yi Tsueping, drove the family car home, while Li Tianyu was responsible for sending his grandmother, Zhang Yuzhen, home. Zhang Yuzhen took a look at Li Tianyu's car and thought it was quite beautiful. Zhang Yuzhen, Xiaoyu, this car looks quite interesting, like a frog. Li Tianyu smiled and said, "You old man can see it too? Your grandson is such a personality." Zhang Yuzhen, this car is quite expensive, isn't it? More than $200,000. Li Tianyu laughed out loud. Grandma, a car that costs more than $200,000 can't be compared to this car of ours. Yo, that's great. Li Tianyu started the car and drove towards his grandparents' home. The two old people's home is located in the old town of Yenyun City. Both sides of the street are old buildings, and the road surface is also potholed. If you drive Li Tianyu's family's Windjammer supercar, definitely not a few hundred meters to repair the chassis. Li Tianyu also hadn't seen his grandmother for a long time, and he didn't feel bored while driving and talking. At this time, Zhang Yuzhen suddenly saw an acquaintance standing on the side of the road. Yo, that's your Auntie Hai Young, remember? Li Tianyu was stunned. He did remember this person. Yang Huiying was his grandparents' old neighbor. When he was young, Li Tianyu lived at his grandparents' house and still saw her often. Then Yang Huiying's family moved away from the old family home, and they basically never saw it again. Thank you to Precepts 26,128 points for the generous bounty. Thanks to Transcendental Book Sage Knight, Forsaken Shadow, and 100 Play Addiction for their rewards. Chapter 88. It's time to surprise your loved ones. Grandma. Say hello to her? Yeah. Li Tianyu slammed on the brakes and pulled over. At this time, Yang Huiying seemed to have just finished buying groceries, pulling a shopping cart in her hand, and was talking to a young man. Li Tianyu helped Zhang Yuzhen out of the car and walked towards those two people one after the other. Yang Huiying hadn't paid attention before, and once she turned her head, she was happy. That's our old neighbor Zhang Yuzhen. Yo, old Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Yuzhen. Yeah, you haven't been to the dance lately either. Haven't seen you since. Yang Huiying. Hey, I've been busy lately. These seniors often go to the small square in the neighborhood to dance and meet from time to time, even if they don't live together. The old man hospitalized thing, Zhang Yuzhen also did not intend to talk to Yang Huiying, although it is an acquaintance, but now there is nothing not to find that trouble. Li Tianyu took the initiative to greet Yang Huiying. Yang Huiying, of course, also had an impression of Li Tianyu and said straight away that he had grown so big. Zhang Yuzhen then wanted to casually chat a couple of sentences and leave, but who knew that Yang Huiying seemed to have encountered something particularly happy and took the initiative to talk about it. Old Zhang, I'm telling you, our Fu Huali neighborhood is going to be demolished. Zhang Yuzhen. Really? Is it accurate? Yang Huiying. That's certainly accurate. There are eviction notices posted in front of the neighborhood, saying that a big shopping mall will be built there. Zhang Yuzhen revealed a look of envy. That's really good. How many square meters is your house? You can get a lot of resettlement housing and compensation, right? Yang Huiying. It's okay. Okay. My house is just over 100 square feet. Not much. Even though she said so, Yang Huiying couldn't hide the laughter that flowed out. It's no wonder that demolition is a big event in China. Not only do you get money, but you also have a new house to live in, which is better than winning the lottery. After chatting with Yang Huiying for a couple more sentences, Li Tianyu and Zhang Yuzhen got into the car again and drove towards her home. Zhang Yuzhen. Your Aunt Huiying has sort of made it. Li Tianyu. What's wrong? Zhang Yuzhen. Meet the demolition of the chant, have a new house to live. In fact, that neighborhood is not old. Really did not think that will be demolished there. Li Tianyu was happy. Grandma, if you want to live in a new house, just tell me. I'll buy you a set. A bigger one. Zhang Yuzhen. Oh, how expensive that would be. You'd better save it for your daughter-in-law. Li Tianyu. See what you're saying. Marrying a daughter-in-law is not as important as you and Grandpa. Zhang Yuzhen. Net nonsense. As we speak, it arrives. After dropping his grandmother off at home and settling in, Li Tianyu didn't sit down for long before coming out. He's gonna come back tomorrow and take a trip home first now. Just out of the door of the house, Zhang Yuzhen chased out again, holding a small paper box, which looked quite heavy. Li Tianyu hastily took it over. Grandma. Strange heavy. What is this thing? What's it for? Zhang Yuzhen smiled. This is for you? Don't you like to eat the canned food made by Grandma the most? Grandma specially made a few bottles for you. Li Tianyu opened it and saw that it was full of 10 jars of fully handcrafted canned fruits. Indeed, Li Tianyu has loved canned food made by Zhang Yuzhen since he was a child. No additives, healthy, clean, and hygienic. It's just a pain in the ass to make. But Grandma still makes it a couple times a year, and most of it is reserved for Tiny Li to eat. Zhang Yuzhen added, Go back and eat it quickly. Don't let it spoil. Well, thanks Grandma. Zhang Yuzhen. Slow down when you drive. Aha! As he watched Zhang Yuzhen enter the house, melancholy flooded Li Tianyu's heart. My grandparents are getting older and used to walk quite steadily. Li Tianyu looked up at the few bungalows and the decades-old courtyard, and was again a little out of breath. This place is full of childhood memories. However, it is becoming less and less suitable for the elderly. It's fine in the summer, but in the winter it's poorly sealed, and even with the heat it's pretty cold. Grandparents have worked hard all their lives and it's time to improve their living conditions. Grandpa, in particular, has a chronic cardiovascular condition and can't stand the cold, even if he gets better later. Although Yenyun City was a medium-sized city, the price of housing wasn't low. The average price of a new house was about 20,000 square meters, and in slightly better locations and neighborhoods, it even exceeded 30,000 soft mints per square meter. When you do the math this way, it would cost at least $2 to $3 million to buy a large house of over 100 square feet. What about buying a small house? Not very reliable. Grandparents are used to living in a big house and shouldn't be used to it. Alone? It's a pain in the ass, and Li Tianyu doesn't want to do it. Li Tianyu hesitated. Should he use the system to get a whole set of good houses in Yenyun City? However, with Li Tianyu's current system level, there was a limit. 10 residences, which was a lot to say the least, was actually not forbidden, and Li Tianyu had intended to use it for the highest value. Yenyun City was not even a second-tier city and clearly did not fall into this range. However, in order to improve the conditions for his loved ones, Li Tianyu still had the intention to do so. Not to mention the grandparents. Li Tianyu's parents' family has lived in that old house for many years, and it's time for a change. Li Tianyu thought to himself, if his house meets the demolition of this kind of thing is good. Suddenly, Li Tianyu had a flash of light and thought of a solution. If this works, it's like throwing a rock in the river and blowing up a bunch of big fish. Awesome. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu held the small box, jogged out of the courtyard door, put the small box into the trunk, opened the door and got on the car, started the engine and drove out of the family yard. Li Tianyu didn't go home first, but went to the Fawari neighborhood. It's the same neighborhood where Yang Huiying lives that's about to be demolished. Li Tianyu had never been to the Fawari neighborhood, so he was following the navigation. Fawari neighborhood, not far from the family home where the grandparents live. A slow drive in the old town took only 10 minutes. Still, the neighborhood is in a pretty good location, right on the border between the old and new towns. Most of the neighborhoods are high-rise residential areas with high population densities, while Fawari itself is all multi-story buildings. That is, the kind of old-fashioned slab buildings without elevators that top out at 6 stories. It is no wonder that some real estate developers have taken a liking to this site. The location is good, the demolition cost is low, and the neighborhood is full of high-density residential areas, so there is a lot of commercial value, and it is quite suitable for building shopping malls and shopping centers. Li Tianyu drove to the entrance of the Fuhuali neighborhood, and just as soon as he got out of the car, he saw many people standing at the entrance. Li Tianyu walked over and realized that those people were reading the announcement posted on the bulletin board at the entrance. That's the eviction notice for the Fawari neighborhood. Thanks to Shy to Piggy, Special 1 Team, Biggs Wenjing, Board Eater, Bookworm 2020. 0.4108, Evergreen Tree 666, Datong Benchu, National Old Bookworm, and Super Blood Learning Nerd for their bounties. Thank you to all the bookworms who voted for the recommendation and who saw this chapter. Thank you to the book lovers who have been supporting the author. Chapter 89 Demolition and Relocation. Count me in. Li Tianyu squeezed in and looked at it slightly. This notice of eviction is not written long and the content is very simple, to the effect that this demolition is still quite urgent. The measurements are going to be taken in the house at the end of this month, and there is a bonus for signing off on the time. If things go well, the neighborhood will be bulldozed next month. Compensation and resettlement are not written by the government, and specific bylaw instruments will be issued only after measurements have been taken. The onlookers were already talking. Some of them had a look of excitement on their faces. Some had a thoughtful look on their faces and seemed to be mulling over the demolition policy. More people are only envious. The words are full of sighs. Crowd. This neighborhood is really going to be demolished, and there's going to be a bunch of boomers again. Crowd B. No, it's just too much luck. This neighborhood isn't even 10 years old, right? And it's really going to be torn down. Crowd C. Haha. I live in this neighborhood, and last I heard, resettlement housing might be counted at 1.5 times. As soon as this person's words fell, he immediately became the center of attention. At 1.5 times, it's now a very enviable ratio. For a 100 square meter house, that's a pretty good deal for a 150 square meter resettlement house. Crowd. Ugh, that's great. If the house is big enough, then there's no chance of getting an extra set out. Crowd C. Our home is not big and not small, 110 square feet, just can then the whole small household and demolition money. I heard that each flat to make up for quite a lot. I do not know exactly how much anyway, do not let the old neighborhood to suffer. These words were so coveted that many people began to ask questions and ask for tidbits of information again. After listening for a while, Li Tianyu felt that what these people said was of little value, so he squeezed out of the crowd. In fact, he had already made up his mind. Yes, he's planning to get a house in this neighborhood. By buying? Of course, it's not feasible. The news of the demolition has been put out for all to see. Who would sell a house that is going to be demolished? That's either a lunatic or a cutie pie. But Li Tianyu is a system enhanced, and the impossible has become completely possible. However, in the end, the plan was not feasible. Li Tianyu did not have full certainty, but also had to ask the system's meaning. System, I know you can't sell a house you get from paying taxes, but the proceeds from demolition are always okay, right? System assistant. No problem. Both demolition money and resettlement housing can be obtained normally and are not subject to the system. System assistant. In addition, system properties that have been acquired by the host can be reset by destroying the amount. System assistant. Please note that after the destruction of a system property, there will be no further revenue from that property. I see, the so-called destruction does not make the house disappear, but just no longer belongs to the host. However, the system's words made Li Tianyu's heart rejoice. His plan was feasible and could even be said to be seamless. When you get a property from the system in the Fawari neighborhood, not only can you get demolition compensation for normal demolition, but also the resettlement houses you get are not restricted by the system, so you can buy and sell them freely. Li Tianyu. I have a house in the Fawari neighborhood, and there's more than one. Li Tianyu couldn't wait to open the system interface, clicked into the order center, and refreshed the list. Sure enough, property tax information appeared for the Fawari neighborhood. Community name, Fawari neighborhood. Community location, East Guqing Road, Yenyun City. Building type, multi-story slab building. Room number, Building 7, 203. Room size, 130 square meters. Taxable amount, 13,800 soft sisters dollars. Community name, Fawari neighborhood. Community location, Guqing East Road, Yenyun City. Building type, multi-story slab building. Room no. Building 2, 402. Room size, 98 square meters. Amount of tax payment, 11,300 yen soft money. Community name, Fawari neighborhood. Community location, Guqing East Road, Yenyun City. Building type, multi-story slab building. Room no. Building 11, 603. Room size, 145 square meters. Amount of tax payment, 23,600 yen soft sister currency. Li Tianyu took a look at the listings, and indeed all of them were houses in the Fuhuali neighborhood. And that's a little too much to pay in taxes compared to a house in Imperial. On second thought, it's also possible that the value of the house has increased because it's on the verge of demolition. Why only 3 sets though? Li Tianyu now had $500,000 in tax credits every day, and it was no problem at all to buy dozens of sets. Li Tianyu clicked the refresh button, but the list did not change at all. It was still the same 3 houses. Tapped it again, still no change. Is this system broken? System assistant. The refresh function is invalid and only these 3 sets are available in this neighborhood. As it turns out, there isn't an unlimited supply of houses, and the system should have screened out eligible houses as well. Objectively speaking, it's not easy to find 3 houses in a neighborhood that's about to move to demolition, and Li Tianyu can only get 10 sets of houses from the system, and then a few more sets of cannot eat. When the 3 houses are demolished, that spot will be open again. That's a pretty solid approach. Without hesitation, Li Tianyu began to click on the 3 houses in turn to determine the tax. Tax withholding information. 13,800 yen deducted successfully.
11,300 yen deducted successfully.
23,600 yen deducted successfully. Total deductions, 48,700 soft selenium dollars. Asset acquisition information. Fawari 7 Building 203 get successful. Fawari number 2 Building 402 get successful. 603 Building 11, Fu Huali get successful. All 3 houses are done. Li Tianyu smiled from ear to ear, spending less than $50,000 to get 3 houses. This isn't just any house, it's a house that's going to be demolished. Even if the demolition money doesn't give much, the resettlement house alone is worth it. The resettlement housing is now less dismal than it used to be, with more reasonable neighborhoods and layouts. That way, even if you don't rent it out, you can still give it to your family to go live in, and if you want to sell the extra, you can sell it or rent it, so it's like the best of both worlds. On a more important note, if the levy and demolition progresses normally, this neighborhood will be demolished next month. In other words, the investment pays off quickly. I also don't know when the resettlement housing will be built. It would be nice if it would be quicker as well. Now Li Tianyu was just waiting for someone to notify him to pick up the real estate license. But there's no point in waiting around, so why not just go into the neighborhood and see what's going on? With this in mind, Li Tianyu raised his steps and entered the entrance of the neighborhood. This Fu Huali district is actually a unit of welfare housing, so built up although less than 10 years, but the planning and configuration of the district yard are old-fashioned design. Although the building is built well and the sanitary condition is also okay, clean and dry, but there is one thing that Li Tianyu dislikes very much, that is, the parking space is seriously insufficient. The surface parking spaces have long been full, and other spots where you can park are packed to the gills, and the aisles where you can walk are narrow and really uncomfortable. Chapter 90. Too many houses to remember. And there doesn't seem to be any underground parking in this neighborhood, which is kind of a pretty big flaw. Li Tianyu was secretly shaking his head when he was suddenly called out. Looking back, it was actually Auntie Yang Huiying, whom I had just met, with an additional young man beside her. That guy, right? Li Tianyu looks familiar. Li Tianyu immediately remembered that this man should be Aunt Yang Huiying's grandson Dong Peng. When Li Tianyu was a child living at his grandparents' house, he played with Dong Peng. They were both about the same age and they played well together back then. But it's been 20 years, and it's long since been forgotten. Li Tianyu first greeted Auntie Yang Huiying. Hello, Auntie Hai Yang. Hello, hello, hello. By the way, do you still recognize my grandson?
Yang Huiying asked, pointing at Dong Peng.
Recognize. Li Tianyu took the initiative to extend his hand to shake Dong Peng's. Li Tianyu did not use the Master of Information ability. Long past the freshness, will not be used without the need. Looking at Dong Peng's expression, he didn't show much enthusiasm towards Li Tianyu. It's not hard to understand. After all these years, even childhood playmates have long since become strangers now. What's more, they are now all entering the society and working, and there are more and more distractions in their minds, so they are not as simple, tender, and lovely as they were when they were students. Li Tianyu does not care. Anyway, if you are not enthusiastic, I will not be enthusiastic. Basically, there is no chance to meet again in the future. Auntie Yang Huiying is very enthusiastic, has been introduced that Dong Peng is now working in Lehigh City, also just returned to visit relatives. Lehigh City was also a first-tier city in the country, on par with the imperial capital, considered an economic center, and even a bit more prosperous and fashionable than the imperial capital. By the way, Peng, what kind of work are you doing now? Grandma there forgot. I'm an engineer. Li Tianyu was happy. Siege Lion Quite good. Quite good. Do Siege earn more? When he said this, Dong Peng was still a bit smug and seemed to have a bit of a superiority complex. By the way, Xiaoyu, I heard from your grandmother that you work in the imperial capital? What is it for? Yang Huiying asked. Li Tianyu had no choice but to respond. I'm a turtle transforming lion. Regulation? Planner? What does that do? Saying that, Yang Huiying also looked back at her grandson. Dong Peng immediately said, I think it's giving people ideas, right? Oh, the idea guy. That's pretty good, pretty good. Li Tianyu didn't care, thinking that he would hurry up and chat for a few minutes before leaving. who knows that Yang Huiying is also a chatterbox, talking endlessly. Yang Huiying asked curiously, "By the way, what are you doing here, Li Tianyu? Didn't I hear you say that this place is going to be demolished, so I came over to take a look?" Yang Huiying immediately smiled and said, "Alas, what is there to see? The demolition is not a good thing. I have lived for so many years, in fact, do not want to go." Dong Peng thought more than Yang Huiying and couldn't help but ask, "You don't want to watch the fast demolition, so you want to come and buy a house to invest, right?" Li Tianyu was stunned, thinking that his guess was right, except that he had already bought it. Dong Peng continued, "I'm telling you, there's no chance now that the news has been released who will still sell the house. Even if there is a sale, it's still a sky-high price, and it will definitely be more expensive than the imperial capital." Yang Huiying waved her hand. "Xiaoyu, let me tell you, the account and real estate have been frozen, so you can't transfer the account even if you buy it." The two said so, exuding a sense of superiority. As soon as they encounter a demolition, many people say that they do not want to demolish the building, but in fact, they still rejoice in their hearts. Looking at Dong Peng's little expression, it was rather like a loser who was too naive for Li Tianyu and wanted to speculate but couldn't make it. However, Li Tianyu said casually, "You guys have misunderstood. I'm not trying to come over to buy a house. I'm here to collect the house." Dong Peng and Yang Huiying were stunned. "Taking over the house? What do you mean?" Li Tianyu smiled and said, "Actually, I bought a good house here a few months ago, and I haven't been able to go in to look at it. So I happen to be free today, and I've heard that it's going to be demolished, so I came over to take a look." "Huh, bought it?" Li Tianyu. "I saw the requisition notice at the entrance. It's great. It's going to be bulldozed next month. I just bought this house. If I don't look at it, I won't have a chance." Yang Huiying. "Yo, you're really lucky then. What building and what room did you buy?" Li Tianyu. "Auntie Huiying, I bought 3 sets. Let's see. I think it's 1 set each in Building 7, Building 2 and Building 11. It seems to be." Dong Peng revealed an incredulous look. "What do you mean it seems to be? Could it be that you can't remember the exact house number of the house you bought?" Li Tianyu waved his hand. "How can I remember? I have too many houses to clear." "That's a crazy thing to say. Is it true or not?" What Li Tianyu said is not a lie. He does have a lot of houses. In addition to the 3 extra sets that just came out, there are still several sets in the empire. Dong Peng didn't quite believe it. "How many years have you, Li Tianyu, been working? Is it 10 years since you graduated from college?" He Dong Peng, a siege lion, several years of service, wages above average, which just bought a small apartment in Lehigh City Loan, or in the suburbs. "It's unlikely that you, Li Tianyu, actually have several houses." At that moment, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar local number. Li Tianyu pressed the answer button. "Ah, you are the janitor, Mr. Nyo? Hello, how are you?" "Yes, I'm Li Tianyu, and you have the real estate license?" "That's just right. I'm just inside the neighborhood, on the road directly opposite the gate." "Okay. I'll wave, you should be able to see me." Li Tianyu reached out and waved. Sure enough, I saw an older man in the concierge walking over to the side with a paper bag in his hand. That grandpa was none other than the doorman, Grandpa Nyo. Nyo Moncler Outlet Online took a look at Yang Huiying. "Yo, you're here too." Yang Huiying couldn't help but say, "Old Ox, what are you doing?" Nyo Moncler Outlet Online. "I'm not giving him something. Just now someone put it in my place. Said it was the owner Li Tianyu's stuff." With that, Grandpa Nyo handed the yellow paper bag to Li Tianyu. Of course, Li Tianyu knew what was inside, so he tore a hole and took out the contents. 3 red books, held in large hands, hearts heavy. That's a real estate license. 3 real estate certificates for 3 houses. Li Tianyu opened them one by one, respectively, the real estate right certificates of Building 7-203, Building 2-402, and Building 11-603. Yang Huiying and Dong Peng looked straight ahead. Even the doorman Nyoda, he could not help but say, "Heh, you have 3 houses, and all of them are in Fu Huali. Young man, you're rich." Li Qianwu arched his hand. "Thank you, Auntie Hai Young. We'll be neighbors from now on. Let me know if you have any news later." "Ah? Well, I'll call you if anything comes up later." Chapter 91. Isn't your son also my son? Li Tianyu really did leave a phone number for Yang Huiying. When it comes to things like evictions, all kinds of gossip can come true, so it's good to have an acquaintance who can tip you off. Li Tianyu chatted casually with the 2 men for a few more moments before excusing himself and leaving. If he had glanced back, he would have seen Dong Peng putting on an envious expression. It's no wonder. 3 houses in Fawari. It'll be a fortune once they're demolished. Not to mention the amount of money that can be given for demolition and relocation. Just those resettlement houses are coveted. And Lee Tian-yu is so young. Where did he get so much money to buy a house? And he bought 3 houses at once. Is this planner really that lucrative? Yang Huiying was also a bit confused, murmuring, I couldn't really see it when I was a kid, but I grew up to be so accomplished. Even though the voice was small, Dong Peng heard it, and a rather embarrassed look appeared on his face. Originally, he thought he was good enough to get ahead, senior software engineer, with a monthly salary of more than 30,000 soft dollars, but he did not expect to be stepped on by Lee Tianyu ruthlessly. At the same time, Lee Tianyu began to visit the 3 houses in Fuhuali. It's going to be demolished soon, but you can't even look at it. Of the 3 houses, 2 of them are large with more than 100 square meters, all 3 bedrooms, and the one with 145 square meters has 2 bathrooms, so it's still quite comfortable to live in. Lee Tianyu went in and looked around. The decoration was as good as ever, stylish and simple, with a reasonable layout and high style. Household appliances are also available. It's such a shame that such a nice renovation will soon be torn down to the studs. Wait a minute. What about all the appliances if we demolish the house? They can't just be thrown out with the house, can they? TVs, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, and even ovens and dishwashers not often used in domestic households are available. Can these things be moved out? Even if you can't sell them, you can use them yourself. System assistant. You can use it for your own use, but you cannot buy, sell, or transfer it, or it will be destroyed. By destroyed, I assume it means broken. It can't just explode in place, can it? System assistant. Host. That's not necessarily true. Well, there's no way to communicate with the system assistant anymore. Dealing with appliances and furniture and these things is a small matter. Lee Tianyu does not dwell on it. After all, this kind of 6-story slab building has no elevator, so it all depends on 2 legs. Lee Tianyu then thought about driving home and resting for a while first. As soon as I entered the house, I could smell the meal. Yi Tsueping and Li Guohua are both busy in the kitchen, both husband and wife doing the work. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yi Tsueping shouted from the kitchen, Xiaoyu, why are you back this late? Li Tianyu, I went around the neighborhood. What are you guys doing for dinner? Yi Tsueping, there's everything, all your favorites. Li Tianyu was indeed hungry and appetizing. The fragrant rice was brought to the table plate by plate, and Li Tianyu had just picked up his chopsticks when he thought of something else, so he put them down again. Yi Tsueping asked strangely, what's wrong?
No appetite.
No, I'll give you both something before I forget it later. Saying that, Li Tianyu brought that paper bag from the sofa and handed it to Yi Tsueping. What is it? Yi Tsueping asked while opening the paper bag. Upon seeing what was inside, the expression became even more puzzled. Li looked out. Real estate license? 3 red real estate rights certificates out. Li Tianyu's parents looked straight in the eyes. Yi Tsueping couldn't help but say, Xiaoyu, what's this? Only then did Li Tianyu pick up his chopsticks and eat. I bought 3 houses in the Fawari neighborhood before, and I just got the title deeds. Fawari neighborhood? Which neighborhood is that? Li Guohua and Yi Tsueping looked at each other, confused. Li Guohua. I know, I said it sounds familiar. It's right by the old town. Go to his grandparents' house passing by. Yi Tsueping revealed a dawning realization. Oh, it is there. That neighborhood looks okay. But how did you buy 3 sets? That house price is cheap. Li Guohua. Cheap what? Already a new city. The price of housing has to be 20,000. Li Guohua said it easily. But like his daughter-in-law Yi Tsueping, he was quite surprised. Even if it's $20,000 a square foot, how much would 3 houses cost? Take another look at the square footage on that real estate license. A set of 98 square feet. A set of 130 square feet. The last set is even better. 145 flat. Can this be lived in? Yi Tsueping couldn't help but say, Xiaoyu, are you thinking of marrying 3 daughters-in-law? Thumbs up. Cough. Cough. Li Tianyu almost spat out all the rice in his mouth. I didn't really see it before, and Mom's brain is not normally big. Li Guohua said seriously, what are you talking about? That's bigamy. Li Tianyu's face was covered in black lines, and he quickly waved his hand. Dad, Mom, can you guys say something reliable? Yi Tsueping said to Li Guohua. Look, the child how capable. Do not have to worry about the matter of the matrimonial home. People have long ago bought a good, but also more than one set. Li Guohua was of course happy. Who wouldn't want their son to be successful? Li Tianyu added, don't rush to be happy. You guys still have to be busy later. Yi Suiping's face changed. What's wrong? What else is wrong? Li Tianyu. There's no problem. It's this Fawari neighborhood. It's going to be demolished soon. Ha! Seriously? Yi Suiping and Li Guohua were taken aback. What's so great about it? I just bought 3 houses and I can't believe they are all going to be demolished. That's not normal luck. My God. This is like winning the jackpot. Yi Suiping couldn't help but sigh. Li Guohua was more cautious. Is this news accurate? It's not just a rumor, is it? Li Tianyu. The news is very accurate. Now the district entrance has been posted relocation notice, seems to be quite urgent. The normal relocation is completed. The construction will start next month. So soon. So, what's that demolition policy? I don't know. I should be issuing the relevant notification form afterward. Li Tianyu added, I'm usually not in the imperial capital, so you two will do this for me. Yi Suiping smiled from ear to ear. That's no problem, we're usually not busy anyway. Alas, I don't know how the resettlement house is going to be given. Generally speaking, it will definitely be more than now. Li Guohua. What's the point of getting so many houses? It's not like he can live here. Yi Suiping glared at Li Guohua. You still think there are too many houses? Li Tianyu. I am not able to live here. This house is for your 2 elders and grandparents. The rest can be rented out. See, it's still my son who is good.
Ye Suiping glanced at Li Guohua.
Li Guohua responded helplessly. What do you mean? Isn't your son also my son? Chapter 92. Brother-in-law's troubles. After eating, Yi Suiping couldn't wait to pull Li Guohua and left the door. They were going to Fu Hua Lane to see the 3 houses for themselves. Look at Yi Suiping's excitement. It's not likely that if the conditions are right, she's going to live there. Li Tianyu brewed a pot of tea and just drank a cup when his cell phone rang. Li Tianyu glanced at the screen. It was his sister Li calling. Casually, he answered the phone, and the environment on the other end of the line seemed to be in a car. Li Tianyu. Sis, where are you? Lily? I'm outside, just about to pick up Tina. Ting Ting's name is Shi Shui Ting and she is Li Li's daughter and Li Tianyu's niece. Li Li got married early and Shi Shui Ting is now in the 2nd grade. Tanya Li. You drove there by yourself? Li Li. Yeah, by the way, why can't you get through to mom and dad? It's killing me. Li Tianming thought to himself. These 2 families are probably blindly wandering around the Fawari neighborhood. They have backward ears. So I guess they didn't hear. What's your hurry? Li Li. Can it not be urgent? I just got off work and heard that Grandpa is sick. How is he now? Li Tianming. It's okay now. I've just been hospitalized and I'm waiting for bypass surgery. Li Li. That's fine. I'll pick up Ting Ting and go to the hospital. Li Tianming. Sis, where's my brother-in-law? Isn't he going? Li Li. He had a meeting at noon and said he'd take a cab there afterward. After thinking about it, Li Tianyu said, how about this? You give me the address of your brother-in-law's meeting. I'll go pick him up. Li Li. No, just let him take his own cab. Li Tianyu said that he didn't have much to do anyway, so he happened to go for a spin, and also took a look at his brother-in-law. Speaking of which, Li Tianyu hadn't seen his brother-in-law Shi Feng for a long time, and it was time to go say hello. Li Li thought about it and thought it would be good, so she agreed. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and soon received a text message from Li Li with the address of his brother-in-law Shi Feng's meeting. Shi Feng works for an architectural design firm called Hui'en, where he is the head of design. In Yenyun City, Shi Feng could be called young and talented, and his salary was above the level of Yenyun City. Of course, compared to the imperial capital, it was still a long way off. The meeting that Shi Feng attended was actually a tender communication meeting, which took place at the Yuta building. Yuta Mansion is right in the center of Yenyun City. Li Tianyu was no stranger to the area. There were a few big shopping centers over there. Li Tianyu grabbed his car keys, locked the door, and went downstairs. It took more than half an hour to get from home to Yuta Mansion in a slight traffic jam. Li Tianyu had already called Shi Feng in advance, and the 2 had arranged to meet in the lobby on the 1st floor of the building's north wing. When he arrived at the lobby on the 1st floor of the north building, Li Tianyu saw that Shi Feng was sitting on a sofa in the lounge area looking at his cell phone. Li Tianyu then walked over to say hello. Shi Feng also stood up and patted Li Tianyu's shoulder. I heard that you've grown in skill recently. Li Tianyu smiled. Brother-in-law, it's been a long time, so don't bury me. By the way, how did the meeting go? Once Shi Feng heard this, he began to shake his head and sigh. Li Tianyu was confused. What? How can a meeting be like this? Shi Feng, in our line of work, communication meetings are still quite important. In the past, Li Tianyu was completely uninterested in Shi Feng's work, but it was different now. No matter what it was, Li Tianyu wanted to hear about it. Li Tianyu wanted to listen, so that Shi Feng spoke up. Shi Feng is engaged in architectural design, usually participate in the bidding of real estate companies. If the winning bid, that is, the design was selected by the real estate companies, then their work during this time will not be in vain. And this so-called communication meeting is actually a meeting with a large real estate company and a warm-up for a bidding session. The purpose is for real estate companies to exchange ideas with the designers involved in the bidding process. This real estate company is a local company in Yenyun City called Shuhong Real Estate. And of course, Shi Feng is not the only design organization participating in the bidding. Shi Feng. There are about 4 or 5, but in comparison, it's us Huiyan who are more powerful. After all, we're an old architectural design company and have a good reputation in the industry. Li Tianyu asked curiously, so what's the problem? Shi Feng sighed again. The problem is big. There is a company called Jianning's Architectural Design Company, which was just founded not more than a few months ago. It was not very eye-catching, but they seem to have someone with Shuhong side of the private contact, you understand it. Li Tianyu finally understand. Together with a certain newly established architectural design company with the real estate enterprise has backroom operation. In fact, this kind of thing in the construction industry is not uncommon. If a construction company both public relations is very hard, but also with the real estate business has some relations, then the so-called bidding will be to go through the motions. No matter how old Shi Feng's Huiyan Architectural Design Company is, how strong the industry's reputation is, and how good-looking the design program is, it can't withstand people's secret efforts. Originally, Shi Feng's design department prepared for this tender for a long time. The design of the program after many revisions has been very good to participate in this communication before the full of confidence. However, at the communication meeting, the design led by Shi Feng was coldly rejected by the representatives of Shuhong Real Estate Enterprises and was pointed out a lot of problems, but those problems, in the view of the professionals, were completely unwarranted and egg on the bone. On the contrary, that newly established Jianning Architectural Design Company provided a mediocre design plan with nothing special, but was praised by the representatives of real estate companies. The discerning eye can see, although the bidding will not be opened, but the tone is set, and finally be able to win the bidding design program is more than likely to be Jianning Architectural Design Company. Speaking of which, Shi Feng was also somewhat devoid of listlessness. In fact, when it comes to the real estate industry, Li Tianyu also belongs to the industry insiders. He is a planner directly appointed by the president's office of Iowa Realty. Iowa Real Estate is a national real estate company. Compared to what Shuhong Real Estate Company in Yenyun City, it is simply the feeling of an elephant and an ant. Unfortunately, the protagonist of this tender was not Iowa Real Estate, so Li Tianyu couldn't help. Shi Feng gathered his emotions and said, "Let's go. Go to the hospital to see the old man." The two were about to move when a man approached them. The man greeted, "Supervisor Shi, still here?" Shi Feng hurriedly said, "Team Leader Song. We were just about to leave." The man known as Team Leader Song waved his hand. "All right then. Talk to you later, Supervisor Shi." Shi Feng couldn't help but call out to Team Leader Song again. "Team Leader Song, wait a moment. Manager Song's name is Song Xingde, and he is the leader of the bidding team of Shuhong Real Estate." Chapter 93. I think I see someone I know. It was estimated that Shi Feng had suffered from this kid's anger. But after all, there were mutual interests involved, and Shi Feng not only dared to be angry, but also had to flatter people. Shi Feng called Song Xingde is not for any other reason, is to seize the opportunity of this private encounter and then communicate with him. Although the possibility of a turnaround is very small, but Shi Feng's design team has made great efforts, he is really not willing to give up. Song Xingde. Anything else? Supervisor Shi. Shi Feng. It's like this. I hope Shuhong Real Estate can focus on our company's design again. Honestly, Song Xingde interrupted Shi Feng. Supervisor Shi, this isn't the first time we've worked together, so of course your company's design will be taken into consideration. Shi Feng couldn't help but add, "No. Just now I heard you sound as if you don't think too highly of our side of the design." Song Xingde waved his hand. "Sure, team leader, this is just a communication meeting, but not a bidding meeting. We in the end fancy whose design program It's not still inconclusive it, you do not dwell on these. By the way, I advise you to go back and think about it. Is there anything else that needs to be perfected in your design? And we can discuss it again when we have a new project next time. Shifeng is somewhat speechless. This Song Xingda's attitude has been very obvious. The subtext is, Yu Huiyan's design program does not work. Just then, a few more people walked by. The leader was a woman, about 40 years old, looking competent in a professional skirt suit. It's quite charming to raise your hands and feet. Team leader Song, you're still here. Song Xingda turned his head and saw this woman. Immediately changed a smiling face, and just now with Shifeng, serious negotiation, Song Xingda is a different person. Song Xingda, yo manager Zhou, hello, said Song Xingda, also shook hands with the so-called Zhou manager affectionately, just like a state of their own people. Manager Zhou, whose real name is Zhou Shuman, is the very person in charge of this tender at Jianing Architectural Design Company. Seeing her and Song Xingda in this manner, just to say that there is no backdoor operation in it, Li Tianyu does not believe it. Zhou Shuman saw Shifeng again and laughed. Supervisor Shi, what are you waiting for? Aren't the meetings all finished? Shifeng's heart was already upset, and when he heard this, he was even more annoyed. I didn't leave, and you didn't leave either. Zhou Shuman skimmed Shifeng. Heh, Supervisor Shi, where exactly did you get this anger from? Shifeng? Where do I have any guess? Seeing that Shifeng was still quite unconvinced, Zhou Shuman turned her head to Song Xingda and said, Team leader Song, tell me, which one of us, Jianing, and them, Huiyan, has a better design plan? Song Xingda heard a stunned, stammered and responded, Manager Zhou, see what you say. You have a design program has its own merits. We have not determined which one to use it. Zhou Shuman laughed. Ayo, don't hide it. Everyone is not a little cutie. Just tell us plainly, which one are you planning to use? Song Xingda revealed a bitter smile. How could such words be said? Even if the results are now finalized, the process must be followed. Otherwise, it would be too blatant. Shifeng glared. Team leader Song, what exactly does she mean? Can you speak plainly? Song Xingda was a bit annoyed. You want to say it explicitly? That's fine, we've considered the designs of both of your families, and we still favor Jianing. Why? Shifeng was angry, and his voice became a bit out of control. No reason. Janин's design has more edge, more character. Team leader Song, I don't understand when you say that. As long as anyone who knows what they're doing can see that Jianing's design is simply mediocre. And there's a whole lot of similar stuff on the internet once you search for it. Song Xingda's eyes glared. What do you mean by this? Are you saying that I don't know what I'm doing? Zhou Shuman began to add fuel to the fire again. Yes, when Supervisor Shi said that, he was slapping Team Leader Song's face. Too rude. What kind of bidding meeting are you attending like that? Could be seen that Shifeng was no match for Zhou Shuman at all. Of course, Zhou Shuman wanted to suppress Shifeng. There are only a few architectural firms in the smallest part of Yenyun City. As long as they sit at the top, then they have more resources and more say in the industry. Li Tianyu really want to use the ability of the Master of Intelligence to explore the bottom of Zhou Shuman. If there is any black information, then you can take advantage of it. But in retrospect, this was not appropriate. Firstly, Zhou Shuman was a female, and there was no reason to shake hands with Li Tianyu, so he couldn't suddenly go and grab her hand. Could he? That would get you sent to the station. Secondly, even if he succeeded in seizing Zhou Shuman's handle, but just to help his brother-in-law to win this auction, it is not worth it to threaten her with this awe. This sort of thing is, after all, a double-edged sword, and the benefits of the current situation are clearly disproportionate to the effort. It's risky and risky enough to be easily botched. After all, it was just a tender meeting, not a matter of life and death. Therefore, Li Tianyu still gave up the intention of making a move. Having said that, this kind of aggressive face of Zhou Shuman really made people want to slap her twice. A snake woman, nothing more. Seemingly sensing Li Tianyu's gaze, Zhou Shuman glanced over. However, Zhou Shuman didn't care about him and only assumed that he was someone from Shifeng's team. Shifeng is not even worthy of her attention, let alone his little brother. At this time, Song Xingda said, Supervisor Shi, it's useless for you to say anything right now. We will consider the design plans of your two families again, and before the results come out, let's not make any blind guesses. Okay? Shifeng did not say anything. He has long seen through Song Xingda. This guy is simply two-sided goods. Private certainly with Zhou Shuman have any deal. Song Xingda look at Shifeng is such an attitude. Also some do not care up. Sure, supervisor, we are also considered an old acquaintance, cooperation more than once. You are a little dissatisfied with me to throw face, that in the future still do not want to cooperate? Sure Feng shook his head helplessly. Song Xingda said is also considered to be the unspoken rules of the industry. The words are not bad. You can't offend your regular customers just because you've lost an election, and then you'll easily run out of food. Shifeng had no choice but to bow his head. All right, team leader Song. We'll talk about future matters later. Song Xingda laughed loudly and patted Shifeng's shoulder. That's right, Supervisor Shi. Let's have a long day ahead. Zhou Shuman revealed a smug smile. That is not just a bidding well. Even if not selected, do not need to be like a whining woman. Shifeng's face changed. You! Just then, Song Xingda's cell phone rang. He picked it up immediately. Hello, Mr. Yang. How are you? You're here, at the door? Yo, I'm just down the hall. I'll be right out. No need? Okay. I'll wait for you then. There are a few more friends over here, just so you can get to know them. Before the crowd could react, Song Xingda welcomed them out. Shifeng was about to greet Li Tianyu and leave, but he realized that Li Tianyu had frozen. Sayu, what's wrong? Li Tianyu came back to his senses and whispered, I think I see someone familiar. Thank you to Ragnarok for the multiple rewards, and thank you to Shy D Piggy, Fathead Fish carrying a sword, Purple Phantom, Doching Xiao Sheng, Overbearing Total Carry, Fish Painted Flying, Detang Ben Chu, Wenjing of Big, and Board Eater for the rewards. Thank you to all the lovely bookworms who voted for the recommendation. Thank you to all the cool book lovers who read this chapter. Chapter 94, Yes, I'm Mr. Li. Acquaintance. Shifeng glanced back and only saw Song Xingda's back. However, in Yenyun City, Li Tianyu had some classmates and friends, and it wasn't strange for him to meet a certain acquaintance. Shifeng. Let's go. It's time to go to the hospital. Li Tianyu shook his head. Brother-in-law, there's no rush, wait a little longer. Shifeng was stunned. What was this brother-in-law's path today? Song Xingda obviously chose Zhou Shuman's side, and there is no point in staying any longer. Still, it's important to be polite, or at least say hello to Song Xingda before leaving so as not to fall in line. A few moments later, Song Xingda came back and led someone over. It should be the person who just called Song Xingda. Male, about 30 years old, tall and with a glowering eye. Looking at Song Xingda's smiling appearance, it was clear that he was putting on a fawning attitude towards that person. What kind of big shot could this guy be? Is it possible that he's an executive of Sunhung Real Estate? But to put it in perspective, Song Xingda is even an executive. To say that it is the company's president, the age is not right, that old man is 50 or 60 years old, there are not a few hair left. Both Shifeng and Zhou Shuman were confused. But whatever this man is, he belongs to the big boys. The circle of this industry is actually very small, and it's a rare opportunity to get to know a person in the circle. Zhou Shuman smiled and said, Mr. Song, let me introduce you. This is... Song Xingda hemmed and hawed, fawning even more. This is a big shot. This is the assistant to the president of Manhwa Real Estate. Yang and both Shifeng and Zhou Shuman were startled. Even if you're not a member of the industry, you've heard of Manhwa Real Estate, which is one of the giants of the real estate industry and has long been ranked within the top 5 in the country. And this one, looking young, is the president's assistant. The so-called assistant is to do things around the president, directly under the leadership of the president. Although it seems that there is no actual position, but it is really one person, 10,000 on top. Even those nose-eyed executives of Manhwa Real Estate had to obediently bow their heads and be courteous when they saw the president's assistant. As for why the assistant to the president of Manhwa Real Estate would come to meet with Song Xingda, in fact, both Shifeng and Zhou Shuman knew the reason for this. Although Shuhong Real Estate is known as a local real estate enterprise in Yenyun City, but in fact, behind it is Manhwa Real Estate Holdings, which is considered a vest of Manhwa Real Estate in Yenyun City. Song Xingda, as an executive of one of his companies, would inevitably put on a groveling attitude when he saw the presidential assistant from headquarters. For an architectural design firm like Shifeng and Zhou Shuman, being able to befriend the upper echelons of Manhwa Real Estate definitely helped a lot. Where would Zhou Shuman let go of this opportunity, directly reaching out her hand, exuding a gentle and jade-like demeanor? Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Zhou Shuman, the manager of the design department of Jining Architectural Design Company, and I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with Manhwa Real Estate in the future. Oh, Yang responded casually, his body not moving at all, as if he hadn't seen Zhou Shuman's movements. Zhou Shuman was a little embarrassed for a moment, but immediately covered it up with a smile. Although she is the manager of the design department, she doesn't know anything about design instead. Her main responsibility in the company is to do external public relations and to expand the business of our company. Zhou Shuman is a good hand in the field of public relations, and the fact that she was able to handle Song Xingde, the head of the bidding team of Shuhong Real Estate, is proof of that. This Yang and, however, seemed to be dripping with water. Shifeng originally also wanted to get close to people, but in this case, it seems that they do not look at the practitioners of this small place. Zhou Shuman immediately changed into a serene smiling face. Mr. Yang, I wonder how many days you are staying in Yenyun City? I'll invite you for a casual dinner on behalf of Jenning. This time, Yang actually didn't respond, but looked at another person. That person was none other than Li Tianyu. Song Xingde's face changed. He had just paid no attention to this young man standing next to Shifeng, and wondered if he had touched Yang's mold. Song Xingde immediately said, Mr. Yang, this person. At this time, Yang spoke up, Mr. Li, why are you here? The crowd was stunned and even more filled with confusion. Mr. Li? Which Mr. Li? Why did Yang call this young man Mr. Li? Li Tianyu laughed out loud. Having endured half a day just now, he was finally able to get out of breath now. Yang An? Is not Mr. Yang. Yenyun is my hometown. I came over to stay for a few days. But it is you, it is rare to see you here. Yang pointed at Song Xingde. I came over to do some business. Li Tianyu. Where's Mr. AI? Didn't come over. Jainin. Didn't come over, I came alone. Li Tianyu then realized that Yang was not only AI Baochuan's bodyguard, but also did double as an assistant. AI Baochuan's mind was actually very difficult to understand, but Li Tianyu was able to guess about 8 or 9 times. People like Yang who can't get a fart out of 8 sticks are boring to get along with, but are actually the most reliable when it comes to getting things done. Li Tianyu looked at Song Xingde. What? Manhwa Real Estate is related to Shuhong Real Estate. Jainin nodded. It's relevant. This guy, Yang would never say one more word, and was considered a model of being as good as gold with his words. The conversation between Li Tianyu and Yang had already confused the other 3 people a whole lot and froze their speechless. This situation came up too suddenly, especially Song Xingde and Zhou Shuman. Just now, Li Tianyu stood here, simply like a transparent person, thinking that he was just one of Shifeng's juniors. Yet what was the situation now? The assistant of the big boss of Manhwa Real Estate, how big of a person was that he would actually climb up to talk to each other with Li Tianyu. Not only that, but he also called Li Tianyu Mr. Li. Shifeng was even more astonished. He was Li Tianyu's brother-in-law and knew him well enough. However, Shifeng was now completely confused, looking at Li Tianyu as if he was seeing a stranger. What exactly is the relationship between this brother-in-law and Yang? Shifeng couldn't help it and spoke out, Xiaoyu, how do you two know each other? Li Tianyu showed a dazed expression and pointed at Yang. We once worked together. Worked with you? The assistant to the president of Iowa Realty. How did he work with you? Jainin spoke up. Now it's also a co-worker relationship. Li Tianyu laughed. Right, brother-in-law, I forgot to tell you. I'm actually the planner of Manhwa Real Estate. Shifeng, Song Xingde, and Zhou Shuman were all taken aback. I didn't realize that this person was actually from Iowa Realty, but what department was this planner in? What kind of work does it do? Thanks to Runaway Baby, Sky's Unreal, Brother Murderer, Shine On, 86 Old Bookworm, Zozie, and Bookworm 1410. 0.9570 for their generous rewards. Thank you to all of you who voted for the recommendation, and to all of you who saw this chapter. Chapter 95. What do you mean? I helped you guys? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that judging from Yang's attitude, this Li Tianyu doesn't look like an ordinary employee. And Mr. Li is not a simple title. What kind of characters can have general added to their names, except for those who have the word general in their positions, and those with a higher status? That? May I ask, Mr. Li, what kind of work do you do? Song Xingde couldn't help but ask. Li Tianyu waved his hand. I'm just an idea man. It's not much of a job. Jainin. It's an idea for Mr. AI. Mr. AI, Mr. AI? Song Xingde and Zhou Shuman looked at each other. Mr. AI should mean Mr. AI Baoquan, the president of AI Hua Real Estate, which is the highest commander, and can be regarded as a famous name in the real estate industry. For these people at the moment, that was definitely the top of the pyramid. This Li Tianyu is so young that he can actually give AI Baoquan ideas, indicating that he has the trust of this big brother. To be so young and already be in this position, this is really something. At this time, Li Tianyu pointed at Shifeng and said, "By the way, Lao Yang, this is my brother-in-law, Shifeng, an architectural designer, who came over this time to attend the bidding meeting of Shuhong Real Estate." Yang En took the initiative to extend his hand to shake Shifeng's. "Hello." Shifeng came back to his senses, knowing that this is the opportunity given to him by his brother-in-law. "Mr. Yang, hello? It's like this. I just communicated with Mr. Song. We spent a lot of time making adjustments to this design. It's already quite perfect, but Mr. Song, he thinks it's not good enough." Song Xingda's face changed. His head shook like a rattle drum. No, alas. Supervisor, sure. I don't mean that. I just think that your program still has a little room for improvement. But as you said, objectively speaking, your side of the design program has been perfect, quite perfect. I think if in the bidding meeting, then definitely choose your Huiyan design. Song Xingda said, frothing at the mouth, and that expression could not wait to be scratching his heart and lungs, kneeling on the ground and singing conquest. Not to mention Shifeng, even Li Tianyu did not expect Song Xingda to react this way. This attitude is so different from just now. What's the saying? It's true that if you're cheap, you're invincible. Zhou Shuman's face changed, first wanted to speak, and finally could not help but say, "Song team leader, you cannot say so. We did not say good. Before. Ugh. Manager Zhou." Song Xingda immediately interrupted Zhou Shuman's words and frowned. "I don't know what you think. As the bidding team leader of Shuhong Real Estate, I will definitely not say anything explicitly in private with you. Sure, Supervisor, Zhou Manager. I Song Xingda here to re-examine once again your design program will all go through, well, after a fair, open and equitable review and agreed. There will absolutely not be any private promises." Song Xingda, these words, said really can be described as a sound, righteous words without any wiggle room. Zhou Shuman was so angry that her face turned white and her lips trembled. To know, Song Xingda is the key figure in the Shuhong Real Estate tender. In order to get through this ring, Zhou Shuman but spent a lot of thought, sending gifts that goes without saying. Fitness membership card, shopping center recharge card, his son's study class special card, multiple cards, even Song Xingda, his daughter-in-law's beauty card was sent over. Above those is nothing, but Zhou Shuman also invited Song Xingda to drink and eat. Alas, that scene, it is almost the same as the accompaniment. Efforts for so long would have said that the matter Song Xingda so suddenly changed. Zhou Shuman heart which can balance Of course, Zhou Shuman also understood that Song Xingda changed his mind, and that was because Yang En was present. Yang En is someone from AI Hua Real Estate Headquarters, or the president's assistant. Plus this Li Tianyu, who is also a close associate of Mr. AI. But understand, to the mouth of the duck meat flew, Zhou Shuman can be willing? Song Xingda glanced at Zhou Shuman, and his heart was also overjoyed. But he also had bitter feelings. In fact, Song Xingda has engaged in a lot of backroom deals since he became the team leader of this bidding meeting, and if the Iowa headquarters knew about it, it would be considered light to be fired, and it would probably be blocked, and there would be no chance of even mixing in the circle. Therefore, Song Xingda not only wants to verbally cut off contact with Zhou Shuman's side, but also actually wants Shifeng's side to win the bid. Why? Because Shifeng's team did come up with the best design plan. It's a bald tick, plain as day. Even if Song Xingda has no conscience, but the level of professionalism is still there, and his heart is like a mirror. Seeing Song Xingda's look of determination, Zhou Shuman couldn't control herself and became completely furious. "Okay, team leader Song, that's it for today. I'll talk to you later about what we did before." Zhou Shuman's voice and color were harsh, completely lacking the previous elegant and graceful temperament. One can't help but think that this woman's face, it's gotten so fast. Before anyone could react, Zhou Shuman took her 2 followers and headed for the entrance of the hall. Song Xingda stunned, only to realize that this Zhou Shuman did not want to come to a fish death net, in case she reported the revelation, that can be finished. So, Song Xingda turned to the other 3 and said, "Excuse me. I'll go see Manager Zhou off." Song Xingda suddenly hurriedly chased after him. Shifeng then realized that it was estimated that the matter of the bidding session was considered stable. This is also thanks to the brother-in-law Li Tianyu, God help. Moreover, Shifeng had never expected that Li Tianyu would actually be involved with Aihua Real Estate, and that his position was not low. "Xiao Yu, this time brother-in-law has to thank you." Li Tianyu pointed at Yang En and said, "It's better to thank him. If it wasn't for old Yang showing up, how could I have thought that this what's it real estate is still a thing with Aihua?" Shifeng, Of course, of course. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I'll arrange a table later. Let's sit together. Yang and twisted his head to look at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu raised an eyebrow. Jainin. What do you mean? Li Tianyu. Huh. Jainin. I helped you guys? Pretending to be a critic. If he didn't know Yang and Li Tianyu must have thought that he was pretending to be a critic. However, no. Jainin was like a rock most of the time, and being halfway across the country, he really didn't understand the situation. This is also considered professionalism. Li Tianyu. Lao Yang. By standing here, you are helping us understand? Jainin. Understood. Suddenly, Yang added, by the way, Mr. AI happened to ask me to look for you. Li Tianyu. Looking for me? What is it? Yang shook his head. Mr. AI didn't say anything. He only said to let you contact him when you have time. Li Tianyu. Why didn't he call me? Jainin. He rushed off to film school. Li Tianming. Looking for a girl? Yang and, next to him, Shifeng was dumbfounded at the sight, just like a sand sculpture. Li Tianyu. That's fine, I'll go back to him. Li Tianyu waved his hand as a goodbye, and without any further courtesy to Yang En, he directly went to the hospital with his brother-in-law Shifeng. Chapter 96. Pot Calling. Li Tianyu spent another day at home, getting things organized. First and foremost, the most important thing was Grandpa Li Shiyuan's surgery. Li Tianyu purposely communicated with Chief Physician Zhang Dian again and asked him to help arrange it as soon as possible. Of course, Li Tianyu also very low-key stuffed a large red packet containing 10,000 soft sister coins. In fact, Zhang Dian as a physician is still quite responsible, but when in Rome, especially this kind of surgery, Li Tianyu still think it is more reliable to send a red envelope. Then there is the matter of demolition and relocation. There is no household measurement yet, but with his parents keeping an eye on him, Li Tianyu can rest assured that if there is anything, he only needs to notify him. This time I was going to see my old classmate Chi Wei again, but I called and he is traveling now, so I told him that I will get together next time I come back. The next day, Li Tianyu packed up his things and drove back to the imperial capital. When he arrived home, Li Tianyu was ready to take a day off. As for AI Baochuan's side, Li Tianyu decided to wait until tomorrow. Anyway, listening to Yang En, it wasn't very urgent. Li Tianyu ordered takeout and ate while using his computer to look up information related to office buildings. There are still 1,900 square meters of office building credits available, and Li Tianyu still wants to buy on the imperial capital. For one thing, it's conveniently located right at your doorstep. Secondly, the rent is also high enough that there is no need to go to other first-tier cities. However, what is more embarrassing is that in prime locations like the China World Trade Center and the Financial Street, the amount of tax payable by office buildings is strangely high, far exceeding the taxable amount of $500,000, and none of them can afford to pay the tax. Li Tianyu had to give up choosing such places, or focus on choosing the North 4th Ring Road, East 4th Ring Road, these relatively cheap office buildings and relatively concentrated places. Just as Li Tianyu was pondering so, he heard his cell phone ring. When I looked at the caller ID, it said, Pot Wok, whose real name is Kwok Kwong, is a chef who specializes in both Chinese and Western food. According to him, he has the most work in the store, he uses the most pots and pans, and he has a lot of work to do. So Li Tianyu gave him a nickname, Pot Brother. Li Tianyu had once had the honor of eating a meal made by Guoguang, and since that week had looked away from the world and ate everything else like. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but that's what it is. Guoguang's cooking is really great. On top of that, Guoguang is said to have worked as a bartender in a bar for a few years before and learned a few bartending skills that were widely praised. As for whether it was true or not, Li Tianyu hadn't had the chance to try it yet. Guoguang, early 30s, in fact, quite honest, is probably from the poor, spend more stingy, empty cooking skills but all day to eat instant noodles. According to him, it was to save up for a daughter-in-law. Guoguang hometown there are 2 younger brothers and a sister, the standard overbearing household. Buy a house, marry a daughter-in-law, simply cannot count on the family, but also from time to play money back to subsidize the family. Fortunately, Guoguang is highly skilled and has already become famous in the industry in the imperial city, and after several job hopping, he is working in a large chain of Western restaurants in Wulaton, the imperial city, and his salary should not be low. Originally, Li Tianyu and Guoguang were shared roommates. In a 2-room house, Guoguang lives in the master bedroom and Li Tianyu lives in the second bedroom. But ever since Li Tianyu became the system host, he hadn't been to the rental house at all. Li Tianyu counted on his fingers. The last time he paid the rent was more than 2 months ago. Now it should be time to pay the rent. Li Tianyu answered the phone in a hurry. Hey Pot, long time no see. Guoguang. I didn't think you'd actually answer the phone. Surprised, Li Tianyu asked. What? I can't answer the phone. Quoc Quang. I thought you had disappeared, or overworked and died at your workstation. Li Tianyu. Pot, you have a rich imagination. It's a pity to be a cook. You can go write novels. I just went home for a while. I didn't disappear, and I didn't die from overwork. Guoguang. That's good. If you don't answer the phone, then I'm about to report it. Li Tianyu was somewhat touched in his heart. As a lone imperial drifter, it's pretty hard when there are people who can go out of their way to care about your well-being. Li Tianyu. Pot. Isn't it time to pay the rent? Quoc Quang. Yeah. The landlord called and rushed. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and said, Pot, are you home? Guoguang. I'm off today. Li Tianyu. Then I'll go over right away and meet up to talk. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu went downstairs and drove his car out of the neighborhood. The destination is the Ringview Park neighborhood, outside the North 5th Ring Road. Maybe it's called that because you can see the 5th ring from upstairs. Ever since he came to the imperial capital, Li Tianyu had basically rented a house in this neighborhood and was already too familiar with it. Although the entire area of the Ringview Park neighborhood is not large, there are a dozen buildings, each with more than 20 floors, and the living density is very high. Now that's a real pigeonhole. Almost all of the people who live here are DU who rent apartments, and most of them work in IT companies and internet companies. Li Tianding didn't like the house here. The floorboards were thin and the sound insulation was poor. Upstairs, downstairs, and next door, hear anything that moves. Driving into the neighborhood, it was hard to find a surface parking space. After parking the car, Li Tianyu went to Building 3, Room 1503. Here, Li Tianyu lived for more than a year. Li Tianyu reached the door and knocked. The door opened. Li Tianyu was stunned that the person who opened the door was a woman. The woman couldn't tell her age. She seemed to be about the same age as Guoguang, but then again, she seemed to be slightly older. But overall the looks were okay, and it should be around a 6 if you take Li Tianyu's rating scale. But who is this woman? Are you Li Tianyu? The woman asked. Li Tianyu. Yeah, it's me. Gomein. Saying that, the woman moved aside from the doorway and entered Guoguang's house. Li Chionwu was stunned and guessed that this should be Pot's woman. Overall it looked fine, except for this slightly worse attitude. The living room was the same old familiar look, but it was a lot cleaner and tidier, so I guess Pot's woman would be cleaning and organizing. Not to mention, it's really different with a woman. I don't know where the potheads who can't get a fart out of these 3 sticks are scamming girls from. Zip, zip. Li Tianyu smelled the aroma of rice and the sound of stir-frying with a wok. Li Tianyu walked over. Yo, Pot. Rare. No noodles today? Guoguang wiped the sweat on his head and smiled nervously. I haven't seen you for such a long time, so how can I make you a good meal? Li Tianyu. Drink, brother Pot. Your cooking is like an elixir of immortality. Your great kindness is unforgettable to my little brother. Guoguang. Cut the crap and bring these 2 dishes over. Yeah. Li Tianyu brought the 2 fragrant dishes that had been plated to the table outside. One course is lamb with scallions. The other course is the stir-fried cashews. Li Tianyu couldn't help but shout, Pot, you're going to make a big deal out of this. What the hell do you want? Chapter 97. Pot's woman has problems. 6-course meal. Slightly extravagant for 3 people. At that moment, Pot's woman came out of the house and sat across from Li Tianyu. Not a word. Li Tianyu was a bit puzzled. Could it be that this woman had a grudge against himself? But Li Tianyu didn't care. This was Pot's woman, not his Li Tianyu's woman. Guoguang also sat down, next to Pot's woman. Guoguang hemmed and hawed with a silly smile. Tianyu, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhu Shanshan. Li Tianyu hurriedly said, Hello, hello. My name is Li Tianyu. Zhu Shanshan said indifferently. I know, the old Pot always mentions you, saying that you're a dragon all day long. Li Tianyu frowned. Brother Pot, this is where you're wrong. Even though I'm as handsome as a dragon, you're exaggerating a bit by adding the word God. Guoguang smiled awkwardly. All right, eat, eat, eat. Turn around, I'm afraid there's something else on the restaurant side. So I won't drink. Everyone drink water. Guoguang's table of dishes was extremely sumptuous, and meat was predominant. There were even cashew nuts and shrimp. Li Tianyu remembered that Guoguang had once said that the most godly life he wanted to live was that cashew nuts and shrimp could be eaten casually, in big bites, every day. This shows the supreme and sacred status of this dish in Guoguang's mind. Even such a divine dish, Guoguang was willing to serve it, and he couldn't help but make Li Tianyu extraordinarily touched. Pot. I didn't see it before. Why are you so nice to me? Li Tianyu looked over with hot tears in his eyes, only to find that Guoguang was raking shrimp into Zhu Shanshan's bowl one by one. Li Tianyu yelled, Pot. That's not right. Who exactly are you inviting to dinner? Guoguang gave another awkward smile. It's not like you said you like shrimp, eating and talking at the same time. Guoguang. By the way, the landlord said that he's coming to collect the rent tomorrow, so if you're still renting, get ready. Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment, but still said, Pot. I'm not renting it. Guoguang asked strangely, No more rent? Where do you live? Li Tianyu could see that Guoguang did care about him as a roommate, so he didn't want to tell him that he had a house for fear that he would lose face in front of his girlfriend. Li Tianyu was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhu Shanshan. Alas, old Pot, you don't care where people live? Do they have hands and feet? Can they still sleep on the street? Guoguang moved his mouth, but still didn't say anything. It looks like Zhu Shanshan doesn't want Li Tianyu to come back and stay. It's not hard to understand, maybe wanting a two-person life. But understanding as it was, Li Tianyu still didn't like this pothead's woman, Zhu Shanshan, very much. But it's no use if he doesn't like it, just as long as Pot likes it. Li Tianyu had to say, It's fine, Pot. I have a place to stay, so you don't have to worry about me. Just live your lives. Zhu Shanshan laughed happily. Old Pot, you learn from others. How good you are at talking. Come on, brother Li. I'll bring you a glass of wine with water. Wish you a happy life in the future. Li Tianyu was stunned and clinked glasses with Zhu Shanshan and took a sip of water. But Li Tianyu felt more and more wrong in his heart. How did this Zhu Shanshan see Guoguang? It's not that Guoguang's condition is so bad. On the contrary, in Li Tianyu's opinion, Guoguang is honest and straight and pure, a rare man of nature. So it is logical to find a virtuous and docile daughter-in-law to live a small life. But Zhu Shanshan is a bit slippery and likes to play smart. A woman like that would be attracted to a man who's naive-looking and stingy? As the saying goes, it's hard to be a family when you're not from the same neighborhood, and this is a strange thing to think about in any way. When Li Tianyu thought of this, he wiped his hands with the paper towel on the table. Sister-in-law Pot. Although Pot and I were roommates, we got along well and became buddies a long time ago. So how can I shake hands with sister-in-law Pot when we first meet today? Speaking of this, Li Tianyu looked at Guoguang. Brother Pot, do you mind? How would Guoguang mind? Waving his hand, busy eating cashew nuts and shrimp. Zhu Shanshan certainly didn't mind, and graciously extended her hand to shake Li Tianyu's. Hello, hello. Brother Li, eat more. Thank you, Mrs. Pot. Li Tianyu lowered his hand and glanced at Zhu Shanshan with a deep meaning. Anyway, Guoguang's cooking was as high level as ever. It is not easy to ensure the original juice of the ingredients and the original leaves, but also in line with the national taste. In addition, don't look at Guoguang stingy but pick ingredients 100% strict according to his standards, the selected ingredients to be more than 1 or 2 times more expensive than the ordinary quality of things. Such delicious food, Li Tianyu how willing to let go, has been eating until the basin dry bowl clean, belly are bulging up until. After eating, it was actually Guoguang who was cleaning up the table, plus washing the dishes, while Zhu Shanshan went back inside, probably playing with her cell phone. Li Tianyu didn't find it unusual, so he sat on the sofa in the living room and played with his cell phone as well. After a while, Zhu Shanshan came out. Brother Li, where are you planning to go later? This was said as if he was afraid that Li Tianyu wouldn't leave. I have a few more things in the house, so I'll pack them up and take them with me later. Zhu Shanshan. Then I advise you to pack quickly, it's rush hour in a while, the subway is crowded. Li Tianyu laughed. It's fine, I drove here. Zhu Shanshan was stunned, obviously very surprised. At this time, Guoguang finished packing and came out. Guoguang. Tianyu, you really don't live here anymore? Li Tianyu. Yeah. Don't live anymore? Pot, you can't let me go? Guoguang laughed. It's true that I'm a bit reluctant to part with it, but if you have a better place, I won't stop you. Besides, we're all in the imperial capital, so we can still get together sometime. Li Tianyu nodded. Guoguang. By the way, I'll return your share of the deposit to you in a while. I'll live in this house with Shan Shan. Saying that, Guoguang also glanced at Zhu Shanshan, revealing a rather meaty expression. Li Tianyu. There's no rush. Give it when it's convenient. Guoguang. That won't do. Pro brothers, clear accounts. With that, Guoguang was about to go into the house to get the money. Li Tianyu called out to him. Hold your horses, Pot. I have something to tell you. Guoguang said cheerfully, Okay. Go ahead. Li Tianyu glanced at Zhu Shanshan. How old is Mrs. Pot? Did she ever tell you? Guoguang and Zhu Shanshan were stunned at the same time. Zhu Shanshan revealed a displeased look. Of course I told him, but what does that have to do with you? Guoguang also didn't expect Li Tianyu to ask this question. Li Tianyu, however, laughed. Of course it's relevant. Although Pot and I are roommates, we're also buddies. As buddies we have to help out with the gatekeeping, right? Zhu Shanshan's face changed as her anger surged. Guoguang hastily waved his hand. Alas, what gatekeeper I'm quite satisfied. Thank you to Flower Before Moon for 11,658 points, and thank you to Precept and Runaway Baby for their multiple rewards. Thank you for the generous rewards from Shanqing Huawei, Rong Zhai 6 pens, Jing Jin Environmental Protection Miao Baoquan, Xiao Xiaobo, and Zhang Lijun. Thank you to all of you who voted for the recommendation, and to all of you who saw this chapter.
Chapter 98. Pot, pot, pot.
Old Pot, what are you quite satisfied with? It's hard to believe you're picking on my condition. Guoguang's eyes widened. Dare not dare not dare. How would I dare? Zhu Shanshan. Tell me instead, with your condition, do you have to thank God that I can look at you? Yes, yes, that must be thank goodness. Zhu Shanshan aimed her spear at Li Tianyu again. If you're not staying here anymore, you should hurry up and leave. You've had enough to eat and drink. Now not only do you rely on this place, but you also say some asshole words. What kind of heart are you resting on? Zhu Shanshan's words were extremely unpleasant, but Li Tianyu was unmoved. Jusangsan, are you from the province of Lucy? Zhu Shanshan was stunned and turned her head to look at Guoguang. Guoguang quickly waved his hands. I didn't say that. I didn't tell him. Li Tianyu. All right, it's my guess. I also know that you came to the Empire the year before. Zhu Shanshan was happy. Yo, are you a fortune teller? That's quite accurate. Li Tianyu stood up from the sofa and said to Guoguang. She told you that it was 29, right? Yeah. How did you know? Guoguang blurted out without thinking. Li Tianyu patted Guoguang's shoulder. Brother Pot, you've been fooled by her. She's not 29. She's 34 this year. Guoguang was taken aback and turned his head to look at Zhu Shanshan. 34? Really? Zhu Shanshan was even more surprised than Guoguang. What are you babbling about? Li Tianyu. Then show me your ID card. Where would Zhu Shanshan be willing to go? Because she is indeed 34 this year. Guoguang is 31 years old. 3 years older than him. Guoguang was indifferent, laughed loudly. I thought it was something, not just a few years older, I don't mind, and as the saying goes, a woman who is older holds a golden brick, so to speak. We are quite a match. Che, that's a nice thing to say. Zhu Shanshan snorted. The issue of age, Guoguang really didn't mind, but Li Tianming hadn't finished yet either. Pot, okay. Even if you don't mind if she hides her age, do you mind if she's married and has a kid? When Guoguang heard this, he immediately retreated 2 steps in shock. Guoguang's first reaction to Li Tianyu's words was disbelief, but with a second look at Zhu Shanshan, he felt a few points of credibility in his heart. At this moment, Zhu Shanshan's expression was cloudy. A burst of red, a burst of white, without the first retort. Guoguang, even if it is really a little cute, the heart has also long been flooded with doubts. This age is a small matter. If it is just an older woman, Guoguang really does not matter, but this also has a drag. Then the nature is different. It's not like he's a happy father. It's more pompous than a TV show. Guoguang's brain was on the spot for a moment, licking his lips. Boy or girl? When Li Tianyu heard this, his jaw almost dropped. Pot is crazy. Why the hell are you asking? Only to hear Zhu Shanshan suddenly burst into tears, whimpering. Old Pot, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept this matter from you. I was married before, but it was 10 years ago when I didn't know any better, and I was tricked by a fellow gangster, and somehow I fell in love with someone, and then I got married and had a boy. But we divorced a long time ago and haven't been back and forth. Guoguang couldn't help but ask again. How old is that? 8 years old. With a wow sound, Zhu Shanshan cried even louder. And this time, she was absolutely emotional. Guoguang hesitated for a moment and wanted to go forward to comfort. But who knew that Zhu Shanshan stumbled and fell on the floor, her body trembling, like a scarecrow child swaying in the wind. Guoguang was hit. He ate this, and hurriedly crouched down to pull Zhu Shanshan. Zhu Shanshan were willing to get up, The more you cry, the more painful, the more miserable, already close to the edge of the collapse. Li Tianyu cursed. This guy is so damn good at acting. Does Oshika owe her a little gold? I only heard Guoguang say, Shan, don't cry. I know all about it. There's no need to cry about it. Zhu Shanshan, okay. I won't cry. I'm to blame anyway. I can't help it. Oh. Old pot. I'm sorry. I'll leave in a little while. Anyway, I just moved here and I haven't opened the boxes yet. When Guoguang heard this, he was anxious. You're leaving? Why are you leaving? Where are you going? Zhu Shanshan. Where can I go? I'll go back to my hometown. My son is still in my hometown. Guoguang. Shan, don't go. What will I do if you go? Zhu Shanshan was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu just couldn't take it anymore. Is this a real-life version of the contemporary poor yaoi scene? Li Tianyu. Pot. What do you want to do? Guoguang. Brother, I know you mean well, but since I chose her, I have to be responsible to the end. I really can't see her suffer. Li Tianyu's voice trembled. It doesn't matter if you're happy to be a father? Guoguang gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter, as long as she is sincere. Zhu Shanshan jerked her head up. Old pot, can you really accept my past? Guoguang. Shanshan, what kind of person I am? You should know best. Let's live a good life in the future. Don't worry about anything else. Honestly, the pot is quite an oddball. Zhu Shanshan glared at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu? How did you know about me? Li Tianyu laughed. You don't need to care about this. I just know anyway. Guoguang looked at the two this crossbow appearance. Also some anxious. Well, we have this matter. Let's just forget it. Do not hurt the harmony. Li Tianyu. Brother Pot. Don't be so hasty. I haven't finished yet. This Zhu Shanshan isn't sincere to you either. Guoguang and Zhu Shanshan were stunned at the same time. Li Tianyu. She has had a man outside for a long time. She got on with you, not for your person, but for your money. Guoguang was confused. What do you mean? You're crazy, you. What are you babbling about? Zhu Shanshan stormed out, pointing at Li Tianyu and cursing. Old pot. You let him go. If he doesn't, I'll go. Guoguang was at a loss for words. Instead, Li Qianwu went into the two's bedroom and came back again before they could react. In his hand was Zhu Shanshan's cell phone. What are you doing? What are you doing with my cell phone? Without a word, Li Tianyu lit up the screen and glanced at Zhu Shanshan. The phone is pattern locked. Li Tianyu drew it straight. I can't believe it's open. Zhu Shanshan was shocked. How could it be possible? How did this person know the unlock pattern she set? At this time, Zhu Shanshan should go up and grab the cell phone. However, she didn't. She had been completely shocked by Li Tianyu's tawdry maneuvers. Li Tianyu opened her WeChat, tapped a friend contact and handed it to Guoguang. The chat logs of the two of them are still there, Potty. Make your own decision on what to do. Chapter 99. When there's green, there's no wood to burn. Only then did Zhu Shanshan come back to her senses and took 2 steps forward to try to snatch the phone back from Guoguang's hands. Such a move made Guoguang's mind even more suspicious. Guoguang is tall and also very strong, only 5'8". Zhu Shanshan simply like ants shake the tree. How to pull not pull Guoguang's arm. Guoguang's eyes had fallen on the screen. Zhu Shanshan's boyfriend. WeChat nickname is The Dragon with Substance. Zhu Shanshan's WeChat nickname is Love Me Please Stare. Dragon with connotation. I said, did you find out or not? How much money does that kid have? Expression. Curious. Love Me Please Stare. He has a lot of money. I have inquired the salary from 30,000. I do not know how many bonuses. Love Me Please Stare. The key, he is a miser, usually do not spend much money. I last saw him eating breakfast, only to gnaw a steamed bun with half a bag of squash, stingy to death. Dragon with substance. Expression. Surprise. So stingy, can he give you money then? Love Me Please Stare. You don't worry. Surely there is no problem. He is a typical person, stupid money. Brain lack of a root. When I pretend to follow him, I will force him to hand over the passbook bank card all. Dragon with connotation. Cheap this kid. You're less likely to let him take advantage of you. Love Me. Please Stare. What's the matter? You still can't let go? What have you been doing? Connotation of the dragon. I cannot afford to give up, but there is a give and take. You first according to the plan. If he does not give, I went over to find him to settle the score. He is like that. Give him a few slaps on the money to spit out all the money. Love Me Please Stare. You just know how to fight and kill? Can you have some brains? Dragon with substance. What's the matter? You can't be bothered to let me hit him? Love me please stare. Eyes. All right, I'm going to take a shower. Tomorrow I'm going to stay at his house. Nothing to try to contact as little as possible. I'll tell you if I have news. Muahahaha. Emoji. Cute. Dragon with substance. All right, go ahead. It's not a long conversation, but it's informative. At first, Guoguang was struck by lightning, some dizzy, and then the more you look at the more shocked, the more you look at the more angry. Soon his face was bruised and angry. Zhu Shanshan was so anxious that she finally managed to snatch the cell phone back when Guoguang's force was loosened. However, it was already too late. Guoguang had already read all the conversations on WeChat between Zhu Shanshan and that phallic man. In his eyes. You woman. Really too vicious. More venomous than a snake and scorpion. Guoguang pointed at Zhu Shanshan's nose and cursed. Since things had already been exposed, Zhu Shanshan simply broke the pot. I'll just lie to you. What's the matter? Or you can hit me. Do you dare? The angry Guoguang raised his hand. The muscles in his face twitched, but the hand never fell. I don't hit women, go away. Zhu Shanshan narrowed her eyes. Let me go? I'll let you play with me for nothing. You! Guoguang was so angry that he couldn't speak. Li Tianyu smiled and answered, What's the matter? You still want to pay for a prostitute? How much for one night? I'll pay for him. Zhu Shanshan's face changed. This time it was her turn to be infuriated. Li Tianyu, don't bully people too much. If it wasn't for you today. Li Tianyu's face was like frost. If it wasn't for me, all of Pot's money would have been swindled away by you two dogs. Do you know how Brother Pot saved all this money? Hee hee. What does it matter to me how it was saved? Zhu Shanshan turned to Guoguang. I'm telling you, I've already been slept with by you. It's not that easy to let me go. Saying that, Zhu Shanshan opened her cell phone screen. Li Tianyu. What's the matter? Gonna call your date and have him come over. Zhu Shanshan. That's right. I'll call him over. And then you two will be waiting to get hammered. Li Tianyu laughed out loud. Jushan looked up. You're crazy. What are you laughing at? Li Tianyu. Okay. Let him come over, just to get you two in one go. Jushan. What do you mean? Li Tianyu. Are you stupid? Do you two know what this is called? This is fraud. Jushan understood that Li Tianyu wanted to call the police. In fact, this kind of thing, Zhu Shanshan and the object is not the first time to do it. The police station there already have a record. If they are caught in again, may be really not good to come out. Thinking about it, Zhu Shanshan was really scared. Li Tianyu took out his own cell phone. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you're still here after 15 minutes, then don't blame me for calling the police, uncle. When the time comes with all the human and material evidence, none of you two dogs and men will want to run. Zhu Shanshan wanted to delete the WeChat logs. Li Tianyu. Don't waste your energy. Even if you uninstall all the WeChat, the police can still extract all the chat records. Zhu Shanshan gritted her teeth. Fine, count on you. I'll go, okay? Li Tianyu looked at the time. Zhu Shanshan. You still have 13 minutes. Zhu Shanshan packed things but also very clever. Did not even use the full 13 minutes to carry a small suitcase out. He is ruthless, the playwright is ruthless. Zhu Shanshan didn't even look at Guoguang before opening the door to leave. Click. Zhu Shanshan's face changed. What are you doing? Li Tianyu took a picture of Zhu Shanshan with his cell phone. Take a picture of you. Just now I also recorded the sound. You'd better run faster, or the police uncle is going to find to you. Li Tianyu laughed. Zhu Shanshan's face was flustered and she pulled out her legs and ran. Li Tianyu really wanted to call the police, but he still had to consult Guoguang. Li Tianyu turned his head to Guoguang and said, Why don't we call the police now and just arrest these two people? Guoguang cried out with a wow sound. Li Tianyu was startled and hurriedly said, What's a 7-foot man crying for? Guoguang was bitter. I thought I found true love this time, but it turns out I'm still a single dog. Li Tianyu sighed. All right, keeping your money bag is a blessing in misfortune. There is an old saying, stay green, not afraid of no firewood. Turn around, buddy, to find you a good girl. Oh. Come on. It's so damn ugly. Brother Pot. Let's go drinking together tonight. Without getting drunk. Good.
No drunkenness.
Woo-hoo. Li Tianyu. Pot. Report it to the police or not? Guoguang stopped crying and shook his head. Forget it. She didn't pit me against my money anyway. Let's get together. Good riddance? You can swallow that. Guoguang showed an embarrassed look. Anyway, I didn't let her have a good time yesterday. Li Tianyu looked at Guo Guang in astonishment and instantly understood something. Guo Guang stretched out his hand again and made the sign of 7. Nima. Very 6 plus 1. Pot, you're a ing animal. Chapter 100. I want to drink higher. In the evening, Li Tianyu dragged Guo Guang to the neighborhood to eat hot pot. This hot pot restaurant, specializing in traditional imperial-style copper pots, the two used to come often, and they were considered to be familiar with it. Li Tianyu. Pot. First things first. This time it's on you. Guo Guang gritted his teeth, feeling his heart dripping blood, but still said, I please. Should. Okay. First, let's have a plate of signature hand-cut lamb to hit the bottom. Li Tianyu laughed wickedly, taking a ballpoint pen and scratching on the menu. Signature hand-cut lamb, 800 grams and 88 pieces on a large plate. Yo, haven't been here for a long time. There's a new dish lately, pots and pans. This hand-cut sunit fresh fattened beef looks good. The name is lofty and the picture is tantalizing. It's no worse than the signature fattened beef. Have one. Hand-cut sunit fresh fat beef, 600 grams in a plate, 69 pieces. Signature shrimp sliders, $49 a serving. Handmade beef meatballs, 6 of them, $25. Guo Guang's face was ashen and he wanted to speak. Li Tianyu was unrelenting, playing with his life to rub salt into this guy's wounds. In the past, when he came out to eat with Guo Guang, it was either AA or Li Tianyu's treat, and this time Li Tianyu can be considered to have caught the opportunity to rip him off. One slaughter or two. One meal at lunch and one at night. Li Tianyu ordered haphazardly and asked for a few more beers, chatting with Guo Guang while drinking. Ding! The two men clink another glass. For cups of beer down, Guo Guang face red, obviously on the head. Don't look at Pot as a tall, imposing man, but he has always been a slag in terms of alcohol consumption. 1 cup fainted, 2 cups half of the face red, 3 cups of the other half of the face also red, 4 or 5 cups to drink in, basically almost to the realm of the cloud to swim in the Taishu. Why did Li Tianyu only ask for a few beers? Because he had to destroy most of it himself. Li Tianyu hurriedly said, Brother Pot, I say you, drink slowly. No one is robbing with you. We still need it later. Guo Guang frowned and waved his hand carelessly. You don't have to care about me. I have to get drunk today. Then Guo Guang actually sang. I cackle. I'm going to drink higher. Drink higher oh. LOL. The song was so hard to hear that it scared the next table. Li Tianyu quickly changed the topic. Pot, don't be so thoughtless, as the saying goes, if you lose in love, then you will gain in the workplace. Look at you now, you are mixed up in a way that is also moral and human. Did I get it in the workplace? Guo Guang's eyes showed sorrow and a sense of confusion. For a while, Guo Guang only slowly said, Brothers, I have to thank you properly. Today, if not for you, my deposit is going to be cheated by that woman. Then I really only have to jump off a building away. Li Tianyu was startled. It's not that bad. It's just a breakup. Pot is not a teenager, why should he die for his lost love? Only to hear Guo Guang said, Brothers, I tell you, I'm not at all pleased with the workplace. Not only not pleased, but also very disillusioned. Originally, I thought I was disillusioned in the workplace. The love field can give me some comfort. I did not expect. I didn't realize that it's not the love affair that's lost. It's the blood. Oh. Li Tianyu was filled with confusion as he listened. Brother Pot, don't just cry, or you can tell me what's going on. Guo Guang wiped a tear from his eye, blew his nose and began to narrate. It turns out that Kwok Kwong was indeed tapped for a strong chain of Western restaurants. At the beginning of the spring, not only the salary doubled, the base salary reached more than 30,000, the performance also has a large several thousand, and the end of the year there are a lot of bonuses dividends can take. Later, the manager of the restaurant felt that Guo Guang was honest, capable and strong, and that the guests liked the dishes he made, so he promoted Guo Guang to become the chef. To know that the chef of this Western restaurant had been quite good, it made him happy for a while. What I didn't expect was that the good times wouldn't last long, and the restaurant manager who appreciated Guo Guang was transferred by the headquarters and replaced by another one. This restaurant manager's name is Chao Jinghui. For Guo Guang, Chao Jinghui was not so nice to deal with. Chao Jinghui, this person is also a chef origin, not only cynical but also especially like someone to pat him on the back. With enough ass-kissing, that performance review score is a barn burner. Guo Guang's hands are clever, but his heart is really not fine. How can he do such things as kissing ass and flattering? So for a few months in a row, no matter how hardworking and responsible Guo was, his performance was below average. Instead, those who were sneaky and got close to Chao Jingwei from time to time got good marks. Just last month, Kwang's chef position was finally taken away and replaced with a chef who is quite good at kissing ass. And Kwang's title is preceded by a 2, the second chef. Snort! Li Tianyu had just taken a sip of beer and almost sprayed it out when he heard it. What? There's still the position of second chef. There's an S. It was Chao Jingwei himself who added it. Guo couldn't help but pound on the table, making a pop sound. He must be looking at me in a bad light and is trying to fix me. There is a position of sous chef in the Western kitchen, but there is never a second sous chef. Although Chao Jingwei was small-minded, his heart was actually like a mirror. The restaurant can't really work without Guo the master. That's why he was made the second in command, assisting that ass-kissing heartthrob. Li Tianyu kind of admired manager Chao Jingwei Chao's imagination that he could come up with such a name. Guo said here, very angry. Originally, I was so angry that I was thinking of resigning and not doing it, but just at this time, that appeared.
Li Tianyu was stunned met Su Shanshan.
Guo sighed and nodded. I see. Zhu Shanshan is also take advantage of the situation. Just soothed Guo's wounded little heart, so that he temporarily put off the idea of naked resignation. Guo had expected to go straight to domestic bliss, but he didn't expect it to be a shock. Guo was now quite sober and his face was not so red. But then he thumped another glass. The face reddened anew. Guo. I can see through it. In that restaurant continue to do. I have to get depressed. Wait for this month to get paid. I will resign.
I'm quitting.
Li Tianyu. So where are you going? Guo. Where can't I go with my skills? Others will still grab it? Fair enough. Come on. Keep drinking. The two clinked another glass. Guo drank it all in one go, already confused into a sand sculpture again. Li Tianyu, on the other hand, was a bit out of his mind and didn't drink all the wine in his glass. Now that he had a spot to run an industry, he had been worried about what to do. Now that I think about it, should I open a restaurant? However, Li Tianyu had overlooked one thing. Guo drank himself unconscious, and he ended up paying the bill. QQ Book Group 8317344744. Interested book lovers can enter the group. Thank you for your continuous support. Chapter 101. Hard and soft, good for the waist. MMP, this Guo guy is too heavy. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Tianyu had gone through the system's transformation and already had strength that surpassed normal people, there would have been no way to drag him to his home. Even so, it wore him out. Li Tianyu had also been drinking, so he got a chauffeur to take him home. It's already 10 o'clock at night. He was watching TV and wondering what was going on. Opening a restaurant, that's actually a good idea. As the saying goes, food is what people eat. As the saying goes again, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation are the basic needs for human survival. Since it's a basic need, it can't easily go downhill. Of these, food is the most actionable. But opening a restaurant seems to be particularly miscellaneous and not very well positioned. First of all, should we open Chinese food or Western food? Chinese food is divided into many kinds. The people often hang on the lips of the 8 major cuisines: Sichuan, Lu, Guangdong, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Fujian, Hunan, and Anhui. They are also categorized by form into hot pot, barbecue, and ramen restaurants, which are simply too numerous to count. Western food isn't much better. Besides the formal Western food, there are any number of steakhouses, pizzerias, and even burger joints like KFC and M. In addition to Chinese and Western food, Japanese food seems to be becoming more and more popular in the imperial city. Then, there are the various buffets. Li Tianyu had never opened a restaurant, as if he could open anything, but instead, he couldn't decide for a moment. However, he quickly figured out that it didn't matter what he drove. What mattered was whether he could make money, big money. It's just a matter of blowing off some steam, paying taxes, and trying to see if it works first. Li Tianyu cleared his throat and said in a fake voice, "I'm a Chinese restaurant owner." After bragging, Li Tianyu opened the system interface and entered the order center. Surprisingly, some restaurant listings did appear. Restaurant name Yujia Bistro. Restaurant location: Jiangfeng Bridge, North 4th Ring Road, Imperial City. Restaurant size: 35 square meters. Number of restaurant employees: 5. Restaurant profit margin: 25%. Amount of tax payment: 200,000 soft dollars. Restaurant name Kofu Zhai. Restaurant location: Hujiang Mansion, East 3rd Ring Road, Imperial City. Restaurant size, 230 square meters. Number of restaurant employees, 25. Restaurant profit margin 38%. Amount of tax payment, 790,000 soft dollars. Restaurant name, Wizard of Oz. Restaurant location, 5th floor, Shangguang Shopping Center, Financial Street, Imperial City. Restaurant size, 145 square meters. Number of restaurant employees, 17. Restaurant profit margin 45%. Amount of tax payment, 850,000 soft dollars. Name of restaurant Mayday Shabu Shabu. Restaurant location, Yuanzhong Road, North 5th Ring Road, Imperial City. Restaurant size, 89 square meters. Number of restaurant employees, 10. Restaurant profit margin, 30%. Amount of tax payment, 450,000 soft dollars. The 4 messages, Li Tianyu carefully and meticulously watched them one by one. I found that only the first one, Yuka Noodle House, and the 4th one, Mayday Shabu Shabu, could afford to pay the tax. The other 2 stores, just by looking at the address, are in high-end office buildings and shopping malls with obviously high specifications. It's no wonder the tax amount is so expensive. As for, there's a Noodle House and Mayday Shabu Shabu, I feel that all of them are small stores that don't seem to make the grade. Taking another look at the profit margin, Li Tianyu's heart immediately cooled. Profits are too low. This earns hard money, right? Li Tianyu at least has the title of business elite. The relevant knowledge is still very solid. Operating income minus operating costs. The remaining money is the owner's net profit. This operating costs in turn include staff salaries, utilities and gas, and yes, rent. Wait, Li Tianyu suddenly thought of something. If he gets an estate by paying taxes, does he still have to pay rent? System assistant. No need. As long as the host pays taxes according to the rules, the industry will be completely owned by the host, and the host owns all of its property rights. System assistant. The host may remodel, upgrade, or destroy the business industry to which he belongs, but may not transfer it in any form, or it will be destroyed automatically. The profit margins in that list were calculated without store rent? Systems assistant. Yes. Li Tianyu was taken aback. Putting aside the rent, it was actually still such a miserable situation. The profit of that Chinese restaurant was even lower than imagined. That wouldn't be much fun. If you look at it this way, at least the Chinese restaurant can't do it. What about the Western restaurant? Li Tianyu hesitated and decided not to research it, planning to talk about it tomorrow. Go to bed, turn off the light, go to sleep. The next day, Li Tianyu drove to the Iowa real estate headquarters. As soon as he entered the company, he saw the receptionist girl, Zhang Li, greeting himself. Mr. Li, you're here. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Well, here it comes. Mr. Li, your office is ready. Manager Shen asked me to show you around. Manager Shen was, of course, the manager of the administration department, Shen Siue. When he thought of this beautiful woman, Li Tianyu's heart swam a little. That being in the car still seems to be fresh in my mind. Mr. Li, Mr. Li. Li Tianyu came back to his senses. Huh? Okay. Let's go then. Zhang Li is in front. Li Tianyu is in the back. Li Tianyu. Where's your manager Shen? Zhang Li. She went on a business trip out of town and hasn't come back yet. Li Tianyu let out an "oh" and didn't say anything else. The office arranged for Li Tianyu was near the administration department. A cubicle made of soundproof tempered glass. Certainly not transparent. The area was neither small nor large, about 20 square meters. Clean, neat, and spacious. The office is laid out quite simply. Desk, boss chair, water cooler, and a wide couch across from the boss chair. With a computer dedicated to the desk and a 34-inch curved monitor, it looks quite impressive. Li Tianyu first sat down on the boss chair and turned around twice. Comfortable. Zhang Li's eyes flowed. Mr. Li, is this office still satisfactory? Li Tianyu nodded. Pretty good. Li Tianyu stood up again and sat down on the couch. Very comfortable. Li Tianyu. This couch is so soft. Zhang Li. Manager Shen specially instructed, for you to choose the leather, soft and hard moderate, said it is good for the waist. Li Tianyu. Manager Shen is kind, and thank you for bringing me here. Zhang Li smiled. Mr. Li is polite. This is what I should do. There's nothing else, I'll leave first. Li Tianyu. Good. Come back and sit often. Zhang Li actually laughed and ran away. Li Qianwu literally sat on the large sofa for a moment, then remembered why he had come over. I'm just looking for AI Baoquan. Q group number 831734744. Thank you to Precepts, mountains are not as clear as my 10-mile song, and Runaway Baby for their multiple rewards. Thanks to Ruoxin, Jiangxing Ningqinger, Shi Dajuan, God Not, Wine Doesn't Understand the Bitterness of Coffee, at Loverboy, Mr. Yuan, Cold-Hearted Row, Book Lover 2018, 9552, Book Lover 2019, 5269, and She for their bounties. Thank you to all of you who voted for recommendations, and to all of you who supported me. Chapter 102. The second prince is too naughty. Before Li Tianyu came, he purposely contacted AI Baoquan. AI Baoquan said he'd be waiting for him at the president's office. When Li Tianyu came in, he found that AI Baoquan had a new female secretary. I guess that Xiang Tingting student has been replaced. This shows that Boss AI has taken care of everything. I just don't know if General Manager Zhao Yanzhao still has the possibility of appearing at the Iowa headquarters. At this time, Boss AI was drinking tea again. As soon as he saw Li Tianyu come in, he hurriedly greeted, "Elder brother Li, sit down quickly." Li Tianyu sat down across from Boss AI. Boss AI poured him tea. Li Tianyu picked up the compact purple sand cup and took a sip. "Yo, Boss AI, changed the tea. What's the premium stuff this time?" Boss AI was overjoyed. "Guess." Li Tianyu was stunned and had countless MMPs in his heart. "I'm not a tea farmer. Can I guess?" Boss AI didn't really mean to let him guess. The Longwei Mao Jian of Fujiang is only produced once every 2 years, less than 50 taels each time. How is it? Fragrant enough? Heh, that's really fragrant enough. I only get to drink it like that once every 2 years. I'll have to mull over the flavor. When it comes to this Boss AI, he has 2 major hobbies. The first one, that is, likes to talk to young girls about life, ideals, poetry, and songs. Girls who dress up funky and wear heavy makeup are not his thing. He likes the innocent type, and it has to be the long-haired kind. He doesn't like the less educated ones, he likes the more educated ones. In the words of AI Baoquan, spending time with them is a feeling of first love. Li Tianyu felt that he could only use 2 words to describe it: perverted. Secondly, that would be the tea tasting, which can be described as the super tea nerd of the entrepreneurial world. No matter how rare or expensive that tea was, he had to find a way to get it for a lot of money. Li Tianyu had been quite curious about Zhao Shi's matter, but after hesitating, he still didn't ask. For him, there was no need to know too much. Even if he asked, the person, Mr. AI, might not necessarily be willing to say. Besides, if Li Tianyu really wanted to know, he could have done it through the handshake method, which would have been safer. After a few cups of tea, Li Tianyu felt comfortable in all his limbs. Li Tianyu, "Mr. AI, your tea is really good. I'm done. Go out for a walk. See you later." AI Baoquan still seemed to be immersed in the tea aroma. The intoxicated look was about to hum a little song. "Well, take your time." AI Baoquan just finished, suddenly sobered up. "Alas, no."
Ai Baoquan uriedli pulled Li Tianyu back.
"Elder brother Li, don't go. I haven't told you the business yet." Li Tianyu laughed bitterly and sat back again. "Mr. AI, didn't you come to me for tea? I thought you were just here to introduce me to what is this? Fujiang snake tail Mao Jian. Stop it, it's dragon tail hair tip." AI Baoquan responded in a serious manner. Well, Fujiang's dragon's tail hair tips." AI Baoquan slapped his head. "Elder brother Li, don't interrupt. I'm going to say the main thing." Li Tianyu made a please gesture. "My son has been kidnapped." "Oh." Li Tianyu looked down and was just about to reach for his cup when he immediately reacted. "Ah?" AI Baoquan picked up the teacup, took another sip, put it down and picked up the teapot again. Ready to pour the tea, Li Tianyu snatched the teapot and set it down. "Mr. AI, say that again." AI Baoquan licked his lips. "My son is tied up." Li Tianyu, "Is it your own? Next door to old Wang's family, right?" AI Baoquan again picked up the alabaster teapot, pouring tea while saying, "Stop it, it's biological, my second son, called AI Peace. Naughty one. Leather it." Li Tianyu frowned. "Let's put aside whether your penis is skinny or not. Since it's been kidnapped, why don't you hurry to call the police? Mr. AI, you still have the leisure to find me here to drink tea." AI Baoquan was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Tianyu again. "Mr. AI, let me say this first. I don't know Kung Fu. If you want to save someone in private, just let Yang and go." "Are you kidding me? Even if he knew Kung Fu, Li Tianyu wouldn't go. That's not playing with your life. AI Bao Quan waved his hand. What are you talking about? Elder brother Li, will you hear me out? Okay, you say. AI Bao Quan. You just said call the police? Call the police for what? He's at the police station. Li Tianyu was stunned. What's going on? Your second son was kidnapped by the police. AI Bao Quan. That's right. He's a naughty boy. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Since your son is going to grow a lesson, why did you still find me here?
Li Tianyu sakrelli slandarat.
But on the surface, Li Tianyu still had to make a concerned gesture. So what did he commit? For someone in a position like AI Bao Quan, as long as his son didn't get anyone killed, it usually wasn't a big deal. AI Bao Quan sighed. It's not because of his foul temper. It turns out that AI Bao Chuan's second son, AI Heping, has a rather flamboyant temperament and is a standard dude. 2 nights ago, AI Peace driving his Mercedes-Benz Big G pulling 2 beautiful women out for a ride. A moment did not control the speed, directly disliked the car in front of the car's ass. Originally, AI and the piece of reason, then thought to get out of the car to see the situation, and then reported to the insurance. As a result, the other party was also quick-tempered and opened his mouth to dislike. Where can AI and Ping take this anger? Directly scolded back, and then the incident quickly escalated. The two argued even louder. The other person angrily said that anything placed in the trunk might have been broken and opened the trunk to check. The trunk was filled with a large aluminum case, which at first glance held something important. Open a look. Things are not broken, the other side is always a little down. However, AI Ping Ping did not do on impulse, went up and snatched the other people that thing over to drop. Hearing this, Li Tianyu couldn't help but ask, broken? Peace AI nodded and said helplessly, do you think he's a jerk? Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment. Mr. AI, I speak straight. Don't mind if I do, your penis is indeed a bastard. Then, of course, the man quit and went straight to the police. With that, AI was placed under administrative detention for 2 weeks, and it's only the 3rd day. Li Tianyu was still confused after hearing this. Then what are you looking for me for? Mr. AI. Brother Li, he broke someone else's things? What can they do? They must make us pay for it. Li Tianyu. Mr. AI. Can't you afford to pay for it? How much does he want? AI Bao Quan held out a slap. 50,000? AI Bao Quan shook his head. It was also true that $50,000 was no different than $50 to AI Bao Quan. $500,000? AI Bao Quan shook his head again. Li Tianyu's face changed. $5 million? A lion's den. AI Bao Quan sighed. Elder brother Li, it's $50 million. Chapter 103. Why don't you open a bar? Li Tianyu was startled. What was that thing that got broken? I can't believe it cost that much. AI Bao Quan looked embarrassed. It says it's an artifact. Li Tianyu was very surprised. Artifacts? What kind of artifact? AI Bao Quan. I don't know exactly anyway. The man said it was a very valuable and rare artifact. Li Tianyu. Since it is so precious, then you should hurry to compensate people. You are such a big boss, a mere 50 million. For you Harry Rain. AI Bao Quan waved his hand. Elder brother Li. It's not right for you to say that. Do you think that my money came from the wind? I earned that penny by penny. Besides, even if I really don't care about that $50 million, I can't lose it so unaccountably, right? At least that artifact is indeed worth as much as he said before. Li Tianyu let out an "oh" and waited for AI Bao Quan to continue. AI Bao Quan, however, looked at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu couldn't help himself. Boss AI, do I have flowers on my face? AI Bao Quan. It's your turn to take a stand. Li Tianyu responded in surprise. What position am I taking? AI Bao Quan. Help me go over and appraise whether that artifact is worth $50 million or not. Boss AI, you don't think I'm infallible, do you? AI Bao Quan laughed, picked up the alabaster teapot and poured tea into the 2 men's cups. Li old brother, still playing dumb, don't think I don't know, you don't know quite a lot about antique and cultural relics. Li Tianyu glanced at AI Bao Quan and finally understood. The old fox, AI Bao Quan, already knew about his own tawdry maneuvers at the pawn shop. It looked like the guy was still investigating himself. It's no wonder Li Tianyu is in possession of quite a few secrets of AI Bao Quan. He can't completely let it go. He must always pay attention to Li Tianyu's movements. Li Tianyu, you trust me that much? Why don't you go to whichever museum in the imperial capital and find an old expert? It should be more reliable than me. AI Baoquan skimmed his lips. Alas, I still don't know the pissiness of those experts. The qualification is indeed old, but how many can have real material? I'm telling you, I can't say that all of them are deceptive, but it's not easy to find a real guy with ability. Li Tianyu picked up his teacup and drank it all in one go. Boss AI, I can't do this job for nothing. You have to give me an appearance fee. AI Baoquan pushed a check in front of Li Tianyu again as if it was a trick. Li Tianyu picked it up and looked at it. Cash check. 1 million soft dollars. Li Tianyu gave a thumbs up. Boss AI preachy. When one is in the world, righteousness is the word. Li Tianyu put away the cash check. No wonder so many little girls are willing to follow you. If I were a female, I would have to stick it to you as well. AI Baochuan's hand shook as he poured the tea. Drink the tea and cut the nasty talk. That damaged artifact is still with the city police department. Li Tianyu didn't have to go over and appraise it right away. AI Baoquan needs to contact the owner of the artifact and the police through his side of the lawyers in advance to obtain an appraisal application beforehand. Of course, there are a few other things to prepare for. Appraisal of cultural relics is not something that just anyone can do. It requires a relevant professional status. Otherwise, not to mention the results of your identification if people believe it or not, just cannot get the police identification application is very difficult. That's why AI Baoquan needs to make a proper identity for Li Tianyu. These things Li Tianyu do not need to care. Let him AI Baoquan to get. After having tea with AI Baoquan, Li Tianyu returned to his office. He mulled it over slightly, but he called Guoguang. Hey, Pot, where are you? Quoc Quang. At work. Li Tianyu. Busy. Guoguang. Not bad, just busy past, by the way. Yesterday really have to thank you, otherwise I saved those old capital really not necessarily can keep. Li Tianyu. Hey, what are you thanking for? By the way, if you're free, I'll make a trip to you to consult with you about this. It's better to meet and talk about this. Guoguang. Okay. Come over here. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and drove away from Iwa Mansion to Wulaton. Speaking of Wulaton, it is a very famous dining and entertainment district in the imperial capital, and there are several busy pedestrian streets. There is a large concentration of bars, nightclubs, shopping malls, and a wide variety of restaurants. The place where Guoguang works is called Blue Frog Western Restaurant, which is quite a famous chain of Western restaurants in China. Li Tianyu drove to the door and called Guoguang again. Guoguang soon came out. Where to? Guoguang asked. Li Tianyu pointed to the cafe across the street. Let's go. I'll buy you a coffee. The two entered the store and sat opposite each other. 2 steaming lattes were served. Guoguang rubbed his face, still a little red. How much did I drink yesterday? It feels like there has to be a dozen or so beers, right? In fact, he'd had 5 or 6 drinks at most. Li Tianyu looked up at the other party. I really want to throw coffee in your face. It's not even if you drink too much and don't treat me. I still have to drag you back. Guoguang laughed out loud in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to treat you later. Li Tianyu. Next time you treat me, absolutely no alcohol. Guoguang showed an embarrassed look. By the way, what do you want to consult me about? Li Tianyu. I want to ask you, is opening a Western restaurant profitable or not? Guoguang. Yo, this can be complicated depending on how to open in the imperial city. As long as the location is good, there must be no problem to make money. What? You want to open a restaurant? Li Tianyu. I do have this idea, but I'm afraid that the profit is too low to be cost-effective, so I want to ask your opinion. Guoguang, after all, has been in the business for quite a few years, and knows enough about it even if he's only a chef. Guoguang looked at Li Tianming in surprise. Li Tianming. What for? Guoguang. Do you know how much investment is involved in opening a Western restaurant in the imperial city? Li Tianming waved his hand. You don't need to care about the money. I'll think of a way. Just say if this idea is reliable. Guoguang pondered for a while. Western restaurants are more profitable than Chinese restaurants, that's for sure, but it's not that high. As far as I know, the profit margin can be 60% is quite good. Li Tianyu was speechless. Even if he saved the rent investment, the profit wouldn't be anywhere near as high. Guoguang suddenly said, according to me, if you are really rich, then you might as well open a bar. A bar? Li Tianyu's eyes lit up. Guoguang is right, although Li Tianyu has never opened a bar, but also heard that the profits of the bar that is the top. A plain beer can go for over $100. A bottle of Chivas Regal, which costs tens of dollars to buy, can be sold for thousands of dollars. Such profits are truly staggering. However, Guoguang soon began to pour cold water. Chapter 104 The Doll Bar. You're the one. Not all bars make money though. It still depends on the location and the decor. The location has to be good, like a bar in Woolleton, that basically doesn't lose money. Then there's the fact that it's near a university, and the bar is guaranteed not to lose money, and it makes a thief's fortune. But the rent for these locations is so high, and when you factor in the renovation and design, you definitely can't get it done without tens of millions of dollars. Seeing Li Tianyu's dumbfounded look, Guoguang thought that he had struck him. Brother, I'm being honest, don't mind me. Li Tianyu then came back to his senses and waved his hand. It's fine. I'll mull it over. Guoguang patted Li Tianyu's shoulder. Think about it again. I still have work here. I'll go back first. Call me if there's anything later. Li Tianyu nodded. Okay. Pot. You go ahead. I'll sit for a while. Guoguang glanced at Li Tianyu again, then walked towards the door. To be honest, Guoguang felt that Li Tianyu was thinking too simply. Whether it's opening a Western restaurant or a bar, it's a huge investment in the empire. Guoguang, for example, has a small $1 million in hand, but still do not dare to think about starting a business to open a store, especially those in good locations with expensive rents. Employee wages are now rising again. Not to mention $1 million, even if there are a few million, it's still a bottomless pit to invest in, and most of them won't even hear the sound. After Guoguang left, Li Tianyu began to think about getting on the bar again. It's a well-known fact that bars spend a lot of money. Of course, on the other hand, bars have a high upfront investment. But Li Tianyu is not afraid he has the system to add, can completely erase the rent input. Rent makes up the bulk of the entire bar's operating costs. And when it's removed, the profits are even higher. But as Guoguang said, the store rent here in Woolleton is so high that even if it is a small bar, the system's tax payment is estimated to be more than 500,000 soft dollars. But it's better to see it first. Bragging about taxes is a two-step process. Let's start by saying that you're the owner of Sprinkles Bar in Tudor. Then, as usual, open the system interface and go to the order center. Li Tianyu did see a series of bar tax information. Bar name, Night Cat. Bar location, Sanfeng Pedestrian Street, Woolleton, Imperial China. Bar size, 180 square meters. Number of bar staff, 20. Bar profit margin, 350%. Amount of tax payment, 800,000 soft dollars. Bar name, Chaoshi Bar. Bar location, Ingguang Bridge, North 4th Ring Road, Imperial City. Bar size, 200 square meters. Number of bar staff, 25. Bar profit margin, 80%. Amount of tax payment, 400,000 soft dollars. Bar name, Dal Bar. Bar location, Houghton Street, South People Street, Imperial City. Bar size, 220 square meters. Number of bar staff, 20. Bar profit margin, 200%. Amount of tax payment, 500,000 soft dollars. Bar name, Don't Want to Come Out. Bar location, Jiangming Street, Woolleton, Imperial China. Bar size, 150 square meters. Number of bar staff, 17. Bar profit margin, 250%. Amount of tax payment, 700,000 soft dollars. Li Tianyu sipped his coffee as he quickly skimmed through the contents on the list. To an outsider, Li Tianyu seemed to be lost in thought as he looked out the window, like an infatuated man who has lost his love. The bar's profits are really quite anticlimactic. Granted, the calculations were done without rent, but that's a double or triple profit margin at the drop of a hat, and that's too much, isn't it? However, the amount of taxes paid by the bars in 5 Mile Run is so high that you can't even get a tax payment of less than $500,000. And other bar stores that are not in busy areas. Suddenly, Lee sees the Dal Bar. It's actually right in the back of Toon Street on South People Street in the Imperial City. It's right around the corner from here. Houghton Street was also a pedestrian street, 2 streets away from this side, and Li Tianyu had been there before. There are quite a few restaurants on Houghton Street. Most of them are some crayfish stores and barbecue restaurants. In addition to that, there are a number of internet cafes. Although the streets of Houghton are a little narrower, the place is quite busy, especially at night, comparable to the night market. The Dal Bar has a 200% profit margin, not as lucrative as a couple of other bars in 5 Mile Run, but twice as lucrative. Compared to Chinese and Western restaurants, this profit is already quite substantial. The more important point is that the tax amount is exactly $500,000. That's something. $500,000 for a bar or one with such high benefits is definitely a bargain. Li Qianwu hesitated to just pick this one. After all, Li Tianyu's current rank only had one business industry slot, which needed to be used carefully. But when you think about it, there shouldn't be any other better industry with that kind of profit. Li Tianyu no longer hesitate, directly chose the doll bar. A tax secondary confirmation box pops up. Okay. Deduction information. 500,000 deduction successful. Industry access to information. Doll bar successfully acquired. System assistant. Host, your business industry has reached its upper limit. Li Tianyu sighed in relief, finally putting this matter into practice. How does it feel to be the boss? At the moment, Li Tianyu didn't feel anything. However, Li Tianyu was very eager to go into his own bar and see what it was like now. But according to past practice, you should wait for the call first. Waiting left and right, half an hour passed and still no call came in. Li Tianyu was a bit worried if the system was on the fritz. You're not going to deduct money and not give anything, are you? After another half an hour, Li Tianyu couldn't sit still anymore and asked the system assistant. The system's response was stiff. System assistant. Industry is delivered randomly and cannot answer the host's questions. Okay, if you don't answer, then I'll go over there and see for myself. Without saying a word, Li Tianyu walked out of the cafe and drove towards Ho Tun Street on South Renmin Avenue. The Wulaton neighborhood has always been a heavily congested area. It's pedestrianized and the streets are generally narrower. Good thing it's not rush hour and there's not much traffic. Not far away itself, Li Tianyu quickly arrived at Houghton Road. Li Tianyu found a place to stop, looked left and right, and didn't see any sign of a bar. Later, looking across the road, there was a small townhouse-style building. Can't be there, can it? Li Tianyu's intuition told him that there was something. He immediately trotted over to it and literally saw the sign doll bar. Chapter 105, You're the store manager. The little townhouse was built in an unknown era, and the exterior had been repainted to look new. Outside the door of the small townhouse, as well as to the right, is a fair-sized open space that could be used as a parking lot. However, the gate was closed, so how to get in? Li Tianyu saw a red foot mat at the door, and with a movement in his heart, he walked over and lifted it up. There was actually a set of keys pressed underneath. What the hell? So casual? Li Tianyu picked up the key, found a random one, inserted it into the door lock and twisted it. Can't twist it. Changed the key again, stuck it in and twisted it. The lock is open. With the sound of clack, 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 the aluminum alloy security door opened automatically. Li Tianyu walked in. It was a little dark inside for the reason that the windows were all closed. Li Tianyu fumbled around a bit to turn the lights on and ended up touching a row of switches. What the hell? Which one is it? Li Tianyu simply opened them all. The result was instant gold and bling. Brightened Li Tianyu's titanium eyes. Li Tianyu was stunned. It really deserved to be a bar that was taxed from the system, and the decoration and design were all superior. Li Tianyu also does not know how to decorate, just a rough look, very modern, the kind of fashionable and elegant style that young people quite like. The bar was 220 square meters, so I think it was just one floor, and at a glance it looked quite spacious. On one side of the hall is a huge bar. Behind the bar are very tall wine coolers. But at this point, the top of the wine cooler was empty. Not a single bottle of wine. The bar has high-top seating, loose-top seating, and card seating. The left side is almost entirely walled. The so-called wall is the LCD screen mural splicing into the viewing wall. Inside, there's a small dance floor paired with a stage that even comes with DJ equipment. It's really a sparrow's nest. This configuration is quite extravagant for such a small bar. In addition to the main room, the bar has a back kitchen and restrooms, which are nicely decorated and functional. Not that there's much to say about those. However, Li Tianyu noticed that the small bar also had a second floor, connected by a wooden staircase. Going up, wow, it's a bulkhead. The partition is further divided into several rooms, which in turn can be used as locker rooms and staff lounges. But this first floor already fills up the area. Is it hard to believe that the second floor loft is a bonus? Anyway, bigger is better than smaller, which is a good thing, so Li Tianyu stopped obsessing about it. Li Tianyu turned around upstairs and downstairs 2 more times and felt very satisfied. It was then that Li Tianyu remembered something more important. Where's the title deed? Li Tianyu searched around the first floor of the bar and finally found it in the cupboard under the bar. Commercial real estate title deeds, business licenses, health permits, fire appraisals. The various kinds of documents dazzled Li Tianyu. But it was only when he got these heavy documents that Li Tianyu felt like a boss. However, the bar did arrive, but now there is no way to open it. No wine, no staff, no ingredients. Without saying anything, Li Tianyu directly drove back to Wulatin. When he reached the entrance of the Blue Frog Western restaurant, Li Tianyu called Guoguang again. Guoguang was busy for a while and then came out. What's the matter? In a hurry? Being chased by a dog? Guoguang was confused. At this time, Guoguang suddenly saw the Porsche behind Li Tianyu and his eyes lit up. Wow, that's a nice car. You didn't drive it, did you? Li Tianyu pointed to his Porsche Cayenne. Get in. I'll show you a good place. Guoguang hesitated. Where to? Is it far away? I have something to do in a while. Li Tianyu waved his hand. It's not far. As long as you go, you'll know that it's definitely not a trip. Hearing Li Tianyu say this, Guoguang became curious and got into the passenger seat. Tianyu, is this car yours? Or did you borrow it? Li Tianyu, it's mine. Guoguang was taken aback. No wonder you don't squeeze the rental house with me anymore. So you got rich. You don't even have a house in the imperial capital, right? Li Tianyu. A house is nothing. Hold your chin up for a while. Guoguang was confused. Why? Half an hour later, the two arrived at the door of the doll bar. Guoguang was stunned at the door. Drag me to a bar? But it's closed. When Li Tianyu pulled out the key and opened the security door, Guoguang was instantly petrified and became a sand sculpture. A few seconds later, Guoguang followed behind Li Tianyu and scurried into the bar. Inside the Sprinkles bar, there was an uproar of yelling, exclamations, and inquiries. Tianyu, Tianyu, did you dish out this bar? The decoration is really good, like brand new, but how come there's no smell at all? It's environmentally friendly. This lot can be great, although it is not the center of Wulatin, but this street can be quite prosperous. From the subway station is also close to this year's rent. How much? I'm afraid it's 1,000,000 or 800,000 won't be able to stop it, right? When Li Tianyu showed Guoguang the title deed, Guoguang let out a hiss. What? You bought it? Bought it all? Tianyu? Be honest. Did you rob a bank? It took Li Tianyu a lot of effort to calm down Guoguang, who was in a state of exuberance. Dude, just say it plainly. Are you going to make me you? Li Tianyu. Pot? Why are you so smart? Do you answer? Guoguang said without hesitation. Promise. What's there to say? Li Tianyu waved his hand. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't even talked about your treatment yet. Guoguang. I'm not looking for anything else. The paycheck is the same as I have now. Li Tianyu pondered for a moment and shook his head. Guoguang was stunned, thinking that Li Tianyu had spent a large sum of money to buy the bar, and now he didn't have much left in his hand. It's okay to drop me a little bit, or it's okay if you don't pay me, and when you make money and you're flush with cash, it's okay if you pay me again. Li Tianyu revealed a bitter smile. Where are you thinking? Let's do it this way. The salary is the same as you are now. In addition, you will be given 5% profit sharing every year. Is that okay? Guoguang was taken aback. 5% profit, it doesn't sound like much, but having worked in a bar, he knows very well that the bar is profiteering and it's a lot of money. Did you really give me that much? Li Tianyu pulled Guoguang to sit down. Listen to me first. I pulled you over, but not just to do the job of a chef or bartender, thinking of letting you help me manage the bar. Guoguang suddenly realized, store manager? Li Tianyu snapped his fingers. That's right. It's the store manager. Deal or no deal. Does Pot want to think it over again? I'm crazy? What's there to think about? Of course it's a deal. Chapter 106. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. It would be good for this bar to elect a store manager. Li Tianyu still had quite a few things to do and couldn't possibly bolt here all day long. Also, it takes an insider to run a bar. Although Li Qianwu could have bragged about being a bar management expert or something like that, but that doesn't seem to be necessary. Li Tianyu's realm was now much higher than before. He doesn't need to have all the abilities, he just needs to know how to use people. On the one hand, Guoguang had worked as a laborer in a bar, so he still knew a lot about bar operations. On the other hand, Guoguang's character, Li Tianyu absolutely trusted. Of course, no one is perfect. Guoguang also has shortcomings, that is, the nature is too straight, easy to get some of the villain's way. But this had little impact. Li Tianyu only let him take care of the day-to-day affairs, and Li Tianyu would come over to keep an eye on the other aspects of decision-making. For example, when choosing employees in the early stages, Li Tianyu's Master of Intelligence ability can come in handy. No one with bad character or ulterior motives will be admitted. Since the two of them had hit it off, it was time to start discussing the details. Guoguang looked at the layout of the bar and pondered for a moment. Tianyu? This bar? What type of bar are you going for? Li Tianyu was stunned. He knew that there was a difference between bars, but specifically there was no idea what types there were. Guoguang went on to explain. If you are in a foreign country, then there are many types of bars. The common ones are main bars, lounges, service bars, banquet bars, theme bars, and multi-purpose bars. Domestic bar culture is more rough, mostly playing disco dance music. The atmosphere is more noisy nightclub-type bar. Kwok Kwong. It's not on a bar street. The crowd preferences are not quite the same, so a nightclub-type bar is not appropriate. My suggestion is to open a clear bar. Li Tianyu. Clear? What's the difference? Kwok Kwong. That's a big difference. Guoguang said that the clear bar is also called a leisure bar, light music-based, quieter, no disco or hot dancers of the kind of bar. Clear bars are best for talking, friends connecting, drinks and conversation. Guoguang added, there is another advantage of opening a clear bar, that is, the crowd is not so mixed, so it is better to manage. Li Tianyu understands Guoguang's meaning, nightclub-style bar for the crowd mixed, from time to time a fight, that is considered light. Li Tianyu pondered for a moment. If that's the case, then it's better to open a clear bar that's kind of characteristic. In fact, Li Tianyu didn't like the overly noisy environment right now. A lounge is different. Listen to music and have a drink. Think of it as a God's day. I have to say that Guoguang was quite flexible and logical in some aspects. Guoguang nodded. That's what I think too. It's still appropriate to clear the bar, but to be a clear bar, those card seats still need to be set up to be more private, with some plants and other coverings. Li Tianyu was indifferent. No problem. You can let go of these arrangements. Li Tianyu asked about the incoming channels again. Since it is a bar, there is no shortage of all kinds of alcohol, drinks, and mineral water. Also, quite a few meals are needed, mainly Western food with a small amount of lighter-flavored Chinese food. For these, Guoguang seems to be familiar with, patted his chest and said, this is a good thing to do. I do so many years in the catering business. A variety of channels have been exposed to. It looked like Pot was a jack of all trades, at least in the early stages, and it was a good thing that he was there, or else Li Tianyu did fret about how to get this bar open for business. At this point, Guoguang couldn't help but ask, this house is really nice. How much did you pay for it? Li Tianyu thought to himself, spent $500,000, but on the mouth which dared to say so, just a ha-ha. Acquaintance child transfer. Discount leg of the friendship price. This was something Guoguang didn't care about and naturally didn't ask much. Brothers in arms. Li Tianyu and Guoguang together drafted a contract of employment. Will be clearly written treatment. The two read the error-free, signing the pledge. As for the other employees, firstly, they were recruited normally, and secondly, Guoguang could find some acquaintances with good character to come over. There's also working capital, and Tiffany Lee will put the first payment into the corporate account. All future money coming in and going out regarding the bar will go to the corporate account. The two men had been discussing the matter for 2 hours, and it was dark. Guoguang then thought of something and hurriedly picked up his cell phone to see that there were 36 missed calls. Finished. The manager had to yell at me. Li Tianyu, you're the one who's going to quit, and you're still afraid of this? That's true. Guoguang stood up and said, but I'm not yet resigned it. How also have to stand the last shift. Okay. I go back. Turn around I resigned. Immediately start the bar, we'll talk again. Seeing Guoguang scurrying out in 3 steps, Li Tianyu stepped forward and pulled him back. How are you going to get back? Guoguang was stunned. Running. It's not that far from the restaurant. Even if it's not that far, it's going to be a while. Li Tianyu picked up the car keys on the table. All right, Pot. I'll give you a ride. Li Tianyu drove Guoguang back to the restaurant and then went back home. Doll's bar. The industry settled, but also a piece of Li Tianyu's heart. After running outside for a day, Li Tianyu was also tired, and after taking a shower, he laid down on the bed and played a cell phone game. Meanwhile, Guoguang is being bombarded by restaurant manager Chao Jinghui. Guoguang, do you want to do it or not? You're getting a good paycheck, but you're running out of town all day long. You're quite the floater now. Guoguang moved his mouth, thinking just once. When did the day come to an end? However, Chao Jingwei didn't care about that and continued to spray furiously. You say you're an old chef, and you don't set a good example for the young chefs. I'm telling you to, if you don't feel motivated anymore, get the hell out. There's a bunch of people behind you waiting to replace you. Guoguang moved his mouth again. He did want to resign. But it seems like it's not the right time to say it, and he really did have the wrong idea today. Just let people curse a few times. By now, it was time for the evening meal. Chao Jingwei's eyes rolled back and he snapped, "Guoguang, hurry up and get your ass to the kitchen and do something. If you don't work seriously again, watch out for me to finish you off." It's not the first time Guoguang has been scolded in recent times. Chao Jingwei didn't know if he was looking at him in a bad light, and he was looking for Guoguang's trouble every chance he got. If you don't have an opportunity, create one. In response, some sympathize, some lament, and some gloat in this Blue Frog Western restaurant. Recommendations are requested. Thank you all. Chapter 107. What? Do you still want to punish me? The next day, Guoguang squeezed through the subway for over an hour and entered the restaurant out of breath. Yesterday, he mulled it over and decided to finish the day and talk to his manager about quitting. Li Tianyu's doll bar makes Guoguang sleepy and itchy. Kwok Kwong is already planning how to manage the bar well. Of course, it's also important to stand your last watch at Blue Frog West. Even though the new manager is a jerk, Guoguang has been working here for more than a year and still has feelings. Guoguang entered the back kitchen and most of the people were here. Usually at this time of the day they were making preparations for the meal, but now they were gathered in twos and threes, and the atmosphere was a bit off. Some crossed their fingers. Some shook their heads in silence. Some looked at Guoguang with an inexplicable smile. Others looked over with regret and pity. Guoguang's heart burst. The veins on his forehead popped out. "Nima, what's going on here? If you have something to say, can you say it? Why are you being so gloomy?" At that moment, Zhang Mingwei walked over. Zhang Mingwei is in purchasing and talks to Guoguang. "Lao Gua, let's go smoke." Guoguang knew that Zhang Mingwei had something to say, so he followed. The two reached the back entrance of the restaurant. Zhang Mingwei touched his pocket and smiled awkwardly. "Yo, I forgot to bring it." Guoguang was speechless and pulled out a box of soft red plums. Each of the two shared one and held it in their mouths. Guoguang took out another pocket.
No lighter.
"The cigarettes are mine, you go get them," Guoguang said. Zhang Mingwei had to jog to the restaurant to get a lighter and ran back. 2 cigarettes were lit and the smoke was like a wonderland. Guoguang, are all these people crazy today? Looking at me all wrong. Zhang Mingwei sipped 2 puffs of smoke before saying, "Are you happy?" Guoguang, "My surname is Gua. Is it that even you are crazy? What do you have to say quickly?" Zhang Mingwei glanced at Guoguang. "I also heard it from Ding Yang yesterday after you left." Ding Yang is the superb ass-kisser who slaps restaurant manager Chao Jinghui until he takes off and finally snatches Guoguang's position as chef. In fact, Ding Yang's level is mediocre, barely disgraceful, and the other employees in the restaurant are privately quite displeased with him. Guoguang frowned. "What did he say again, Ding Yang?" Zhang Mingwei looked around and whispered. "He said that you've been drifting a bit lately, so he'll let you suffer a bit today." Guoguang snorted. "He made me suffer? What? He wants to beat me up." Zhang Mingwei. "That's not true. How would he dare with that small body? He wants Chao Jingwei to fix you." Guoguang. "How else does Chao Jingwei want to fix me? Didn't he scold me for half a day yesterday?" Zhang Mingwei. "I don't know exactly anyway. It's quite unfavorable to you, so prepare yourself mentally." "Unfavorable." Guoguang mouthed the cigarette 2 or 3 more times, extinguished it, and threw it into the trash can. "I'd like to see how it's unfavorable to me today." Zhang Mingwei patted Guoguang's shoulder. "I'm giving you a precaution. If it's not too much, just put up with it more. At least it's a good job." Guoguang. "All right, I know. Thanks for the reminder. I'll find you for a drink later." Zhang Mingwei shrunk his neck. "Next time we don't drink at dinner. Just drink water, and you have to treat." Just then, someone shouted from the door of the cafeteria, "Everyone, come here. It's time for the morning meeting." Guoguang and Zhang Mingwei looked at each other and entered the back door of the restaurant one after the other. This Western restaurant has a permanent staff of over 40. Morning meetings are usually held in the front room. Basically, the restaurant manager, that is, Chao Jinghui, will talk about the recent efficiency situation, what shortcomings people have in their work, and then praise a few people and criticize a few people. Since Chao Jinghui took power, Guoguanghui will always be among those criticized.
Prupe burplasa bullying.
This time, it was still chaired by Chao Jinghui. There's nothing wrong with the previous process. Finally, it was time to criticize people. Chao Jinghui looked around at the beings, and his eyes finally landed on Guoguang's face. "What's next? Let me focus on Guoguang, the second chef in the back kitchen. Guoguang, listen well to me." Guoguang just let out an "oh." Guoguang noticed that Ding Yang had indeed revealed a very sinister smile. Speaking of Ding Yang, Guoguang felt heartbroken. This guy didn't used to treat him like this. When Ding Yang first came in, he always called out, "Brother Gua, Brother Gua." I didn't realize it was something that was one thing in front of people and another thing behind them. There was no shortage of private digs for Guoguang. When Ding Yang took the chef's seat, he looked up to Guoguang's cooking skills while still knocking him around from time to time. Guoguang also quite admired himself for actually enduring until now. At this time, only to hear the restaurant manager Chao Jinghui said, "Recently, I heard people reflect that the second chef Guoguang, the problem of negative slacking is very serious." Listening to people, Guoguang once again looked at Ding Yang. Ding Yang also happened to look at him. Ding Yang revealed a contemptuous smile that was very revealing. "Give lousy small shoes," Guoguang cursed. The other backroom employees looked at each other in disbelief. Guoguang is a very responsible person, said he was loud, no one objected, but to say that the negative slack work that is purely false planted evidence. But the manager's words, and no one dares to question them, can only so listen. Chao Jingwei added, "Yesterday, Guoguang went out again without any reason for more than 2 hours, and his behavior was really outrageous. In view of Guoguang's poor performance, I announced the following decision to penalize him." Guoguang was stunned. He originally thought that it was enough to criticize in public. How can there be punishment? Chao Jingwei. First, remove Guoguang Air from his position as chef and demote him to an ordinary chef. When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked. This is the rhythm of stripping Guoguang naked. Guoguang was still the chef, demoted to the so-called second chef is serious enough too. This all of a sudden became an ordinary chef. The psychological gap is also too big. Think about it, is also very poor. However, Chao Jinghui only said first, and there is more to come. Second, Guoguang's base salary will be reduced from 32,000 to 20,000, and his 6-month performance rating will be cancelled. The room exploded when this second one came out. Even some of the employees who usually didn't have much of a problem with Guoguang were taken aback. A pay cut is a much more serious matter than a demotion. And it's also a pay cut of $12,000 from 32,000 to 20,000. Eliminating performance ratings would be even more outrageous. In other words, no matter how hard Guoguang work, also no bonus to take, purely white busy a family. Thanks to Runaway Baby, Precepts, and Mountain Clearwater is not as good as my 10-mile song for their repeated rewards. Thank you for the reward from your husband is good. Huai Zhuai, Motorcycle Ranger, full of mountains and rivers, Sleepy Little Baby, Empty City Dreams for whom, Cold Heart Walk, and Night Full of Stars. Thanks for supporting my book club. Chapter 108. Take it or leave it. Do you still need to ask? After Chao Jingwei finished speaking, he sized up Guoguang. Noticing that this man is not like he used to be. When he used to be criticized, he kept his head down and at least looked ashamed. But what about now? Guoguang stood straight up there, not saying a word, but a little too righteous. Moreover, Chao Jingwei really didn't like the way Guoguang looked at him. His little eyes were quite sharp, not at all like a subordinate should be. This kid is totally unconvinced. Chao Jinghui, Guoguang, do you have a problem with this punishment decision? Before Guoguang could say anything, another person couldn't help but speak up. This is too much bull. Gua has not been negative at all, it's a complete slander. The man who spoke was a young man, looking very young, in his 20s. His name is Fong Tao, he is the back kitchen side dish chef, less than 3 months into the job, has not yet passed the probationary period. Fong Tao was recruited by Guoguang, who was still the chef at that time. Guoguang thinks that Fong Tao has good understanding and is a moldable talent, so he brings him from time to time, and he has learned a lot in more than 2 months. When Guoguang was relegated to the position of second sous chef, Fong Tao was a bit upset. But he was new to the city and knew he couldn't help Guoguang, so he held back. To this day, once I heard about those 2 so-called punishment decisions, I think it is too unfair. Fong Tao was young and vigorous, and his nature was a bit straight, so he couldn't help but say it. His words were tantamount to throwing a stone into the lake, and immediately the step caused a ripple. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting that someone would actually stand up for Guoguang. Some of those who were on better terms with Guoguang wanted to say something, but seeing Chao Jingwei's eyes that wanted to kill, most of them held back. We all work to make a living and really don't want to lose our jobs for anyone. Just as Fong Tao finished speaking, Ding Yang started to dislike him. He is the chef, will be Guoguang negative slack problem reported to Chao Jingwei is also him. Naturally Fong Tao words cannot tolerate. Fong Tao, what do you mean? Are you saying Guo is doing a pretty good job? Fong Tao, Guo did a good job or not? You know clearly in your heart. Everyone also see in the eyes. Do you think others do not know how many kilograms you have? Since just now Fong Tao has already publicly provoked Ding Yang and Chao Jinghui, then not want to be good, so it is better to say what should be said to relieve the anger. Ding Yang laughed. Little brat, you're quite righteous. Fong Tao glared at Ding Yang. Horse's ass? Who are you calling a little brat? Ding Yang's face changed. You? Say that again? Fontano. Horse's ass. Horse's ass. Horse's ass. You say you're cheap and you want to hear someone call you names? How many times do you want to hear it? I can satisfy you. Ding Yang's anger was overflowing. Snort. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time it's Zhang Mingwei. Ding Yang. Zhang Mingwei, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Zhang Mingwei cursed a MMP in his heart, this Ding Yang on the basis of someone to support, but also too arrogant, see anyone to bite. Zhang Mingwei. What? You're still not letting people laugh at something funny? Why are you so broad-minded? At this time, Chao Jingwei spoke. All right, stop arguing. Have you all gone crazy? Do you know the rules? Chao Jingwei glared fiercely at Zhang Mingwei before his gaze landed on Fong Tao. Fong Tao, this is a punishment decision I made. It's your turn to say anything. Chao Jingwei pointed at Fong Tao and said loudly, I still say, if you are not satisfied with this team, you also have your solution, which is to walk away. The temple here is too small to accommodate a big bodhisattva like you. Chao Jingwei curses people all the time, but to say so publicly is already quite serious. The crowd looked at Fong Tao, who was scolded with a bereft look on his face. It's not hard to imagine that Fong Tao's application for transfer is afraid to go down the drain. Alas, young people are just too impulsive to hold back. It's not a good idea to give someone a head start. Chao Jingwei again aimed at Zhang Mingwei. Zhang Mingwei, you are an old employee. What should be done and what shouldn't be done? I don't need to teach you this, right? Zhang Mingwei originally didn't want to cause any more trouble, but once he heard Chao Jingwei's accusations in his words, his heart was certainly not happy. Zhang Mingwei rolled his eyes while turning his head away. Don't listen, don't read. Let you pretend to criticize bull. Chao Jingwei was furious. Zhang Mingwei, be honest with me. Don't think I don't dare to drive you. When Chao Jingwei was angry, the whole place was finally quiet. Guo, Chao Jingwei called out. Guo, Manager Chao, what's the matter with me? Chao Jingwei, you don't have to pretend there either. This punishment decision of mine, do you accept it or not? Kwang, so what if you accept it? So what if you don't? Chao Jingwei, accept it and you'll continue your job as a chef. Don't accept it and I'll give you a letter of dismissal, which I'll pass right away as the restaurant manager. When the others heard this, they were trying to push Guo to the brink of extinction. Accepting such a punishment was a strange shame for a veteran chef like Guo. Keep in mind that the economic climate is generally bad right now. While it's not hard to find work as a chef, especially an experienced Western chef in the empire, those are some common positions. Things like Western chefs and senior chefs are actually not in high demand. Out of Blue Frog, it's pretty hard to find another unit of similar size and similar treatment. And just being forced to sign a letter of dismissal, that's as good as being kicked out of the restaurant. It's a blemish on your resume, and you won't be able to do well in the Western culinary world for a while. Therefore, in such a situation, most people still have to accept a substantial pay cut, temporarily bear humiliation for a while, and then take the initiative to resign if they really do not feel good. In fact, Chao Jingwei dared to give Guo such a harsh punishment because he had calculated that this guy would not choose to be dismissed. It's not in the best interest of either party to dismiss it. Kwang lost a good job with a future. Chao Jingwei's restaurant has lost a good chef. As for Ding Yang, Chao Jingwei also understands that this kid's level is not good and cannot become a climate. But he's inviting. That's not going to cut it. Who made you Guo don't know how to get along with the leaders? If you don't know how to flatter, you won't be able to get any better at cooking. At this time, Ding Yang said to Guo, Old Guo, just accept it, turn around and work well in the back kitchen. If you perform well, Manager Chao will raise my salary back again. It was true that Ding Yang wanted to fix Guo, but he didn't want to fix him. A lot of work really has to be done by Guo, or else he will be scolded to death by those picky old customers. However, Guo said sullenly, Manager Chao, you should have to pay me compensation if you dismiss me, right? Chao Jingwei and Ding Yang were stunned at the same time. Chapter 109, Come with me, you'll have meat to eat. This Guoguang actually talked about compensation. Can it be that this kid really isn't afraid of being expelled? The others looked at each other in amazement. Never thought that Guoguang would actually be so open-minded. According to labor laws, dismissal does come with compensation, but it also has adverse effects on the person being dismissed. The next recruiter will most likely do a background check. Back to a phone call to the Blue Frog Personnel Department to call over. Get the news if Guoguang, due to passive negligence and other reasons, were dismissed. Who would dare to want him once this reason for dismissal is solidly established? Zhang Mingwei gave Guoguang a wink one by one, meaning that he should bear with him. Hanging out in the workplace, there are a lot of things like this being stepped on. There is no need to ruin even your future for the sake of a moment's anger. Others are thinking the same thing, and it's more than worth it now that they've been sacked. Anyway, even if you get a 10,000 plus pay cut, there's still $20,000 left over in your paycheck, which is less for a big shot like Guoguang, but there's still a chance to turn it around later. For Chao Jingwei, Guoguang asking for compensation was a provocation. He also simply believed that Guoguang was so ballsy that he dared to be sacked just like that. Chao Jingwei, that's right, you've been working for more than a year. I can give you 2 months compensation, but I dare to give it. Do you dare to take it? Guoguang, yo drink, 2 months compensation. Good, of course I dare to ask. You dare to give? The crowd looked at it. Guoguang was having a hard time with the restaurant manager. I have to say, it's very bold and gutsy. Fong Tao is young, just the age when it is easy to fight chicken blood. Watching from the sidelines is boiling blood. Fong Tao slapped the table. Brother Guo, if you want to leave, I'll leave too. Chao Jingwei's brain veins popped out, and he said loudly to the person next to him, Xiao Zhao, bring me the notice of dismissal. Xiao Zhao hurriedly agreed and headed for the manager's office. Chao Jingwei added, get me a few more. Oh, yes. After Chao Jingwei finished speaking, he stared at Guoguang with a pair of eagle eyes. Guoguang is now also a dead pig, a look full of concern. Not whistling on the spot is already good. Guoguang has been tolerating Chao Jingwei for a long time, and today he can finally get rid of his anger. Anyway, now that Li Tianyu's doll bar is getting ready to open, there is still compensation to be received if he is fired now. No loss and a profit, why not? Although Guoguang had always been straightforward and didn't seem to have much of a temper, there were still 3 parts of earth and a clay man, and right now he only wanted to be angry with this guy Chao Jingwei before he died. That's when Zhou brought over the resignation notice. At Chao Jingwei's command, he brought several copies. The air seemed to reek of gunpowder as those resignation notices laid out on the table. The atmosphere was heavy. The restaurant manager was angry and there were serious consequences. Most of the people bowed their heads, and it was hard to imagine what was going to happen next. Chao Jingwei slapped the table, and the person with his head down was startled and raised it in a hurry. Guoguang, don't you want to be fired? Just sign this thing, and you're guaranteed to get 2 months compensation. Fong Tao, don't you want to quit with him? No problem. You're on probation anyway. You don't even have to sign to leave. There are other people as well. Those who are willing to go with Guoguang can sign right away, and the formal employees will be compensated according to N+1. The restaurant will not be in arrears. Chao Jingwei looked around, and those employees looked at each other. Chao Jingwei knows that these employees always say bad things about him in private, and what is difficult to hear. Now would be an opportunity to give these people a good scare and get them to stop. Chao Jingwei, Guoguang, here's the pen, will you sign it? Guoguang, Manager Chao, there's no rush. I'll say a few words first. The crowd heard that Guoguang really conceded. Is it to find a step down by himself? Ding Yang heatedly smiled. Guoguang, this is the right thing to do. Admit your mistakes well and fight for Manager Chao's leniency. Manager Chao is cold-faced and kind-hearted, and I believe he won't make things difficult for you. Are you kidding me? Ding Yang really does not want Guoguang to go. Hurry to soften and persuade him. He's in big trouble if he does leave. Chao Jingwei gave a Guoguang, I can give you the opportunity to bear your own mistakes, accept the punishment with an open mind, and we can still work together in the future. And I can also promise you that as long as you perform well, I will give you another raise in salary. The steps are presented, and it's up to Guoguang to recognize them. Guoguang looked around at his colleagues. I'm not hiding anything from everyone, I have a place to go. As for what place, I can't say anyway. It's a nice place. If anyone doesn't want to work here anymore and is willing to then work with me, then come with me. The others had different faces when they heard it. Some are bewildered. Some are surprised. Some of them were so excited that they seemed to be moved by Guoguang's invitation. Some scoffed and disdained, not believing that Guoguang could have any good place to go. Guoguang looked at the dumbfounded Chao Jinghui. Since Manager Chao has promised compensation, then I'm not polite. I'll sign this word. With that, Guoguang picked up a pen and signed his name on a dismissal notice. Without saying a word, Fang Tao picked up a form and filled in his name as well. He was on probation and didn't have to sign, but he needed to express himself with a signature. Guoguang patted Fang Tao's shoulder and looked at Zhang Mingwei again. He hoped that Zhang Mingwei would come along as well. Mingwei Zhang is in purchasing, quite an important person. Zhang Mingwei was also hesitating. On the one hand, he really didn't want to work in such a workplace environment. On the other hand, he was also pondering whether what Guoguang said was reliable or not. But with his knowledge of Guoguang, he generally rarely bragged. When he saw Guoguang's eyes, Zhang Mingwei finally made up his mind. Ma'am, just sign. I've had enough of this bull restaurant anyway. Zhang Mingwei also picked up a notice sheet and signed his name. The three men signed and everyone started to look at each other wide-eyed. To the crowd's surprise, another person picked up a pen. This person is a woman named Han Lei, a restaurant waitress. Guoguang occasionally chatted with Han Lei when he was fine, and the relationship was indeed not bad. But it was indeed unexpected that she would follow her departure. The fact that Han Lei could do this shows that she also believes in Guoguang's character. And Guoguang was very touched. Those four signed off and no one else made a move. Some people do intend to move, but not with such panache that they end up holding back. Guoguang talks a good game, but it's doubtful that there isn't really a place to go. Even if there is a place to go, is it really a good place? Again, it's a question. Ding Yang is already sand sculpted. Once Guoguang is gone, how can he, the chef, still manage? Chapter 110. Evicted households can't afford to be messed with. Chao Jinghui, where thought not only Guoguang left, actually also, by the way, took 3. He was so furious that he pointed at the men, unable to say a word, and finally brushed his sleeve away. Once you have signed the notice of termination, you will also need to sign a number of other acknowledgement forms. Particularly important are the outstanding payroll forms, which involve various compensations. Guoguang and other 4 people do not want to stay a moment more. Grabbed the person in charge of personnel handover Xiao Zhao, the form all signed at once, but also stamped the official seal. Chao Jinghui dares to renege on his debt? He'll be cut directly in the middle. Everything was all signed and Guoguang was relieved. Originally a good Western restaurant, by Chao Jinghui this guy stirred up a mess. There is no way to stay. The 4 men left the restaurant and went down the street as the other employees watched this. Unlike Guoguang, the other 3 finished the formalities. All of them were at a loss. Guoguang says he has a good place to go, and it doesn't look like he's telling lies. So let's hear what he has to say. Outside the door, Guoguang looked left and right. Zhang Mingwei heart thump. A moment, this kid will not really cheat people. Cheating people want to run away? Lao Gua, you will not want to run. Buddy can tell you. I but let you fooled leave the job, from now on I am stuck on you, you go where I go, you do not want to run. Fang Tao. No way, I'm telling you. Gua is not like that. Zhang Mingwei patted Fang Tao's shoulder, skimmed his lips and said, Xiao Taozi, you're too young. You don't look at the old Gua all day moralistic. But in fact, the bones are very bad, you see. Without saying a word, the beautiful woman abducted out. Saying that, Zhang Mingwei's eyes even drifted towards Han Lei. Han Lei hot temperament. Immediately is a palm. Slap sound? Well, Zhang Mingwei slapped back 2 steps. Oh, it's murder. Lao Gua, do you care? Han Lei looked at her angrily. See how you're still talking nonsense. At this point, Guoguang was still looking left and right. Han Lei couldn't help herself. Old Gua, what are you doing? You're not really going to run away, are you? Guoguang waved his hand. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I'm looking for a cab, or else it's 2 or 3 miles away. So many of us can't just wander over together, right? Zhang Mingwei was stunned. Taxi? Just call a drop with your cell phone. Guoguang suddenly realized. Right, old Zhang, you call one. Zhang Mingwei shouted. By what right do I scream? Guoguang. I haven't called a drop. It's too expensive. You. Looking at Guoguang's reasonable expression, Zhang Mingwei was completely helpless. Okay. I call okay. With that, Zhang Mingwei took out his cell phone to call for a drop. Okay. Stop yelling. I'm driving. Take my car. It was Hanley who spoke. The other 3 were taken aback. Granted, Han Lei was pretty stylish in her casual clothes every day. But who would have thought that an ordinary waitress was driving to and from work? Hanley in front. 3 men in the back. The 4 came to Hanley's car. The 3 were completely petrified into sand sculptures. Mercedes GLK, this is Han Lei's car. What are you all standing around for? Get in the car. Han Lei's voice paused for a moment. Old Gua is showing the way. Take the passenger seat. Good. Gua Guang opened the door upside down and got into the passenger seat. The crowd realized why Han Lu signed the resignation notice and signed it so stiffly. Hoping to be an invisible rich man. Zhang Mingwei whispered, Lei sister, what do you have this for? Buy this car. The broad-minded not is overbearing. Feng Tao, yes, Sister Lei. This is a Mercedes. How much does it cost? Han Lei turned around and said, My family is a demolition household, and I was given a dozen houses and more than $20 million in demolition money. Hanley continued, There are 3 cars like this in my family, 1 for my dad, 1 for my mom, and 1 for me. Han Lei concluded, My brother doesn't like Mercedes, he likes Audi, and the R8 he's driving now, that's too little space for me. After 3 sentences, the other 3 were already confused. Can't afford to mess with the demolitionists of the Imperial City. Pretending to be a tiger, driving a luxury car as a waiter, what the hell does she want? Han Lei, Lao Gua, where to? Guoguang. Ho Tun Road, 2 streets over. Hanley, what's the point of going there? Kwok Kwong. That's the good place I was talking about. The Mercedes started up. The 2 sides were pretty close together and it wasn't peak traffic time, so it was given a quick drive-through. Guoguang then commanded, Across the road, that little house is. Hanley drove around the front intersection and stopped in front of the small house. The 4 of them got out of the car, came to the door of the small house, and saw the sign of the doll bar. Other than Guoguang, everyone else was taken aback. Zhang Mingwei, no way it's a bar? Hanley, nonsense, it's written there. Feng Tao, Brother Gua, this bar isn't open yet. Kwok Kwong, how can we open without employees? The crowd suddenly realized, no wonder Guoguang confidently called on others to follow him over. The original is a new store has not yet opened. It is the time to use people. Zhang Mingwei, Lao Gua, there is this good thing not early to say, so buddies worry for nothing, the store manager is not in? Let's hurry to find him to talk. I'm the store manager. Ha! Surprised, the 3 men all gathered around. Zhang Mingwei, Old Gua, don't think that you can brag about nonsense just because you don't pay tax on your bragging. The bulls in the Imperial City are limited. Feng Tao, Brother Gua, you're really the store manager? That's great. Finally, I don't have to look people in the eye. Han Lei, Lao Gua shouldn't lie, but I don't understand. Lao Gua, you usually look quite willful. When did you go behind our backs to find this job? Guoguang listened to their words, but some of the gas. Hey, it is a friend of mine, he took the store as a whole disc down. I was not in the bar before to do it. They looked for me to be the store manager. Guoguang said as he pulled out the key from his pocket. This was given to him by Li Tianyu yesterday so that he could come over and take a look at it if he had nothing else to do and figure out how to get it done. As soon as the door opened, the other 3 couldn't wait to get inside. Then the exclamation of Zhang Mingwei and Feng Tao came out. This place is well decorated. Lao Gua, who designed it, it really has style. Brother Gua, when will work start? It would be too comforting to work in a place like this. Look, little Taoist, do I have a bartender? Guoguang called the 3 men together for the first regular meeting of the doll bar. By now, he had changed into a serious face, and the others naturally stopped joking. First, Guoguang began by talking about the current state of the bar. New bar, just renovated. Only hardware, no software. Wines, beverages, ingredients, and also drinkware need to be stocked. We all get along pretty well at Blue Frog, so let's continue to get along. This bar is my brother's, and since he gave it to me, he trusts me. So I have to be responsible as well, and I hope that everyone will work with me to get this bar open as soon as possible. The other 3, of course, voted. After all the fuss, you still need to be pumped up when you work. Chapter 111. So it's a woman. That morning, before Li Tianyu woke up, he was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Set an alarm? Of course not. There's a phone call coming in. Li Tianyu picked up his cell phone and looked at the screen. It was Guoguang calling. So he casually picked it up. Hey, Pot. What are you doing calling me so early in the morning? You're so annoying. Guoguang. It's still early? It's 10 o'clock. Li Tianyu. What's wrong with 10 o'clock? The sky is falling. Guoguang. Okay, you're rich, you can sleep until the end of time. I can't compare with you, right? Talk about the main thing. I resigned from there and brought over 3 people. Li Tianyu was happy to hear this. Yo, when Brother Pot does something, it's really reliable. Li Tianyu was previously wondering how to pull together the bar's operating crew. Although Guoguang is capable, he is only one person. The doll bar isn't too big, but it takes about 20 people to run it adequately. If you think about it, you know that the ones Guoguang brought in should all be veterans, and it would be a lot easier to build a team with this as the base. Guoguang. When are you the boss coming over? I'll introduce you to these people. Li Tianyu thought about it. Okay. I'll go over there when I'm fine, just for a day or 2. Guoguang agreed. Li Tianyu had just hung up the phone and was about to lie down for a nap. Words from the heart. I want to take you home. In that late-night bar. The cell phone rang again. Li Tianyu is going crazy. It's so hard to sleep. Looking at the screen, it was AI Baoquan calling. Li Tianyu sat up and pressed the answer button. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with Boss AI, let's get to the point. Boss AI said that the application for appraisal has been approved, and the trip can be made today. AI Baoquan. Elder brother Li, when are you free? By the way, there's actually no need to rush. It's fine to stay for another day or 2. Li Tianyu thought to himself, is that AI Heping's real son or not? Couldn't have been dug up when building a house and digging the foundation, could it? In fact, Li Tianyu genuinely didn't want to drag this out for too long, and still wanted to get this done as soon as possible. Li Tianyu, AI boss, not I say you, save the child as fire, your family that the second son was detained for several days, that the detention center inside the jail can be some of the vicious criminals, the second son of tender skin, in case you are forced to pick up the soap, you say you have to be more remorseful. Boss AI. Heh. Why do I sound more and more wrong? But you have a point. Li Tianyu. Choose a day. Let's do it today. I'll go over and implement it today. Boss AI. Okay. Go ahead. Li Tianyu was stunned. You're not going? Boss AI. With you, what am I going to do? I have a lot of things to do. Boss AI's son is a loose cannon. Isn't he? This? Myself? You have to give me an address. I don't even know where to go. Janin is coming with you. He should already be downstairs waiting for you. Then, without saying a few words, Boss AI hung up the phone. Seemed really busy. Without delay, Li Tianyu washed, dressed, and went downstairs. Downstairs, there was indeed Janin's old Prado parked. The two of them greeted each other up and drove out of the neighborhood to the very headquarters of the city police department. Speaking of which, Li Tianyu hadn't been an honest person before, but he hadn't really been in a police station, not even inside a police station. It's kind of grown on me this time. Janin seems to know his way around the place. After parking his car, he guided Li Tianyu into the police station building. At that moment, an officer greeted him. The officer's name is Deng Chongqing. Deng Chongqing first shook Yang's hand. Boss AI has called beforehand. Are you going to do the cultural relics appraisal today? Yes. Yang added, pointing to Li Tianyu. He's the expert. Li Tianyu was speechless. This introduction was really simple and straightforward enough. Deng Chongqing looked at Li Tianyu. Yo, this expert is really young. I read your resume. It says that you came from that what school? Li Tianyu was confused. Janin, Antique Collectors and Research Society. Deng Chongqing. Yes, that sounds like a great organization. Li Tianyu thought to himself, I guess this is a civil association that AI Baoquan found from which nook or cranny, the kind that can be entered by spending some money. Li Tianyu and Deng Chongqing shook hands. Afterward, Deng Chongqing led Li Tianding and Yang En to a room. The room wasn't small, it was about 30 or 40 square feet, and simply held a couple of tables and a couple of ejits, and then a whiteboard. Maybe it's a small conference room used to work on cases. Deng Chongqing told the two to sit down first and then went out. Then in came a policewoman. The policewoman was young, probably fresh out of the police academy. The policewoman was holding 2 paper cups. One for Li Tianyu and one for Yang En. Drink water, please. Both of you. Li Tianyu thought to himself, this female police officer is quite good-looking. The female officer's name is Liang Nanqing. At this time, Deng Chongqing walked in again. Xiao Liang, did the people over there come? Liang Nanqing shook her head. Not yet. I'll go make a phone call to hurry things up. Okay, go ahead. Liang Nanqing walked out. The people over there? Li Tianyu looked at Deng Chongqing suspiciously. Deng Chongqing then explained it to Li Tianyu. The people on the other side are the ones who are in conflict with AI and Ping. As soon as they heard that the AI family had gotten an appraiser, they came over to keep an eye on them as well. That's normal. This can involve 50 million soft sister money. The other party, of course, cannot sit back and wait for the evil. After a while, Liang Nanqing came back. Team Deng, they're on their way. They'll be here soon. Teng Chongqing nodded. Then please wait a little longer. Li Tianyu, okay. There's no rush. Jainin was even more indifferent, staying wherever he was anyway. A few moments later, the sound of high heels rang out at the corridor. Li Tianyu's eyelids fluttered with an ominous premonition. Then the main man showed up. Unsurprisingly, it's a woman. The woman was particularly young, looking to be in her early 20s. The face is exceptionally delicate and pretty, with medium-length hair with a floppy haircut and exposed ears with tiny white studs of the utmost sophistication. Using Li Tianyu's scoring system, well, a proper 9+ level. Dressed appropriately, it looks stylish without being so flashy. White knit short fur with red dress. Even the heels are red. Truly half ice, half fire. Isn't it nice to have such an eye-candy beauty? It would certainly be nice to have a different scene. However, this girl's face was as cold as frost at this time, and although her eyes were bright and beautiful, she made people feel that it was not easy to get close to her. A girl like that is pretty hard to mess with. Huh? Why did this girl look so familiar? Li Tianyu seemed to recognize her, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Chapter 112. Does this count as meeting a celebrity by chance? Li Tianyu stared for a few seconds and suddenly remembered. This is not that. Li Tianming looked at Yang En and then at Deng Chongqing. Teng Chongqing laughed. Didn't expect it, did you? This is the big star Qin Shuetong. Qin Shuetong, an actress who has only emerged in the last year or two. Only acted in one movie and one TV series. However, with her outstanding appearance and excellent acting skills, she quickly became popular and accumulated a lot of popularity. From time to time, Qin Shuetong's name could always be seen on the internet's celebrity hot search list. Li Tianyu really didn't expect to meet a legendary character, so naturally he didn't dare to recognize him for a moment. Li Tianyu asked Yang En in a low voice, "By the way, what was the name of that drama she acted in? The one that was pretty hot a while ago, wasn't it called Your Bull My Love?" Jainin raised an eyebrow. "It should be Your Love is Bull." Deng Chongqing revealed a bitter smile as he listened and came over to whisper, "It's Your Love is Bull like dog farts. Qin Shuetong is not acting in that drama?" Oh, it's fitting that Li Tianyu remembered it wrong. Qin Shuetong walked in and just glanced at Li Tianyu and Yang En, but did not say a word, very low-key. There was another person behind Qin Shuetong. Men not so young, in their 40s. Shirt on top, suit pants on the bottom, wearing a pair of glasses, pedantic style. Xuchong sent it to each side for presentation. This actress, Qin Shuetong, was the one who had clashed with that kid, AI Hepping. Li Tianyu felt that this name suited her quite well, matching her aura exceptionally well, with snow in the summer and ice in the fire. But Li Tianyu found it strange that such a big star would fight with AI Ping? It's not quite like that. And what about the middle-aged man named Chen Fengshi? Chen Fengshi is a research expert of a museum in the Imperial City, and is said to have graduated from a prestigious school majoring in archaeology, and belongs to the circle of 1,000 people worshipping and 10,000 people admiring the figure. Both sides seem to be talking out of turn, with basically zero communication. Li Tianyu would like to explore Qin Zutong's bottom through the intelligence master, but she didn't even want to care, let alone shake hands. But it didn't matter, it should be identified as it was anyway, and it shouldn't be possible to turn around and have any dealings with her. Although Qin Shuetong was good-looking, she was the type that was not easy to get close to. At that moment, policewoman Liang Nanqing brought a box. The case was an alloy, shockproof case, and it should have contained the antique artifact that AI Ping had messed up. Deng Chongqing. In this box is what you want to identify. I am not knowledgeable. It is said to be quite valuable relics. Deng Chongqing looked at Li Tianyu again. So far, this is still a civil dispute. You guys negotiate well. If you go to court, it's quite troublesome. After saying that, Deng Chongqing opened the alloy case. The artifact worth $50 million has finally appeared. Li Tianyu was also quite curious before as to what could be so valuable. One look and it's clear. It does look like a nice piece, at least from the outside. The object was disc-shaped and not small in size, about 40 centimeters in diameter by visual estimation. The material is just awesome. It's jade. It is beautifully carved with flowers, birds, and lotus leaves. But unfortunately, on top of this jade product, there was a crack that stretched from one side to the other. When Li Tianyu saw this, he thought to himself that this AI hepping was too ruthless, and really dared to do it. Such a thing is worth a lot at a glance. When such valuable goods fall, it is a loss of real money. Deng Chongqing took a look, also made a tisk sound, shook his head and said, "Look at the fall for people, what a good thing ah. Hanging on the door may be able to attract wealth." Li Tianyu immediately interjected, "Officer Deng. It can also ward off evil spirits." Yeah, what's it called? The demon shining mirror." Deng Chongqing snorted, but it was quite cold, and the people present basically didn't laugh. Except for Li Tianyu. Qin Shuetong's girl looked towards Li Tianyu. The gaze was not so much harsh as it was cold. "Hey! Cough! Cough!" Li Tianyu hurriedly let out a light cough to stop his laughter. Deng Chongqing also found it meaningless. "Which one of you will go first?" Qin Shuetong didn't say anything. Janan is even less likely to talk. "I'll go first." The one who spoke was the old pedant Chen Fengshe. Chen Fengshe took 2 steps forward and looked at the jade disc, letting out a keening cry of surprise. It scared Li Tianyu. "Drink. This jade is remarkable." Deng Chongqing was also shocked. "Mr. Chen, what's wrong with it?" Chen Fengshe reached out and touched the lines on top of the jade disc before slowly saying, "This jade artifact is too old. It is estimated that it might be up to 1,000 years old." Deng Chongqing looked twice more. "Is it that old? It doesn't look like it." "Officer Deng, let's not talk about the youth of this thing. Look at the material, it's definitely the finest Hetian white jade, and it must have been chosen as seed material." Deng Chongqing. "What are seeds?" Chen Fengshe. "Jade is divided into mountain material and seed material. Mountain material is mined from the mountain. Seed material is opened from the stones in the river. Compared to the mountain material, the seed material is more moist and prone to extreme quality. And then to talk about the age of this jade, what do we in the trade base are dating of jade on the jade's ornamentation and the shape of the vessel. Look at the top of this jade, carved with lotus leaves, lotus flowers, and many water birds. This kind of jade is called spring water jade. This Chunshui jade, right from the Liao, Jin, and Yuan steppe cultures on top of the main, this is basically certain to be a Jin dynasty jade from the point of view of the ornamentation. Judging from the color and carvings, it's most likely a palace item, and its value is incalculable." Deng Chongqing, who was present, was taken aback. "Jin dynasty? Yo, that's a long time ago. How many years has it been?" Liang Nanqing. Team Su, about 800 or 900 years. "Heh, it's really almost 1,000 years old. If it's really that many years old, it can be really old and valuable. Mr. Chen is awesome, so fast to identify the results. I see those experts in the variety show, they all flipped back and forth to see." Chen Fengshe nodded silently, pleased with himself. For an expert of his caliber, it's just a bullseye. Deng Chongqing turned to Li Tianyu. "Then this young teacher Li, please." Chen Fengshe looked at Li Tianyu and couldn't help but shake his head. This person was too young. Where did he look like any antique expert? And I heard that this antique expert came from a place called the Antique Collectors and Research Association. I don't know from which nook and cranny of the mountain popped out of the association. Completely unheard of. Li Tianyu stood up and looked twice at the jade piece before walking back to sit down again. Deng Chongqing. "Mr. Li Xiao? Why don't you look at it? Read all about it." The others were all stunned. Originally, they all thought that Li Tianyu had shown his cowardice in front of the expert bigwigs, but they didn't expect to answer like this. "That's too fast to look at, it didn't hang around in front of you for 5 seconds. He thought he had the eyes of a god." Deng Chongqing had to say, "And the result?" Li Tianyu. "The result is simple. This Mr. Chen is right about everything." Chapter 113. "What the hell do you do?" Once Chingushi heard this, his expression became even more complacent. The crowd suddenly realized, all thought that this Li Tianyu play smart, follow the authoritative experts said, will be right. Deng Chongqing. "In that case, you'll agree on a specific amount of compensation. So let's discuss it, and don't all be hasty." Li Tianyu picked up the paper cup and asked, "Don't rush. I have a few questions." Deng Chongqing. "Ask who?" Li Tianyu. "Ms. Qin," including Qin Shuetong. All of them slightly revealed a look of surprise. Li Tianyu. "I just want to ask Ms. Qin, where did you buy this from?" Qin Shuetong. "Does it matter?" Li Tianyu. "Of course it's important. It's directly related to the value of this thing of yours." Qin Zutong was not ambiguous. "I entrusted someone to buy it from an antique store named Yuxiang Zai in Panjiayuan, and it cost $50 million. Li Tianyu. Soft money? Qin Shuedong. Soft sister coins. Li Tianyu revealed an incomprehensible look. Miss Qin, what exactly are you spending so much money on this item for? Qin Shuedong. Does it matter? Li Tianyu. Important. Qin Shuedong. It's going to be my grandfather's 60th birthday soon. This is a birthday gift for him. Snort. Li Tianyu sprayed all the water that he had just drank into his mouth, directly onto Chen Fengshi. What are you doing? Chen Fengshi was a bit annoyed. Li Tianyu, however, stood up and said to Qin Shuedong, Miss Qin, are you saying that this is for your grandfather's birthday celebration? Qin Shuedong asked back. What? What's wrong with it? My grandfather is very interested in antiques. Is it inappropriate to give this? Deng Chongqing stroked his chin and looked up twice. Yes, there are flowers and birds on it. It feels quite festive. It's quite good as a birthday gift. Li Tianyu shook his head. It's not that I'm talking about you, Miss Qin. You can't give this thing away even if it's not broken. The others looked confused. Only Chen Fengshi heard this and revealed a look of astonishment, and hurriedly came over to take a closer look again. Li Tianyu? This Mr. Chen? Do you see it too? Chen Fengshi showed an embarrassed look. This? Qin Shuedong. Mr. Chen, what's going on? Chen Fengshi. This jade. It's a compensation burial. What? The crowd was horrified by it. Deng Chongqing was also surprised. Compensation for burial goods, ah. That really can't be sent as a congratulatory gift, ah, unlucky. Qin Shuedong frowned. Li Tianyu pulled Deng Chongqing and said, Officer Deng, there's still something in here for you police. Deng Chongqing was taken aback. What is it? Li Tianyu pointed at the jade plate and said, See, Officer Deng, there is only earth percolation on the surface of this jade. There are no traces of oxidization, and there is no pulp, which means that it hasn't been plated by anyone yet. Deng Chongqing revealed a look of dawning realization. Ooh-hoo, you mean? Li Tianyu snapped his fingers. Officer Deng, congratulations. You guessed right. This is fresh out of the ground and still warm. It's definitely the work of the Duke of Earth. The so-called Tukongzi means grave robbers. Deng Chongqing turned to Liang Nanqing and said, Xiao Liang, notify the cultural relics smuggling section and have them send someone over. Liang Nanqing promised and hurriedly left. Deng Chongqing said to Qin Shuedong again, Ms. Qin, you bought it at Panjiayuan, right? Qin Shuedong nodded. When? Last week, about 4 or 5 days ago. Deng Chongqing. That's fine. It's not a long time. We'll send someone over here later. And if we're lucky, we can still recover your money. Qin Shuedong agreed. But by the look on her face, she didn't seem to take the money too seriously. It looked like this Qin Shuedong was not only a star, but also a super rich girl. Of course, there's also the possibility of a super rich man's mistress. Li Tianyu, now an extremely refined man, immediately expelled the second possibility from his body. Deng Chongqing. Mr. Li Xiao, thank you so much, gave us such an important clue. Maybe we police follow the trail, can solve a big case of cultural relic smuggling. Deng Chongqing said and thumbs up. Originally I thought this cultural relics expert must be older to be reliable, or you're great. Completely subverted my inherent impression. Just so sweeping, hey, actually all of a sudden you see, really God's eye, Li Tianyu. Wherever, it's all about peer lining. Peer. Chen Fengshi looked embarrassed. In fact, with Chen Fengshi's ability can also be seen completely, but at that time his focus was not in that area, just want to identify the authenticity of the jade, to give the jade roughly estimate a price, did not even think about this as not just out of the soil which is mist. Li Tianyu added, by the way, Officer Deng, this is actually thanks to 2 more people. Deng Chongqing was stunned. Which 2? Li Tianyu first pointed at Qin Shuedong. First of all, I have to thank Ms. Qin. If it wasn't for this gold master spending a lot of money to purchase this smuggled artifact, even if I really have a God's eye, there's no way I can provide the police with clues. Deng Chongqing slapped his forehead. Yes, I have to thank Ms. Qin for contributing money and effort. Qin Shuedong's face was as calm as water, her expression unchanged. Li Tianyu thought to himself, she didn't collapse her face even after damaging her so much. It can't be a robot child, right? Deng Chongqing. Where's the second one? Li Tianyu immediately responded. The second person should thank Elder AI.
Deng Chongqing was startled, egal lau
Li Tianyu. It's AI.
Penis. Deng Chongqing sut dans lire Elised, et l'AOR.
Oh, it is AI piece. Thank him for what? Li Tianyu. Officer Deng. Not only do you police have to thank him, but Ms. Qin also has to thank him. The people present were all quick-witted and intelligent, and quickly understood Li Tianyu's meaning. If AI Hepping hadn't chased Qin Shuedong's tail and broken this jade plate, he wouldn't have brought the matter to the police station. Li Tianyu. AI old. AI piece is also well-intentioned. A series of two extremely important decisions. One is to chase the tail, the second is to smash the plate, your police from which you get clues. What about Miss Qin? Spared the embarrassment of sending a piece of compensatory burial to her dear grandfather to celebrate his birthday. Don't you two think this is a twofold thing? The only thing that's not beautiful is that Ms. Qin lost $50 million. However, Ms. Qin Kerganshin, Qin Shuedong remained silent. That $50 million, we'll try our best to recover it. Deng Chongqing. And then, Li Tianyu. Officer Deng. And then for a good citizen like AI Hepping who has seen justice and bravery, shouldn't he be fed commercial food inside? Deng Chongqing glanced at Li Tianyu. According to you, we still need to give him an award? Li Tianyu waved his hand. Don't worry about this. As long as you police dare to issue it, he dares to ask for it. Deng Chongqing. I say, are you an expert in cultural relics or not? Li Tianyu was stunned. What's wrong? Deng Chongqing. You're a lawyer, right? Why are you so talkative? Cultural relics expert is a sideline, right? This. Chapter 114. The tiger is out of its cage. Deng Chongqing pondered for a while. It's not impossible to release the person, but it has to go through the process. In addition, it is necessary to ask Ms. Qin what she means. If Ms. Qin understands AI Hepping's behavior then, nods her head and agrees to release the person, that's good to say. Li Tianyu looked at Qin Shuedong and didn't say anything. Actually, whether or not AI piece could be released early had nothing to do with Li Tianyu. Now that he's achieved his goal, not only is the identification complete, but if the police can recover that money, they can also save AI Baoquan that $50 million. Right now, Li Tianyu was just putting in a good word for AI Hepping in passing, and it didn't matter to him whether it would work out or not. I didn't expect Qin Shuedong to actually nod her head. I don't have a problem with it. Li Tianyu was a bit surprised. It's hard to see that this cold-blooded beauty, the big star, is quite a good talker. When Deng Chongqing heard this, he quickly said, okay, I'll go and raise the application now and look for the leader's signature. You guys wait. Qin Shuedong. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Let me know if there's any news. Deng Chongqing was stunned. Fine. If you need something, you can go first. Qin Shuedong and Li Tianyu rubbed shoulders. The slight aroma is intoxicating. But as good as she looks, the actress is high-strung and not very pleasant to be around. Li Tianyu thought it would be a good match for Yang En. On second thought, though, it doesn't seem right. Wouldn't it be too quiet with neither of them being very talkative? Meet in the morning speechless. Meeting at noon is speechless. Meeting in the evening is also speechless. And although Yang En is tall, he's too bad looking to be good enough for someone else. Janin turned his head. What did you say? Li Tianyu had a wit. This kid's intuition was quite strong. Just then, the officers from the antiquities smuggling section came over, and the room was a hive of activity. Several officers circled around the broken piece of jade. Li Tianyu and Yang En were a bit uncomfortable staying here. The two claimed the hallway of the building. Li Tianyu pulled out his cigarette case. Yang En didn't smoke, so Li Tianyu moved one himself. After a while, Deng Chongqing came over. Tell the two men that the leaders above them have approved it and tell them to wait in the lobby. Li Tianyu has never met AI Ping. But his father, AI Baoquan, said he was a naughty boy and thought he was not decent looking. When AI piece was released, Li Tianyu was shocked. This kid looks exactly like his dad. White and chubby with little black framed glasses. It's in the same mold as AI Baoquan, 3 parts svelte, 7 parts lewd. Li Tianyu has since determined that it is indeed AI Baochuan's own son, not the son of the old Wang family next door. AI and Peace have been off for a couple days, feeling a bit haggard and pudgy. AI Hepping looked at Li Tianyu with a face full of fear. Who are you? Li Tianyu. Your father asked me to save you. My dad. Peace AI looked skeptical. Then he finally saw Yang En standing to the side. Janin, whom he always knew, relaxed. Scared the hell out of me, so it's not taking me to labor camp. Li Tianyu. Re-education through labor? Who told you that? AI Peace. Yes, it was the inmates. They said in my case they would send me to re-education through labor. And if I didn't perform well in re-education through labor, I would be shot my ass. It scared me, you know? T.Y. Lee, what's with this cellmate? Why is he so unorthodox? Peace added, did you bring food? Li Tianyu, you haven't eaten in jail, have you? AI Peace, it was all grabbed by my cellmates. I didn't get to eat much. Li Tianyu gave him a look. This kid is not shy. However, it was quite inhumane to starve eldest AI. So Li Tianyu and Yang and took him to a restaurant near the city police station to eat. As soon as the meal was served, AI Ping devoured it. Li Tianyu was stunned. It was damn near the same as a Somali refugee. After a messy meal, AI Ping Ping finally stopped, rubbed his belly, and asked the waiter for a toothpick to start picking his teeth. AI Hepping asked Li Tianyu, are you from my father's company? Li Tianyu, not really. I'm taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters. AI Hepping was happy and pointed at Li Tianyu with a toothpick. Oh, I see you're an expert. Li Tianyu waved his hand, when really do not want to take care of this guy. Tutu. AI Hepping added, this time it is really a tiger falling down and losing its hooves, and it is also my fault for being too impulsive, so it seems that I have to be careful in the future. Li Tianyu thought to himself, still a bit self-aware. AI Ping. That said, that chick was so hot, I just couldn't hold back for a second. That chick. Li Tianyu instantly thought of Qin Shuetong. To say that the chick is hot, Li Tianyu does agree with AI Ping's words. Li Tianyu didn't ask, so AI Hepping talked to himself. That day he drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G and took two beautiful girls for a ride. However, he saw a red BMW on the road. AI Peace. Waiting for the traffic light, I took a look. Wow, driving a BMW car of that beauty, but also in the TV beauty actress, the real person is simply beautiful with the heavenly fairy like. I brought the two chicks and others compared to the mediocrity countryside village women. I'm just saying, pretty girl, want to join us for a drink? Peace asked. Guess what? Li Tianyu. People aren't hitting on you. Peace AI was stunned. How did you know? Nonsense, I wouldn't bother with you if I were you. Let alone that kind of cold beauty. Li Tianyu secretly slandered. AI Peace. Ugh. How can you be so rude? My violent temper came up, and I directly chased after it, disliking the BMW's ass at once. Then AI Hepping got out of the car to argue with Qin Shuetong, who knows that Qin Zutong still doesn't care about him, but directly calls the police. AI Hepping a proper rich second generation, in the girl which ate this kind of hold give anxious eyes. Peace AI said, I didn't think anything of it at the time. I wanted to reach out and grab her arm, who knew she had kung fu under her hand. Li Tianyu was stunned. There's kung fu? What kind of kung fu? AI Peace. How do I know? It's not like I know kung fu. She just did that backhanded twist and I fell on my dog. No, it was a fall. Janin spoke up. That's one of the reverse-jointed wrestling styles. Peace AI. Yeah, anyway, I just got ate up by her, you know? And then I got even more pissed off. And when she opened the trunk and looked inside, I rushed forward and grabbed the thing and slammed it on the ground, not to mention the relief. Li Tianyu. You are relieved that your father is going to pay you $50 million. What? That girl is too mean, isn't she? My dad still won't beat me to death. Li Tianyu ate a few bites before saying, it's fine, your father has plenty of money, you're so young, you can vigorously build it. Strive to squander it all before you die. Peace AI gave a thumbs up. I find we have quite a conversation. Li Tianyu ignored him and directly called the waiter. Help us pack an invoice. Peace AI. What's the invoice for? Li Tianyu. Get reimbursed by your father. Chapter 115 What to do if you meet a human trafficker? Sent the AI Peace bastard home for good. Li Tianyu called AI Baoquan again and told him what happened. AI Baoquan was of course overjoyed and said that he would treat Li Tianyu to a big meal someday. Li Tianyu of course agreed with a full heart. He was now the one who had properties in the imperial capital. He had to consciously get more involved with these big shots. There would always be times when he would need them in the future. After completing this matter for AI Baoquan, Li Tianyu was sort of relieved. It was still early in the day, so Li Tianyu went to the bank and put $1 million into the doll bar's corporate account. This 1 million soft dollars should be enough for the bar's preliminary operations. After doing this, Li Tianyu called Guoguang. Guoguang was so excited that he immediately clamored to contact the alcoholic beverage wholesalers to get ready to see the goods. Li Tianyu had thought about getting to know the new employees. Once you hear this, naturally you'll have to go back at another time. Li Tianyu then thought about finding a cafe nearby and pondering over the remaining office building credits and how to go about using them. There is still 1,900 square meters of office space quota left. Using up the credit again and renting it out without any problems, that could definitely be a ton of extra money out there. As he was thinking so, Li Tianyu heard a loud noise coming from the front. This is a downtown area near a shopping mall, kind of like a pedestrian mall, so it's quite busy with people coming and going. But it's not normal to make this much noise. Li Tianyu had nothing to do, so he went over to see what was going on. Meanwhile, in front of the New World Mall, the crowd gathered in 2 or 3 circles. In the middle of the crowd, an aunt who looked to be in her 50s shouted angrily, "You give me back my child, you human trafficker." Who is this aunt shouting at? It was another woman, slightly younger, probably around 40. The woman was timid, her face a little frightened, and she was holding a child in her arms. The baby, probably only a few months old, is probably surprised and wailing right now. Beside the woman was a stroller that had fallen to the ground for some reason. The crowd of onlookers stirred at the sound of Auntie's rant. So this woman is a human trafficker. Damn it, it's horrible, actually robbing a child in the street. Is there any king's law here? I hate traffickers like this. Call the police. What's the point of calling the police? Just grab a beating. The woman who was holding the child shook her head toward the crowd. No, I'm not a human trafficker. She is. She just tried to rob the child. The woman had a heavy accent and didn't speak very well, which made her still more suspicious to onlookers. But things weren't clear, and no one in the crowd of onlookers dared to step forward and intervene. So they just watched. Auntie, even more angry, stepped forward to grab over. But the woman is quite dexterous. Holding the child hastily avoided, jogging 2 steps to try to set aside the crowd to run out. But the crowd was like a wall. No one got out of the way, instead bouncing the woman back. The woman's name is Wang Shujing, and she's not a trafficker at all. Wang Shujing was hired by the child's parents from the countryside to be a nanny, and had just arrived in the empire in less than 2 months. The baby is now over 5 months old and needs sunlight from time to time. Today, Wang Shujing pushed the stroller and came to this pedestrian street to sneak the children. It didn't take long for the cell phone to ring, so Wang Shujing was going to take her cell phone out of her pocket to answer the call. But before this cell phone could be pulled out, I felt a strange movement around me. One look and a big shock. A middle-aged woman picked up the baby from the stroller at some point. Wang Shujing was so scared that her hair stood up straight, but her reaction was not slow, and she immediately pounced on the child and snatched him in her arms, while also bringing down the stroller. That middle-aged woman is calm and scary. After being recognized, this not only did not run, but also a palladium in reverse instead of slandering Wang Shujing as a human trafficker. That's how it came to be the way it is today. The woman once again dodged the pouncing snatch of the trafficker's woman and shouted, "Don't you come any closer? I'll fight you if you come any closer." However, the trafficker woman pressed on, and even greeted the onlookers to help him snatch the child. There were also some courageous people in the crowd who were eager to give it a try. Wang Shujing was about to burst into tears. You can't blame this onlooker for not being able to distinguish between right and wrong. It's mainly because this trafficker is so arrogant now. It's not enough to snatch a child in the street, you have to beat it backwards. In today's society, human traffickers are hated. If the situation is not particularly clear, I'm afraid that someone would have gone up to Wang Shujing to beat him up. Just then, a man walked through the crowd to get between the 2 women. The trafficked woman reacted quickly and quickly pointed at Wang Shujing. "Little brother, quickly help me catch her. She snatched my child. Don't let her get away." Running in the little brother is Li Tianyu. He looked at the aunt, and then looked at holding the child Wang Shujing. A moment of uncertainty. The incident of child snatching happened from time to time in the country. The human trafficker that is quite abominable. Li Tianyu is also deeply disgusted. He watched from the sidelines outside the crowd for a moment and felt he had to step up. These 2 men accuse each other of being human traffickers. So who's telling the truth? No one knows that now except these 2 men who know it by heart. Li Tianyu was different though. He's got the power of a master intelligence. He knows everything with a handshake. Wang Shujing held the child in a death grip, and when she saw Li Tianyu, she revealed an even more wary look. Li Tianyu turned back toward the trafficked woman. The trafficked woman took 2 steps back as if on reflex. What are you doing?" Li Tianyu pointed at the woman's hand. "Yo, auntie, this hand of yours is injured." The trafficker woman was shocked and looked at her hands. "Where?" Li Tianyu stepped forward to hold her hand and flipped it from side to side. "Huh?" Looking at it wrong. The trafficker woman hurriedly knocked Li Tianyu's hand away. Of course, Li Tianyu already knew the truth. "Auntie, where are you from?" Trafficked woman. You don't care where I'm from. Get up. I have to get my child back. With that, the trafficker woman was about to move forward. However, where would Lee Tian-yu let her go? Do we know if the baby is a boy or a girl? The trafficker woman was stunned. Why didn't I know that? That's my granddaughter. At this point, Wang Shujing said loudly, You fart. This is a boy. How is it your granddaughter? Said Wang Shujing also put the child's diaper to remove, bright to everyone to see. Those close by have seen it. It's really a boy. What kind of grandmother doesn't know the sex of her child? Turns out that woman was the trafficker. That's pretty shady. That's disgusting. How can there be people like that? What man? That's not even a person. The whole room was in an uproar. The middle-aged woman had just seen the child wearing a pink bunny hat, and the child looked quite pretty with long eyelashes, so she thought it was a girl. This trafficker woman has been recognized, and thinking that it is hopeless to rob the child, rushed back. Chapter 116. A man of style. Get out of my way. Get up. Get up out of the way. You human trafficker shall not die. The trafficked woman was pushed back against the wall, and someone had already taken 2 steps forward to try to punch and kick her. Suddenly, a man jumped into the ring. His hand was brightly reflecting a bright light. The people next to him took a look and took a few steps back. This man had a dagger in his hand. He was tall, full of hostility, and the dagger in his hand was particularly piercing. All don't move. I'll stab anyone who dares to move. The man, obviously in league with the trafficked woman, immediately pulled the woman to her feet. Then the two were about to flee through the crowd on one side. The people gathered around dodged out of the way in a hurry. People have knives, this can't be helped. Don't be afraid to do the right thing and become a ghost under the knife. It's not worth the loss. However, the knife-wielding man had just taken 2 steps when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Looking back, it was the same young man who had recognized the trafficked woman. Lee Tian-yu is called an artist with great courage. If he had no hands, he would never dare to mess with this male. However, he was now armed with 5 fighting skills, so even if the man had a knife, he wasn't very intimidated. The onlookers, on the other hand, were abuzz. Some of the people who had been intimidated by the knife-wielding man and were about to move away stopped again. In today's society, I didn't realize there were such people. The other party was holding a murder weapon, and this kid actually had the guts to come forward. However, many people were worried. This young man didn't look very strong. It was obvious that he was no match for the man with the knife. A few people are starting to yell, "Young man, don't stop him, he has the murder weapon. Don't put your life on the line when you're poor, and the child isn't being carried away. Yeah, these guys are outlaws, don't get tough with them. We'll clean them up later when the police arrive." Although the man was not really an outlaw, he was also quite vicious and directly carried his knife and took 2 steps towards Lee Tianyu's side. His intention was not to stab Lee Tianyu, but to scare him away. Instead of retreating, Lee Tianyu met him. The murderer put his heart on the line and raised his hand to stab. Lee Tianyu's reflexes and dynamic vision were already quite powerful, and the murderer's stabbing was like slow motion. He was seen moving across the room, dodging, and grabbing the murderer's wrist. A hard hand. Splat! The dagger fell to the ground. Then, Lee Tianyu borrowed the impetus of the murderer and came straight into an over-the-shoulder fall. Ugh! Nima! The murderer was so self-important that he landed on his back, and the ground was so stony that it threw him right off his feet. Shouts of surprise, applause, and cheers rang out all around them. What did I say? This kid knows martial arts. What martial arts? That's an over-the-shoulder drop like a taekwondo move. Carry the fart do. That's loose wrestling. Taekwondo can only kick the boards. A few people even took out their cell phones and filmed the process. There were also those who were bold enough to rush up and make a strong effort to hold the man who had fallen to the ground. As soon as Lee Tianyu turned around, he had thought about not letting the trafficked woman get away. Someone had already kicked her to the ground with an ouch, ouch, ouch sound. Trafficker woman. Don't fight. Don't fight. Crowd A. Hit you? You bull traffickers, you're ing. Crowd B. I'd like to cut off this S arms and legs. Crowd C. Anyone with a rope? Tie her up. Trafficker woman. It's just a child, what's the big deal? If you lose it, you can have another one. Pop! Wang Shujing stepped forward and decisively gave this trafficker a slap with one hand. And now she was still holding the child with her other hand and didn't dare to let go. Why don't you have one to sell? Shall not die. Wang Shujing yelled. This comment elicited another round of applause. People do hate traffickers of other children and can't wait to be put to death. It didn't take long for the police to arrive and for the crowd to back up and disperse. One of the officers asked for clarification and greeted his companions to handcuff the two traffickers and take them away. The officer then asked Wang Shujing, "Wasn't there a good young man who acted courageously just now? Where is he?" Wang Shujing stretched out her finger and was about to point to where Li Tianyu was just now. However, at some point Li Tianyu actually left. "Huh? It was here a moment ago. How come it's gone in a flash?" The officer laughed and said, "Yo, old girl. Then you've really met a good man who does good deeds without leaving his name." A voice came from the crowd. "Sister Xu Jing." Wang Shujing turned around and waved. A woman saw it and rushed over. The woman was in her mid-30s, good-looking, classy, and quite competent in a professional outfit. Her hair was a bit disheveled, though, and she was obviously running fast, her face full of anxiety. "Sister Xu Jing, is the child okay?" The woman's name is Sun Ling and she's the boy's mother. After the birth of this child, Sun Ling and her husband discussed finding a babysitting nanny, but do not rest assured that outsiders. They invited Wang Shujing from the hometown. Wang Shujing people honest, hardworking, and kind character do very well Sun Ling which is relieved to go to work. After Li Tianyu stepped forward just now, Wang Shujing took the opportunity to use her cell phone to call Sun Yuling, asking her to hurry over. Wang Shujing handed the child over to that Sun Ling while saying, "It's fine, just a little stunned." Sun Ling first took a close look at the child and saw that he was safe and sound. "Thanks, you're still dependable." Wang Shujing's heart palpitated. But it was too dangerous just now. The child was almost carried away, and that trafficker had an accomplice with a knife. It's a good thing that there is a person who is particularly good. It was he who saved us. "Which one is it?" "Then we have to thank people." Wang Shujing said. "Let's go." Sun Ling was stunned. "Gone." Wang Shujing. "Yeah, I don't know when it left. It was gone in the blink of an eye." Sun Ling was completely frozen. There are still people like that? Doing good deeds without leaving his name? That's a bit too noble, isn't it? After a long time, Sun Ling said, "How can this be? After doing such a great favor, we must find him and thank him properly." In fact, Li Tianyu really do not have the noble consciousness of doing good deeds without leaving a name, mainly because just now his cell phone rang. So he dialed away from the crowd and found a quiet place to call. Guoguang said that they have ordered a batch of goods and will be able to ship it tomorrow, and asked Li Tianyu if he will pass today. Li Tianyu thought that there is nothing to do now, and the two traffickers have cleaned up, so let's go over there. At this time, things like human traffickers and the like were really not on Li Tianyu's mind. Li Tianyu went to the parking lot, drove his car and went to the bar. At this time, Guoguang, Han Lei, Zhang Mingwei and Feng Tao were all busy in the store. Cleaning for cleaning, wiping tables for wiping tables. Guoguang was behind the bar organizing the drinkware he had just bought. At that moment, a car pulled up outside. It was a sky blue Porsche Cayenne. Chapter 117. Now I'm famous again. Zhang Mingwei poked his head in. "Yo, nice car." A young man pushed his way through the door and walked in. Feng Tao greeted him. "Sorry man, the bar is not open yet. Please come back another time." Guoguang spoke up from behind the bar. "That's the boss." As soon as Guoguang's words fell, the other three were all stunned. Feng Tao in particular took 2 steps back. "Boss? This boss is too young, isn't he? It's hard to tell if it looks 30 or not." Li Tianyu patted Feng Tao's shoulder. "Hello, I'm Li Tianyu." "Oh, hello Boss Li." Li Tianyu nodded and shook Feng Tao's hand, then walked in and shook Zhang Mingwei and Han Lei's hands again in turn, plus introduced himself. The handshake is an important step in the process of detecting each person, mainly in terms of character, with the ability of a master informant. The results satisfied Li Tianyu and all passed. Especially the girl named Han Lei, who was also a hidden tycoon, made Li Tianyu lose his mind. After exchanging pleasantries with the new employees, Li Tianyu walked into the bar and circled around inside twice more, still finding it quite pleasant. Li Tianyu looked at the time. It was almost dinner time, so he called Guoguang and the others to go eat. They chose a nearby barbecue restaurant. This is the first staff party at the doll bar. During the meal, Li Tianyu announced that the wages of several people would be calculated from today. Of course, the pay scale remains the same as it was when they were at Blue Frog. The crowd of course shouted, "Long live the boss." The so-called crowd was Zhang Mingchuan and Feng Tao. Li Tianyu didn't drink either because he had to drive. After a while, Li Tianyu left, leaving the others to continue getting high there. The next day, Li Tianyu had wanted to go to the bar again to discuss with Guoguang about recruiting new employees. The current 4 people are nowhere near enough to get the bar up and running, and it needs to be staffed up and open for business as soon as possible. However, before Li Tianyu could go out, his cell phone rang. When I opened the screen, it was Chi-Wei. Strange, Chi-Wei is far away in Yanyun City. What is it that he needs to call to say? Hey, Chi-Wei, what's up? Tianyu, is that you in that video? Li Tianyu was stunned. Which video? Chi-Wei. You didn't see it? Li Tianyu. What did I see, me? You're not going insane, are you? Chi-Wei. You're the one who's mentally deranged. Go on WeChat and look at the circle of friends. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and opened WeChat and was shocked. So many classmates, friends, and former coworkers sent messages. Oh my god, you're famous again. Li Tianyu, you tell the truth, is that video posed? Is it hype? I say, when did you learn Kung Fu? How come you can fight so well? Li Tianyu looked confused. Suddenly, he remembered. Shouldn't be yesterday's. Li Tianyu immediately clicked on his friend's circle to take a look and was once again stunned. Yesterday, the circle of friends was full of video reposts of Li Tianyu fighting that knife-wielding trafficker. And there are several versions, both long and short, that should have been taken by different people. After that, Li Tianyu received 2 more calls from his cousins, Tang Rou and Wu Mingzhi. Both were equally questioned. Of course, Tang Rou had seen Li Tianyu's stance before and wasn't too surprised, only to revisit her point once again and repeatedly ask for Li Tianyu's alien name. Hearing this, Li Tianyu hung up the phone without hesitation. It didn't clear for 2 minutes before another call came in. It's an unfamiliar cell phone number. Li Tianyu hesitated and answered. It was a female voice coming from there. Hello. Is this Mr. Li Tianyu Li? It's me. I'm Yang Bending Moon, a reporter from Windy's Video. I'm specially contacting you today to do an interview with you. Li Tianyu's tiger's body shook, actually wanting to interview me? Is it possible that I'm going to become a celebrity? Although Li Tianyu's heart turned over, his mouth said, is it because of that video? Yang Banhwa. Yes, that video has now been circulated. And we at Feng Yi admire your bravery in fighting the murderer. So we want to strive for an interview with you. Li Tianyu. How did you get my contact information? Young Bent Moon. We also got your information from multiple sources and verified it before we found you. Li Tianyu thought to himself, this is not the same as not saying it. But that's not a bad thing. It suddenly occurred to Li Tianyu that his yet-to-open doll bar was just the right place to rub it in. Feng Yi Video is considered a mainstream online media. Such free advertising cannot be found. Li Tianyu. Yes, but can we set it for tomorrow? And then I picked the place. Yang Banhwa. Of course there's no problem, as long as it's in the country, just pick wherever you want. Li Tianyu was happy. It's not far. It's in the imperial capital. I'll send you the address later. Yang Banhwa. Okay. Then is it okay for me to add you on WeChat? Li Tianyu. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Yang Bending Moon quickly added Li Tianyu's WeChat. The two booked a time for the interview to take place tomorrow afternoon. Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, finally arranged these big men. He put on his clothes, grabbed his car keys, and was just about to head out the door. Flowers in my heart. I want to take you home. In that late-night bar. Who cares if it's true or not? Why the phone call again? It's not over. Li Tianyu furiously pulled out his cell phone to see that it was an unfamiliar cell phone number and casually picked it up. Who? It's me, it's AI piece. As soon as Li Tianyu heard that it was this living treasure, he wanted to hang up the phone. AI Ursheo? Looking for me for something? I'm going out on an errand here. AI Hepping. Doing what? My dad said I have to treat you to dinner today to thank you for not killing me yesterday. Li Tianyu. What not killing Grace? It's saving your life. AI Hepping. Right, I just got out of prison. My cultural level has plummeted, and I am about to go to mend my brain. Alas, what am I talking to you about this for? I'm under your building, hurry down. Li Tianyu. Who told you my home address? AI piece. Yang and Li Tianyu went downstairs, and there was a large purple supercar parked in front of the building, which was particularly eye-catching. At a closer look, it should be a Lamborghini Aventador, which is also commonly known as the Big Bull. At this moment, the passenger door rose, and Li Tianyu smoothly sat on it. Li Tianyu. Why don't you get a comfortable car when you're picking someone up? Peace AI. I still have to find a girl to go to when we're done eating. Can a comfortable car make a girl like it? Li Tianyu thought to himself, a comfortable car is only comfortable to pick up girls. AI and Ping are mediocre drivers, but like to blast the throttle so loudly that the loud noise can attract the attention of passersby. Sure enough, it's a purebred dude with a flamboyant nature. Also, AI Peace obviously doesn't surf the internet much, or he wouldn't have been unaware that Li Tianyu was a hero for beating up human traffickers. Thanks to Big Bunny who blows meat 20,000 for the reward. Thanks to ALE's 11969 for the reward. Thank you to Precepts, Mountain Clearwater is not as good as my 10-mile song, Evergreen Tree 666, and Jiangcheng Ning Chinger for another reward. Thanks to Sanju Material, Junzi ZZ Shot, and others for their rewards. Chapter 118. Father and son who share the same hobby. AI Baoquan still arranged the meal at the Tiansheng Hotel, the same aristocratic restaurant frequented by celebrities and tycoons. Moreover, AI Baoquan had specially booked a private room. This also proved that AI Baoquan had already attached great importance to Li Tianyu. When Li Tianyu followed AI hepping into the private room, he was stunned for a moment. This private room is opulent and extremely luxurious. The British style of decoration in the middle of it, as in the European palace. The dining table, in particular, was not a Chinese round table that could be rotated, but a long European-style table. Li Qianwu sits on the side of this head, and AI Bao Quan sits on the throne. No, the main seat. Couldn't he even see the expression on AI Bao Quan's face? That's not even a question. What's with the look on his face? The key to talking has to be shouted or not heard at all. Mr. AI, you are as pompous as your son. Can't you pick a normal place? Li Tianyu secretly slandered. Besides Mr. AI, there was a lady sitting beside him. The lady looked to be about 40, and should have been a bit older in actuality. From afar, it looks well maintained, and between the hands and feet, it reveals a very noble atmosphere. Li Tianyu guessed that this was probably AI Baochuan's wife, Zhao Ye. As for how Li Tianyu knew about AI Baochuan's wife, of course, it's a side effect of the previous handshake. Mr. AI, long time no see, Li Tianyu shouted. AI Baochuan's voice came from the other end. Tianyu, you say this, didn't you just see it yesterday? Li Tianyu. I didn't see you yesterday, just calling. Zhao Ye glared at AI Baoquan. Old AI. Didn't you say you'd personally pick up your son and bring him back? AI Baoquan smiled awkwardly. Ma'am, when Tianyu old brother picked up our son, I watched from afar at the door, and I was in pain, but I didn't dare to go up. Said here, AI Baoquan also wiped tears. I do this also for the sake of the child. Let him sharpen in this society, so that he grow up as soon as possible. Zhao Ye snorted coldly and didn't seem to fall for AI Baochuan's bait. Old AI, just grow a pair you. Yes, ma'am. Li Tianyu couldn't help but snicker. This AI Baoquan was really a bronchitis. This Zhao Ye was from a wealthy family, an absolute upper-class young lady. Back then, when she married AI Baoquan, Zhao Ye could be considered to be married down. AI Baochuan's Aihua real estate group could grow so big. Zhao Ye's maternal family's assistance was not small. So AI Baoquan in front of Zhao Ye never dare to say a no word. Must be treated as a female bodhisattva. However, AI Baoquan is still quite heartless. Behind Zhao Ye's back, he is fooling around with women outside, and he has screwed more than one. Li Tianyu was quite curious. Didn't Zhao Ye know about AI Baochuan's? At that moment, the meals were pushed up one after another by the waiters in food carts and placed in front of everyone. In this kind of private room, the food is of course Western food. And you can only use shared meals at these long tables, otherwise you have to run around getting something to eat, which is too tiring and ungainly. At that moment, AI Ping personally carried a bottle of wine-like substance. It looks like champagne. Peace AI poured wine into the goblet in front of Li Tianyu and poured it for himself. Li Tianyu, aren't you going to drive a supercar to pick up girls? And drink. AI and Ping hemmed and hawed. Batiste champagne. Non-alcoholic. Feel free to drink it. You won't get drunk. Zhao Ye stood up with her wine glass and said to Li Tianyu, Tianyu, Baoquan, he's really unreliable, and thanks to your help in the peace matter, I, as his mother, must toast you properly. Li Tianyu hurriedly stood up. Aunt Zhao, it's a matter of duty. You don't need to take it to heart. The two men each took a sip. Zhao Ye sat down and said, Ugh, by the way, how do you know my last name is Zhao? Just now, AI Baoquan didn't introduce his wife, so Li Tianyu's address seemed a bit abrupt. Li Tianyu's eyes rolled. Aunt Zhao, it was Uncle Bao Quan who mentioned it before. AI Bao Quan looked confused. Did I mention that? Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows. You mentioned it. AI Bao Quan touched that fat face before nodding. Maybe. I forgot. Zhaoya. Tianyu, this child just understands things. Unlike this son of ours, he's too out of tune. Tianyu, in the future you bring him around more. Li Tianyu thought to himself. It's the same for whoever carries this one. But on his lips he said, the second prince he is quite good. He speaks with a level head, his cultural literacy is not low, and his personal qualities are high. Snort! Epin sprayed the champagne in his mouth on his plate. Underneath the table, AI Ping Ping gave a nod to Li Tianyu. Zhaoya heard but was happy. Tianyu, in the future, if there is anything you want to do, just mention it. Bao Quan. If he doesn't help you, I'll help you. Li Tianyu's eyes turned around twice more. Aunt Zhao, Uncle Bao Quan. There's really something I need to ask for your help. Joa smiled and said, go ahead and say it. Li Tianyu. I recently disc a bar, and then prepare a few days, will be officially opened. You too convenient time to help me publicize more publicity. AI Piece's eyes lit up. A bar? That's good. Send me the address later. I'll come over to play. Thanks a lot. And welcome to a drink, Mr. Tu. At this time, Zhaoya said, publicity, that is certainly no problem. I see, not only to publicize, but also to go over to support the scene. You tell us the opening time. I and Bao Quan try to go over. This one is a real treat. Li Tianyu hurriedly thanked him. It was only now that he had accomplished his purpose. With a big shot in town, that bar's opening ceremony could be a big deal and very dignified. The rest of this meal went rather smoothly. After the wine and dinner, Li Tianyu said he wanted to say goodbye. Instead, Zhaoya said, peace, you take Tianyu home. Peace. AI wiped his mouth and stood up. Good grin. Just like that, Li Tianyu got into AI Ping's Lamborghini again. After a roar, the big purple supercar blows up the street as it heads off. However, Li Tianyu immediately realized that something was wrong. Hey, second prince, my house isn't that way. Peace. AI. It's almost too late. Come with me to pick up the girl first and I'll take you home later. Li Tianyu cursed MMP in his heart. This car can only sit 2 people. You picked up the girl. Where do I sit? Okay. You put me on the street. I'll take a taxi back. AI Hepping. Don't. I can't do that, my mom will scold me to death. Don't worry. I also have a friend over there. I'll let him send you back. Li Tianyu was helpless. This one was a lunatic, so he had to sit at ease. In a flash, it came to the entrance of a university. Li Tianyu was stunned as the sign above read Imperial Film Academy. That chick. She wouldn't be a student here, right? Li Tianyu asked. AI Piece. Nonsense. Can I look at a teacher? Li Tianyu glanced at AI Ping. Not only does this one look like his dad, but he has the same hobbies. Chapter 119, AI's Peaceful Wager. AI Ping Ping hemmed and hawed. I'm telling you, this place is truly a veritable cornucopia of beautiful women. Do you want to pick one? Li Tianyu. Speaking as if I'm buying cabbage? I want to pick one. People have to be willing to follow me. AI Hepping tapped Li Tianyu's shoulder. Look over there. Li Tianyu followed the direction of AI Hepping's finger and saw that there was a gray Porsche parked. Looking at the model, it should be a Mekong. Probably more than $1 million. A can of Red Bull sits on the roof of the car. As it turns out, the rumor among the visitors is that the way someone drives a luxury car to hang a girl in front of a university is to put a bottle of water on the roof. I didn't realize that people actually did that. Only this Porsche is topped not with water, but with Red Bull, which is much more powerful. But would any girl really drink that stuff? It's fantastical to think about. Just then, just one girl turned her head to look at the car as she passed by. It actually went over, picked up the can of Red Bull. Immediately after that, the girl opened the passenger door of the Porsche and actually just sat in it. The Porsche revved its engine and took off with the girl. Li Tianyu was stunned. There really is a girl on the hook. The girl was mediocre looking, but she had a pretty good body, which was pretty impressive. Li Tianyu has a supercar and a Porsche, so as long as he is thick-skinned enough, wouldn't he be able to come over and hang as well? Li Tianyu turned his head and asked, how many bottles of water did you bring? Peace. AI waved his hand. I'm not going to do that. I'm telling you, I've got a target on my back. Speaking of which, AI Peace looked left and right. Strange, why hasn't my buddy come yet? At that moment, an engine sound came from far away. At first glance, it was a sight to behold, as 2 supercars in a row roared by. First, a black McLaren 720s. The one in the back was even more impressive. A Rafa. That iconic big red color that glistened and shone in the sunlight. The Rafa is over $20 million for a supercar. That's a lot more expensive than the McLaren 720s. And Epin's Big Bull. When Li Tianyu took another look at AI Hepping's face, it was obviously not right, becoming quite grim, as if he had held a large amount of urine, and it looked quite unpleasant. The two supercars were all parked nearby. First, the McLaren's door opened and a man got out of it. The man was wearing a gray tank top, large pants, and a pair of sneakers of some unknown brand under his feet, which, coupled with the black and yellow dyed hair on his head, was obviously rather shamat, as well as very much a wash and go. AI and Peace greeted him. Jian, why are you such a... What's the point of bringing him here? The shamat guy's name is Qiu Jian, nicknamed Xiao Jian, and he is considered a foxy friend of AI Hepping. Today, AI Hepping brought Qiu Jian here to ask him to call out the girl of his choice. Why can only he call? It's because Qiu Jian is the girl's cousin. AI and Peace call themselves simply can't call themselves. However, AI and Ping didn't expect the Rafa to follow them. At that moment, Rafa's door lifted open, and a rather handsome pot of a man burrowed out. That handsome man was wearing designer casual clothes and his feet were on designer casual shoes. Together with that upright posture and very tugging expression, he could simply attract a lot of women's attention on the street. This handsome man named Chun, who, look at the car to know, is also a rich second generation, and is a huge rich kind. AI Hepping and Chun, who were pretty much at odds with each other. Why? Because Chun, who looked down on AI Ping. There are two reasons for this. First, Chun, who disliked AI Hepping for being ugly. Second, Chun, who disliked AI Hepping for being fat. Chun, who has repeatedly squeezed AI Hepping with this in public. And AI Hepping, of course, is not happy about it. And now, the two have started a new conflict, that is, the girl that AI Hepping has his eyes on, Chun, who also has his eyes on. Qiu Jian and Chun, who also knew each other. And I guess Chun, who followed him when he accidentally let his mouth slip. This is great. AI Peace has to face the competition from Chun, who, and judging from the hardware on both sides, there is a considerable gap. AI and Ping were not willing to give in, holding their heads high and screaming, "Why are you here?" Chun, who sneered, "I'll do whatever I want. What do you care?" AI Hepping poo-pooed it and said to Qiu Jian, "No more appointments. Let's go." Chun, who laughed out loud, "What? Ugly fatty doesn't dare to bet." AI Peace became angry. "What did you say? I wouldn't dare? Are you kidding?" Li Tianyu is really convinced people this buddy called ugly fat. You AI Ping and anxious about what? Chun, who, "Fine. Then let Qiu Jian call the girl out, and we'll split a winner in front of her, and no one will be able to renege on it then." AI Hepping stormed out. "Okay. Xiao Jian. Tell Curson to come out." Qiu Jian revealed a bitter smile. "Two masters. Can you not be so childish?" AI Hepping and Chun, who said at the same time, "Hurry up." Qiu Jian had to take out his cell phone and dial a number. "Kagome. Come out for a moment." "Yeah. I'm right at your west entrance." "Okay. I'll wait for you, you hurry up." A few moments later, a girl tinglingly walked out from inside the campus, and judging from the expressions of the other three, it should be Chiu Xian herself. After Li Tianyu saw the face, he also couldn't help but sigh. No wonder AI Hepping and Chen who fought over him. Qiu Kerson's face is beautiful, her body is also good, this quality, it is indeed worthy of being a beauty out of the film academy. In the future, if there are resources, then most likely it can be fire. But thinking back, Qiu Jian was her cousin. So I'm sure Chiu Xian's family wasn't too bad. Qiu Kerson walked closer, first looking at AI Hepping and then at Chan Hu, and couldn't help but frown. "Why are you guys here again?" AI Hepping, Xian. "We all still remember the bet from last time, and we've specially come over today to split the difference." Qiu Kerson, "I was just kidding last time, but you guys really took it seriously?" Lake Chun, "Since you've already said it, we have to take it seriously." Qiu Xian smiled. "All right, then you guys can bet if you want to. If someone really meets the conditions I mentioned, I can agree to make a date with him." Peace AI's spirits lifted and he looked like he was pumping his fist. Li Tianyu was confused, thinking that what exactly are these two people betting on? Is it possible that they want to have a duel in front of the girl? Lake Chun didn't say anything and got straight into the Rafa, the engine roaring out of the sky. AI Hepping tugged on Li Tianyu. "What are you waiting for? Let's go. Get in the car." Li Tianyu, "You're not sending me back?" AI Peace, "You don't rush. Don't see buddy's big trouble is coming." "Not right. The big war is coming. Li Tianyu rubbed his forehead and had to follow AI Ping into the car as well. The engines of the 3 supercars roared as they went off into the dust, drawing countless astonished gazes. Chapter 120. This is a man's fight. Looking at AI Hepping, who was aggressively driving a supercar, Li Tianyu had a guess in his heart. Hey, second prince, where are you guys going? With a grim look on his face, AI Peace gritted his teeth and said, You'll know when you get there. Li Tianyu, you guys aren't going to go biking, are you? Let me tell you, you are non-professionals. Biking is very dangerous. In addition, you must go to a closed professional track to toss. Do not play on the ring road. If something happens, is not a joke. Aha, racing. AI Hepping turned his head to look at Li Tianyu as if he was looking at an alien. Li Tianyu raised an eyebrow. Isn't it? It was normal for Li Tianyu to have this speculation. These rich dudes, with a luxury supercar in hand, are all personalities who blow up the streets wherever they go, fighting over a beautiful woman and dueling in a way that would certainly be quite extravagant. It's not a very manly way to settle a dispute with a seat, an engine, and a steering wheel, except that it's really dangerous. However, Li Tianyu really guessed wrong. The 3 supercars whizzed whimpering across the street and into a shopping district before fishtailing into an underground parking garage. Li Tianyu was confused. This was a shopping mall. What are these rich kids doing here? You're not coming over to drive go-karts, are you? Go-karts are good. They're safe. Down the car, Li Tianyu will pull AI Peace. The second son, you cheer the game. Win or lose is not important. The important thing is to be happy. Is not that sentence well? Win or lose is a common thing in the military. Failure is the mother of success. From where you fall down, from where to get up, you're still young, it is not too late. Peace AI. Wait a minute. What the hell are you talking about with this whole thing? Li Tianyu. I'm not going to fool around with you guys. I still have things to do at that bar. I'll take a taxi back first. With that, Li Tianyu turned around and was about to leave. Peace AI grabbed his arm. Don't go. What's your hurry? I'll give you a ride later. Li Tianyu. There's no use for me to stay here. I'll just take a taxi back. AI Hepping rigidly refused to let him go. Li Tianyu really helpless. AI Baoquan the second son, how with the cowhide like. At that moment, Qiu Jian, who had been walking towards the elevator, ran back. Peace. Don't ink it. Come on, you don't want to make a fool of yourself. Peace AI waved his hand and tugged Li Tianyu hard that way. Li Tianyu thought to himself, forget it, just go along and take a look. He was also a bit curious about what these rich kids were going to use to bet on winning or losing. Took the ground stairs in the basement and made his way up to the 5th floor, then followed a few people to a very noisy area. Li Tianyu was stunned. Wasn't this the video game area? It's all about a variety of arcade machines, dance machines, shooting machines, etc. Li Tianyu imagined AI Hepping and Chen who fighting in front of a dance machine. A nasty chill came over me. Li Tianyu pulled AI Ping and asked in a low voice, You guys aren't going to dance off, are you? Peace AI waved his hand. Where do you think you're going? Can we play with this kind of childish stuff? Soon, a few people stopped. Li Tianyu finally understood, so it was going to be this. In front of several people was a strength testing machine, but instead of the type that was hit with a leather hammer, there was a leather sling ball dangling from it. Hanging balls are red and teardrop shaped. Hit the red hanging ball with your fist and the power index will be displayed on the scoring screen behind you. This kind of bet is simple and straightforward. But it's pretty douchey for these guys to be in such a big formation just to throw a few punches. Isn't it? It was only later that Li Tianyu learned the truth from AI Hepping. Turns out that the source of the idea was in Ku Kiao. AI Hepping and Chen who, these two were also enemies. Goods not alone. The last time they saw Chioku Xian the two ran into each other. Then of course there was another scene of jealousy and war of words, and even a big fight between the two. At that time, Chio Kurson threw down a sentence. You guys don't have to fight. She likes men with great strength. You guys can compare. The one with the greatest strength will be able to have a date with me. In fact, Chio Kurson was really joking, only the two goods, AI Hepping and Chan who took it seriously. There are 2 ways to compare who is stronger, and one of the most common is arm wrestling. But AI Hepping refused, saying that his arms were shorter than Chan Hu's and that he had an absolute disadvantage, and that arm wrestling was unfair to him. Another way to do this is with these types of strength testing machines. The display of power values is fair, just and open, no one can fake it. At this time, Li Tianyu thought to himself, these 2 silly boys, that Chio Kurson is very shrewd. It is simply impossible to date these 2. Chio Kurson has a sweet appearance and good genes. The eyes were large and soulful, obviously with a little mind of their own. Seemingly sensing Li Tianyu's gaze, Cho Kurson looked over before turning back. She didn't know Li Tianyu. She obviously didn't want to take the initiative to get acquainted either, for this kind of place in which school are the school flower level of beauty, around never lack of handsome-looking suitors. Now the big battle is on the line. The two men who had gambled on their manhood stood in front of the red hanging ball. Lake Chin. Who's first? Pisai. Let's decide by guessing. Li Tianyu heard. This kid is not stupid, this is too childish. It's a good thing Lake Chen didn't agree and just let AI Ping come first. AI and Ping took a few steps back in succession, making a show of trying to help. Then, rubbed his right wrist as if he was adding to his chanting. While the others looked grim, Cho Kurson was quite high. Come on! Come on! Roar! Inspired, AI Ping charged straight ahead, like a wild boar out of a cage. A punch reaches out and hits the dangling ball. The movements were quite dashing, but Li Tianyu shook his head straight as he watched. As the punch hit the dangling ball, Pisai's arm didn't fully straighten, indicating that a large portion of the power of the punch landed in the air. Only 2 ding-dong sounds were heard, and the power scoring screen showed the value. Cho Jian glanced at it and read out, 69 points, not bad, not bad. Chun Hu smiled in the sun. That's it. AI Hepping. Chun Hu, don't talk big for a while. Hurry up, maybe you're not as good as me. Chun Hu did not pay attention to AI Hepping, nor did he back up and help run like AI Hepping, but first measured the distance from the hanging ball with his arm and then adjusted his position slightly. Li Tianyu couldn't help but nod. This Chun Hu, at first glance, is a know-how person. Look at the pace of the stance is also very professional, should be practiced boxing. Chun Hu glanced at AI Hepping and then Cho Kurson. His eyes then gazed at the hanging ball, very stern. Punch is thrown. There was a crisp snap. Chun Hu appeared to be downplaying the situation, but Li Tianyu knew that he was going to win this one. Chapter 121 2 out of 3. I'll let you have one round. Only the numbers on the scoring screen flew up and finally stopped. Cho Jian sucked in a breath of cool air. 91 points. That's awesome. The only martial art in the world is fast. Chun Hu throws his punches very quickly and also knows the technique of hitting the target, so even though his strength is not much better than AI Ping's, he can still score a high score. Such a result was to be expected. Of course, Li Tianyu understood the reason, but everyone else was completely shocked. Especially AI Piece, whose face fell. It's no wonder that this kid is squatting in the detention center. People Chun Hu is practicing boxing. Can win over the other side will be damned. Wow, awesome. Really awesome. Choku Xian couldn't help but applaud. This made Chun Hu even more complacent. AI Piece, how's it going? Admit defeat or not? AI Hepping's face turned red. What are you bolting about? There's no such thing as just one game in this tournament. 2 out of 3 games, understand? Chun Hu didn't take it seriously and waved his hand. All right, let's do it again. I'll let you be convinced today. AI Hepping walked over to the hanging ball and looked at Cho Kurson and then at Chun Hu before making a motion of rolling up his sleeves. It looks like AI Ping is going to use his real strength. His gaze was stern as an eagle's eye, and he gazed motionlessly at the red hanging ball. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. By the 3rd minute, Cho Kurson and Cho Jian looked at each other. Chun Hu finally couldn't help himself. Hey, I say, AI Hepping, are you going to ing fight or not? It's been so long. Even if you're an ox you've crashed through. AI Hepping frowned. What's your hurry? Aren't I just figuring out how to fight? There's a lot of skill involved in hitting this thing. Chun Hu laughed. All right, if you don't dare to fight, just admit defeat. AI Piece. You've got it all figured out. Who am I to admit defeat? Chun Hu bristled. It's fine if you don't admit defeat, or if you find someone else to fight for you, such as this person you brought. With that said, the eyes of the crowd all shifted to Li Tianyu again. This Li Tianyu cursed MMP in his heart. I just came to watch the show. I don't want to sell my stupid strength here. However, Chun Hu added, AI Hepping? Or is he just like you? A loser who doesn't even dare to fight? Alas, it's true that things come in different packages. When Li Tianyu heard this violent temper immediately rose. This truth, both Cho's cousins and Chun Hu were people of great wealth, and hadn't looked Li Tianyu in the eye since just now until now. Chun Hu also just casually said it, wanting to use it to further humiliate AI Hepping in front of Choku Xian. Even if Li Tianyu did go on the court, what could he do? Looking at his weak chicken-like appearance, it was impossible for him to score much. However, Cho Kurson looked at Li Tianyu a few more times, but the more she looked at him, the more familiar she looked, as if she had seen him somewhere, but she couldn't remember for a moment. Choku Xian couldn't help but whisper to her cousin Cho Jian. I think I've seen this person somewhere? Cho Jian. Him? No way. I don't even know him. Where are you going to meet him? Choku Xian looked at Li Tianyu a few more times, still shaking her head. She really couldn't remember. In fact, Cho Kurson had also seen that video of Li Tianyu bravely fighting the human traffickers, but she had only watched it once, so she didn't remember it too well. At this time, Li Tianyu's competitive spirit was also stirred up. How big a deal? Isn't it just a punch? AI Xiaoer. Get up. AI Hepping didn't seem too resistant to the name AI Xiaoer. He came over and whispered to Li Tianyu, Are you any good? You don't want to lose for me. Li Tianyu rolled his eyes and thought to himself, You're still afraid I'll lose? Then you're on your own. AI Hepping quickly waved his hand. Don't you do it, it's better for you to try it. Even if I exerted all my strength, I couldn't hit 90. The data from this power tester is more accurate. 100 strength value is considered the limit of normal human strength. If it exceeds the number 100, it is a professional. The so-called professionals are trained in strength and are either masters of grappling or boxing, or if not, they belong to the category of big men with natural strength. So, from this aspect, this kid Chen who was truly remarkable, almost reaching the normal human limit. It was quite interesting to see Li Tianyu switching places with AI Ping and looking at the teardrop-shaped hanging ball. AI Hepping. Li Tianyu. Hit harder. Don't let go. Chun who snorted. Still want to release water? Why don't you say release? Bang. Before Chun whose word fart could be fully uttered, he was interrupted by a voice. It was a crunch that also startled Cho Kurson and Cho Jian. Li Tianyu's punch was such that no one actually saw how it was thrown, only to see that the dangling ball was still trembling non-stop for a full 10 seconds before it slowly stopped. Then you look at the scoring screen in the back and the numbers swish upward. Finally, it stopped at 135 points. Fake, right? Cho Jian couldn't help but scream out. AI Ping Ping 3 steps and 2 steps, ran to the scoring screen close to the end of the half examination, which is convinced that it is not wrong. 135 power level. Weird power. Of course Li Tianyu was dissatisfied. AI Xiaoer. Why does that sound so bad to you? If you keep saying that, I'm going to leave. How could AI Hepping let Li Tianyu go? He hurriedly boasted nonsense, saying that he was a heavenly god who covered the world and could open up the heavens and the earth. In fact, Li Tianyu was still considered to have retained his strength, and now his true strength value was 238, which was more than 2 parts of a normal person. It's really going to scare them if they really fight it out completely. Even at 135, it's pretty amazing. Now it was Chun whose turn for his face to collapse, completely in a state of disbelief. How could AI Peace miss the opportunity to taunt him? Chun Hu, how's it going? Scared silly, right? Will you admit defeat this time? Only then did Chun Hu return to the ground and said with forced composure, 2 out of 3, that's what you said. AI Peace made an inviting gesture. Then you may. Chun Hu pondered for a while and finally shook his head. Peace AI. What? Still want to admit defeat? Lake Chin. You've hired a helper, so I'll hire one too. AI and Ping pretended to be surprised and looked left and right. Where? Where are your helpers? Chun Hu pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey Wu, are you at the gym? That would be great. Could you please come down here? It's on the 5th floor in the gaming area. That's this side of the power tester. Yeah. Need your help, thanks a lot. AI Hepping looked confused. Wu? Where did you get Brother Wu? Chin Hu didn't answer, he just told them to wait. A few moments later, Angkor appeared. Wu Jigua, trainer of the 6th floor boxing club. That sinewy body suggests that he's a very senior kind of coach. Chapter 122. Small Body versus Muscle Maniacs. This coach called Wu Jigua is in his 30s, 1.8 meters or so tall. Wearing a white short-sleeved sports t-shirt and blue sports shorts, the muscles on the arms are exposed, and the chest and abdomen are uneven and undulating. Where is this a coach? Simply the Lord is a walking sinewy man. Oppressive. Cho Jian whispered to his cousin. Is this your favorite model? The strong one. Choku Xian glared at Cho Jian and didn't say anything. It's a hell of a thing to like such a stupid big guy. AI Hepping was stunned, not realizing that Chun Hu would actually have such a hand. This guy named Wu Jigua was a muscle fiend at first glance, the kind of person who was not only strong, but also practiced boxing and knew how to power up and hit the target. Of course AI Hepping was not happy. Chun Hu, have you ever played like this? Lake Chin, What happened to me? AI piece. It doesn't matter if you hire someone, why do you hire a boxing coach? That's not fair. Chun-Hu. How is it unfair? You let someone else take your place, but I can't? It's not like we agreed beforehand that we couldn't hire a boxing coach. Piece AI was momentarily speechless. Indeed, both sides call for substitutions, and no one can claim a violation. Chun-Hu said to Wu Zhigua, Coach Wu, play a little bit, let them get a rise out of it. During this time, Chun, who had been practicing at the Invincible Man Boxing Club on the 6th floor. A rich kid like that certainly wouldn't hire your average boxing trainer. Wu Zhigua is the top trainer in the Invincible Man Boxing Club, and once even fought professionally and got a very good ranking in the country, except that he later retired from professional boxing because of injuries. Wu glanced at the scoring screen behind him, and the 135-point power score on it hadn't been reset yet. Well, it's quite impressive, Mr. Chun. Did you do it? Lake Chun smiled awkwardly. It was that guy who hit him. Saying that, Chun who pointed at Li Tianyu. Wu Zhigua's small eyes sized up Li Tianyu and slightly revealed a surprised expression. Li Tianyu didn't look like the type of person who could hit over 100 strength value, at least not from the exposed muscles. Wu Zhigua, is the machine broken? Chun, who didn't know how to answer, it wasn't impossible for something like a machine to break down, but the chances were very small. Wu stopped talking nonsense and set up in front of the dangling ball. AI and Peace tensed up. If the score was surpassed in this round, it could be time to admit defeat. Drink! Wu Zhigua roared and threw a punch like the wind. Bang! Again, it was extremely crisp and loud. The red hanging ball swayed violently for a moment after the impact of that punch. To be honest, Li Tianyu was also quite nervous. A value of 135, for such a strong man, does not seem to be enough insurance. The current Li Tianyu didn't really like losing, especially in a simple power match like this. The dangling ball finally stopped. The numbers on the scoring screen are rapidly lengthening. Chun, who clenched his fists nervously. For her part, AI Ping turned her head away from the display of numbers. Not to mention these two parties, Cho Kurson and Cho Jian were also quite nervous. It is also quite funny to say that the atmosphere has actually become so tense in what was originally a child's play competition. Finally, the results are in. 132 points. Wu Zhigua couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't play well this time. Is there a chance to try again? Chun, who was also quite regretful. 2 out of 3. I've already won 1 game, and the 3rd game is the deciding game. Wu Zhigua nodded. That's fine. I'll win next time. At this time, AI Hepping was finally slowed down. Just now he was scared, thinking that he was bound to lose. But Li Tianyu casually so punch is 135 points, actually better than this coach to fight, also too remarkable. However, looking at coach Wu Zhigua Wu's confident look, AI Hepping was worried again. AI Hepping came over to Li Tianyu's side and whispered for a while, Hey, can the 3rd game work? Li Tianyu ducked. If you're good, you're on. AI Hepping quickly waved his hand. I can't. It's better for you to go on. Chun, who said over there, AI Hepping, tell that Hercules of yours to hurry. Li Tianyu glanced at Wu Zhigua and said, You guys go first. Chun, who didn't say anything and signaled Wu Zhigua to come forward and punch. Li Tianyu let his opponent get the first hand, also wanting to see how much Wu Zhigua could hit with that punch. Wu Zhigua measured the distance to the dangling ball with his fists, then took a half step back, then pushed his arms hard, summoned up all his strength and tensed his muscles. Punch was struck with great force. Boo! This time there was even more commotion, and the dangling ball took such a huge hit that it was completely parallel to the floor and ceiling. On the sidelines, there was a fear that the hanging ball would be broken by Ing. At some point, there were quite a few people gathered around, and once they saw Wu Zhigua's punches, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Wow, that works too? Good man. If that punch had hit someone, it would have taken half their life. First time I've seen someone hit it that hard. Will it storm off? The dangling ball kept swinging for a long time. The numbers on the screen are skyrocketing. Almost everyone was holding their breath in anticipation of the final outcome. The numbers tapered off. Onlookers erupted in enthusiastic gasps, some even whistling. 156 points. Awesome. Chun, who cheered and clapped playfully, his face even more glowing and spirited. AI and Ping, of course, were the opposite, ashen-faced as if they had died. At 156, this is a score that only a monster could score. This is simply not winnable. It is hard to believe how Li Tianyu's small body can hit a higher score. Chun, who looked at AI Hepping and exuded a victorious smile. AI Ping Ping wanted to say something harsh, but his mouth moved. But in the end, he couldn't say anything. Qiu Jian walked over and whispered to AI Hepping, "Does your buddy still want to fight? I think it's better to just admit defeat. I figure that Chun who will more or less save face for me." When AI Hepping heard this, his eyebrows rose. "Just him, still giving me face? Are you kidding me? Fight. Why don't you fight?" In fact, Li Tianyu had already stood in front of the hanging ball. He was seen moving his arms around a bit, letting all his muscles stretch out so that he could play. The onlookers finally saw that this was not a simple test of strength. It was these two groups of people competing. When they saw Li Tianyu come up, they all exuded a skeptical look. "You want to fight with this little body? I'm sure it won't work." "That's true, it's too much to ask for. The other guy's a big guy. He can be crushed even if he's pressed. I don't see him hitting 100 at all. He'd be pretty good at 90. My cousin is much stronger than him to hit 90 plus." Chapter 123. Awesome, isn't it? This is my big brother. This time, Li Tianyu used a left jab. To be honest, in the past, Li Tianyu was a native right-handed person, but since going through the system's physical transformation, he found that his left hand was getting better and better. Sometimes, Li Tianyu even accidentally picked up chopsticks with his left hand. Therefore, Li Tianyu felt that it might be more powerful to throw a punch with his left hand. Qiu Kursin was meticulous and was the first to notice Li Tianyu's movements. Lefty." Cousin Qiu Jian shook his head. "It doesn't matter which hand he uses. It's useless. He definitely can't hit more than 150. It might not be as good as last time." Qiu Kursin felt that Qiu Jian had a point. Although this man did have a lot of strength, he couldn't possibly be a match for the boxing coach. AI was very nervous and his fists were clenched. Strangely enough, whether or not he could get a date with Qiu Kursin now, AI Hepping no longer cared. He just didn't want to lose to Chun Hu now. As the saying goes, don't fight for buns. Li Tianyu takes a half step forward and throws a jab. Wu Zhiguo was shocked. The speed of the punch was really faster, and the arm was stretched out so straight that the moment it hit the dangling ball, it was in a perfectly straight line with the shoulder. He was an insider, having boxed and had his dynamic vision trained well. Others didn't have his kind of eyesight, and it was a blur to see how Li Tianyu threw that punch. Bang! The red dangling ball was momentarily knocked off its feet, parallel to the floor, and then bounced back to shake constantly. The force was so great that even those who were mentally prepared were stunned. "I'm going!" Lake Chun couldn't help but scream out, a few ominous feelings of foreboding arising in his heart. Even a non-professional could tell that the force of this punch was greater than the first time Li Jie-Wu threw it, and not by a small margin. Qiu Jian's mouth opened wide, and for the first time he suspected that AI Hepping had come prepared. Where did this kid find such a godly man? This is a lot of strength. Peace AI could see that this time it was really something. What about the onlookers? Each with a different expression, but all with one meaning. Unbelievable. This young man has a hard fist. The numbers on the strength scoring screen lengthened rapidly and soon exceeded 100. The onlookers gasped in awe. 110, 120, 130. Is the machine broken? The number is now over 150 and still not stopping. It continues to take off. Chun, who stared wide-eyed. This was damn near more unbelievable than a pie in the sky. Is this the pace to break the machine's scorekeeping record? Qiu Kursin couldn't help but glance at Li Tianyu and realized that he was relaxed and calm and didn't seem to care about the scoring values. Finally, the numbers slowly stopped. Then, the screen turns red and bursts of special effects appear. Proof that the power record on this machine has been broken. The crowd of onlookers erupted in awe, neatly. Ooh, 205 points. Oh my god. Is this for real? Normal people can hit like that. That's a bit fake. Could it be cheating? Cheating? Why don't you go up and take a punch from him and try the force? I'll be damned. I'm not going if you are. AI Hepping jumped up happily and stuck out his thumb at Li Tianyu. Awesome. Awesome. You're beating them both with one. Chun, who had been frozen like a sand sculpture. AI piece in front of him high and mighty up, and then pretended to be generous, patted his shoulder. Chun Lake, do not cry and mourn. Victory or defeat is a common thing in the military. Failure is the mother of success, from where it was knocked down, and then climbed up from where it's good. Wu Zhiguo walked over to Li Tianyu and said, Bro, you seem to have practiced boxing? Li Tianyu, practiced a little. Wu Zhiguo, should we go to the 6th floor boxing club? Let's spar? Listening to Wu Jigua, he was still a bit unconvinced. Tianyu Li, not interested. I think hitting a slingshot is much more enjoyable than hitting a man. Wu Jigua's face stagnated and he stopped talking. AI Hepping appeared, and he brought a bottle of lehu from somewhere and offered it to Li Tianyu with both hands. Big brother, hurry up and make up. Li Tianyu, look, the bottle cap is unscrewed. AI piece, this guy is really on. AI piece, big brother, that was a good fight. Can you teach me how to fight this thing? Tennessee Lee, that said, I've seen this on TV before, and I'm hitting it for the first time today, and I've been wanting to try and see what would happen if I hit it in a different way. Only to see Li Tianyu take a step back, then half turn and jump. A graceful and swift half turn and a left kick in full view of the crowd. Boo! The hangman seemed to narrowly miss the kick. The onlookers were stunned. It was almost the first time they had witnessed a roundhouse kick that moved with such panache and at such a high level. Cho Kurson's eyes lit up. This was a handsome moment. Amidst the crowd's amazement, Li Tianyu walked to the side to drink water. By this time, someone had already recognized Li Tianyu's identity. Is that the guy in the video? The one who fought the trafficker? When you put it that way, it really does look like it. I think that's him. I thought that was posed before, and by the looks of it, this guy really has something. So he's an internet sensation. Why don't we get an autograph? AI Hepping walked up to Cho Kurson and said with a smile, I won this competition, so is it possible for Kurson to have a date with me? Cho Kurson laughed lightly. That's not good. AI and Peace giggled. Why? I won. Ku Kiao. It's not like I said before that I would date someone who won a contest. When Lake Chun heard this, he turned his head to look over. Cho Kurson. Of course, losing the match is even worse. Chun, who lowered his head. Peace AI. No, you, how could you? Cho Kurson. How is it wrong? I only promised to date the person with the most strength. I didn't promise to date the person who won the competition. Peace AI thought back, and indeed it was, and he had nothing to say about it. The word most is interesting. Is it the strongest of the two? Or the strongest in the whole empire? Or the strongest in the world? None of it is stated. That's why Cho Kurson couldn't have dated either of AI Hepping or Chun, who at the end of the day. Choku Xian was just messing with the two of them when she said that. But he's something to consider. Cho Kurson suddenly said. Peace AI was stunned. Who? Cho Kurson pointed at Li Tianyu and said, What's his name? When AI Hepping heard this, he suddenly became inexplicably godlike. Li Tianyu, is my big brother? How is it? Awesome, right? Chapter 124. Interviews and Advertisements. Li Tianyu didn't realize that he was actually being targeted by a not-so-reliable beauty. Li Tianyu was surprised when AI Ping comes over and says that Cho Kurson wants to go on a date with Li Tianyu. But that was normal. The few hands he had just shown himself would definitely make most little girls scream like crazy. Then look at Cho Kurson, beautiful, yes, very beautiful. However, this kind of woman is very jumpy and out of the ordinary. If it was the old Li Tianyu, he would have been overjoyed at the prospect of a date with a beautiful woman. However, he wouldn't do that now. It's better to stay as far away from such women as you can. Forget it. I'm going to be busy with the bar for a while. How can I have time to accompany a little girl on a date? How about you go instead of me? Li Tianyu said carelessly. AI and Peace were stunned. Highly honorable, big brother. I'll be hanging out with you from now on. Li Tianyu waved his hand, meaning get lost and leave me alone. AI and Ping immediately tiptoed to Cho Kurson to follow. At some point, AI and Peace volunteered to be the mouthpiece, as well as the punching bag. You shut up. What do you mean by accompanying a little girl on a date? Can you even talk? AI Peace was bitter. That's what he said, not me. Cho Kurson was indeed angry. No man had dared to reject her before. Peace AI took the opportunity to say, Big brother said I could go on a date with you instead of him. Kurson, where do you want to go? Get out. Cho Kurson finished speaking and left in a huff. AI Hepping was helpless. It seemed like there was no way he could pick the flower Cho Kurson. Before he could slow down, AI Ping Ping was pulled away by Li Tianyu. For no other reason than that, Li Tianyu asks AI Ping to send him home. Immediately, right away. The next morning, Li Tianyu went to the bar and started preparing for the interview. After a busy day of Guoguang's 4 people, the doll bar was pretty much cleaned up. The liquor cabinet behind the bar was already filled with all kinds of liquor, drinks, and mineral water. Hanley was responsible for ordering a number of decorative greenery to make the card table much more intimate. Anyway, for a clear bar, it's pretty decent now. Of course, the ingredients are not yet in place in the back room. It's too soon to plan the menu. But the effect now was satisfying to Li Tianyu, at least it looked ready. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the reporter of Wind Easy Video, Yang Bending Moon, arrived. Yang Bendyu was young and quite good-looking. When she saw Li Tianyu, she smiled with satisfaction. To be honest, she wasn't sure before she came that this Li Tianyu was really the person in the video. It was only when I saw the real person and confirmed that there was no mistake that I let go of my heart. Along with Yang Bending Moon, there was also a photographer with a portable camera. Li Tianyu then chose to sit in front of the bar for the interview. The camera is right on the tall, wide wine cooler. Li Tianyu also played a clever, deliberately put a colorful bar opening promotional card on the bar. The date on it is empty, but the doll bar for words quite bright. Of course, Yang Bending Moon knew what Li Tianyu was thinking, but she didn't say anything about it. In the course of the interview, Yang Bend also verbalized the name of the bar rather cooperatively. Li Tianyu smiled and said the words doll bar, and wisely gave the general address. The interview was conducted successfully. Yang Bendyu and the photographer left satisfied. She promised Li Tianming that she would send the produced video to Li Tianyu in advance for his comments. Yang Bending Moon and the others were very efficient and sent the video over the next morning. Li Qianwu looked at it and thought it was fine, especially since the promotional card wasn't coded, which was pretty sweet. Now that the video of Li Tianyu violently hammering a human trafficker is still hot, it's the right time to release this interview video. The video's airplay went through the roof, and at one point it even rushed to the top 10 of the Wendy's video hot comment list. After another day, there was a steady stream of people coming into the doll bar to visit. In response, Li Tianyu was also prepared for this and had Han Lei and Fong Tao keep an eye out near the entrance. Whenever someone came in, they were told that the bar would be opening the following weekend, so stay tuned. More than a week, this is the fastest opening time after Li Tianyu and Guo Guang discussed it. During this time, it's important to hire new staff and make time to develop the wine catalog and menu. The bar's menu is light, with a selection of mainly Western food with smaller flavors, things like steaks, pasta, sandwiches, etc., and of course a small amount of Chinese food will be served. The other thing is some of the more common desserts. In fact, according to Li Tianyu's idea, the dishes still need to be a little more unique, but now time is too tight, can only be like this first and then slowly upgrade later. In these few days, Li Tianyu also observed the 4 members of the bar, including the pack-talking Guo Guang, consciously or unconsciously. Guo Guang handles things well, at least running a bar is no problem. Zhang Mingwei, although his personality is more jumpy, but his professional ability is very strong, and it is indeed a benefit to be a channel with a more outgoing personality. Fong Tao is very young, but has the motivation. Potential should not be underestimated. What surprised Li Tianyu the most was Han Lei, the invisible second-generation demolitionist who was more than just a thug. Her ability was only stronger than Guo Guang's, and likely quite a bit stronger. Tianyu Li has the ability of a business elite, and the ability to assess people is also basic. Therefore, Li Tianyu, after consideration, these days the recruitment of waiters, let Han Lei as the interviewer. Han Lei did not disappoint, running a clean ship and making decisive decisions, and usually she was right. Meanwhile, in a Chinese restaurant on Houghton Road, 2 girls are waiting to have an interview with the owner. One of them was named Zhang Xiaoxi, very young, probably not even 20 years old, with short hair and a bit of cuteness in her looks. The other one was called Wang Dan, a bit older than Zhang Xiaoxi, and looked quite a bit more competent. The 2 were from the same hometown and had come to the imperial city together only a few days before, intending to find a place to work. Wang Dan had some experience as a waitress in his hometown for a while. As for Zhang Xiaoxi, she had just graduated from high school. Her family situation did not allow her to go to college, and she was still a blank slate. Wang Dan was called away by her boss first, and while she left calmly, Zhang Xiaoxi was nervous as hell instead. After almost 10 minutes, Wang Dan came out. Hired me, 3,005 base salary, food and accommodation will be included when the time comes. Wang Dan said with some complacency. The owner came out and said, "Come here for a minute, Zhang Xiaoxi." Zhang Xiaoxi hurriedly stood up and followed. It was the girl's first interview and it felt like her heart was going to beat out of her chest. Chapter 125. It's not easy being a gangster. Although Zhang Xiaoxi came here with Wang Dan, the 2 of them didn't know each other well. The good guys were introduced by a relative and that's how they got paired up. Wang Dan is very superior in front of Zhang Xiaoxi and keeps talking and mocking her. said she had no work experience and would have a hard time finding a job. Even if you can find a job, the pay will be pitifully low. Zhang Xiaoxi already had little confidence, and this repeated blow made her mood even lower. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxi followed her boss to a small private room and sat down as instructed. The owner, a middle-aged man, sized up Zhang Xiaoxi and asked, "How old?" 21 false years old. Boss. Yo, that's week 20? Ginger dawns. 19, 2 years old in weeks. The boss nodded. Ever done similar work before? Zhang Xiaoxi shook her head. Boss. No experience that. Then so, you image is good, can let you do here. Zhang Xiaoxi was delighted to hear it. Thank you, boss. Boss. Salary first according to 2000, including food and housing, and when you get started, we will see the situation to increase wages. Do you think so? Only 2000? Zhang Xiaoxi's heart went cold. Wang Dan has a 3,500 base salary. Although Wang Dan has experience, it can't be that much worse. Zhang Xiaoxi quickly said, but I'm a high school graduate? Can't I give higher? The boss was happy. High school graduate? I tell you, dry waitress does not require education, even if you are a university graduate. To my how much to pay, like just that girl, people are junior high school graduates, but have experience. I ask what she can answer, then I will give her more. Kang Xiaoxi smiled awkwardly. She had gotten into an argument with Wang Dan about it before. Zhang Xiaoxi thinks that no matter what she does, the higher the education the better. But Wang Dan scoffs and says that waiters don't look at education, they look at seniority. Now this boss's attitude just corroborated Wang Dan's point. However, even so, Kang Xiaoxi couldn't accept such a low salary. Although her boss promised to give her a raise in the future, it was all a moot point. The boss also saw that Zhang Xiaoxi was not happy, so he directly said, "It's okay, you first go back to think about it. If you think it's suitable, then come over. If not, forget it, but I'm telling you, it's the same if you go to other homes. Maybe it's not as much as I'm giving." Ginger Xiaoxi nodded and walked out. When they got to the outer lobby, the boss found Wang Dan and told her to come to work tomorrow. Wang Dan, of course, happily agreed. After leaving this restaurant, Wang Dan saw Zhang Xiaoxi moping around and gloated a bit instead. Although Wang Dan didn't hate Zhang Xiaoxi as a person, he especially disliked the fact that Zhang Xiaoxi was talking about her education. She's all about making Zhang Xiaoxi realize the bloody truth a high school education means. Wang Dan, Zhang Xiaoxi, not I say you now have no experience. Do not ask too much. 2000 what? 2000 is also money. When you have experience, then you can talk to the boss. Zhang Xiaoxi wanted to say something. It wasn't that she didn't understand this, but she couldn't accept it for a moment now. After a while, Zhang Xiaoxi said, I'm not in a hurry to make a decision. Let's just look at other homes. Wang Dan, you're not in a hurry? That's fine. I can move out of the guest house tomorrow, so you can cover the rent yourself. As soon as Zhang Xiaoxi heard this, she was also a bit anxious. Thinking about it, it was right that the boss said he would take care of the food and accommodation. Wang Dan would definitely have to move to the staff dormitory. Then she does have too much pressure to stay in a hotel room by herself. But Kang Xiaoxi was still hesitating. Wang Dan added, what are you still thinking about? You just came to the imperial capital, find a place to work first, you go to other places will give you more money? You don't think too well. Don't look at me getting a base salary of $3,500 and think what's wrong with that. Then you have to have work experience too. I'm telling you this because I don't think it's easy for you. And you went to high school, so you don't know anything about riding a donkey to find a horse? With Wang Dan's words, Zhang Xiaoxi's mental defenses were about to collapse. It was becoming increasingly clear to Kang that she had a point. Then either I'll talk to my boss again tomorrow. Wang Dan glared at Zhang Xiaoxi. Still tomorrow? What if the boss changes his mind? Let's do it now. Just book this. With that, Wang Dan was about to pull Zhang Xiaoxi to turn around and go back. Just then, Zhang Xiaoxi suddenly glimpsed a bulletin board placed in front of a store not far away. You can vaguely see the words recruitment. It was a small townhouse that looked particularly chic from the outside and appeared to be a fine dining restaurant. Zhang Xiaoxi's heart fluttered and she couldn't help but trot over. Ugh. Where are you going? Wang Dan saw that he didn't call back, so he had to reluctantly follow. That was indeed a job posting. There are quite a few jobs being recruited. Bartenders, cashiers, Western cooks, waiters, ushers, and more. Zhang Xiaoxi saw the word waiter at a glance, and then looked up to see that the store was a bar. The bar wasn't open, but it said, applicants, please enter. Wang Dan, you don't want to apply for the job, do you? Let me tell you, this bar has higher requirements. I may not even be allowed to go. So don't even think about it. It's hopeless. Ginger Xiaoxi hesitated. I still want to try. With that, he pushed the door and walked in despite Wang Dan's dissuasion. Wang Dan skimmed his mouth. This unlucky child, not listening to the words of the old man to suffer. Go in and touch a nose and be honest. Kang Xiaoxi entered the bar and was instantly taken in by the atmosphere. The interior is exceptionally upscale, as if it shines as far as the eye can see. There were no guests in the room, but there was lively light music playing. This kind of place was different from what Kang Xiao's had seen on TV. It's not so much a bar as it is a cafe or an upscale restaurant or something like that. At that moment, a woman with a particularly competent appearance approached. Jiang Xiaoxi immediately tensed up again. The woman was no other than Han Lei. Han Lei shot a glance at Jiang Xiaoxi and asked, Are you here to apply for a job? Jiang Xiaoxi nodded her head in a hurry. Hello, I'm here to apply for the job as a waitress. Come with me, Han Lei said and headed inside. Ginger Xiaoxi followed closely behind. The two walked through the wooden stairs to the second floor. The place has been remodeled and one of the rooms is used as a manager's office. There were a few people sitting outside, and it looked as if they had all come over to apply for the job. Han Lei told her to sit outside and wait for a while, then went inside. Chapter 126. Waiting for news means no chance. That wait was half an hour. But because of her nervousness, Jiang Xiaoxi actually felt that the time had passed in a flash. Now Jiang Xiaoxi is the last one. Everyone else left after the interview. Han Lei opened the door and spoke. You come in. Jiang Xiaoxi walked in. It was simply furnished inside, with only a table and a few chairs. Han Lei was sitting across the table from what seemed like she should be the interviewer. It didn't look like a restaurant interview, it looked like a TV interview for one of the big companies and corporations. And there was a man sitting diagonally behind Han Lei. The man was young, and I don't know what he did for a living and was looking down at his cell phone. At this point, Han Lei spoke up. What's your name? How old are you? Han Lei was slightly more serious, which made Jiang Xiaoxi tense up anew. Ginger Xiaoxi. My name is Ginger Xiaowet. No, it's Jiang Xiaoxi. Thumbs up. Oh, Kang Xiaosher. Interesting name. The guy on the cell phone actually laughed out loud. Kang Xiaoxi was immediately a big red face. Han Lei reminded, What about years? Ginger Xiaoxi. Weeks 19. Han Lei. Only 19? Why don't you go to school? Jiang Xiaoxi. My family was in a difficult situation, and after I graduated from high school, my parents wouldn't let me go to school, so I came out to work first. Han Lei looked up at Jiang Xiaoxi. Still want to go to school? Jiang Xiaoxi's spirit lifted, and she said without hesitation, I want to earn some money first and then take the self-test. Han Lei nodded. Got it. Ever had a waitressing job before? Ginger's expression then darkened, but she quickly said firmly, I've never been a waitress, but I can learn, and I'm a fast learner. Han Lei didn't respond, thinking a little, How's the English? Jiang Xiaoxi immediately came back in the spirit. I'm good at English. I've done the 4th grade papers and I don't feel it's difficult. Han Lei turned back to the man behind her. I'm done asking. The man let out a then stood up and walked towards Kang Xiaoxi. Jiang Xiaoxi was shocked. The man took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello. My name is Li Tianyu. Ginger Xiaoxi scrambled to her feet and extended her hand as well. You, hello? The two men shook slightly. The man then let go and nodded back towards Han Lei. Han Lei. Jiang Xiaoxi. You can go back now if you leave your cell phone number. Jiang Xiaoxi nodded her head in a hurry and picked up the pen on the table to fill in her name and cell phone number on the form. Then, Jiang Xiaoxi bowed towards Li Tianyu and Han Lei and was about to turn around and leave, walking 2 steps and then turning back. That? Sis, can I get hired? Han Lei smiled. Go back and wait for news. Jiang Xiaoxi showed a few disappointed expressions, nodded, and went out. Li Tianyu sat down. Han Lei, what do you think of her? Han Lei, it's nice, young, and with a little bit of dressing up, you have a nice image and temperament. High school education. Can't be too bad at studying, and knows some English, so if foreigners come, they can handle it simply. And she doesn't look like a slacker. She looks like she has spirit, motivation, and potential for development. Li Tianyu, it's a shame there's no experience. Han Lei, waitresses don't need much experience. Like me, when I first got started in a few days. Han Lei is quick to talk and doesn't hide anything. This analysis also coincides with Li Tianyu. When Li Tianyu shook hands with Zhang Xiaoxi just now, he already knew her details. The girl didn't tell a single lie, and none of them added water to the truth. This Han Lei reads people so accurately. Being a waitress is really condescending. Li Tianyu has already planned to make her the front room foreman. It's a shame that Li Tianyu only has one bar right now and no bigger stage for a while. But that was only temporary. How could he be satisfied with just a bar industry? Hanley, boss. Li Tianyu came back to his senses and immediately said, "That's fine. You can call her in a while and tell her to come to work as soon as possible." Hanley, "What about her paycheck?" Ty Li, "You decide. Just stay within the post." With that, Li Tianyu left the house. After an interview, Han Lei said it was dry mouth but also tired. Han Lei picked up her cup and took 2 large sips of water. At that moment, Zhang Mingwei came in. "The boss is gone?" Hanley, "Gone. What do you want with him?" "No." Zhang Mingwei sat down, then whispered, "Our boss is really quite amazing." Hanley was stunned. "How is it magical?" Zhang Mingwei, "I originally thought that he was a rich second generation, open a bar for fun. But these days looked at the board, quite capable look." Han Lei glanced at Zhang Mingwei. "Don't chew your tongue if there's nothing else. Why are you acting like a pussy?" Zhang Mingwei raised his eyebrows. "Hey, we're not idle right now. Let's talk casually." Han Lei stood up and pushed Zhang Mingwei to go outside. Go, 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 you are nothing. I still have a bunch of resumes to read here. If you have nothing to do, go help Guguang clean up the back kitchen." As soon as Zhang Mingwei left, Han Lei suddenly felt that she had suddenly become an old bull. "Isn't it nice to be a happy waitress? How come you're the interviewer? And Li Tianyu said he'd make her some kind of front office foreman, so wouldn't that make her even busier?" However, I don't know why, but Han Lei did not resist in her heart. Instead, she was a little excited to show off her skills. To be magical, this boss Li is indeed quite magical. To actually trust her so much, Han Lei, a small waitress. Meanwhile, Kang Xiaoxi walks out of the doll bar with her head hanging down. At this time, Wang Dan had not yet left. Wang Dan wasn't waiting here out of the kindness of her heart. She just wanted to see how Zhang Xiaoxi looked when she was brushed off. Just by looking at the expression on Zhang Xiaoxi's face right now, Wang Dan could make a guess. "Well, Ginger Dawns said I should wait for news." Wang Dan bristled. "Hey, just listen to that. Recruiting waiters isn't anything else. Why wait for news? If you're wanted, it's settled on the spot." Ginger gave a and didn't say anything. Wang Dan added, "Let's go. Don't hesitate. Go and talk to the restaurant owner now, and go over to work together honestly tomorrow." Zhang Xiaoxi had a feeling of going out of her way, so she had to nod her head and agree. The two of them walked to the door of that Chinese restaurant and were just about to go in when Zhang Xiaoxi's cell phone rang. Kang Xiaoxi's spirits lifted and she pulled out her cell phone hopefully. Wang Dan scoffed. "It can't be from that bar, you." It was an unfamiliar cell phone number, and Kang Xiaoxi answered it. Chapter 127. A less than perfectly hasty opening. "Hello. Is it a doll bar?" Yeah, it's me, I'm Ginger Dawns." "Really?" Zhang Xiaoxi's voice suddenly got louder, startling Wang Dan. "Can't it be that the bar really wants to take her?" Wang Dan shook his head. Even if he hired Zhang Xiaoxi, he wouldn't pay her much, probably less than $2,000. Zhang Xiaoxi's voice was even more suddenly louder. "Really? Then thank you so much. I will work hard." "Okay. No problem. I can work tomorrow." Wang Dan was confused. "Look at Kang Xiaoxi. She looks quite happy, so how much was the paycheck given?" Zhang Xiaoxi hung up the phone, beaming with joy. Wang Dan couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Ginger Xiaoxi hired me for $1,000. Food and lodging included. "Ah?" Wang Dan almost didn't stand still and planted himself on the ground. For $1,000. Isn't that higher than even her Wang Dan's salary? How can that be? Just as Wang Dan was making wild guesses, Zhang Xiaoxi said, "The boss told me to go back and sign the contract. Sister Wang. Thank you. Talk to you later." Looking at Zhang Xiaoxi's figure running away, Wang Dan was then sure that it was true. This is outrageous. A bar looking for a waitress with little experience and paying that much. Wang Dan was both puzzled and jealous. That bar looks like a really nice place to work. Kang returned to the bar, looking both nervous and excited. When Zhang Xiaoxi saw Han Lei, she bowed again. "Boss, thank you." Han Lei waved her hand and pointed to Li Tianyu, who was sitting on the bar seat, drinking a soda. "He's the boss." "Ha, he is. Zhang Xiaoxi was stunned, not realizing that this man who didn't look very decent was actually the owner of the bar. Li Tianyu waved his hand. Kong Xiao wet. Welcome aboard. Kong Xiaoxi's face reddened again. Li Tianyu, Han Lei, you're the front office foreman. She's under your control from now on. Tell her about our system here. Han Li's eyes widened. A system? Do we have one? Li Tianyu then remembered that he hadn't had time to set up any system yet, and hastily changed his words. Then let's talk about the specific treatment, and if there's no problem, we'll sign the contract and come over to work at an early date. With that, Li Tianyu stood up with his soda bottle and headed outside, pointing at Kong Xiaoxi as he passed her and said, "We're all very optimistic about you, yo." Zhang Xiaoxi was dumbfounded. What's all this? Han Lei formally introduced Kong Xiaoxi's treatment. Base salary is 4,000 with performance every quarter, as well as a wine sales bonus. Food and accommodation, living in a relocation of Han Lei's home, by subway to this side of about 40 minutes or less. It's quite close enough for the imperial capital. Of course, this relocation house was rented by Li Tianyu to be used as a staff dormitory. In Li Tianyu's words, it was a case of fertilizer not flowing into other people's fields. Hanley, also, because of your unique situation, the boss has specifically agreed that you can read study books when you don't have work during the week. Ginger Xiaoxi marveled. Is this really true? That's even possible. Hanley, there's nothing wrong with that, but make sure you don't delay your work, or that entitlement will be cancelled. Zhang Xiaoxi said happily. I will work hard. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Rai. And just like that, the doll bar had another waitress. In fact, in the last few days, the entire bar has been undergoing intense interviews. Although time was tight, Li Tianyu still didn't want to make the slightest compromise when it came to hiring employees. So the recruitment has not been moving at a fast pace. The week is fast approaching. The personnel also rose to only 13. Bar 2 people. Front office services, 6 persons. Backroom, purchasing, 4 persons. Cashier counter, 1 person. The lineup is just a little shabby, but it'll have to do for now. Zhang Mingwei did approach Li Tianyu and asked him if he wanted to find some marketers. A so-called marketer is a nice way of saying a woman who sells alcohol. Li mulled over the idea that there could be a wine marketer, but it shouldn't be on the bar's official staff. And since the bar just opened, there shouldn't be an urgent need for someone like that, so it's on hold for now. Originally, Li Tianyu wanted to recruit 2 more security guards, but he never found any suitable ones. Even clear bars are not immune to flighty do-gooders. Bar security isn't something to stand there and offer. It's an extremely important position that requires at least a certain level of skill. One person that Li Tianyu misses a lot is Yang En. If he's here, it's definitely a townie. 7 or 8 ordinary punks pose no threat to him at all. However, right now, Li Tianyu was not really in a good position to ask AI Baoquan for someone, so he could only wait and see. Anyway, it's good to be able to operate normally now. Regarding the opening ceremony, Li Tianyu did not want to make a big fuss. So he notified a few of his classmates and friends who have better relations in the imperial capital. Wu Mingzhi and Jiang Lan's 2 families were certainly among them. When Li Tianyu called Wu Mingzhi, he was fooling around in the company and casually responded to a few sentences before hanging up. Once he was done with his work, Myung Chul came back to his senses and immediately called Li Tianyu back. Wu Mingzhi, what did you just say? You're opening a bar. Tanya Li, it's not that I'm going to open a bar. It's that I already have a bar. Wu Mingzhi, where is it? Li Tianyu, I'll turn around and send you the location and opening time. You and Jianglan how to come. When nothing else to publicize for me, the bar opens for 3 days. The whole place is discounted by 70%. Wu Mingzhi was stunned and of course agreed. Bar which, to know Wu Mingzhi before often go to mix the bar, only now have Jianglan this housekeeper, not much will move this mind. I didn't expect Li Tianyu would actually open a bar. However, since he had seen Li Tianyu's luxury cars and supercars, as well as the impeccably located and nicely decorated house, Myung Chul wasn't surprised about the fact that he had opened a bar. Wu Mingzhi really very hard to publicize everywhere, and even accidentally sent to the group of college students. The group ended up blowing up all at once. Li Tianyu is what kind of person can have what kind of future in the university has been classmates qualitative. Flimsy, unreliable, no constancy, bitter social animal mole cricket commuters. The future is poor for 3 generations. These are the labels that have been attached to Li Tianyu. However, a few days ago, suspected Li Tianyu's video of people fighting traffickers circulated on the internet, but in the group set off a wave of suspicion. However, in the last couple of days it's been quiet again. This news has fired up a number of old school friends who have been diving in the group. Zhang Chenyu. Really, it can't be? You did open a bar in the imperial capital. Wu Mingzhi see things have been exposed. Can only hard head back. That can still be false? The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Without further ado, I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year. In the new year, good luck, all the best, blessings like the East Sea, the beast than the mountain of men. Chapter 128. It's not a joke, is it? Zhao Hongda. I think it's just driving in the suburbs, that there's that much more possible. Zhu Jiang. Opening a bar in the outskirts of the imperial capital? Then you'd have to drink the northwest wind. Wu Mingzhi. What suburb? It's on Houghton Road, over by Woolaton. When this statement was made, the people in the group simply freaked out and typed two words: disbelief. Neatly and in unison. Woolaton is the prime location of the imperial city, not to mention the opening of the bar or just rent a set of private housing, the rent is going to be sky high. Zhao Hongguang has been the most aggressive, not only calling Wu Mingzhi a liar, but also at Li Tianyu several times. However, Li Tianyu was a busy batch right now. Where would he go to see his classmate group? Zhao Hongda. See, Li Tianyu himself did not dare to come out, obviously fake. Wu Mingzhi, this year, April 1st is over, you are still here to cheat, what? Interesting. Wu Mingzhi got angry. What did I lie to you guys about? Zhao Hongda, if you don't believe me, come over with me then and see if it's true or not. Zhao Hongda. Okay. What if it's not true? Oh Myung-chul. If it's not true, I'll eat instant noodles upside down live, so what if it is? Zhao Hongda. If Li Tianyu really opens a decent bar on Houghton Road by himself, then I'll drink skinny congee with eggs upside down. Wu Mingzhi. Deal. University classmates group boiled up, are watching the Lord, this time waiting to see a good show. On the third day, it was the opening day of Li Tianyu's doll bar. Wu Mingzhi drove his Accord and brought his girlfriend Jiang Lan to the number 2 open-air parking lot in Woolaton, where he had arranged to meet with Zhao Hongda. Zhao Hongda drove up shortly afterward. The three of them didn't say much and walked directly to Houghton Road. Why walk? Because it's the weekend. Any road in Woolaton is particularly congested and the likelihood of finding a parking space is slim to none. As for that parking lot at the bar, it's probably long gone by now. Luckily, this parking lot is not too far from Houghton Road, wobbling around. 10 minutes to get there. Jiang Lan glanced at Zhao Hongda. Are you sure Li Tianyu really opened the bar? Wu Mingzhi raised his eyebrows. How can you lie to me about something like this? Gang Lan. And what if he was joking with you? Wu Mingzhi was stunned. This possibility was not impossible. In the past, Li Tianyu and Oh Myung-chul used to joke around with each other. Jokes like this one about subs and pretending to be a big tail did come up. For example, Wu Mingzhi once told Li Tianyu that he had changed to a new car and intended to let Li Tianyu drive it for 2 days. But Li Tianyu ran over there with great excitement to see that it was a new tricycle. For example, Li Tianyu told Wu Mingzhi that he had found a girlfriend, found on the internet, the kind of thief damn beautiful, but the result was to run over to see, is to download a small movie. The female protagonist is indeed very beautiful. Granted, that had been a few years ago, when the two were more playful and broken, but there was no guarantee that Li Tianyu would be childish enough to make a comeback once more now. Oh Myung-chul was really a little worried when he thought about it. This is in case you can't find that doll bar in the past, or if you do find it, it's not run by Li Tianming, then you have to. Jiang Lan added in a low voice, Hubby, the technique of eating instant noodles upside down, have you practiced it or not? Oh Myung-chul shook his head blankly. Jiang Lan. Then I suggest you go back to practicing and I'll buy you a few more packs of instant noodles. Wu Mingzhi whispered. Whose wife are you anyway? Zhao Hongfei, who was walking slightly behind, seemed to have sensed that Wu Mingzhi was slightly uneasy, and his expression suddenly loosened up. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Graduation has been several years. Zhao Hongfei the last few years have not seen Li Tianyu, who knows what he is now mixed into. If he really gets into the swing of things, opening a bar is not out of the question. However, what are the chances of opening a bar in a prime location like Woolaton? How Zhao Hongfei thought about it, how he felt it was impossible. It's a mirage. Next, we'll wait to expose Oh Myung-chul's lies and then wait to see his take on eating instant noodles upside down. The three of them finally made their way to Houghton Road without a word. At this time, the street is full of traffic and people coming and going. However, after walking around for a while, I didn't see any bars, it was all restaurants. Wu Mingzhi couldn't help but pull out his cell phone and started to call Li Tianyu. but the result was that he couldn't get through for half a day. Zhao Hongfei laughed loudly. Wu Mingzhi Wu Mingzhi. What else do you have to say? Wu Mingzhi wiped the sweat from his face. What's your hurry? This street hasn't gone far yet. Zhao Hongfei. Okay. Then keep walking and finish a street. Wu Mingzhi, heart a little weak. Thought this Li Tianyu how also do not answer the phone will not really joke with me, right? After another dozen meters or so, the trio suddenly realized that there were more people in front of them, and they were all clustered in front of a store. The storefront was a small, stand-alone, white house that looked chic, with a red banner over the sign. Jiang Lan pointed to the storefront and said, Honey, could that be it? Wu Mingzhi hurriedly took Jiang Lan's hand and then walked forward. Zhao Hongfei was stunned and followed behind, while an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Wu Mingzhi walked close to the small foreign building, saw the very dazzling signboard, and was happy. It's a real doll bar. Just the entrance to the bar was quite busy with lots of people coming in and out. There were a lot of big flower baskets on both sides. It was quite a show. Wu Mingzhi probed and looked in. I seem to see Tianyu. Quite busy. No wonder he didn't answer the phone. Zhao Hongfei. Go in and take a look. Verify it. Zhao Hongfei's face changed and he hastily took a few steps back. I won't go in. I have things to do. You guys go ahead. With that, Zhao Hongfei was about to turn around and leave. Wu Mingzhi shouted. Zhao Hongfei. Practice a little more on the upside-down drinking skinny egg kanji. Do you want me to order a few copies for you to have on hand? Zhao Hongfei, how dare to turn back, directly flew like running away. Wu Mingzhi smiled badly in triumph and pulled Jiang Lan into the bar. At this time, Li Tianyu is really busy. Today's first day of opening. Did not expect to come so my people. Those big flower baskets at the entrance are the most outrageous. Except for a few that AI Baoquan sent over, all the others were brought over by unknown persons and organizations. In other words, Li Tianyu didn't know them at all. Most likely someone sent it over specifically because of that video and the interview. Li Tianyu itself in the imperial capital roots are not deep, connections are not wide, is simply to engage in a ceremony as the opening finished. Now that means no firecrackers either. Either that or pull a whip and be done with it, as he thought. Now there's some big airy going on. Chapter 129. Trouble at the door. For the first 3 days of opening, 30% off the entire site. This was the offer that Li Tianyu had agreed upon with Guoguang and the others. I had thought that there wasn't much publicity over here, so at most it would be a full house, but I didn't realize that the number of customers who swooped in was several times more than I thought it would be. It's still only afternoon. Keep in mind that normal bar hours are usually at night. The clear bar's opening hours are a little earlier, but at most, they are as early as 5 p.m. Today, because it just opened and needed a little ceremony, it opened at 3 p.m. The 13 employees that Li Tianyu had managed to recruit with great difficulty were already pumped up and in a completely busy state, and finally had to limit their flow outside. Li Tianyu had already notified the two couples, AI Baoquan and Zhao Ye, but they might not be able to come. Anyway, the wreath. Yuck. It's the big flower basket has been delivered, and it's also a token of appreciation from Mr. and Mrs. AI Baoquan. At this time, Li Tianyu saw Wu Mingzhi and Jiang Lan's two families walking in and hurriedly went up to greet them warmly. Ugh. What took you guys so long? Wu Mingzhi. Hey. Delayed by a stupid batch. Li Tianyu was stunned. Which stupid batch? Wu Mingzhi waved his hand. Forget it, you'll know later. At this time, Jiang Lan looked at this situation in the hall. You've done a really good job with this bar. It's quite upscale. Li Tianyu. You two are welcome to come over and play often, and it's a clear bar, so it won't be very noisy. Saying that, Li Tianyu twisted his head again and shouted, Zhang Xiaoxi, find a way to find 2 seats for these two, your own people. Zhang Xiaoxi was carrying a tray and served 2 cups of Shivas pesticide, which was actually Shivas to green tea. Hearing Li Tianyu's shout, Zhang Xiaoxi hurriedly agreed and came over, picking up Wu Mingzhi and Jiang Lan. Li Tianyu glanced at the front room, which was so full that even the bar seats had been temporarily added a few times. This is not a bar, it's a restaurant. Indeed, there were still quite a few people who came for Li Tianyu. From time to time, people would come by to say hello and compliment him on how well he fought the traffickers. Even though Li is a little tired and has to exchange pleasantries with people, it's good for the doll bar. So many more customers because of that video and Windy Ease's interview. You should know that even though the opening offer is 30% off the entire site, the base selling price of the individual items is high, so the discounted price is not cheap for the average person. For example, a Chivas Regal package including 1 bottle of foreign wine, 5 bottles of soft drinks, 1 popcorn, 1 snack, and now 1 free fruit plate. The full price is $498 soft dollars. With a 30% discount, that's still $350. How much does it cost? No matter how you do the math, it's not more than $100 soft dollars. For that profit, it's a bar for a bar. Doll's bar does not exist rent expenditure, accounting for the big head of only labor expenditure and ingredients, liquor purchase expenditure. As for other expenditure costs, almost negligible. Li Tianyu felt that large amounts of money were flying towards him and unconsciously began to grin. Suddenly, a few people came in through the door. A waiter named Wang Leshan greeted him. "Sir, I'm sorry, the seats are full, so please come back later for a few of you." Among these few people, the leader was about 40 years old, wearing a casual suit and a big gold watch, looking at that imposing faction like a thug. The people who followed behind him had an attitude of looking up to him. "Turn around and come back? Are you kidding me? What kind of bar kicks people out?" Wang Leshan was a bit embarrassed. "No, there's really no room. You guys can't stand, right?" The man said angrily, "Stand. I'll smack you to death with my big mouth." He swept the loose table area with his gaze. "Go on. Clear out 2 tables. The brothers are in the mood and must have a few drinks." Li Tianyu could see that this was not a visit to a bar. This was a few grandpas. Li Tianyu walked over and said to Wang Leshan, "I'll take this side. You go ahead and get busy." Wang Leshan, who originally did not know what to do, sighed in relief and rushed to go inside. "Who are you?" "A waiter." The man's tone was still punchy. Li Tianyu took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, I'm the owner here." The man was slightly surprised when he heard that, and did not reach out to shake hands with Li Tianyu. "You're the boss." "Yeah, I'm the boss." "And do you know who I am?" Li Tianyu, "I don't know. Which one are you?" The man laughed. "Since you're the owner of this place, I'll tell you that I'm the owner of the Sunshine Bar." "The Sunshine Bar? What a cheesy name." Li Tianyu made a sudden realization. "Oh, so it's a pure disrespectful your name?" The man sneered. "My last name is Zhou." Li Tianyu, "Boss Zhou? I wonder what you came over for? It's not for a drink, is it? You're a bar owner. Do you still need to buy alcohol elsewhere?" "What's the matter? I'm running a bar and you guys aren't entertaining." His name is Zhou Sitting, and he is indeed the owner of the Sunshine Bar. The Sunshine Bar, while not on Ho Tun Road, is on the next street over. The 2 bars were about 500 meters away. The Sunshine Bar, unlike the Doll Bar, is a nightclub-type bar that is not open for business yet. However, Zhou Susan got the news early that a new bar had opened in the neighborhood, and business was damn good, so he couldn't sit still. No, now with his men, he came straight here to kill, thinking to give the store a kick in the pants. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. "Reception, of course, reception. Only you look around. It is already full, trouble a few. Row a number. Wait outside for a while." When Zhou Susan heard this, his eyebrows rose. "What? Still want to make us wait? Do you not want to hang around here anymore?" Zhou Sitshan's voice was so loud that the customers around him looked over. "Zhou Susan, I'm telling you, I'll give you 3 minutes to hurry up and get 2 tables for the masters, or I'll smash your store." Li Tianyu narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid that this time, he couldn't make it good. "Zhou Susan, what's the matter? You're still not convinced." With that, Zhou Sitshan waved his hand, and the few people behind him took a step forward. This action was meant to be a deterrent to Li Tianyu. To be honest, these few people brought by Zhou Sitshan did all have some skill, at least the basic punching and kicking skills were there. However, Li Tianyu was not afraid of these people. It will never take more than 3 minutes to knock them out. However, a fight on the first day of business is really difficult for a new bars to handle. I'm afraid that if word got out, it would do a lot of damage to the reputation. But not fight. These people won't just leave. We can't really respond to these people's wishes and drive the other guests away. Can we? Seeing that Li Tianyu did not speak, Zhou Sitshan thought that he was afraid. "I think you'd better know what you're doing, first-timer. So don't do this the hard way." Li Tianyu was just about to speak when he saw another person walk in. Peace AI is here. Chapter 130, The Power of Young Master AI. In fact, just a moment ago, Li Tianyu was still pondering. Why isn't Peace AI here? It is reasonable to say that this cargo is quite playful. Encountered this kind of hilarious thing is impossible not to heart. Of course, it's also possible that AI and Ping got into some more trouble and were confined by his dad. Now it seems that AI piece has come after all. And AI Hepping didn't come alone, he brought a few friends. Cho Jian, who he met once last time, was among them. Don't look at AI piece a lot of times 2-8 or so, but in fact in his circle is kind of a person can say. That, again, is in his dad's genes. AI Baoquan doesn't look like a smart person, but if he can make the business so big, can he be a stupid person? Apparently not. There's an expression for that, and it's called a great wisdom. Although AI Hepping has not shown any great wisdom yet, he is always a little smart. At that moment, Peace AI walked in with a small group of friends. Upon seeing Li Tianyu, he hurried over. Big brother, I've brought people here to congratulate you today. Li Tianyu patted AI Hepping's shoulder. Welcome, welcome. As soon as Zhou Sitshan saw AI Hepping, he revealed a look of surprise. Young Master AI, what brings you here? It looked like AI Hepping and Zhou Sitshan also knew each other. That's not surprising. AI and Peace grew up to be, quite frankly, playful. Wulatin is such a big place in total, and although there are quite a few bars, there is always a time to turn to one at a time. AI Ping Ping glanced over. Heh, Boss Zhou, I was going to ask you, what are you doing in someone else's bar when you own a bar? Zhou Sushan's face was stagnant. Well, I heard that this place is newly opened, so I came to say congratulations and taste the wine mixed by my peers. Right? AI Hepping. Okay, of course it's okay, but look at these people you've brought. I say, Boss Zhou, do you look like you've come over for a drink? Are you treating everyone else as a little cutie? I'm not sure if you're the smartest person in the world, but I think you are. Zhou Sushan's face was a little too embarrassed, but after opening his mouth, he still didn't say anything. AI Peace, however, picked up the words, pointing to Li Tianyu said, Zhou boss, I tell you this bar, play, doll's bar boss, even I have to call him a big brother. Do you hear me? Zhou Sitshan revealed a surprised expression. Half of it was a performance, and the other half was really surprised too. Other than that legendary 4 young men of the imperial capital, AI Ping Ping had the most powerful dude strength in the imperial capital. Mainly because his father AI Baoquan is a famous real estate tycoon, especially rich, so along with AI Hepping's value is also considerable. Seeing Zhou sitting Shan did not say anything, AI Hepping was impatient. What I said is not bull? Did you just let it go as a fart? Zhou Sushan woke up with a start. Look what you said, how would I dare? Your young master AI's words are no different from an imperial decree. Peace AI. So did you hear me or not? Zhou Sitshan. Listen, listen and understand. Definitely listen and understand. AI and Ping bared their teeth and came up with a grin. Hear me or not? Zhou Sushan was a man of his age, but he was actually disliked like a third grandson by this little kid, AI Hepping. Li Tianyu looked pitiful. But Zhou Sushan is not afraid of AI Hepping, but AI Hepping his father AI Baoquan. So, no matter how unwilling and humiliated Zhou Sitshan was, he still couldn't do anything to AI Hepping. Alright then I wish Boss Li a smooth opening. Zhou Sushan gritted his teeth and finished, then turned to AI Hepping. Young Master AI, then I won't bother you anymore. Come back and sit at my place more often. I've left a lot of good wine for you. Peace AI didn't bother with him and waved his hand as if he were chasing a dog. Zhou Sitshan led the people out, and when he left the door, he turned back to look at Li Tianyu. This guy, he probably won't stop. In fact, Li Tianyu had already anticipated this situation. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. This is why it is important to get the right security guards. The average security guard who just walks around with a rubber baton can't be built. If it was Yang and who was here, it was estimated that Zhou Sitshan and these people would have been thrown out before they even entered the door. Li Tianyu had to admit that it was good that AI Ping Ping came in time, or else I'm afraid that this time he would have inevitably had to fight. AI Peace, however, did not care much. My parents said that they have something not too convenient to come out today, so they let me come over to support the scene and get together. Li Tianyu was happy. That's good. I'll find a seat for you guys in a while. Eat and drink whatever you want. It's on me. AI Hepping extended his thumb toward Li Tianyu. See, it's still Big Brother who is righteous. Those little friends of AI Peace have also expressed their compliments. Especially Cho Jian. Last time he had witnessed Li Tianyu's amazing 2 punches plus a super roundhouse kick. This is a real powerhouse. And just like that, the first day of the doll bar's opening day has finally passed with a bang. At 2 a.m., the doll bar closes. 13 men were spread out in their seats like 13 statues. Li Tianyu checked the cashier's total $500,000. This is also the first day's turnover. Li Tianyu slightly estimated the cost, perhaps not even up to 1/3. In other words, a day's profit can exceed 300,000 soft dollars. This was achieved on the first day when many of the wines and ingredients were not well prepared and sold out early. Quite a windfall. Li Tianyu was tired but in a good mood and greeted Guoguang to let the employees go back to rest. The next day's hours of operation were changed to 5 p.m. Employees were allowed to arrive late without delaying their preparations. 7 days a week, Li Tianyu staked out the bar. Business has been good during the opening event. Even if the promotions were no longer available, there was no obvious downward trend in performance, which made Li Tianyu quite happy. At this rate of earning, the profits booked in a month would be very substantial. In the past, when Li Tianyu did it in the company, 996 all had to cry out, and now they are all going to be long in the bar, although they are more tired, but the mood is very good. That's probably the difference between doing it for someone else and doing it for yourself. In order to ensure the motivation of the employees, Li Tianyu also agreed on some additional incentive programs with Guoguang. For example, set up a temporary pool of money. The day's turnover exceeds a certain amount, then there will be a bonus distributed to each employee. So these days, even though they are understaffed and everyone is in a state of continuous rotation, the employees are all as if they have been pumped up. A week later, the bar had recruited a few more people and was basically on track. Sunshine Bar, those people also did not come to make trouble. Li Tianyu then put down his heart, officially handed over the bar to Guoguang management. Chapter 131. The Lure of the Villa. Li Tianyu, on the other hand, would occasionally come over to visit, but most of the time he was mulling over other things. He's going to take the time to straighten out the real estate quota. Originally, Li Tianyu was thinking of getting the office building done first, until he saw a piece of news on the internet first. Says it's news, but it's really an advertisement. Tsukumo Villa is open for business. As you can tell by the name, it's a villa neighborhood. And it wasn't just any villa area, it was a villa built halfway up the mountainside of the Chiyun Gorge. Why would Li Tianyu know this? That also goes back to when he was working as a small planner at Cloudlight Technology, listening to his coworkers bragging there, and it happened to be about Cloud Mountain Villa Realm. That coworker threatened that as long as he could buy a suite in Yunshan Villa Realm in this life for him to live in for a few days, he would be willing to let him burp on the spot. This bull is quite sad. At that time, Li Tianyu thought that that coworker would definitely live a long life in his life. Of course, Li Tianyu himself didn't seem like a short timer. At that time, this villa area was in the construction stage, open without opening. I hear there's a lot of rich people eyeing that place. Ask how good the Villa Tsukumo Realm is. After seeing the opening advertisement, Li Tianyu even made it a point to study it a little. Come to the final conclusion, it's really good. It's awesome. First of all, the location of Chiyun Villa is superb, built right on the mid-level of the hill facing Chiyun Lake. This is a true lake view home. Not only Chiyun Lake, not far from the villa area, is the Imperial North Watertown. The Imperial North Watertown is a big name in the north. Dibei Shuizhan is not a natural formation, it is a tourist real estate development company, developed on the basis of a primitive mountain village. The style is in accordance with those ancient towns in the Jiangnan Watertown. There are mountains and rivers in the Watertown, and you can also visit the remains of the Great Wall via cable car. Now Dibei Shuizhan has become a must-visit destination for northern tourists. The villa area of Chiyun Villa, on the other hand, can be reached through a section of mountainous asphalt road to the Watertown, and the whole journey takes less than 10 minutes if you drive. If you're on foot, there are still small mountain trails you can take, and it doesn't take long. Secondly, from the main city of Imperial to Chiyun Villa, you can almost the whole expressway plus highway over, even traffic lights do not need to wait. The traffic situation that was pretty good. As for the quality of the villas in Chiyun Villa Realm, it goes without saying that it is the handiwork of the famous real estate developer Zhongin Real Estate. Centaline Real Estate is specialized in developing high-end villas with rich experience, and the designers are all first-rate celebrities invited from abroad. That's why such a villa is a vacation godsend for the rich people near the imperial capital. And for the common people, it would be an unattainable palace. The previous Li Tianyu, to live in such a villa, it was not even dare to think about it. That villa can't be taken down without tens of millions of soft dollars, especially the good type and location of the villa, may even reach hundreds of millions of dollars. Not so much now. Ever since I saw that opening advertisement, my mind has been filled with the good life of living in a villa. Now that Li Tianyu's tax credit had risen to $500,000, it should be no problem to take a villa. Although it was far away from the city, Li Tianyu wasn't a commuter, so he could always go over for a vacation and stay for a while. If you have money and don't enjoy it, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu no longer hesitated, no longer uncertain, drove the car and drove to the Chiun Villa realm. When he arrived at the foot of Mount Chiun, it was already noon, so Li Tianyu planned to find a place nearby to solve the problem of lunch. This is a tourist area, and there are a number of restaurants nearby, as well as farm-to-table restaurants. Li Tianyu then randomly picked a restaurant whose storefront looked good, parked his car on the side of the road, and walked in. It was also a weekend, but there weren't too many people dining inside, probably about 60 or 70% seated with quite a few empty tables. Li Tianyu found a place to sit down and a waitress girl greeted him. Receiving the menu, Li Tianyu casually ordered 2 small dishes and a bowl of rice, and just played with his phone while waiting. Within a few minutes, the sound of an engine sounded outside, as well as the sound of talking. A few people are coming this way. Then the curtain was lifted and they walked in. 3 young people, 1 man and 2 women, an interesting mix. What was even more interesting was that these people, Li Tianyu, actually knew each other. These 3 people were Li Tianyu's classmates in college. It had suddenly been several years, and the 3 people were very different from their dresses and mannerisms. But Li Chionwu still quickly recognized them. One of the 2 women, a good-looking one named Yuna Zhang. The other one is called Hu Yuan Yuan, not ugly anymore, not ugly kind of girl. The remaining male, named Wang Jie, used to remember that he didn't talk much, quite low-key, quite unkempt a boy. Now it looks like it's in good shape. Although Li Tianyu was in the same class as these 3, he hadn't interacted much before. If Li Tianyu remembered correctly, none of these 3 people seemed to have appeared in the classmate group. Either it's pressed in or it's already out. However, Li Tianyu and Zhang Yuna had talked a few times when they were in college. It was a bit embarrassing to say that Zhang Yuna was considered the flower of the class, and Li Tianyu had tried to ask her out a few times at that time, but it turned out that she had never agreed to it at all. Looking at Zhang Yuna again now, she is still quite pretty and eye-catching. Just then, Hu Yuanyu turned her head and caught a glimpse of Li Tianyu. Ah, that's not. It's. Zhang Yuna followed Hu Yuanyu's line of sight and also slightly revealed a surprised look. It's Li Tianyu, right? Hearing that, Li Tianyu smiled and stood up. It's me. Sit together. Li Tianyu also just politely let a little 3 people sit or not, he does not matter. I didn't know them well in college anyway, and by now I remember even less. What I didn't expect was that Wang Jie smiled and said, they're all old classmates, and since they've bumped into each other, of course they're going to sit down for a while. The 3 sat down with Li Tianyu. Wang Jie, Li Tianyu, it's been a long time. I don't know where you're high up now? Li Tianyu was stunned. Looking at Wang Jie's state, he really had a change in temperament. He used to be a shy little boy and would never talk like that. Society is really a big dye stuff, and if you go in, you can't be sure of what color you'll be dyed. Li Tianyu laughed. Let's start with you. Where are you high up? Wang Jie revealed a mysterious smile. I work nearby. Li Tianyu thought it was strange. This neighborhood was a tourist area, so there shouldn't be anything other than tourism-related jobs. Seeing Wang Jie's godly expression, it couldn't be the administrator of the tourist area. Could it? The neighborhood? What kind of work? Hu Yuanyu smiled and explained. You don't know yet, do you? Li Tianyu thought, nonsense, of course I do not know, I want to know, still ask. Chapter 132. I eat for free. I'm happy. Hu Yuanyu. Actually, Wang Jie is working on the mountainside right now. Saying that, Hu Yuan even pointed upwards. Li Tianyu. He's a belt buckle, huh? Snort. That comment actually amused Zhang Yuna. Wang Jie frowned. His face was a bit unsettled. Hu Yuanyu waved her hand. Li Tianyu, why are you still like before? Talking so unreliable. People, Wang Jie is a successful person, just in Chiun Villa realm as a sales manager. It dawned on Li Tianyu that no wonder he said he was working halfway up the mountain. Li Tianyu echoed. When the manager, that can be great, mixed well. Frankly speaking, if one is working as a sales manager in a high-end villa complex like Chiun Villa realm, it is indeed quite impressive as well. The reception is for rich people. The unit price of the house is high, and if you sell a block, you won't have a problem eating the commission alone for a year or 2. Of course, that's only relative to the average person. No matter what kind of work Wang Jie did, that work was just work, and ultimately it was working for someone else. And it's not the same for Li Tianyu now. Putting the system aside for now, even that bar alone was enough to increase Li Tianyu's value. Hu Yuanyu added, by the way, Li Tianyu, have you heard of Chiun Villa realm? Li Tianyu, I've heard a little about it. Hu Yuan, I'm telling you, that Chiyun Villa is not an ordinary villa. It's set up like a scenic spot, especially luxurious. Li Tianyu was happy. That's good. I'll have to check it out then. Hu Yuan, then you're in luck. Chiyun Villa realm, this kind of luxury villa area outsiders can't get in. There must be an insider with them to get in. We just contacted Wang Jie today and asked him to take us in for a visit. Li Tianyu once again came to a realization. I see. That Wang Jie's classmate is quite nice. This is a car pickup and drop off. When Wang Jie heard this, he was godly and proud. Li Tianyu snickered. Student Wang Jie, you're touring the villa area with 2 girls. Which one do you have your eye on? No one expected Li Tianyu to ask such a question. Hu Yuanyu grinned widely and listened to it as a joke. Zhang Yuna, who hadn't said much, was even more silent. Wang Jie didn't say anything, but his eyes betrayed him, and it was really Zhang Yuna that he was looking at obliquely. It seems that this Wang Jie is really a stuffy gourd. This kid has probably been secretly in love with Zhang Yuna for many years, and now that he has flown the coop, he feels hopeful and determined to catch up with Zhang Yuna. However, this is also human nature, and Li Tianyu didn't want to spoil people's good deeds, so he didn't say anything. But Hu Yuanyuan has a bad mouth. Li Tianyu, you're still saying that. I remember when you were in college, you even asked Nana out, and not just once. Li Tianyu laughed and shook his head, pouring tea for the 3. The past is old, don't mention it again. Besides, the 2 of you are beautiful girls, it's normal for men to look at you. Hu Yuanyuan and Zhang Yuna looked at each other and smiled. Li Tianyu was just like before. He dared to say anything. At this time, the 2 dishes that Li Tianyu had ordered earlier came up, and he then remembered that these 3 people hadn't ordered any food. So Li Tianyu called the waitress and asked her to bring the menu for additional dishes. The waiter brought it over, but Wang Jie grabbed it. The meal is on me. Wang Jie's tone was hard, and Li Tianyu was stunned. What's wrong with this kid? Did he get a little anxious once he heard that Li Tianyu had pursued Zhang Yuna? Not really, that was how many years ago. But Li Tianyu didn't say anything. If you please, you please. I'm freeloading and I'm happy. Zhang Yuna. Li Tianyu, you came alone? Li Tianyu laughed and joked. Yeah, I can't compare to you guys. You're in pairs and I'm still alone. Warang. By the way, you haven't said where exactly you are high up in the world? Wang Jie and Zhang Yuna both raised their heads, both seeming quite concerned about this issue. Li Tianyu. I opened a small bar. You guys are welcome to come over any time for drinks and fun. The 3 of them were stunned, reacting in the same way as the gang in the group of classmates, not expecting Li Tianyu to open a bar. Hu Yuanyuan. Open a bar? Is it in the Imperial City? Wang Jie immediately picked up. How is that possible? Do you know how high the rents are for storefronts in Imperial City? Unless he's opening a bar in the suburbs. Hu Yuanyuan. It's definitely not a good idea to open a bar in the suburbs. No one goes there. Wang Jie. That's right. Seeing that the 2 of them were talking quite well in such a sentence, Li Tianyu first shouted 2 mouthfuls of tea. Only after the 2 had finished, did Li Tianyu open his mouth to explain. It's in the imperial capital, Wulleton Houghton Road. As soon as he said this, Wang Jie's face froze. Hu Yuanyuan. Really? How high must the rent be for that place? Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Wang Jie glanced at Li Tianyu. A prime location like Wulleton, a year's rent of 1 or 2 million cannot be blocked. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Maybe. Wang Jie was disdainful in his heart as he concluded that Li Tianyu was just bragging. Bragging about something like this, when it happened to Li Tianyu, it was really normal. Not only Wang Jie, even Hu Yuanyuan and Zhang Yuna did not think much of Li Tianyu's so-called bar and just thought it was him joking. However, Li Tianyu's temperament had changed a lot and was vastly different from his student days, which impressed the 2 girls a bit. After the 4 of them finished their meal, they moved off to the Chiyun Villa realm. Walking to the door, Li Tianyu was just about to walk towards his Porsche Cayenne when Hu Yuanyu pulled him back. Don't you also want to go to the Chiyun Villa realm to have a look? Just come with us, or you won't be able to get in either. Li Tianyu glanced at Wang Jie, who didn't have much to show. Originally, Li Tianyu thought that even if he couldn't get in, it was okay to look outside and then the system would just pay taxes directly. But in retrospect, the architectural design of the villas in this villa area can be different, with high, medium, and low grade. It's good to go ahead and look at the room type before you absolutely pay taxes, so you don't get blindsided when the time comes. Okay then. I'll join you. How do I get up there? Yunazhang. Right behind here there's a path up the mountain with a nice view, so you can walk up slowly. Li Tianyu looked up and saw no sign of the villa. Since it was directly in front of the lake, it would have been on the side of the hillside, now blocked by foliage. Li Tianyu nodded. Okay. Let's go then. Wang Jie seemed a bit reluctant about bringing Li Tianyu along, but he couldn't say anything, so he just led the way in front. Now it's like a hiking outing. Li Tianyu followed behind and occasionally joked with the two girls in front. But he didn't feel tired. Indeed, as Wang Jie had said, this path up the mountain was a shortcut to the villa area. Introducing an engaging Urban Goodreads book, My Life Begins with Spending Money by a Dang Loud author, for those who are interested. Chapter 133, The S-shaped villa with a sky-high price tag. After walking for about 20 minutes, he went up to an asphalt road, and after walking forward for another 100 or 200 meters, he vaguely saw the block of villas hidden in the forest. Those villas were all in European style, with light yellow facades and black and gray roofs, and they were also designed with chimneys, and they didn't know that they could usually smoke. There aren't many cars on this tarmac road, so I'm afraid it's been paved specifically for the villa area. To the gate, it is really tightly guarded. There are 4 security guards wearing European-style uniforms straight at the door. Quite decent. Wang Jie greeted one of the security guards, then pointed to the few people behind him. My friend, coming to visit the park, won't be long. The security guard sized up a few people in turn, then nodded and let them go. Once they entered the villa area, the 3 of them couldn't help but light up. The whole place is decorated in Western European style. Large flagstone pavers line the road, which is lined with beautifully manicured lawns and trees. This side is a plaza-form layout with a fountain and a sculpture in the center of the fountain. As you can see, it's as close as possible to a European-style plaza. Walking through the small square, you can see some villa buildings on all sides, spreading throughout the area. The building density is very low, which is characteristic of high-end villa areas. That said, it does look like an attraction in there. Everywhere you look you can see beautiful sculptures, some quirky, some graceful. There are also small streams running throughout the villa complex and more than one. Wang Jie, see? It's all flowing down from the mountain water. It's a natural formation, and sometimes you can see fish and shrimp in it. I can't believe there's a stream, so there must be a small lake too. Only this lake is artificial, very shallow. Small children in the summer to play in it do not have to worry about being drowned. From time to time, there are also gazebos where you can cool off and green vine corridors. Anyway, the setting is really nothing to write home about. That's not even the main thing. The point is to look into the distance in this villa area. Sparkling waves, mountains and blue shadows. That Chiun Lake will all be full. And on the shore of that Chiun Lake is the crowded tourist resort of Dibei Shuaisian. With a view like that, I don't think you can see enough of it in a day. Although there are many villas around the imperial capital, I am afraid that there are not many villas with such a good view, so it is no wonder that the rich people are all attracted to Chiun Villa realm. Hu Yuanyu and suddenly said, Wang Jie, are there any villas that haven't been sold yet? Can you let us visit them as well? Zhang Yuna. Visit what? You cannot afford it. Hu Yuanyu and bristled. Can't you open your eyes if you can't afford it? Wang Jie smiled and said, It's okay. I'll show you 2 sets and dip into the richness. Both girls were excited when they heard this, and it was clear that the villa itself was more attractive than the courtyard of this villa area. It was also right up Li Tianyu's alley, and it would be nice to have someone to show the house. Wang Jie led the 3 of them for almost 10 minutes to a villa. The villa is a 2-story structure with a sophisticated exterior, complete with a garage. The villa has separate yards at the front and back, with the back being slightly larger and made into a small garden-type area. Wang Jie pushed open the small fence gate and walked in, then pressed something in front of the door. There was a snap and the door opened. Turns out it's a fingerprint combination lock that can be opened by entering the administrator's password. The 4 entered in a fishtail. The villa had been renovated long ago, and it was still finely decorated, with kitchen cabinets and furniture all customized by design. TV, refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioning, such household appliances have been configured, and a waterfall of big brands, high-end goods. The kitchen, in particular, is configured as a whole. The oven, microwave, and even the dishwasher are built into the kitchen cabinets, which is neat and seems pretty easy to use. Wang Jie introduced the villa up and down 2 floors, the overall area of about 200 square feet. 1 bedroom on the first floor and 2 bedrooms on the second floor, both with bathrooms. Zhang Yuna. Wang Jie, how much does a villa like this cost? Wang Jie. This one belongs to the C-type villa, is considered to be in the low to medium range, and the discounted price right now is 33 million soft dollars out of the money. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuna and Hu Yuanyuan both stared with wide eyes, exuding expressions of disbelief. Hu Yuanyuan. Wait, let me do the math. 33 million divided by 200 square meters. How much is each square meter? It's over 100 million, which? Zhang Yuna. This is still a low to mid-range villa? It's this expensive. How expensive must it be for a high-grade one? Wang Jie laughed with an expression that seemed to say, "You guys are too unseasoned. Want to see a high-grade one? Let's go. I'll take you guys on an eye-opening tour now to see what a top-notch villa is." Thus, Wang Jie led the three of them out again, heading towards the very top of the villa area. Wang Jie introduced while walking, "What we're going to see is the highest level one in this villa area. It's an S-shaped villa. It's just been renovated and hasn't been shown to anyone yet." Hu Yuanyuan. S-shaped villa. Sounds awesome. That must be expensive, right? Wang Jie smiled mysteriously. That's for sure. This is the kind of selling price that is going to go sky high. That said, this villa area was quite large, and it would be exhausting to walk from one end to the other. But that's nothing for rich people who use their cars for transportation anyway. In addition, Li Tianyu also saw electric bicycles coming and going from time to time, and it was estimated that they could also be used to transport the residents. About 10 minutes up the hill, I think I reached the highest point of the villa area. Then turned to the right and there was a bright light. A villa all in white appeared. The villa's shape was completely different from what I had seen before, as if it was a different style now. The walls are all white in a minimalist modern design style and are still irregular. The entire villa had 3 floors, and the footprint was considerably larger than the C-shaped villa we had looked at earlier. Next to the villa was the garage with a wide door that looked like it could fit 2 cars in at once. The front and back yards of the villa are also very large, and in the front yard, a beautiful swing set has been installed. Swinging and looking at the lake view, these rich people have to be really good at it. Zhang Yuna and Hu Yuanyuan's eyes glistened when they saw this kind of grand villa. Wang Jie stepped forward and opened the door, then guided everyone into the interior of the villa. Top villa that really is different. Inside, the area is a spacious mess. Again, it is finely decorated and fully furnished with all appliances. Light yellow wood grain flooring, clean white walls, and some paintings hanging on the walls. The first floor living room is open to the open kitchen with great views. The dining room houses a bar in addition to a rectangular dining table, which is quite moody. Up on the second floor, it was even more stunning. Chapter 134. If you're going to get a villa, get the best one. The first thing is the wide floor-to-ceiling windows standing in front of the window, then the whole Chiun Lake is all in sight. The sun shines through the glass, and the lighting is awesome. Zhang Yuna couldn't help but say, "I love the big floor-to-ceiling windows. I won't get tired of reading books here for a day." Who wouldn't like it? Li Tianyu thought to himself. This villa is more complex than one floor. The third floor actually has a large terrace. The terrace view is not only ridiculously good, but you can also drink, chat, and play cards with your friends here. It's exciting to think about it. Wang Jie describes, the villa has a usable area of 500 square meters and has 5 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. Wang Jie led the 3 into a bedroom, which alone was 70 to 80 square feet in size and should belong to the master bedroom. The most amazing thing about this bedroom is that it actually made a large bath on one side. The bath was spacious, circular, and could accommodate 3 or 4 people, and would have been one of those luxury-class jacuzzis. The 2 girls took one look at this and immediately made a connection and whispered. Looking at the 2 of them, their faces were getting redder and redder, and they were also letting out giggles from time to time, obviously chatting about little things that they couldn't talk about. The villa was really great though, and Li Tianyu was ready to use the system to pay the taxes. At this time, Wang Jie said, "The selling price of this villa may not even be believable to you guys when you say it out. The discounted price is 95 million soft currency." Zhang Yuna and Hu Yuanyuan both stared in surprise. Just now, that building of more than $30 million had already taken them by surprise, and now this one was actually asking for $95 million. That's almost $100 million. And it still claimed to be at a discounted price, so what would the MSRP be if it wasn't discounted? No doubt it must be over 100 million. Hu Yuanyu and couldn't help but say, "What in the world would come over to buy something so expensive?" Wang Jie smiled. "Don't you believe it yet? This house is just renovated. A lot of people haven't gotten the news yet. Otherwise, there must be a lot of people coming over to see it." Li Tianyu secretly nodded. Wang Jie was indeed right. There were a lot of rich people in the imperial capital, and looking at the design, decoration, and configuration of this villa, there should be no shortage of potential buyers. Wang Jie glanced at Li Tianyu. But those who can afford this kind of villa, those are the top tycoons in the country. If it's just a bar owner, then I'm afraid it won't work. Li Tianyu heard. This kid is really grudge. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment, and Zhang Yuna and Hu Yuanyu and looked at Li Tianyu. However, Li Tianyu smiled and said, Mr. Wang Jie is right, but not only the bar owner can't afford it, but I'm afraid even the sales manager of the high-class villa can't. Right? Wang Jie's face stagnated and he couldn't say anything for a while. Wang Jie is now looking stupid. People Li Tianyu didn't feel anything at all. He instead dug a big hole for himself. In order to hide his embarrassment, Wang Jie then took the two girls to continue visiting the other rooms of this luxurious villa. Instead of following him, Li Tianyu stayed where he was, ready to get down to business. Bragging about paying taxes is the order of the day. The bull had been silently blown out, and now Li Tianyu opened the system interface and entered the order center. Sure enough, a series of tax entries for the villa appeared. Community name, Tsukumo Villa. Community location 0.1 Tsukumo Road, Tsukumo Hills. Building type high-class villa. Room number, B13. Room size, 268 square meters. Amount of tax payment, 290,000 soft sister currency. Community name, Tsukumo Villa. Community location 0.1 Tsukumo Road, Tsukumo Hills. Building type high-class villa. Room number, B05. Room size, 258 square meters. Amount of tax payment, 275,000 yen soft money. Community name, Tsukumo Villa. Community location 0.1 House, Chiun Road, Chiun Mountain. Building type high-class villa. Room no. A04. Room size, 389 square meters. Amount of tax payment, 4,100,000 yen soft money. Community name, Tsukumo Villa. Community location 0.1 Tsukumo Road, Tsukumo Hills. Building type high-class villa. Room number, S01. Room size, 505 square meters. Amount of tax payment, 490,000 soft sister currency. There are 4 villas on the list, graded as 2 type B, 1 type A and 1 type S, and the S-shaped villa is still numbered 01. Li Tianyu even suspected that this S-type villa is afraid that there are not a few. This 01 villa is likely to be the current look at this one. Taking a little look at the square meterage, the largest is the S model with 505 square meters. As luck would have it, the tax payment amounted to $490,000, but it was still within the tax limit of Li Tianyu. $500,000 for a villa like this. If anyone dared to say it was expensive, Li Tianyu would definitely whip him to death. Without hesitation, click on the S-shaped villa at the end. A confirmation box pops up, and click OK. Account information, 490,000 deduction successful. Real estate information, successful acquisition of Villa S01 of Siun Villa Realm. Cool. Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief and once again looked around at the interior arrangement. This villa had been completely taken over by Li Tianyu. In the future, he would be able to live in this mansion in a dignified manner, and he was so excited just thinking about it. All that's left is to wait for whichever janitorial boss delivers the real estate title or whatever. By the way, there shouldn't be any janitorial bosses in this villa area. It's all about the handsome guards. Wang Jie's trio came back. Wang Jie, let's go. There's no chance that a guest will come to see the room in a while. The two girls agreed. Zhang Yuna sighed. It's better to hurry up and leave. I'm afraid I won't want to go out if I keep watching. Hu Yuanyu and Zhang Yuna, I think you should just find a rich man to be your husband, so you can afford to live in a super mansion like this. By the way, Wang Jie, when will you be able to buy a villa like this one? Wang Jie smiled awkwardly and weakly responded, I'll try my best. As he was talking, several people walked up the stairs to the second floor. There were 3 people up there, a sales dresser, and the other 2 were supposed to be customers looking at the house. 2 clients, a man and a woman. One of the clients was in his 40s with a round body and a round head, a big belly and a head as big as the Mediterranean Sea in the middle. The female client is in her 20s, small leather skirt, big waves, dressed up quite fashionable. Of course, its own looks are also considered good. To Li Tianyu's eyes, 7 or 8 points of the level. Chapter 135, The Coal Boss's Spirit. It was clear that the 2 clients, the man and the woman, were related, and not in a good way. There are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the 2 are husband and wife, the old cow and young woman match kind. The second possibility is that the female client is the mistress of the male client's mistress. Anyway, whichever is possible, in the end it's the old cliché of the rich man loving the beauty and the beauty loving the money. When Wang Jie saw these three people come up, he was stunned, then said to that sales, Zhang Donghua, these two are? Zhang Donghua laughed and pointed at the chubby male rich man. This is Mr. Wei Dehui Wei. He also pointed at the girl beside Wei Dehui. This is Mr. Wei's girlfriend, Miss Ma Xiaorong Ma. Wang Jie's envious look flickered, and he hurriedly shook hands with Wei Dehui. Zhang Donghua is younger than Wang Jie, just joined not long ago. Did not expect to actually pull such a big customer. Wei Dehui is a real master with a mine at home, and there are 2 coal mines in the West Drainage Mountain. Although the coal mine is almost interesting now, but people's family is thick, has long earned enough, not bad at all. Ma Xiaorong lingered in front of the amazingly large floor-to-ceiling windows for a moment, then ran over and pulled Wei Dehui's arm. Brother Dehui, I want this house. Okay? Li Tianyu got goosebumps after hearing this. What a tune this is. Only to hear, Brother Dehui laughed and looked at Zhang Donghua. Xiao Zhang, tell me, how much does this big house cost? Zhang Donghua hurriedly responded, Mr. Wei, this villa is the best of our Chiyun villa realm. The S-type villa is only this one, so the selling price will be higher. Wei Dehui waved his hand, impatiently interrupting Zhang Donghua. You don't need to pull these useless things with me, just say how much. Zhang Donghua accompanied with a smile. Yes, Mr. Wei, this villa is also having a special promotion. The discount is 95 million soft dollars. When Wei Dehui heard this, the muscles on his face twitched. $95 million. This, just looked at the 2 buildings is not much difference. Zhang Donghua. Alas, Mr. Wei, this you can be considered wrong. Just looked at the villa is 2 layers. This villa is 3 layers. There are more than 500 square meters of use, and you look at the view. Saying that, Zhang Donghua also pointed at the floor-to-ceiling window. Just looking out, the advantages are really obvious, with more beautiful and comprehensive views than other villas. Zhang Donghua pointed to the top again. In a moment, I will take you to the 3rd floor terrace to take a stroll. It can definitely let you feast your eyes and linger. You can imagine, in the summer, and your beautiful girlfriend Ms. Ma, and then call 3 or 5 close friends, on the terrace to drink and talk and sing loudly. That would be so pleasant. Zhang Donghua's eloquence was quite good, and he felt quite stronger than Wang Jie. After Wei Dehui heard this, he pondered a little and thought that it was nice and wonderful to imagine. However, Ma Xiaorong had already been fooled into letting her eyes light up. She took Wei Dehui's hand and shook it. It's just a few tens of millions of dollars. Brother Dehui doesn't care about that small amount of money, right? Brother Dehui. Wei Dehui's face twitched once again. This time the amplitude seemed to be a bit larger. Tens of millions? Although there is still a gap of 5 million from 100 million, but this and 100 million seems to be no difference. Although Wei Dehui is a waste of the coal boss, but 95 million is also real money, enough to open another mine. But the beauty is in the front, and Wei Dehui also blew a big bowl before, saying a classic statement. As long as money can buy a house, it's not a luxury. Now it's a good thing that the villa is indeed a house that money can buy, except that it takes almost $100 million. But it's not a matter of pulling out a hair on the body. It's a matter of pulling out hair on the top of Wei Dehui's head. Heartache to heartache. Wei Dehui also do not want to lose face. Besides 100 million, he is not unable to get out. The big deal is to find the bank to lend more money to make up for it. That's fine, that's fine. Brother Dehui will buy it for you. Ma Xiaorong jumped up happily, and she couldn't help but give Brother Dehui a hard kiss. Brother Dehui, the best. You are the most handsome and beautiful man in the world. Several of the bystanders all got goosebumps and heard the sound of something breaking. That's knuckleheads. Zhang Donghua seemed to be even happier than Ma Xiaorong. His 2 eyes gleamed with gold as he tried his best to suppress his excitement. Then, Mr. Wei, you're sure you want this villa, right? Wang Jie cursed MMP in his heart. Zhang Donghua, this kid is too lucky. Now the commission of sales is 5 points. What does that mean? With a transaction price of $95 million, Zhang Donghua himself could get a commission of nearly $5 million. For this one time alone, it's time to get off the breadline and run for the hills. Originally S-shaped villa is now only this one. Such a good thing is really rare. Wei Dehui once again said impatiently, I say one thing and that's not a lie? Then, Wei Dehui glanced at Li Tianyu and the others. They are also looking at the house? Zhang Donghua was stunned and looked at Wang Jie. Wang Jie had to say stiffly, Yes, Mr. Wei. They are also customers looking at the house. Wei Dahui. What kind of people are these? Xiao Zhang. Let them go out, and also, get me the contract, I'll take a look at it first. Ma Xiaorong also chimed in. That's right, we've already decided to buy it, so there's no need for them to look at it anymore, right? Besides, I don't think they look like they can afford it either. Hu Yuanyu and bristled. As if you can afford it yourself, you still have to be close to big money. Ma Xiaorong's face changed. You? Xiao Zhang. You hurry up and let them go. I don't want to see them stay in my house any longer. Now Zhang Donghua was on the verge of shouting. I accept the order. He said to Wang Jie. Brother Wang, then you take these people and just go out, and I'll show Mr. Wei a closer look at the house. Although Wang Jie was reluctant, he had no choice but to nod his head. However, at this moment, Li Tianyu spoke up. Wait a minute. I think it would be best for Mr. Wei to get a different villa to buy. Wei Dahui's face changed. Why? What do you mean? Li Tianyu. Because I already bought it. As soon as Li Tianyu said this, the others were stunned. Without exception. It was Wang Jie who reacted first. Say what words? Li Tianyu. Stop talking nonsense and hurry out. It was no wonder that Wang Jie had this reaction. This S-shaped villa was just packed up, and the news was just released a few days ago. Moreover, the selling price of this property was so high that ordinary people could not even touch it, and it did not make sense that Li Tianyu could afford such a villa. Chapter 136. Sorry, I can't buy this villa. In short, this is a bull that Li Tianyu shouldn't even be able to blow. At this point, even the two girls, Zhang Yuna and Hu Yuanyuan, felt that Li Tianyu was having a delusional attack, and it was still extremely severe. Ma Xiaorong was not having it. Xiao Zhang. What kind of customer are you looking for? If he can't afford it himself, he won't let anyone else buy it. Right? Zhang Donghua looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, Miss Ma. I'll just let him out. Zhang Donghua turned to Li Tianyu. This gentleman. You'd better stop being irrational. You have to be responsible for what you say here. Li Tianyu. I will be responsible. I did buy it. Zhang Donghua's face stared. If you keep talking like that, I'll have to call security. Ty Li. I'm the owner of this place, and you want to kick the owner out? Wang Jie saw that things were going to be bad and hurriedly had to pull Li Tianyu away. Company rules state that sales managers are not allowed to bring non-client personnel into the villa privately. If this becomes a big deal, he's going to be implicated. He might even lose his job. Li Tianyu, are you crazy? Stop talking and hurry up and follow me. With that, Wang Jie was about to forcefully pull Li Tianyu away. Just then, there was a commotion from downstairs and another person came up the stairs. Wang Jie and Zhang Donghua twisted their heads and couldn't help but tense up. It's Minister Chen Jianghai Chen from the sales department. It is also the leader of Wang Jie and Zhang Donghua. Minister Chen, what are you? Chen Jianghai was panting and seemed to be running very fast. I'm here to deliver something to Mr. Li. Wang Jie was stunned. Mr. Li? Which Mr. Li? Chen Jianghai was holding an exquisite file bag in his hands. It's craft paper and is designed to hold real estate-related documents. Chen Jianghai glanced at the customer identification information on the file bag and said, Mr. Li, Li Tianyu, which one is? When Wang Jie heard this, he was instantly petrified and dumbfounded. His hand was still pulling on Li Tianyu's arm, which had slowly slipped off by now. The two girls, Zhang Yuna and Hu Yuanyuan, looked at each other with a guess in their hearts, but refused to be sure. Li Tianyu, there really is a Li Tianyu here. I just don't know if it's the same Li Tianyu that's written on the paper bag. Li Tianyu smiled and responded, It's me. I'm Li Tianyu. Chen Jianghai, a sound, and hastened to smile while saying, Mr. Li, sorry I came late. I first check with you for identity information, so as not to have any mistakes and omissions. Nonsense, it involves nearly $100 million of purchase money. Anyone would have to double-check. Li Tianyu smiled and nodded. I should. Chen Jianghai. So did you bring your ID card? Li Tianyu. Bring it on. Chen Jianghai said happily. That's fine. Let's just check it over here. Saying that, Chen Jianghai took Li Tianyu to the bar in the second-floor living room, then opened the document bag and started to check the basic information with Li Tianyu. At this time, Wei Dahui is still confused, and for a moment did not figure out what this is the case. Chang, what's going on? What are they doing? Zhang Donghua wanted to say something and didn't know how to answer. It took a long time before he whispered, Mr. Wei, I guess this person called Li Tianyu really bought this villa. Before Wei Dahui could say anything, Ma Xiaorong jumped up in surprise. What? Xiao Zhang, are you kidding? Before you came here you said that this villa had just been renovated and not many people were looking at it yet. How come this is suddenly sold? This? Zhang Donghua looked at Wang Jie. Wang Jie immediately shook his head furiously, meaning it has nothing to do with me. Maybe it's a rename too, Wang Jie whispered, but knew that this possibility was actually very small. Sure enough, over there, Li Tianyu had already walked back with Chen Jianghai, and looking at that expression it didn't seem like anything unusual had happened. Not only that, Chen Jianghai was exceptionally attentive to Li Tianyu. It looks like there's no suspense anymore. Li Tianyu is already the owner of this villa. Facing Wang Jie, Zhang Yuna and Hu Yuanyuan's strange looks, Li Tianyu smiled. It's fine. It's fine if you guys want to visit for as long as you want, even if you live here. The speaker has no idea what he's talking about, but the listener has an idea. The second half of Li Tianyu's sentence was actually really just polite, but the two girls could think elsewhere. Red-faced, he excused himself and went out. Wang Jie also followed without a word. Now the three of them could be considered to have realized Li Tianyu's true strength. That's really scary and unusual. Hu Yuanyu and couldn't help but say to Zhang Yuna, I say, in that moment just now, may I ask if you have any regrets? Zhang Yuna was stunned and asked curiously, regret what? Hu Yuanyu and slapped Zhang Yuna. You're less pretending to be stupid. Just now your eyes betrayed you. Li Tianyu even bought such an expensive luxury villa. That must be a super rich man. Zhang Yuna. So what? Hu Yuanyu and how about it? Think about it. If you had agreed to go on a date with Li Tianyu when you were in college, then there's no chance you'd be the mistress of this super villa by now. When Hu Yuanyu and said this, she also purposely glanced at Wang Jie and found that he had an embarrassed, but hopeless feeling at this moment. Just now, Wang Jie wanted to bounce around in front of Li Tianyu twice, but it turned out that he didn't even put him in his eyes, let alone as a rival. At this moment, I only heard Zhang Yuna say, actually, I felt it just now. Li Tianyu is completely different from before. Hope who? What's different? Zhang Yuna. I can't say, but it just feels more inviting than before. If that was the feeling Li Tianyu gave off when he was attending college at the time, then it should have been hard for Zhang Yuna to reject his advances. Hu Yuanyu and read Zhang Yuna's mind. I think it's more to your liking, right? Zhang Yuna and Hu Yuanyu chased and fought. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu was lying on the large bed in the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, resting his eyes. Living in this kind of luxury villa did make Li Tianyu's psychology of being from the rich get a lot of satisfaction. But the satisfaction was much weaker than he had expected. I don't know whether it was the side effects of the system or the experience of getting rich during this period of time, but Li Tianyu's mental state had undergone a huge change. He now had an enormous appetite, and the idea of a small fortune was long gone. The next day, Li Tianyu then drove to the doll bar again. He now had to keep an eye on the bar's operations and draw money quickly so that he could upgrade the system again as soon as possible. But strangely enough, when Li Tianyu asked about the conditions of the system upgrade, the answer he received was this. System Assistant. Host, you're still a long way off. The upgrade task will be triggered when certain conditions are met. Keep doubling your efforts. Chapter 137. The Goddess Arrives. The words are not lost. It looks like it's still a long way from meeting the conditions. That night, Li Tianyu went to the bar again, as usual, intending to work the shift and be a quiet little bar owner. Han Lei comes over to Li Tianyu and says that a woman came over to see him. Li Tianyu was stunned. Is it beautiful? Han Lei was also stunned. It's not bad, but it seems like she's in her 30s. She looks quite a bit older than you. Boss, you still have this hobby. Li Tianyu waved his hand. What a mess. I just asked that casually. Did she say anything? Han Lei shook her head. You weren't there. I tried to call you and she said no. She'd come back later. Li Tianyu was confused and couldn't figure out who this woman could be. Why was she looking for him? Can't think of it then. Li Tianyu looked at the busy staff and the customers who were drinking and chatting in their seats, and continued to be an idle fish in the bar. He now enjoys sitting in his bar seat acting as a regular-looking customer, chatting with other customers over nothing and figuring out what they want. The bar's new bartender is named Zhuang Xingwang. Quite an earthy, old-fashioned name, but he's actually only 22 years old. A real fresh meat. He was interviewed and recruited directly by Guo Guang. Typical subterranean talent with shallow credentials, but highly skilled maneuvers. Li Tianyu really enjoys drinking grasshopper mixed by Zhuang Xingwang. It's made with 3 or 4 kinds of liqueurs plus whipped cream. The wine is not too strong and is pleasant to drink. At that moment, soft music was playing in the bar, Grunge by Yoko Kobayashi. The time is already 9 o'clock in the evening, but the customers are not less. The seats are seated. The door opened. Come in two men. Two girls. One of them is recognized by Lee Tianyu, and it is Cho Kurson, a flower of the film academy who had played together some time ago. The other was dressed a little oddly, wearing a ducktail hat and black mask, heavily armed, and seemed to be a vampire out of sight. But judging from that tall figure and rather elegant demeanor, even if it was a vampire, it was more than likely a vampire that men would be willing to give their lives to. Lee Tianyu glanced at Cho Kurson, beautiful as ever, jumpy as ever. He purposely looked away, pretending not to see her. Cho Kurson, where's the boss? I'm looking for your boss. Jiang Xiaoxi greeted her. Boss? He. Kong Xiaoxi said, glancing at Lee Tianyu, who was sitting in the bar seat, hesitating to point it out. Lee Tianyu took the initiative to speak. What time is it? This store is closed. Cho Ku-Xian walked up to Lee Tianyu. Lee Tianyu, you're quite good. Opening a bar with customers and not even welcoming them? Or is your bar different from other places? Open during the day and closed at night. Lee Tianyu turned back and deliberately made a surprised look. Yo, isn't this Cho Big Beauty? How come you are so lucky to meet you here? Cho Kurson. You don't have to be so pretty. I heard my brother say that you opened a small bar. Today we have nothing to do, so we want to come over to take a look. And it's also considered to give you a good show, how? You're still not welcome. Lee Tianyu hurriedly stood up. After you guys said that, I have to treat you well. Thanks to you two beauties for your support. Cho Ku-Xian laughed. That's more like it. Arrange a quiet spot for us and 2 more good cocktails. Lee Tianyu looked towards the masked woman. Although he couldn't see her face, that pair of eyes could be really beautiful. But it seems like I've seen it somewhere before, and I'm quite impressed. Lee Tianyu thought for half a day, and with a flash of light in his face, he was finally sure of 70 to 80%. This girl, Lee Tianyu had indeed seen. And it's normal for people to be masked, given her status, never to pretend to be a critic. I didn't expect that this girl and Cho Ku-Xian actually knew each other, and their relationship seemed to be quite close. And the girl was certainly quite surprised to see Lee Tianyu. Perhaps it was because of the mask, so only a few emotions could be seen in the gaze, and that was all. Ladies, please follow me. Lee Tianyu personally led the way and brought Cho Kurson and the mysterious girl to the card table inside. The booth was one of the most private in the bar, blocked by 3 wide and tall green potted plants. You two didn't drive here? Cho Kurson. How come you're such a dirtbag when you're a bar owner? It doesn't matter, even if you drove here, we can call a chauffeur. Lee Tianyu had no choice but to settle the 2 girls down and went to arrange cocktails with Ing Xingwang. 2 cups of grasshoppers. This cocktail has a low alcohol content and a mild taste, and is also more suitable for women to drink. In addition, he had Kong Xiaoxi bring over a fruit plate and a snack. Cho Ku-Xian. Yo, quite thoughtful. Lee Tianyu. Tell me again if it's not enough. You two aren't poor anyway. More is better. Cho Kurson. Huh? How do you know we're both not bad? Lee Tianyu. So are you too short on money? Ku Kiao. Not bad. Lee Tianyu. Then it's not over. With that, Lee Tianyu wanted to leave. However, Cho Kurson called out to him. Lee Chionwu. Is there anything else you want? Missy. Cho Kurson. Don't fool us, you haven't made it clear yet. How do you know we're not poor? Lee Tianyu. What's so hard about it? Doesn't AI Hepping know that you Cho Ku-Xian have money? He can tell me anything with that broken mouth of his. Once again, AI and Peace are lying down for no reason. He didn't tell Lee Tianyu anything about Cho Ku-Xian. It wasn't that AI Hepping had a strict mouth about it, it was just that Lee Tianyu had never asked about it at all. Why does Lee Tianyu know that Cho Kurson is rich? This is really nothing more than ordinary reasoning ability. Although Cho Kurson had a cousin who drove a luxury car, and Lee Tianyu wasn't sure that she was necessarily rich, but at least the odds were that she was also a young lady from a rich family. Cho Ku-Xian heard. That's true. What about the one next to me? How do you know she's not bad? Lee Tianyu was happy. How can a superstar who takes $50 million seriously be poor? Am I right, Miss Chin? The girl still wearing the mask blinked and looked at Lee Tianyu, then Cho Kurson, before removing the mask. Still the same stunning face. Still not much emotion showing from her face. Sure enough, it's the big star Chin Shuedong. After a long day in the air yesterday, I'm finally back from Thailand and ready to go into battle mode. I hope you all have a healthy and fulfilling new year. Chapter 138, Showing Off Your Skills to Help You Drink. Choco Exine was surprised. What's going on? Did I miss something? Li Tianyu? Or are you a huge fan of Xiaodong and can recognize her as a big star just by looking at her body? Qin Shuedong has many fans. Frankly speaking, Li Tianyu did think she was incredibly beautiful too. However, Li Tianyu seldom watched TV dramas these days, and there weren't many chances to see Qin Shuedong. Don't even say she's a fan, she's not even a fan scum. Qin Zutong did not feel that there was anything to hide. The one who told you last time, that fast-mouthed, antique expert, is him. Choku Exine's eyes widened as she looked at Qin Shuedong and then at Li Tianyu. No way? That's the kid you're talking about? Qin Shuedong nodded, took a sip of the grasshopper, and sighed in admiration. Rare. Quite good. Li Tianyu smiled. Then please enjoy yourselves. After saying that, Li Tianyu hurriedly left. Cho Kursin. So that's how it is. Qin Shuedong. So what? Choku Exine. You two are quite destined for each other? Do you want me to rub it in? Qin Shuedong looked up at Cho Kursin and didn't say anything. Cho Kursin was the kind of girl who sometimes ventured into foolishness. So her words, a part of which was extremely unreliable, could only be listened to as a cold joke. The deck was so private that no one would notice her even if she stopped wearing her mask. As a public figure, this is very tiring. Always avoid exposing your identity. Otherwise, with the current domestic public opinion environment, with Qin Shuedong's hotness, there are almost 100 paparazzi staring at her. It is unlikely that any piece of gossip news will make it difficult for her to fight. However, Qin Shuedong herself is not too concerned about the so-called gossip news. She hides her identity, just simply want to figure out a quiet. A few sips of the cocktail and Ku Kiao was feeling a little high. Cho Kursin drinks a lot and is actually a good drinker. But she's the type of person who gets excited easily by alcohol, and a few sips of beer can make her formerly lively personality talk even more. Boss Li. Li Tianyu sighed and had to walk back again. What's wrong again? Miss Cho. If you want to order something, just yell for the waiter. Cho Kursin slammed the table and pointed at Li Tianyu's nose. What do you call a waiter? I'm just going to call the boss. You come here and sit down. Li Tianyu sat down as Cho Kursin requested. He really didn't have anything else to do anyway, and talking to the two leaping beauties was a nice pastime activity. Li Tianyu. I remember, Miss Chiu, you're a student of the Film Academy. Since you're so close to Miss Qin, is it possible that you're in the same class? It's not that Li Tianyu is not well informed. Qin Zutong really has been very low profile, basically can't find too much official information about her on the internet. From the media to send a small news is full of flying. This was because Qin Shuedong hadn't been on the scene for very long, and had only appeared in one movie and one TV series, and she herself was very low-key, and didn't seem to want to show her face. However, although Qin Shuedong didn't have many works now, the heat had been on the rise, and her support group had even appeared on the internet. There are two reasons for this. One is because Qin Shuedong is, indeed, beautiful. According to Li Tianyu's scoring criteria, saying she's a 9 might actually be a bit conservative. At least Li Tianyu couldn't see any flaws in her with the naked eye. Secondly, the agency Qin Shuedong signed with is powerful. Huajin Media, under whose banner there were many popular fried chickens, and Qin Zutong was undoubtedly the new generation of artists that this company mainly promoted. So there will be no shortage of publicity about her online and offline. At this moment, Cho Kursin skimmed her mouth when she heard Li Tianyu's words. Why are you so nosy? Li Tianyu. I'm just asking casually. It doesn't matter if you guys don't want to talk about it. Choku Exine laughed. You don't want to hear it? Then I'll have to say it, Xiaotong. She is indeed a student of the Imperial Capital Film Academy as well, but in a different class from me. I'm her schoolmate. After hearing this, Li Tianyu was quite surprised. Sister. Cho Kursin. What? Don't I look like you? Do I look especially young? Li Tianyu. You're especially childish. Cho Kursin was cross-eyed. What do you mean? You think you're so great just because you're a few years older? It's true that good intentions don't pay off. I'm telling you all these things that other people don't necessarily know yet. Hearing this, Qin Shuedong finally couldn't help but say, Kuexine, don't say anything about me. Cho Kursin. And say who? Say me? People are not interested in Boss Li either. Li Tianyu. Cho Kursin, I found out something. Ku Kiao. What did you find out? Li Tianyu. You and AI Hepping are really a match made in heaven. You two together. No one will be bored. Choco Exine rolled her eyes in anger when she heard this. AI Hepping this guy was obviously not her cup of tea, and Li Tianyu's words were too hurtful. However, after a few words of conversation, the atmosphere became less stiff. Cho Kurson, this girl was a self-made friend, and now she was just like a pair of best friends who could joke around at any time with Li Tianyu. Cho Kurson, Boss Li, can you talk or not? Can you take someone like AI Hepping? With these words, Li Tianyu was somewhat fighting for AI Hepping. Cho Kurson, I just don't understand. AI piece how you? People at least is also a rich son, family distinguished, and his name is a wonderful incomparable love piece. Just so listen to it seems to be a good consciousness is very high. In the future we'll certainly be able to do some amazing world, sob the gods great things. Coco Chiu took a sip of her cocktail and seemed to get even higher. The big thing he could do would probably be to burn his dad's house down. Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows. You're speaking to my heart. Although Qin Shuedong still didn't speak, his expression appeared relaxed. Perhaps he liked this atmosphere as well. Li Tianyu. Ms. Qin, I don't know if that $50 million of payment has been recovered or not. Qin Shuedong sipped her wine delicately. More than $40 million were recovered, and the other part is still waiting for news. Li Tianyu. That's not bad. You don't seem to be in a hurry. Qin Shuedong. There's no use in hurrying, just wait. Li Tianyu. Rich people are different, calm and abnormal. Chioku Xian interjected. I'm telling you, at that time Xiaotong even complimented you. Li Tianyu was stunned. Complimenting me? Ku Kiao. She said if it wasn't for you, she was going to make a big joke. Li Qianwu. So, it's a shame I didn't hear it. Do you want to compliment me again? Qin Shuedong. Don't believe Kurson's words. Even though Qin Shuedong said so, Li Tianyu still felt that Cho Kurson hadn't been talking nonsense. After all, Li Tianyu did sort of indirectly help her. It is not very auspicious to give burial goods to elders as birthday gifts, whether they see it or not. Although Qin Shuedong was at risk of breaking the bank, that small amount of money was nothing to her in comparison. This deck is adjacent to the small stage. A piano had been placed on one side of the small stage at some point. That is, Li Tianyu a few days ago specially used the system order, naturally not ordinary piano. The Duke F70S, an internationally renowned high-end piano, is valued from hundreds of thousands of dollars. Li Tianyu thought that in the future, he would probably hire a few resident singers from bars, and these types of instruments should be available. That's a nice piano, it shouldn't be cheap, should it? Without waiting for Li Tianyu to reply, Cho Kurson added, Boss Li, I've heard that you're multi-talented, capable of writing and martial arts, capable of everything. Won't you play 2 piano pieces for us to help with the drinking? Chapter 139, a song that amazes the 4 seats. Li Tianyu was stunned. Versatile and able to write and fight? Who did you hear that from? Is it AI Hepping again? Cho Kurson. That's right. Who else could it be but him? When Li Tianyu heard this, he didn't say anything. It was true that he could do martial arts, but being able to write wasn't really a thing right now. Chioku Xian's eyes rolled. I can kind of see that his words really can't be trusted, and he can do everything? Take playing the piano, for example, you really can't handle it. Li Tianyu slapped the table and smiled proudly. Who says I can't handle it? Let me tell you, I'm actually very good at playing the piano. Cho Kurson. Interesting. Then I'll hurry up and give me 2 songs. Li Tianyu. This is not a gratuitous service on my part. Chioku Xian. Sister has plenty of money, you don't have to worry about that. Li Tianyu smiled faintly. I'll go find a drink so I can get in shape. You two excuse me for a moment. Looking at Li Tianyu's back as he left, Cho Kurson couldn't help but say, Xiaotong? Look at him, he's quite confident. I don't know if he'll really do it or if he's just faking it. Qin Shuedong. Since he says he will, then he will, right? Chioku Xian. Can't tell, you kinda trust him. Qin Shuedong looked up at her best friend. Mouthy. Cho Kurson. Wanna bet? I bet Boss Li can't play any more tricks. How about you? Qin Shuedong. Boring. Don't bet. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu came to the bar and asked for a beer towards Zhuang Xingwang, opening the system interface while drinking. When you enter the order center, you see that tax entries related to piano skills appear. Piano lovers. Amount of taxes paid. $6,500 soft dollars. Description. Possesses an intermediate to advanced piano learning honors level that allows for a degree of emotional catharsis in performance. Risk of side effects, low. Professional performer. Amount of taxes paid. 300,000 soft dollars. Description. Knowledgeable in playing all kinds of musical instruments in ancient and modern times and at home and abroad. possessing high performance skills, proficient in playing the repertoire of the world's classical masterpieces, gradually possessing a musical temperament, as well as the corresponding expressive power, and possessing some composing ability. Risk of side effects, medium. Music master. Amount of taxes paid, 850,000 soft dollars. Description: a highly accomplished instrumentalist, even a top-notch virtuoso, who can make the listener feel a strong emotional stirring in his performance, and who has outstanding musical compositional ability. Risk of side effects, medium. Musician. Amount of taxes paid, $1,850,000 soft dollars. Description: he is an all-rounder in music, proficient in all kinds of musical instruments in ancient and modern times and at home and abroad, with amazing musical expression, and has stepped into the master level in composing music. Risk of side effects, high. There are 4 entries in total. Lee Tianyu skimmed through it a little. The first 2 items were about the piano, while the last 3 were about all-around abilities in the field of music. Being proficient in all instruments, ancient and modern, would be awesome. Yet the strongest musicians pay a sizable amount of taxes, $1,850,000. Taking a step back, a music maestro should be considered a top talent in the field of music. But the amount of tax payment reached $850,000, and Lee Tianyu's existing rank was also completely unable to meet the requirements. Had to look further up. Professional performers, taxed at exactly $300,000. And naturally, there's nothing wrong with playing the piano with that name. Lee Tianyu did not hesitate to select professional performer to determine the tax. Account information, 300,000 deduction successful. Capacity information, professional performers getting success. Lee Tianyu's head was hit like a heavy blow, as if he had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. For a moment, he was so dizzy that he almost fell to the ground. The good thing was that the uncomfortable feeling lasted only a few seconds, like before returning to normal. Lee Tianyu's mind was suddenly clear. The piano skill had been fully acquired. Over there, Cho Kurson waited for half a day and didn't see Lee Tianyu come over. Still not here? Is he hiding somewhere and doesn't dare to come over? Qin Shuedong. It's you who are too boring. Even if you don't know how to play the piano, it's not something to be ashamed of. What's the point of talking about that? As the two were talking, they saw Lee Tianyu walking over and waving at the 2 beauties. By now, the music in the bar had stopped, and the guests present looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Lee Tianyu had sat down in front of the piano, and a variety of piano techniques, as well as famous piano songs, instantly appeared in his mind. What do you play? Lee Tianyu glanced towards Qin Shuedong and Cho Kurson's side. Both of them seemed to have a curious look on their faces. After all, not just anyone can get on the piano these days. Although there are piano learning classes everywhere, and even more parents send their children to learn the piano, but those are the behavior of following the trend, and it is harder than finding a needle in a haystack to find someone who can really play down a few pieces in their entirety. Unless he was educated by the elite, even if Lee Tianyu could play the piano, the quality of his playing was bound to be worrying. Just then, Lee Tianyu had decided. The fingers placed on the keyboard began to bounce. The more they moved, the faster, the more lively and graceful they became. The music then spread through the bar's halls. The bar's sound equipment is quite complete, and the sound of the piano through the high-grade and expensive speakers can make the guests in the bar have a sense of immersion. Lee Tianyu played out a famous piano piece. Cho Kurson. Oh, this is Qin Shuedong. It's the Blue Danube. Speaking here, Qin Shuedong closed her eyes and felt for a while. This level is not like a bar owner. The Blue Danube dance has been popularized in this country. I can't say 10%, but at least 80% have heard the tune. The tune's melody itself was light and cheerful, and at Lee Tianyu's fingertips, that cheerfulness seemed to intensify several times over. As the tune progressed, Lee Tianyu's body was involuntarily bouncing, smiling as if his entire being was a source of joy. The guests were all captivated by the sound of the piano, without exception. It's supposed to be a tune that you can hear on TV and in internet videos all the time, but now it sounds rather unusual. It's more beautiful, more melodious. The patrons were all so engrossed that there was hardly a word spoken in the bar. Looking at the figure of Lee Tianyu playing, Cho Kurson couldn't help but say, although I don't know much about the piano, this shouldn't be kindergarten level. Qin Shuedong didn't speak again, but instead beat her fingers on the table. That's when the song ended. The bar erupted in applause. Many of the guests couldn't seem to get enough of it and began to greet it loudly. The playing was fantastic, It was the best piano music I've ever heard. I didn't realize it was so nice to hear someone play piano live. I almost had to go on stage and dance. You idiot, not everyone can play so beautifully. The last time I went to a concert, it was Maestro blah blah blah, and I fell asleep listening to it. Let's have another song. We haven't heard enough. I'd pay more to hear a tune. Li Tianyu slightly smiled. In fact, playing this song he didn't give his best. It was rather casual, but he didn't expect to have such an effect. But he didn't want to play a second one, at least not today. Since he himself had such a piano level, he could also come over from time to time and improvise a song or two, and slowly maybe it could become a big feature of the doll bar.